testified today. You both testified repeatedly that you advised the National Command Authority we should leave a stay behind, including the base. That's right. That's right. That's correct. Did President Trump leave that stay behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions?
When the administrations changed hands, there were 2,500 soldiers.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise Biden to pull everybody out. You advised him to stay. So that's an inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list here. Let's go back to July of 2021. President Biden, there's a likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely. Does that comport with your knowledge at the time? In fact, you just a few weeks later said Kabul will be surrounded in 30 to 60 days.
My assessment at the time was if we went to zero in U.S. military forces, then there was a high likelihood of the collapse of the government of Afghanistan, and the ANSF, with the Taliban
would collapse.
But I thought it was going to be. I personally thought it was going to be in the fall, somewhere around Thanksgiving. The assessments vary widely.
We're talking within months.
Within months of our withdrawal.
The next one, there's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy in an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. Not at all comparable with Saigon. This picture proves that not to be the case. Fair enough. Joe Biden. July 8th, 2021. Next one, Americans should understand. We're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American, there's American citizens left. We're going to stay to get them all out. Was that your understanding of operational planning at the time? To stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by August 31st?
Plan to get out by August 31st.
Last. But perhaps the most egregious. We believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan with some intention to leave. You both testified today. You just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know the number. In fact, is that accurate? It was very difficult to know the number.
Very difficult. I don't think the numbers were accurate.
Yet the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000 Americans left behind. Look, in July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of air support. General McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021 that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting all Americans. You were so concerned in July 2021, you put those recommendations forward. That's what you testified today. And in fact, also the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable. 23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I've never seen it. I didn't see it at the time, and I haven't seen it since.
I think the American people would like to see that. Here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th? The day before Kabul fell, do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons. He was in the Hamptons on vacation. Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with this. The State Department, to use a military term, had its head up its rear. It wasn't planning. It in fact thought we could just have an embassy and the good Taliban terrorists will take care of the bad Taliban terrorists. I mean, that's essentially what happened. And because of that, we didn't get our people out. We didn't get our citizens out. We didn't have the force posture. We didn't have the basing. We failed, and their loved ones are dead because of it. I apologize to you, to my Gold Star families. Your government failed you. There is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility and accountability. A lot of people have taken responsibility. No one has been held accountable, and they deserve better. Your government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything you all would like to say publicly on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlemen's, they have a right to respond.
Well, I'd like to take you up on that offer. I've talked to these families.
And I thank you for that.
I've met the other families.
Against these
I have committed to them, and I will do so again publicly to all of you. That I will work with them to get you the answers. To make sure that accountability, transparency is established. And I'm going to do that. Dagon the Great. That's what a soldier does. I'm not going to turn my back on these families. Any other Gold Star families. There are other Gold Star families in this room right now. Jane Orange in this room. I've been working with her for years. There's many others. And they know who I am. I will work with them forever.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary, in exchange with Mr. Mills, you just testified under oath that you never owned a private jet. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record article here from February 15th of 2023. The John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations of hypocrisy. Mr. Secretary, do you stand by that testimony?
I personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
You flew on that plane.
Not in a number of years, but I have flown.
This article was not inaccurate. Family owned a plane. You flew on a plane.
My wife owned
Here's the issue. This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices as we transition for the common good, and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that smacks of hypocrisy. It actually hurts your cause. Mr. Secretary, but I'll move on. I want to know from a record standpoint.
The right to set the record straight here. I do not fly on a private jet. I do not fly. I fly commercially.
On all of private jets since you've taken this position.
I have flown five times in the last 2.5 years on Mill Air, which you also fly on, and some of you travel flying. Five times. Otherwise, all of my trips are
Have you flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity since you've taken this position?
Possibly once. I just don't.
I think you need to take the broader point of how this appears to the American, as we're asking them to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly. You're trying to create an unequal thing.
By example. That's what we're at.
Which is why I fly commercially.
In that vein, does your office or the State Department keep a record of your official travel and scheduled meetings?
Of course.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with? Can you provide those records to Congress? Will you provide those records to Congress?
Who I've met with?
Your official travel, taxpayer funded while in this position. Thank you. I appreciate that commitment. Switching topics here to some of the other diplomacy you've conducted. In the 2018 interview, you admitted to speaking with Iranian foreign ministers, quote, three or four times from the start of the previous administration. How many times did you speak with the foreign minister? The Iranian foreign minister, Zarif, during the last administration? I'll enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, that 3 or 4 times. Let's take that at face value. Did you communicate with them using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, any other?
I don't recall how I communicated with him. I met him formally in the course of international specifically, I think it was in UNGA in New York. I saw him in Munich Security Conference, which he was invited to.
According to leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Reef said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times, and Reef was surprised you would reveal such sensitive information. Now, that was leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that ever happened?
I absolutely said that. On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear in the release that we put out that never took place. It was at a time when there was public discussion of those attacks. There was a public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America, 2 years as lieutenant governor, 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I'm going. This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials you are and said, you don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024. A new regime or a new administration may be coming in. And therefore undermining current administration diplomacy. Would you find that appropriate?
I'm not going to speak any hypotheticals, but I can tell you I never
Shadow diplomacy undermines American
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what it involves. Shadow diplomacy has also saved us from a war. If you look at 1963 with the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was behind the scenes.
I would posture that your shadow diplomacy now has us on the verge.
I wasn't having a nuclear weapon
that is exploding as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60%, on the verge of having a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that has happened is that
Americans will undermine other administrations.
The reason that happened, my friend, is because Donald Trump pulled out of that agreement. There was no way they could have had a nuclear weapon under the agreement that existed. And even in Israel, the security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job. President Trump just pulled out.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Schneider.
Mr. Waltz. Thank you, Mr. Waltz. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here's where I think we're really talking past each other. This war is not done. It's not over. This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology. And just as it took decades, not 20 years, not 30 years, many more, to defeat the idea of communism, the idea of fascism, it's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. General McKenzie, you testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. Do you stand by that statement? Absolutely. D.N.I. Haynes, Biden's Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again if given the chance. The head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban. Except now they have an entire state to work with, an army, an air force, a functioning international airport. And I think if things continue on the path they are, possibly billions in international currency reserves. So, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, we're not done with this war. I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, you would learn the lesson from Iraq, where we pulled out in 2011. Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout as ending that war. And yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in. So, let's look at the situation. I think the American people need to understand this. Here we have Iraq. We pulled out. We pulled out. The rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a more entity from Al-Qaeda. Look at all of the bases that we had to deal with when we went back. We had bases in the Gulf. We had bases in Kuwait. We had bases in Turkey. In Jordan. Of course in Israel. Allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds. We didn't let ISIS take over the government in Baghdad and the army and all of the stations. We had all of these assets to work with to go clean up.
I decided to come here.
How many soldiers and lives did we lose from cleaning up that mistaken withdrawal, Mr. Chairman? But let's transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see? Do we have General McKenzie? Do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
We have no base in
Do we have a base in any country neighboring Afghanistan?
We do not.
Do we have any local allies opposing the capability of the Kurds?
We do not. There may be options.
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak. With our weapons. With our damn equipment. Our allies are being slaughtered. Every morning we wake up to beheading videos, to executions, to people being hunted down with their own database. But when and if you have to present options to the president, how many soldiers are we going to lose? Because we have no allies on the ground. We have no bases in the region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue, which is over the horizon counterterrorism. Those drones have thousands all the way around Iran, all the way up Pakistan, 70 to 80% of their fuel before they even get anywhere near the target. And we just saw from the failed attack, the botched attack, that you have to have multi-intelligence arming with that drone operator. Called it in. And I know that drone operator would somebody on the ground. No, that's a civilian. So I appreciate your candor saying how difficult this is going to be. But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction that we can do nothing. What we're doing over here with neighboring base assets, with allies on the ground, and with ocean access. That is a fiction that I think we need to own. We need to be honest with the American people.
In pickup trucks, on motorcycles. And they committed unimaginable atrocities.
I am just livid at the fact of the future Americans that are going to have to go back to clean up this mess. And they're watching this war that represented a slot experience that we all experienced after Iraq. The President continues to say, well, we can do what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in Syria. The Secretary just briefed about a strike in Syria. We have a lot more capability. One more question. Do we have any evidence, intelligence or otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the ground? Intelligence officers, air support, or any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban, or command and control assisting the Taliban? I'll take that as a yes. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Waltz, that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
Chair recognizes
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the witnesses
Sunny Dunn was abducted from the Nova Music
Chairman, the more I listen to this here, the more infuriated I get. And I know Gold Star families sitting here have to feel the same way. I know every veteran today has to feel the same way. It's not about us. It's about them. And I think what upsets them most, General McKenzie, are some of the statements from the president during this evacuation, including an interview that the president gave on national television during the withdrawal, August 18th, the generals advised me 2500 and the only air-based in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran, and a plan for counterterrorism. General Milley, is that an accurate statement that the generals never advised them to leave or stay behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist organizations?
Wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his mother, Yocheved, but his father was dead. He's still languishing.
Let me testify today. You both repeatedly that you advised the National Command Authority we should leave the stay behind, including the base. That's right. Did President Trump leave that stay behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet
Ladies and gentlemen,
When the administration's changed hands,
the curse of October 7th.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise Biden to pull everybody out. You advised him to stay. So that's an inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list. Let's go back to July of 2021. President Biden, there's a likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning and owning the whole country is highly unlikely. Does that comport with your knowledge at the time? In fact, you just a few weeks later said probably be surrounded in 30 days.
The first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday, aimed at Tel Aviv.
It's done.
Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past years as well.
Would collapse.
But I thought it was
Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel.
within months of our
JK time.
And last
That's
April,
when there's going to be no circumstance
For the first
where you
time
see
ever,
people being lifted
Iran
off the roof of an
directly
embassy
attacked Israel from its own territory.
in
Firing
an
terrorist
embassy of the
drones
United States from Afghanistan.
and
Not at all
ballistic
comparable with Saigon. I think this
I have a
picture proves
message
that
for the
not to be the
terrorists in
case.
Iran.
Fair enough.
If you strike
Joe
us,
Biden. July 8, 2021. Next one, Americans understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American, if there's American citizens left, we're going to stay to get them all out.
that the long
Is that your
term
understanding of operational planning at the time?
And
To
that's
stay beyond August
of the
31st,
entire
or were
Middle
you
East.
planning to get out by August
far from
31st?
being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers
Last.
fought back with
But
incredible
perhaps
courage
the most
and
egregious.
with heroic
We
sacrifice.
believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain in
Afghanistan
Afghanistan
and
with
for
some intention to leave. You both testified today, you just testified,
winning.
General Milley, that it was impossible to know the number. In fact, is that accurate? It was very difficult to know the number.
very difficult. I don't think the numbers are accurate.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yet the State Department has revised that number since to nearly 1,000 Americans left
the line
behind.
separating the blessing and the
Look,
curse.
in July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of air support. General McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021
And the Mediterranean
that
Sea.
you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting all Americans. You were so concerned in July 2021, you put those recommendations
Look at
forward.
the second map.
That's what you
It's a
testified
map,
today.
it's a curse.
And in fact, also the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable.
Created an
23
important
diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This was a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you, Chairman Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the commander?
I didn't see it
On the one hand,
I haven't seen it since, and I would like to see that.
I think the American people would like to see that. Chairman,
Right.
here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th?
and if you think this
The
dark
day before Kabul fell? Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons.
endanger every single
He was
country
in the Hamptons on vacation.
and many
Secretary of
countries in
State
the rest of the
Blinken.
world.
I don't know. I
Because
can't even
Iran's
imagine how that makes
radicalism
our
goes
Gold
beyond the
Star
Middle East.
families
That's why
feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence. I'll
that's
close
why
with this.
it builds ballistic
The State Department used a military term, had its head up its rear.
for too long.
It wasn't planning. It, in fact, thought
turns a blind
we
eye
could
to
just
its
have an
internal
embassy and
repression.
the good
turns a blind eye to
Taliban
its
terrorists will
terrorists.
take care of the
That
bad
appeasement
Taliban
must
terrorists.
end. And that
mean,
appeasement
that's
must
essentially
end now.
what happened. And because of that, we didn't get our people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have force posture, we didn't have basing.
Nations of the
We
world
failed, and their loved ones are dead because of it.
who want to rid themselves
I apologize to you, to my Gold Star families. Your government
support Israel,
failed
holding
you.
back Iran's aggression.
There is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this. They take responsibility and accountability. A lot of people have taken responsibility. No one has been held accountable, and they
We're going to have a
deserve
deliberation
better.
in a few
Your
months.
government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity, my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
back,
you all would like to say publicly on record.
because we must all do everything in our
Thank you, Mr.
power
Chair.
The gentleman's,
to ensure that
they have a
Iran
right to respond.
never gets nuclear
I'd
weapons.
like to take you up on that offer. I've talked to these families.
And I thank you for that.
Met the other families.
For decades,
And
I've been warning the
admitted to
world
them.
against
I will
Iran's
do so
nuclear program.
publicly to all of you.
Our actions
I will work
delayed
with
this
them to get the
program
answers.
by perhaps a
Make sure
decade.
that accountability, transparency.
we haven't stopped
We're
it.
gonna do that.
We've
But
delayed
they won the
it,
grave.
but we haven't
That's what a
stopped it.
soldier does.
Iran now
We're not gonna
seeks to
come back
weaponize its
any
nuclear
other
program
Gold Star families.
for the sake
Other Gold Star families
of
right
the
now,
peace
Jane
and
Holmes
security
is from my work there
of
for
all
years.
your countries,
Many others. And they know
for
who
the
I
sake
am,
of the
and I
peace
will
and
work on
security
them
of the
with
entire
them.
world.
They deserve accountability,
Not
Mr.
let
Chairman,
that
and
happen.
thank you,
And
gentlemen.
I assure you,
Secretary,
Israel will
in
do
exchange
everything
with
in its
Mills,
power
you
to make sure it
testified
doesn't
under
happen.
oath that you never owned a private jet. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record article here
So, ladies
from
and gentlemen,
February 15th, 2023.
For us,
The John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy.
will shape our
Mr.
future.
Secretary, do you stand by that
Will it see the
testimony that
blessings of
you
peace
never
over
owned or
Israel?
I personally,
Yes, my wife owned a
Will it
plane.
be the
So
curse
that's
of
been
Iran and its proxies? With carnage
not
and
in a
chaos
number of years.
everywhere.
I have flown.
and this article is not then
Israel
inaccurate.
has
The
only
family
made
owned a plane.
We've
You flew
decided
on
to
a
advance
plane.
the blessing.
My wife,
Mr.
Secretary,
my wife
here's
owned
the issue.
While fighting
Yeah.
the
This
forces
isn't
of
some kind
terror
of partisan
to
gotcha.
that peace.
When we are asking Americans to make
The
serious
brave
sacrifices
the IDF
as we
has
transition
been systematically crushing
for the common
by
good,
their army that wants
and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that smacks of hypocrisy. It actually hurts
that
your
their
cause.
army numbers
Mr. Secretary,
nearly
but I'll move on. I just wanted to know from a record standpoint.
the right to set the record
It
straight.
had
I
350 miles of
do
tunnel
not fly
an
on a
underground
private
network
jet.
bigger than the New York
I
subway
do
system.
not fly commercially.
Havoc above
Have you
our
flown
heads.
on a private jet
responsibilities
since you've taken
A
this
year later,
position?
Let me
the IDF has killed
I
and
have
captured
flown 5 times in the last 2.5 years.
destroyed over
on
90%,
which you also fly on,
and eliminated the
some of you travel fly
of their
on,
terrorist
5
tunnel
times.
network.
Otherwise, all
Major
of my
military
trips are
operations.
commercial.
Have you ever
airlines.
flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity?
In
since
major
you've taken this
military
position?
operations, we destroyed
Possibly
nearly half
once.
of Hamas's
I
think you need to take a broader point how this appears in the American people as we're asking to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly.
We are
You
taking
know,
out terrorist commanders and this
No,
is
don't lead by example, Mr. Secretary. That's what we're at.
Which is why I fly commercially.
Which is why in that vein, does your office
on our sacred mission.
or the State Department keep a record of official travel and scheduled
And we
meetings?
will not stop until that mission.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with
provide
Hamas's
can you
great
provide those
military
records to Congress?
capability,
Will you provide those records to
terrorists
Congress?
still
Of who I
exercise
met with?
self-governing
Your official travel. Your
By
official
stealing
travel,
the
taxpayer
food
funded.
that
While
we
in this
enable aid
Thank
agencies.
you. I appreciate that.
Switching into Gaza.
Topics
steals the
here
food.
to some of
And then
the
they hike
other
the price.
diplomacy you've
They
conducted.
feed
In
them
the
money.
2018 interview,
And then they fill their coffers
you
with money that they
admitted
extort
to
from their
speaking
own
with
people.
Iranian foreign minister Zarif,
They sell
quote,
the
3 or 4
stolen
times from the start of the previous
Exorbitant
administration.
prices.
How many times did
And
you
that's how
speak
they
to
stay in
the
power.
foreign minister?
Well,
The
this
Iranian foreign
has
minister
to end,
Zarif
and we're working to
during
bring
the
it to
last
an end.
administration? I'll enter the record, Mr. Chairman, that 3 or 4 times. Let's take that as a
because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup.
Did you communicate with him using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, any other?
I don't know how
Hamas has got to go.
met him formally in the course of international meetings. Specifically, I think it was in New York. I saw him in Munich Security Conference, which he was invited to.
According to leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Reese said you told him that Israel has Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times, and was surprised to reveal such sensitive information. That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that ever happened?
This is why
absolutely stand by. On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear in
what we see
release that we put out
that
never took place. It was at a time when there was public
can we ensure that this round of fighting
of those attacks.
the last round
public, it was in public circulation. I don't know what he's accusing what he did. But I can tell you, I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America, 2 years as lieutenant governor, in 20 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee, as a...
This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if former Trump administration officials traveled around and talked to the same officials you are and said, you don't have to abide by these agreements, hold fast till 2024, a new regime or a new administration may be coming in, and therefore undermining current administration diplomacy. Do you find that appropriate?
All that has to happen.
I'm not going to speak to any hypotheticals. I can tell you, I never engaged.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what involves. Shadow diplomacy has also saved us from the
we will
war.
fight until
If you look at 1963 with
there is no substitute.
Cuban Missile Crisis, it was behind the scenes, back
I would posture that your shadow diplomacy now has some
I wasn't conducting shadow diplomacy, I was a security
that is exploding as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60%, on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that happens is that Donald Trump
undermines other administrations.
The reason that happened, my friend, is because Donald Trump pulled
many
out
countries
that
represented in this room.
There was no way they could have had a nuclear
And it has
weapon
attacked
under
Israel
the agreement
viciously
that
over the last
existed.
20
And
years.
even
in
Israel, the
completely
security establishment of Israel, believed
A day
that
after
agreement
Hamas
had done the job.
massacre, on October 7th,
President
Hezbollah
Trump
began attacks in
Chairman,
which
Mr.
forced
Schneider.
60,000 Israelis on our northern
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here's where I think we're really talking past each
becoming
other.
refugees in their own land.
This war is not done. It's not
Hezbollah
over.
turned vibrant towns into northern
This
Israel.
is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against
So I want you to
ideology.
think about this.
And just as it took decades, not 20 years,
not
30
30
years, many more, to
terrorists
defeat
turned El Paso
the idea of
to
communism,
ghost
to defeat the
towns.
idea of fascism. It's going to take decades to defeat
How
the
long would
idea
the
of
American
Islamic
government
extremism.
tolerate that?
General McKenzie,
A day?
you testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. You
I
stand by
doubt
that
they
statement?
tolerate it even for a single day.
DNI Haynes,
Israel has been
Biden's
tolerating
director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again
Enough
if
is
given a
enough.
chance. The head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban.
We won't rest.
Except now they have an entire state to work with, an army, an air force,
We will not
functioning
accept
international airport.
a terror army
And I think
perched
things
on our
continue
northern
on the path they
border,
are,
able
possibly
to
billions in
perpetrate
international
another
crimes.
October 7th style
Mr.
massacre.
Chairman, respectfully, we're not done with this
18 years.
war. I would have thought we would learn a lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, you would learn a lesson from Iraq,
Requires it to move its
where we
weight
pulled out in
away
2011,
from
Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement
Hezbollah
praising
right
that
up to our
and ending that war.
They
And
secretly
yet we found ourselves 3 years later
infiltrate our communities
with soldiers going back
indiscriminately
in.
fired
So
thousands of rockets.
let's look at the situation. I think the American people need to
They
understand.
fire these rockets and missiles.
Here we have Iraq. We pulled out, led the rise of the ISIS Caliphate, which was obviously a morph entity from
But they fired those rockets.
Look at all of the bases that we had to deal with when we went back. We had bases in the Gulf, we had bases in Kuwait, we had bases in Turkey, in Jordan,
and in the private
Israel,
of the
allied
states,
bases in
Lebanon.
Cyprus.
They
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
They put a missile
We
in
didn't
every
let
kitchen.
ISIS take over the
rocket
government
in
in
every
Baghdad
garage.
and the army in all of
I
them.
said to the people of Lebanon,
We had all of these assets to
get
work
out of the
with
death trap
to go
that
clean
Hezbollah's
up
put you in.
that mess. And how many soldiers' lives did we lose
We're
from
not
cleaning up
afraid.
that
We're forward
mistaken
in
withdrawal?
Hezbollah, which has hijacked your
But
country.
let's
and
transition over to Afghanistan. What do we see?
As
Do
long
we
as
have,
Hezbollah
General
chooses
McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan
Israel
now?
has no choice.
We have a base in
every
in-country
right
neighboring
to
Afghanistan.
remove this threat.
Do we have any local allies approaching the
And
capability
that's
of the
exactly
Kurds?
what we're doing.
We do not.
No
options. We do not.
We have the Northern Alliance, the Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak with our
This
weapons.
week,
With
the
our
IDF
damn
with
equipment.
large percentage
Our allies are
of
being slaughtered.
rockets.
Every morning we wake up to beheading videos,
We took out
to
senior military
executions,
commanders who not only shared
people
the
being
values,
hunted down
but
on our own
American
database.
and French
But
blood as
when
well.
and if you
And then we
have
took out their
options for
replacements.
president,
And
how
then the
many
replacements
soldiers
that
are we
we
going to
lose.
lose? Because we
we
have
have
no
no
allies on the
allies
ground. We have
We
no
have no
bases
Hezbollah
in the region.
now
Now we're
till
going to get to
really
really
the
the crux of the
objectives
issue, which
are
is
over
over the horizon counterterrorism. Those drones have to fly all the way around Iran and all the way up Pakistan and lose 70 to 80% of their fuel before they even
committed
get
to
anywhere
removing the
near
curse of terrorism
a target. And we just saw from the failed
all
attack,
civilized societies.
the botched attack,
But to truly
that you
realize
have to have
the blessing of a new
multi-end
community
intelligence confirming what that
must
drone
continue the
operator is
path
saying.
we
Called
followed
it in.
with the Abraham Accord.
And I know that drone operator would appreciate somebody on the ground saying,
means
no, that's a
achieving
civilian.
a
Don't pull that
historic
trigger.
peace agreement.
So I appreciate your candor in
and
saying
Saudi
how
Arabia.
difficult this is going to be. But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction
And having seen the
that we
blessing
can do over here
that
with
we've
nothing.
already brought,
What we're doing over
Abraham
here
Accords,
with neighboring base access, with allies on the ground, and with ocean access.
back and forth.
That is a
Across the
fiction
Arabian
that I think you all need to
Skies of
own,
Saudi
and we
Arabia.
need to be
to
honest
the Gulf countries.
with the American people.
The trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace.
I am just livid at the fact of the
What
future
blessing
Americans
such a peace would
that are going to
solve
have to go back to clean up this mess we are watching this war movie that represented a slot experience that we all experienced
trade and
after
tourism
Iraq.
across the region.
The president
continues
continues to say, well, we can do what we do in
Somalia,
Somalia, we can do what we do in Syria.
Our
Mr.
two
Secretary, you
countries
just briefed me about
cooperate on
strikes in
energy,
Syria.
water,
We have a
agriculture,
lot more capability there.
artificial
One more
intelligence,
question.
and many,
Do we have any
other fields.
evidence,
Such a peace,
intelligence or otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the ground?
would usher in
Intelligence officers, air support, and any
reconciliation
troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or command and control, assisting the Taliban offensive.
I prefer to answer my question.
I'll take that as a yes.
While Israel is committed
And
to
Mr.
Iran and its terror
Mr.
project
Chairman,
is
Mr.
committed
Your time is
to
expired.
scuttling.
That's not going to go to a civil war, it's going to go to
One
a
of the
regional
best
war.
ways
She
to
recognizes
foil
Mr.
Iran's
Waltz.
nefarious designs
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
is to achieve the
and
peace.
Thank you for the witnesses.
Such a peace would be
And I
the
gotta tell
foundation
you,
for an even
Mr.
stronger
Chairman,
Abrahamic alliance.
the more I
That
listen to
alliance
this
would
hearing,
include the
the
United
more
States,
infuriated I
Israel,
get.
current Arab peace partners,
And I
Saudi
know
Arabia,
the Gold Star family
others
is sitting
would
here
choose the
have to
blessing
feel the same way. I know every veteran
advance
watching today
security and
has to
prosperity
feel the same way.
across
It's
the
not about us. It's about
bring enormous benefits.
it's about them.
the rest
And
of the
I think what upsets them most,
American support and
General
leadership,
Milley,
I
McKenzie,
believe
some of the
this vision
statements
can materialize.
from the
much
president
sooner.
during this
And as
evacuation, including an interview
everything
that
in
the
my
president
power
gave on national television
During
the withdrawal on
August
August 18th,
18th,
saying the generals never advised me to leave 2500 and the only air-based Bagram air base in the world sandwiched between
Ladies and gentlemen,
China, Russia, Iran,
Israel
and a
has
platform
made
to stay out of
its
counterterrorism.
we seek to move forward
General Milley, is that an accurate statement
prosperity
that
and peace.
the generals never advised them to leave, they stay behind force,
Have
keep
also
a
made
lid
their
on
choice.
half the world's terrorist
They want to
organization?
move back to a dark age of terror and war.
I will tell you
And now I have a question.
what my thoughts were at the time.
And I pose that question.
You testified today, you both testified repeatedly that you advise national command authority we should
Would you
leave
stand with democracy?
the stay behind force, including the
Would you
base.
stand with Iran?
That's right.
A brutal dictatorship
Did President Trump
subjugates its own people.
leave that stay behind force despite the state's desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions?
There must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel,
Did you then, and you stated today you'd advise
yes, we're defending ourselves
to pull everybody out, you advise
you
to stay.
against the common
That's
enemy.
an inaccurate statement.
Let's
Let's
go
go down the list here.
Seek
Let's
to
go back
destroy
to
our way of
July
life.
of 2021.
So there should be no
President
confusion
Biden,
about
there's
it.
a likelihood
But unfortunately,
there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly
and in
unlikely.
this very hall,
Does that comport with your
Your
knowledge at the time?
good is
In
portrayed
fact,
as evil.
you just a
And
few weeks later said Kabul be surrounded.
We see this
in 30
confusion
days.
when Israel is falsely
My
accused of
assessment of time
genocide,
was
when we
we went
defend
to
ourselves
zero
against
forces,
enemies who
then
try to
the
commit
highlight
genocide
was the
against
collapse
us.
of the government of Afghanistan.
We see this too.
And
When Israel is
the
absurdly
Taliban
accused
taking
by the
over.
ICC
collapsed.
prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity.
Assessments very widely.
We
We're
helped
talking
bring in
within months.
700,000 tons of food into
The
Gaza.
next one, there's going
That's
to be no
3,000
circumstance where you
calories
see
a
people
day
being
for
lifted
every
off
man,
the roof of
woman,
an
and
embassy.
child in Gaza.
In,
We see this moral confusion.
an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan,
not at all comparable
with
with
Saigon.
We don't want to see a
This
single
picture
person,
proves
a
that
single
not to be
innocent
the
person
case.
die. That's
Fair
always a
enough.
tragedy.
Uh,
And that's why we do
Biden.
so much to
July
minimize
8,
it.
2021.
Next
one,
one,
Americans
Americans
should
should
understand
understand
we're
we're going to try to get it all done before
And
August
those
31st.
are
And if
yours.
you're
An
an
American,
American,
there's
there's American citizens left,
We drop
We're
we're
gonna
going to
bombs.
stay to get them all out.
We make phone calls.
Was
by
that your
millions.
understanding of the operational planning at the time? To stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning it out
No
by
effort
August
in
31st?
this noble pursuit.
Planning it out.
We see yet another
Last.
profound moral confusion.
But
But
perhaps the most egregious.
Self-described
We
progressive.
believe about 100 to 200
Americans
Americans
remain
remain in
Afghanistan.
Don't
with
they
some
realize
intention to leave. You both testified today, you just testified, General Milley, that it was
Iran
impossible
and
to
in
know
Gaza?
the
The
number.
number.
In
In
fact,
fact,
is that accurate?
Murder women.
It was
not
very
covered
difficult
their
to
hair,
know the number.
and
Very
hang
difficult.
gays
I
in
don't
public
think the
squares.
numbers are
Some
accurate.
progressives.
Yet
Yet
the State Department
revised
revised that number
since
since
to
to nearly
nearly
1,000
1,000
Americans
Iran's funds
left
refused.
behind.
Many of the protesters
Look,
against Israel.
in July of
Some
2021,
of the
Bagram
protesters-
is closing.
Many of the
We're
protesters-
withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave contractors and some little bit of support. General McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021
He said,
that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out,
some would argue
to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protect our home. You were so concerned in
There is
July
definitely
2021,
nothing
you
good
put those
for United
recommendations
Nations
forward. That's what you testified today.
That's correct.
And in fact, also, the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable.
Take it
23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I've never seen it.
In my major
I haven't seen it since.
I spoke
I
against
think the American people would like to see that. Chairman, here's
my
my
question
question for you.
for
Do you know where the Secretary of State
I
was
find myself
on August
August
13th?
13th,
against that same
The day
day
before
before
Kabul
Kabul fell?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns,
State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We
Abbas.
weren't getting our people out.
According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons.
Mahmoud Abbas.
He was
He was
in the Hamptons on vacation. Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Well, here's the bottom line, Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with
The
this.
more you murder, the more you
The
get
State
paid.
Department used a military
Still
term,
wages.
had its head up its
Unremitting
rear.
diplomatic warfare.
It wasn't
Against Israel's
planning.
right to
It,
exist.
in fact, thought
Against Israel's right to
we could
defend
just have
itself.
an
And
embassy
by the way,
and
they amount to the same
the
thing.
good
good
Taliban
Taliban
terrorists
terrorists
take
take
care of the bad Taliban
Not in
terrorists.
our neighborhood, certainly. And
I
maybe
mean,
not
that's
in yours.
essentially
standing in
what
this
happened,
podium,
and because of that, we didn't get our people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have force posture, we didn't have facing.
Gentlemen,
we failed, and their loved ones are dead because of it.
today,
I apologize to you,
and all
to my Gold Star families. Your government
resolution.
failed you.
Check your fanaticism at the door.
There is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, taking responsibility and accountability.
A moral stain on
A lot
the
of people
nation.
take responsibility.
Made this
No
once
one
respected
has been
institution
held accountable, and they
in the eyes of decent
deserve
people
but
everywhere.
better. Your government
for the
failed
Palestinians.
you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
His home court.
you all would like to say publicly on the record.
Anti-Semitic
Thank
violence.
you, Mr. Chair.
There's an automatic majority
They have a right to respond.
willing to demonize the
I'd
Jewish
like
state
to
on
take up on
anything.
that offer. I've
This
talked to
anti-Israel
these
Flat Earth Society.
And I thank you for that.
Any
the
false
other
charge,
families.
any outlandish
I
allegation
have committed
can
to
muster
them.
a majority.
I will do so again publicly to all of you.
In the last
I
decade,
will work with them.
there has
to
been
get
more
answers.
resolutions passed
Make
against
sure that
Israel
accountability,
in this
transparency
hall
is
and the UN
established.
General
Do that.
Assembly
Well, Dag won the great.
than against the
That's what
entire
it does.
world
And I'm gonna turn my
combined.
back on these families.
Actually,
Any other Gold
more
Star
than
family.
twice as
Other
many.
Gold Star families
Since
in this room right now.
2014,
Jane Owens in this room. I've
This
worked
body
with her for
condemned
years.
Israel
There's many
174
They know who
times.
I am. and I will work
It
with
condemned
them.
all the other countries.
They
in the
deserve
world.
accountability, Mr.
73
Chairman,
times.
and thank you, gentlemen.
That's more than
Secretary,
100
in
extra
exchange for the bills,
condemnations
you
for the Jewish state.
testified under oath
What
in your own
hypocrisy.
private jet.
What a double
Mr.
standard.
Chairman, I'd like to
What a
run a
joke.
record article
UN's
here
authority.
from February 15, 2023.
The John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy. Mr. Secretary, do you stand by that testimony that you owned or
I personally,
yes, my wife owned a plane.
Not
So,
about
that's
plane.
been-
It's about Israel.
It's
always been about
I have flown.
and this
About
article's
Israel
not
and
inaccurate.
their
The family owned a plane. You flew on a plane.
Until Israel.
My wife,
Secretary,
my wife
here's
owns
the issue.
Until this.
Yeah.
This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices
as
as we
nothing more
transition
than a contemptuous
for the common good, and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that smacks of hypocrisy. It actually hurts your cause.
the UN.
Mr. Secretary, but I'll move on. I just
But
wanted to know from a record standpoint.
afford me the right that leads to Secretary here.
I
Democratically elected
Do not fly on a private jet.
of the Democratic State of Israel.
I do not
The
fly. I
ICC
fly commercially.
prosecutors rushed to judge
Having
violence
all
of
private
private
jets
jets
and
and
taken
in Israel with its independent ports.
I have
flown
flown
other
5
times
times in the last 2.5
It's hard to
years.
explain, but
on Mill
other
which you also fly on,
pure anti-Semitism.
and or some of you travel fly on.
Ladies and
5
gentlemen,
times. Otherwise, all of
real
my
war
trips
crimes
are
are
commercial.
not
Have you ever
They're
flown on a private jet
They're
in
in
a
Iraq.
personal or official
They're in
capacity
Gaza,
since you've taken
in
this
Syria,
position?
in Lebanon, in Yemen.
Possibly once.
Those of you who stand with me,
I just don't.
those of you who
I
stand
think you need to take a broader point of how this appears to the American people as we're asking to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly.
You know,
You're trying to create an unequal.
no,
No,
don't lead by example, Mr. Secretary. That's what we're at you.
Which is why I fly commercially. Which is why I
In that vein, does your
We'll win
office
this battle because we don't
or the State
have
Department keep
control.
a record of your official travel
Generation.
scheduled meeting?
After
Is that
generations
individuals you're scheduled to meet
in
with?
which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered,
Can you
and
provide
no one raised a
the
finger in our
records
defense.
to Congress?
We now have a
Will you
state.
provide those records to
We now
Congress?
have
Who
a
I
brave
met
army, an army
Your
of
official
comfortable
travel.
courage.
Your official
official
travel.
travel. We are
backpack
defending
funded
ourselves.
while in this position.
Sure, happy to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate
As the
that.
book of Samuel says,
Switching
the Bible.
topics to some of the other
Eternity of
diplomacy
Israel will not
you
falter.
conducted in 2018 interview. You admitted to speaking with Iranian Foreign Minister Zarif, quote, 3 or 4 times from the start of the previous administration. How many times did you speak with the foreign minister, the Iranian Foreign Minister
That
Zarif,
ancient promise
during the last administration?
and it will hold true.
And I'll enter the record,
To borrow
that,
phrase,
that 3 or 4 times. Let's take that
not
at face
go
value.
gently into that.
Did
We
you
will
communicate
never
with him using
We will
Signal,
never
WhatsApp,
need to raise
Telegram?
against the dying of the light.
I don't recall how I communicated with him. I met him formally in the course of international meetings. Specifically, I think it was in UNGA, New York.
To the people
I
of
saw
Israel,
him in Munich,
to the
in
Social
the security
Security
conference,
conference,
which he was invited to.
According to leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Reese said you told him that Israel attacked Iran assets in Syria at least 200 times, briefly surprised you revealed such sensitive information.
Now,
that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that ever happened?
I absolutely stand by. On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear
ladies and
gentlemen,
order.
that never took place. It was at a time when there was public discussion of those attacks. There was a public, it was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing with what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation, and I can tell you that in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America, in 2 years as lieutenant governor, in 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the
This is why,
Mr. President,
this is why I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials you are and said, you don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024. A new regime or a new administration may be coming in,
by many of the speakers,
and therefore undermining current administration diplomacy. Would you find that appropriate?
The record straight.
I'm not going to speak to any hypotheticals. I can tell you I never engaged.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy.
I decided to come here.
Shadow diplomacy is also saved
for my people.
If you look at the
speak for my country,
with
to speak for the truth,
the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was behind the scenes.
I would posit that your shadow diplomacy now has
Israel,
exploding as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60%, on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that happens is
very undermined other administrations.
The reason that happened, my friend, is because Donald Trump
our enemies seek not only to destroy us,
no way they could have had a nuclear weapon.
They seek to destroy our common civilization.
And even in Israel, the security establishment of Israel believes that agreement done terror.
When I spoke to you last year,
Chair
recognizes
Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Choice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
Thousands of years ago.
This war is not done. It's not over.
About to enter the promised land.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against ideology. And just as it took decades, not 20 years or 30 years, many more, to defeat the idea of communism, to defeat the idea of fascism, it's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. General McKenzie, you testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. You stand by that statement?
Absolutely.
The blessing I spoke of,
D.N.I. Haynes, Biden's Director of National Intelligence, briefed Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again, if given the chance. The head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban. Except now they have an entire state to work with, an army, an air force, functioning international airport,
and they committed
and I think they can continue on the path they are, possibly billions in international arms. So, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, we're not done with this war. I would have thought we learned the lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, you would learn a lesson from Iraq, where we pulled out in 2011. The chairman issued a statement praising the pullout and ending that war. And yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in. So let's look at the situation. I think the American people need to
Israel has brought home 154 of these officers,
here we have Iraq,
including
we pulled out, led the rise of the ISIS Caliphate, which was obviously a
I want to assure you,
entity from
we will not
Al-Qaeda.
rest until the
Look at all
remaining
the
hostages
bases
are
we
brought
had
home
to
too.
deal with when we
Some
went
of their
back.
family
We had
members
bases in the
are here
Gulf,
with
we had
us
bases
today.
in
I
Kuwait,
asked
we
them
had
to
bases
stand
in
up.
Turkey, in Jordan, of course in Israel, Allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
With us,
We didn't let
ISIS
ISIS take over the government in Baghdad and
Sani Dan
and
was
all of
abducted from the Nova Music
We had all of these
Festival.
assets to work with to
A
go
music
clean up
festival.
that mess. And how many soldiers and lives
And these
did we
murderous
lose
monsters took him
from cleaning up that mistaken withdrawal,
Robbie
Mr.
Smirnoff.
Chairman? But let's
Son Johnson was
transition
murdered
to
in
Afghanistan.
His
What do we see?
corpse was
Do we
taken
have,
to the
General
jungle.
McKenzie, we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
A corpse held
We have no
hostage.
base.
Do we have a base in any country neighboring Afghanistan?
Salim al-Atras,
We do not.
Do we have any
brother
local
local
allies approaching the
brave
capability
Arab
of the
Israeli
Kurds?
soldier, was murdered.
We do not.
No,
There
his
are
body
options
too
we
was
do
taken.
not.
We have the Northern Alliance, the Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak with our weapons,
Murdered at that same
with our damn equipment. Our allies are being slaughtered. Every morning we wake up beheading videos to executions,
His older brother Eli.
to people being hunted down in our own database. But when and if
And with us
you have to
too,
present options to the president,
Czar Liftage.
how many
Soldiers
soldiers
were
are we
being
going to
lost
lose?
at kibbutz that
Because
were
we have no allies on the ground.
by the terrorists.
We have no bases in the region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue, which is over the horizon
But his father
counterterrorism.
were dead. He's still languishing.
Those drones have to fly all the way around
terrorist
Iran
hell
and all the way up Pakistan and lose 70 to 80% of their fuel
We will
before they even get anywhere near
We will
the target. And we just saw from the failed
The
attack,
holy mission is
the
accomplished.
botched attack, that you have to have multi-intelligence confirming what that drone operator is seeing. I've called it in. I know that drone operator would appreciate somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian, don't pull that trigger.
Began when
So I
Hamas
appreciate your candor in saying how difficult this is going to be.
didn't end there.
But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction
On 6
that
more
we do
wars
over here,
organized by
nothing.
Iran.
What we're doing over
On
here
October 8th,
with neighboring base
assets
assets,
from
with
Lebanon.
allies on the ground, and
since
with
then
ocean
they fired
access. That is a
8,000
fiction that I think you all need to own, and we need to be honest
at our
with the
children.
American people.
2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched
I
drones
am
and missiles at Israel.
just
The first
livid at the
250
fact
such
of the
attacks,
future Americans
including one yesterday,
that are going to have to go back to clean up this mess we are watching this war meeting that represents a slaughter experience that we've all experienced after Iraq.
fueled
The
by
president continues to say,
Palestinian
well, we do in Somalia, we do in Syria. Mr. Secretary, you just briefly about a strike in Syria. We have a lot more capability there. One more question.
For the first time ever,
Do we have any
Iran directly
evidence,
attacked Israel from its
intelligence or otherwise, Pakistani troops on the ground,
cruise missiles,
intelligence officers, air support, and any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or command
I have
and
a
control,
message
assisting the
for
Taliban.
Iran.
I prefer to answer that question.
If you
I'll take that as a yes. And
There is no place.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war, it's going to go to a regional war.
Chair recognizes Mr. Waltz.
There is no place in Iran
And thank you for
that the
the
long
witnesses
arm
for
of
coming
Israel
in.
cannot
I gotta
reach.
tell you,
And that's
Mr.
true
Chairman,
of the entire Middle East.
the more I listen to this
Far
hearing,
from being
the more
lambs
infuriated
led to
I
slaughter.
get.
Israel
And I
soldiers
know
fought
the
back
Gold Star
with
family
incredible
sitting here
courage.
have to feel the same way. I know every veteran watching
And I have
today
another
has to feel the
message.
same way.
It's
It's not about us. It's
The
about
world outside this
it's
wall.
about them.
We
And I think what
are
upsets them
winning.
most, General Milley, General McKenzie, are some of the statements from the president during this evacuation, including an interview the president gave on national television during the withdrawal, August 18th, saying the generals never advised me to leave 2,500 in the only air-based, Bagram air base in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran, and a platform to stay after counterterrorism.
It shows Israel.
General Milley, is that an accurate statement that the generals never advised them to leave or stay behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist organizations?
The Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea.
I will
Across
tell
this
you
bridge,
what
we
my
will
thoughts
lay
were at the time.
gray lines.
My assessment.
You testified today, you both testified
And this will
repeatedly
serve the
that
betterment
you
of
advised the National Command Authority we should
Now look at
leave
this second map.
a stay behind force, including the base.
NATO,
That's right.
Map
That's correct.
Did President Trump
look at the second map.
leave that state behind course despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions?
That Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't
shut down
advise
international waterways.
Biden
It cuts off
pull
trade.
everybody out. You advised him to
Destroys
stay.
millions.
So that's
So
an
that's
inaccurate
nations
statement.
within-
Let's go down the list here. Let's go
Millions
back
and
to
millions.
July of
On one
2021.
hand,
President Biden, there's a likelihood
on the one hand,
there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly
on the other hand,
unlikely.
a
Does
dark
that
future
comport
is
with your knowledge at the time?
And if you think
In
this
fact,
dark map,
you just a
only
few weeks
a
later
later
said
said
Kabul will be
think
surrounded
that,
in
then you should
30
think
days.
again.
My
Because
assessment
Iran's
of time
aggression,
was if we went to zero
if
on
it's
US
not
military
checked,
forces, then there's a
will
high
endanger
likelihood of
every
collapse of
single
government
country in the Middle
Afghanistan.
East
And
many countries in the rest of the world.
Would collapse.
Because
But I thought
Iran
it was
seeks to
going to be-
impose its
I
radicalism
personally
well
thought it was
beyond the
going to
Middle
be
East.
somewhere around
That's why
assessment's
It
very
funds
lively.
terror
We're
networks
talking
on
within
5
months.
continents. That's
Within
why
1 month
it
of
builds
electoral
ballistic
That's when
missiles
there's
to
going to be
nuclear
no
weapons.
circumstance where you see people being
Cars,
lifted off the roof of an embassy
For too long, the world has appeased
an
Turn a
embassy of the
blind eye
United
to
States
extreme
from
external
Afghanistan.
aggression.
Not at all
Turns a
comparable
blind eye to
with
external
Saigon.
aggression.
I think this
So
picture
that
shows that
appeasement
not to be
must
the
end.
case.
And
Fair
that
enough.
appeasement must end
Joe
now.
Biden. July 8, 2021. Next one, Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American, there's American citizens left, we're going to stay to get them all
to
out.
rid themselves of
Was
the
that your
system.
understanding of the operational planning at the time?
Responsible government
To stay beyond August
not only
31st, or
support
were
Israel
you
in
planning
rolling
to get
back
out by
Iran's
August
aggression.
31st?
They should join Israel.
Planning to get out by
They
August
should
31st.
join Israel in
Last.
stopping Iran's nuclear weapons
But
program.
perhaps the most egregious. We believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain
in
in
this body in the
Afghanistan
Security Council.
with some intention to leave.
We're gonna
Both
have a
testified
celebration.
today. You
You
just
must.
testified, General
And
Milley,
I
that it was
also
impossible
on the
to know
Security Council.
the number. In
To
fact,
step back
is that
before the
accurate?
Security Council sanctions
It was
against
very
Iran,
difficult to know
because
that.
we must all do everything in our power.
Yet the State
Department
Department
revised
revised
that
that number
never
since to
get
nearly
weapons.
1,000 Americans left behind. Look, in
In
July of
July of
2021,
2021,
Bagram is closing.
I've been warning
We're
the world.
withdrawing our four-star commander, General
Our
Milley.
actions
Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave on contractors and some little bit of air support.
We haven't
Joe
stopped.
McKenzie, you testified
Seeks to
that
weaponize
you were so concerned in July of 2021
of the
that
people
you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting all Americans. You were so concerned in July of 2021, you put those recommendations forward. That's what you testified.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And in fact, also, the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable. 23 diplomats saying you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you, Mr. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the commander?
carnage and chaos
I didn't see it
everywhere.
at the time, and I haven't seen it since, and I would like to see that.
Israel
I
has
think
already
the
made
American
its
people would
choice.
like to see that.
Chairman,
Chairman,
here's
here's
my
my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th?
While fighting the forces of terror that
The
threatened
day before Kabul fell? Do you know where the
where the
Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our
terror
people out.
army that
According to
won
Washington Post, he was in the
on
Hamptons.
October 7th.
He was
was
in
in
the Hamptons on vacation.
Into Israel.
Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with
An
this.
underground
The
network
State Department, using a military term, had its head up its
wreak
rear.
havoc above
It wasn't planning. It, in fact, thought
the idea
we
of
could just
building
have an
capital.
embassy and
More than half of these
the
terrorists
good Taliban
terrorists
terrorists take care of the bad
rocket
Taliban
arsenal.
terrorists.
and eliminated the
I mean, that's
key
essentially
of their terror tunnel.
what happened. And because of that, we didn't get people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have force posture, we didn't have
In major
basing.
military operations,
We failed, and their loved ones are dead because of
nearly
it.
all of Hamas's terrorists.
I apologize
23 out of 24 battalions.
to my Gold Star
Now to
families.
complete our
Your government
We are
failed
focused
you.
on mopping up Hamas's
There is a
recent
difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, taking responsibility and accountability.
and destroying remaining
A lot of people
terrorist
are taking responsibility.
All
No
the while,
one has been held accountable, and
they
they deserve but better. Your government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
we will
you
not stop.
all would like to say publicly on the record.
Respond, but the time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military
I'd like to
capability,
take up on that offer.
the terrorists still exercise some governing
And I
power
thank
in
you for
Gaza
that.
The other family.
by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food,
to make sure that
and then they hike the prices.
transparency is established. I'm going to do that.
They feed their bellies,
That's what
and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people.
Other Gold Star families.
They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices, and that's how they stay in power. Well, this too has to end.
They deserve accountability,
Bring
Mr.
it to an
Chairman,
end.
and thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary, in exchange with Mr. Mills, you just testified under oath
And the
of
reason is
never
simple.
a private jet.
Because if Hamas
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
stays
enter
in
the
power,
record
regroup,
article
rearm,
here from
attack
February
Israel
15,
again
2023.
as it is
The
about
John
to
Kerry family
So
private
Hamas
jet
has
was
shot
sold
shortly
shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy. Mr. Secretary, do you stand by that testimony that you never owned or
I personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
you flew on that plane?
of a post-war Gaza?
Not in a number of years, but I have flown.
This article was not inaccurate.
Imagine
The family
allowing
owned
the
a plane.
defeated Nazis in
You flew on a
1945
plane.
to rebuild Germany.
My
Mr.
wife
Secretary,
owned
here's
a plane.
It didn't happen
the
then.
issue.
It's not going to happen now.
This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices as we transition
This is why Israel,
for the common good,
any rule,
and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that smacks of hypocrisy. It actually hurts your cause.
militarize and
Mr. Secretary, but
de-radicalize.
I'll move on.
Only
I
then-
put it under a record
Afford
standpoint.
me the right to release the
This round of
Secretary
fighting
here.
will be
I
the last round of
Do
fighting.
not fly
We are ready to
on
work
a
with
private
Israel and
jet.
other partners.
I do not fly. I fly commercially.
Gaza, committed
Have you
to
all
all
of private
private
jets
jets.
since taken this
As for
position?
the hostages,
Let me finish.
I
I
have
have
flown
flown 5 times in the last 2.5 years on
Let
Miller,
them
which
go.
you also fly on.
Let them
some
go.
of you travel
All of them.
5 times.
Those alive
Otherwise,
today
all of my
must
trips
be
are
returned to them.
Have you ever flown on a private jet
Those
in
who
a
were
personal or
killed
official capacity
must be
since you've
returned
taken
to
this
their
position?
families. Those families
Possibly
here with us
once.
today and others in Israel
I
deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones.
I think you need to take a broader point of how this appears to the American people as we're asking them to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly.
You know,
You're trying to create
This
an
war-
unequal
no,
conversation.
don't by example, Mr. Secretary. That's what we're
Which is why I fly
commercially by
commercially.
example.
Which is why I
In that vein, does your
all
office
the hostages.
or the State
If they don't,
Department keep a record of your official travel?
But
and
if they
scheduled
don't,
meetings?
we will fight until we achieve
Does that
total
include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
victory. There is no substitute for it.
Can you provide those records to Congress? Will you provide those records to Congress?
Of who I've met with.
Your official travel. Your official travel
It is the
taxpayer
quintessential
funded while
terror
on this trip.
organization in the world
Thank you.
today.
I appreciate that.
It has,
Switching topics here to
that's
some of
sad
the
in
other
all
diplomacy
continents.
you've
has
conducted. In
murdered
the
more
2018
Americans
interview,
and more Frenchmen.
you admitted to speaking with Iranian foreign minister Zarif, quote, 3 or 4 times from the start of the
Many
previous
countries represented in
administration.
this room.
How many times did you speak with
And it
the
is
foreign
attacks
minister
Israel
the
viciously
Iranian
over the
foreign
last
minister
20 years
Zarif
in the last year.
during
Completely
the
last
last administration?
A day after Hamas
And I'll enter the record,
on October
Mr.
7th,
Chairman,
Hezbollah began
that
attacks
3 or 4
against
times.
Israel.
Let's take that as a
Forced
face
more
value.
than 60,000 Israelis on our northern
Did you
border,
communicate with them using Signal, WhatsApp,
becoming
Telegram,
refugees in their own
any
land.
other?
I don't recall.
Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of
Met
Israel
informally
into ghost towns.
in the course of
So I want you to think about
international
this.
specifically, I think it was
Americans.
Unga, New
Just
York.
imagine
I saw him
terrorists
in
turning
Munich,
apostates
Security Conference, which he was invited to.
According to leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Zarif said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times. Zarif was surprised to reveal such sensitive information.
Israel has been tolerating.
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that ever
Enough
happened?
is enough.
I absolutely said on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear
We won't rest
until
our
the release
citizens
of the
return safely to their homes.
that never
will
took
not
place.
exist.
It was
The
at a
Terror
time
Army perched
when
on
there
our
was
northern border,
public
able to
discussion
perpetrate
of
another
those
October
attacks.
7th style massacre.
Public, it was in public circulation. I don't know what he's accusing, what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation.
1701,
I can tell you
which requires
that
it to move its forces
5 years
away from
running
our
one of the largest prosecutor's
Instead,
offices in
Hezbollah moved
America,
right up to our
2 years
borders.
as lieutenant
They
governor,
secretly dug
in
territory
28 years in the
to
Senate,
infiltrate our
as a
communities.
member of the
This is
Intelligence
why
Committee, as a
This is why I'm we only have 8 seconds left.
Nobody ever questioned
This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials
But
you
they
are
fired those
and
bosses.
said, you don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024. A new regime or a new administration may be
And in
coming
the
in.
private homes of the citizens
And
who love
therefore
them.
undermining
They endanger
current
the whole
administration diplomacy.
They put a
Do you find that
pistol in every
appropriate?
kitchen.
I'm not going to speak to
A rocket in every garage.
I can tell you, I never engaged.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what, shadow diplomacy is also
Don't
saved
let
us
Hezbollah
from
drag
war.
Lebanon into
If
the
you look
abyss.
at 1963
We're not at war
with
with you.
we're
We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your
Cuban
country.
missile crisis. It was behind the scenes.
Mr. Secretary, I would posit that your shadow diplomacy now has
Israel
Iran
has
and
was a security
that is now exploding as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60%, on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that happens is that Donald Trump will
undermine other administrations.
The reason that happened, my friend, is because Donald Trump pulled out that agreement. There was no way they could have had a nuclear
not only
weapon
shed Israeli
under the
blood,
agreement that
but
existed.
American
And
British
even
blood
in
as well.
Israel, the security establishment
Then we took out their
of Israel
replacements.
believed that agreement had done
And then the
job.
replacements of their replacements.
You know,
And we'll continue degrading
Chair,
allies
Mr. Schneider.
all
Thank you,
our
Mr. Waltz.
objectives are banned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here's where I think we're really talking past each other. This war is not done. It's not over.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is a war against Islamic
We're committed
extremism.
to
It's a
removing
war against ideology. And just as it took decades, not 20 years, not 30 years, many
we
more,
realize
to
the
defeat
blessing of a new
the idea of communism,
must
the
continue
idea
the path
of fascism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism.
This means
General McKenzie,
a
you
historic
testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still a war
Israel
of us.
and Saudi
Do you
Arabia.
stand by that statement?
Absolutely.
DNI Haynes, the Biden's Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again, if given the chance.
The
head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban.
over the skies of Saudi
Except
Arabia.
now they have an entire state to work with, an army, an air force,
Trade,
a functioning international airport.
the joint venture.
And I think if things continue on the path they are, possibly billions in international currency.
I say to you,
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, we're not done with this war. I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, you would learn the lesson from Iraq, where we pulled out in 2011. Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout and ending that war. And yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in.
agriculture.
So let's look at the situation. I think the American people need to understand this.
Such a peace,
Here we
I'm
have
sure,
Iraq. We pulled out, led the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was
a historic reconciliation
entity from
Arab world and Israel
Al-Qaeda.
between
Look at
Islam
all
and
the
Judaism.
bases that we had to deal with when we went back. We had bases
While
in
Israel is
Moldova,
committed to achieving
we had bases in Turkey,
Iran
in
and its
Jordan,
terror
of course, in
proxies
Israel,
are committed
allied bases in
scuttling.
Cyprus.
That's
We
why
had allies
the best
around
way
in the Kurds.
to foil Iran's
We
nefarious
didn't let
designs
ISIS take
to
over
achieve
the government
the
in
peace.
Baghdad and the
Such a
army
peace
and
will
all
be the
of
foundation
them. We had all of these assets to work
have
with.
alliance.
to go clean
That
up
alliance would
that
include the
mess.
United
And
States,
how many
Israel's
soldiers'
current Arab
lives
peace
did
partners,
we lose
Saudi Arabia,
from
and
cleaning up
others
that
who choose
mistaken
withdrawal,
withdrawal,
Mr. Chairman.
It would
But
advance
let's
security and
transition over
prosperity
to Afghanistan. What do we see?
and
Do
bring
we have,
enormous
General
benefits
McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
with American support and leadership.
Do we have a base
I
in in-country
believe
neighboring
this vision
Afghanistan?
can materialize.
Do we have any local allies approaching the capability of
As the
the
Prime
Kurds?
Minister of Israel,
We do
I
not.
would do
No,
everything in my power.
We have the Northern Alliance, the Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak with our weapons,
Go by.
with our damn equipment. Our allies are being slaughtered. Every morning we wake up to beheading videos,
Ladies and gentlemen,
to executions,
Israel has made
to
its
people being hunted down with their own
database
database.
forward
But
to
when
a
and
bright
if
age of prosperity
you have
and
to
peace.
present options to the president,
Iran and its
how many
proxies
soldiers
have
are we
also
going to
made
lose?
their choice.
Because we have no allies on the ground.
to
We have
adopt
no
a
bases in the region.
Now
Now
we're
we're going to get to really the crux of the issue,
And now I have
which
a
is
question.
over the horizon counterterrorism.
And I pose that question.
Those drones have to fly all the way around Iran
What choice
and all the
will
way up
you
to
make?
Pakistan and lose 70 to 80% of their fuel
Will your nation stand
before
with
they
Israel?
even get anywhere
Will you
near
stand with
a target.
democracy?
And we just saw from the failed
Will you
attack,
stand with Iran?
the botched
With
attack,
dictatorship.
that you have to have multi-intelligence
intelligence
confirming what that
terrorism
drone operator is saying. I've called it
In
in,
this battle between good and evil,
and I know that drone operator
must
would appreciate
appreciate
somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a
when you
civilian,
stand
don't
with
pull
Israel,
that trigger.
you stand
So I
for
appreciate
your
your
own
candor
value
in
and
saying
your
how
own
difficult
interest.
this is going to be.
Yes, we're defending
But
ourselves.
the President of the United
States
States is selling this country a
against the
fiction
common enemy
that we can do
through
over
violence and
here,
terror
nothing.
seeks to
What
destroy
we're doing
our
over
way of
here
life.
with neighboring
There is
base
no
assets,
confusion
with
about
allies on the ground, and with ocean assets.
Unfortunately,
That
there
is a fiction
a lot of it.
that I think you all need to own,
And
and
in
we
this
need to
very
be
moment,
honest
as I've just
with the
read,
American people.
good is portrayed as evil, and evil is portrayed as good.
I am just
When Israel is
livid at the
responsible
fact
for
of the
genocide,
future
when we
Americans
defend ourselves,
that are going to have to go
Genocide
back
who
to
tried to
clean up
commit
this
genocide
mess.
against
Watching
us.
this war movie that
represents
represents
a
a slot experience that we all experienced after
by the ICC prosecutor.
the president
Deliberately
continues to
starving
say,
Palestinians
well,
in
we
Gaza.
can do what we do in Somalia, we can do what we do in Syria. Mr.
We helped
Secretary,
bring
you
in
briefed about the strikes in Syria.
700,000 tons
We have
of
a lot
food
more
to gather.
capability there. One
That's
more question.
3,000 calories
Do
a
we have
day
any
for every man, woman, and child in
evidence,
Gaza.
intelligence or otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the ground, intelligence officers, air support, or any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or command and control, assisting the Taliban essentially?
That's always
Prefer to answer that question, please.
I'll take that as a
so
yes.
much to minimize.
And
Even as our enemies use civilians.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war, it's going to go to a regional war.
And
Chair recognizes Mr. Waltz.
We drop flyers.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Chair,
send text messages.
and
We
thank
make
you
phone
for
calls by the
witnesses for
millions.
coming in. I gotta tell you,
Palestinian civilians.
Mr.
get out of
Chairman,
harm's way.
the more I
there's
listen
no
to this hearing, the
the
more
more
infuriated I get.
We see yet
And
another
I know
profound
the
moral
Gold Star
difference.
family sitting here
Self-
have to feel the same way. I know every veteran watching today has to feel the same way. It's not about us. It's
Don't they
about
realize they support
it's about them. And I think what upsets them most, General Milley, General McKenzie, are some of the statements
gun down protesters
from the president during
this
evacuation, including an interview that the president gave on national television during the withdrawal on August 18th, saying the generals never
many of the
advised
protesters
me
against
to leave
Israel,
2,500
maybe
and the
only
only
some
air-based,
air-based,
Bagram
Bagram
base
base
in the world,
sandwiched
sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran, and a platform
Ladies and
to stay
gentlemen,
after counterterrorism.
King Solomon
General Milley, is
made
that an
in our
accurate
eternal
statement
capital,
that
Jerusalem,
the
3,000
generals
years
never
ago.
advised them to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
To
organizations?
all of you. He said, there is nothing
I will tell
new
you
under the sun.
What my thoughts were at the time.
Well, in an age of
But you,
space
let me
travel,
just, you testified today, you both testified repeatedly
Yes.
that you
Support
advised
our
the National Command Authority we should leave
but one thing
the
is
stay-behind,
undeniable,
including the
Including
base.
the
there is
That's
definitely
right.
nothing new.
Did
in the United
President
States.
Trump leave that stay-behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions?
Take it from me.
Administrations changed hands, there
I
were 2,500
first spoke
soldiers.
from
Did
this
you
podium
then, and you stated today you didn't advise
in 1980,
Biden to
That's
pull everybody
exactly
out, you
40 years
advised him to stay.
and in my
So
major
that's an
speech,
inaccurate statement. But let's go down the list here. Let's go back to July of 2021.
President Biden, there's a likelihood
Against the proposal to expel
the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
I find myself defending
with your knowledge at the time
against that same
in fact,
preposterous proposal.
you just a few weeks later
said
said probably
surrounded
in
this time?
60 days.
Not Hamas,
My assessment
but
at the
Abbas,
time was if we went to zero in U.S.
Palestinian
military
Authority
forces,
President
then there was a high
Mahmoud
likelihood
Abbas.
of the collapse of the government
This
of
is the man who
Afghanistan.
claims he wants peace with
And the
Israel.
ANSF, the
Yet he
Taliban
still
government
refuses
would
to
collapse.
condemn the
But I
horrific
thought it was
massacre
going to be-
of
I
October
personally
7th.
thought it was
He's
going to be
still
all
paying hundreds of
around
millions
Thanksgiving,
to
and
terrorists who
assessments
murder
were
Israelis
We're
and
talking
Americans.
within months.
It's called pay for slaves. The more you murder, the more you get
That's
paid.
when there's going to be no circumstance
And he's
where
still
people
waging
being lifted off the roof of
unremitted
an
diplomatic
embassy
warfare against Israel's
in
right to exist.
an
against
embassy of the
Israel's right to
United
defend
States
itself.
from
By the way,
Afghanistan. Not at
belong
all
to the same thing.
comparable with
You can't
Saigon.
defend yourself.
This
You can't.
picture proves that not to
Not
be
in our
the
neighborhood,
case.
certainly.
enough.
Maybe not in yours.
Joe Biden.
Standing in this
July
podium,
8, 2021.
40 years
Next
ago,
one, Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American, there's American citizens left, we're going to stay to get them all out.
I tell
Is that
President
your understanding
Obama,
of operational planning time? To stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to
check
get out by
your
August 31st?
fanaticism at the door.
Planning to get out.
The singling out of the one and only
Last.
Jewish state
But
continues
perhaps
to be a
the
moral
most
stain on the
egregious.
United Nations.
We believe about 100
200
Americans
Americans
remain in
It's
Afghanistan
contemptible.
with some intention to leave. You both testified today, you just testified,
For the Palestinians,
General Milley, that it was impossible
This
to know
UN House of
the
Darkness
number. In fact, is that accurate? It
They
was
know
very
that
difficult to know the
this
number.
swamp
Very
of
difficult. No, I don't think the
anti-Semitic
numbers are
bile.
accurate.
There's an
State
automatic
Department
majority
revised that number
willing
since
to
nearly
demonize the
1,000
Jewish state.
Americans left
This
behind.
anti-Israel flat earth
Look,
society.
in July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of air
Then
support.
against the
General
entire
McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021
since
that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIDs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting our neighbors. You were so concerned in July 2021, you put those recommendations forward. That's what you testified to.
That's correct.
And in fact, also, the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable. 23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with
about
you as
Israel.
the man?
I've never seen it.
It's always been about
I
Israel.
haven't seen it since.
About Israel's very
I think
existence.
the American people would like to see that. Chairman,
And I
here's
here's
my question for you.
Until
Do you know where the Secretary of State was
It's treated
on
like
August 13th?
until this anti-Semitic swamp
The
is
day
drained.
before Kabul fell?
Do
Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, the State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons. He was in the Hamptons on vacation.
Prosecutor at the ICC
Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with this.
leaders.
The State Department used a military term, had its head up its rear.
Prosecutors rushed to judgment.
It wasn't planned. It, in fact, thought
with its
we
independent
could just
courts,
have an embassy.
the way
and
other democracies are treated,
the good Taliban terrorists will
anything
take care of the
better
bad Taliban
than
terrorists.
pure anti-Semitism.
I mean, that's essentially
Ladies and gentlemen,
what happened. And because of that, we didn't get our people out, we didn't get the citizens out, we didn't have force posture, we didn't have
Gaza,
facing.
in Syria, in Lebanon,
We failed, and their loved ones are dead.
those of you who
because
stand
of
with
it.
these war criminals,
I
stand
apologize
with
to you,
evil against good.
to my
Gold
Gold
Star
Star
families.
families.
Your
Your government
Those of
failed
you who
you.
do so should be ashamed of
There
yourselves.
is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility and accountability. A lot of people have taken responsibility.
But I have a message.
No one has been held accountable,
Israel
and they
will win this battle.
deserve but better.
We'll win
Your
this battle
government
because
failed
we
you,
don't
and I'll give you
have
an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr.
After
Chairman,
generations.
anything
you all would like to say publicly on the record.
in which our people were
Thank you,
slaughtered,
Mr. Chair.
remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense.
I'd like to take
We now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of
thank you for
incomparable courage, and we are defending
I
ourselves.
have committed to them, and I will do so again publicly.
As the book of Samuel says
I
in
will
the
work
Bible,
with them to get the answer,
Netzach Yisrael
to make
lo
sure that
yishaker.
accountability,
The eternity of
transparency,
Israel
that
will not falter.
Dagon on the grave. That's what a soldier does. And I'm not going to turn my back on these families or any other Gold Star families. There are other Gold Star families
In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempests and upheavals of modern times, that
They
is
deserve accountability,
has
Mr.
always
Chairman,
been
and
kept.
thank you, General Milley.
And it will
Secretary,
continue
in
for all
exchange
time.
with Mr. Mills, you
just
just testified
under
under oath that you never owned a private
Israel
jet.
will not go
Mr. Chairman,
gentle.
I'd like to enter the record.
We will
An
never
article here from February
We
15,
will never need to raise
2023.
against the
The
dying
John
of
Kerry
Gaza.
family private jet was sold shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy. Mr. Secretary, do you stand by that testimony that you never owned or
I personally, yes, my wife owned planes. That's been
Be strong and good courage.
not in a number of years. I have flown.
and this article is not inaccurate. The family owned a plane. You flew on a plane.
My wife,
Here's the issue. This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices as we transition for the common good, and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that's your cause. Mr. Secretary, but I'll move on.
Whatever afford me the right at least to separate.
Please.
I do not fly on a private jet. I do not fly. I fly commercially.
Have you flown on a private jet since you've taken this position?
Let me just finish. I have flown 5 times in the last 2.5 years on Mill-Air, which you also fly on, and where some of you travel.
Mr. President,
5 times. Otherwise, all of my trips are commercial.
Have you ever flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity since you've taken this position?
Possibly
my country
once.
is at war.
I
think you need to take a broader point of how this appears to the American people as we're asking to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly. You're trying to create.
I decided to
No,
don't
by example,
Sets the
Mr. Secretary.
record
That's
straight.
what you,
Which is why I fly
commercially
commercially.
by example.
Which is why
In that vein, does your office or the State Department keep a record of your official travel and scheduled
to
meetings?
speak for my people,
Is that
speak for my
included
country,
scheduled to meet
to
with?
speak for the truth.
Can you provide those records to
And
Congress?
here's the truth.
Will you provide those records to
Israel
Congress?
sees
who I met with.
Your
Israel
official
yearns for
travel. Your
peace.
official travel, taxpayer
Israel
funded,
has
while
made
in this
peace
tour.
and will make
Thank
peace
you. I
again.
appreciate that commitment. Switching topics here to some of the other diplomacy
Yet we face savage
you
enemies.
conducted in 2018
Terror
interview.
annihilation.
You
must defend
admitted to
ourselves.
speaking with Iranian Foreign Minister Zarif, quote, 3 or 4 times from the
Our
start of
enemies
the
seek
previous
not only to
administration.
destroy us,
How many times did you speak with the
they
Foreign
seek to
Minister,
destroy
the
our
Iranian
modern
Foreign Minister
civilization
Zarif,
and return all
during the
of
last
us
administration?
to a dark age of
And
tyranny.
I'll enter the record, Mr. Chairman,
I spoke here last year,
that 3 or 4 times.
I
Let's
said
take
we
that at
face
face value.
the same timeless choice.
Did you communicate with them
Moses
using
put
Signal,
Israel
WhatsApp, Telegram,
thousands of years
any
ago.
other?
I don't know
As we were
how I
about to enter the promised land.
met him
Moses
formally
told us
in the course
that our
of
actions will determine
international
whether we
meeting,
bequeath
specifically
to
I
future
think it was
generations
in
a
New York.
blessing.
I saw him in Munich at the
that is the
security
choice
conference
we
he was
face
invited
today.
to.
According to
I saw him
leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Zarif said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, quote, at least 200 times, Zarif was surprised you would reveal
blessing I
such
spoke of
sensitive
came
information.
into sharper focus.
Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under
Saudi
oath,
Arabia
you stand
and
by your
Israel
previous denial that
closer
ever
than ever.
happened.
I absolutely have. On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear in the release that was out that never took place. It was at a time there was public.
They savagely murdered 1,200
attacks. There was public circulation. I don't know what he did, what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America, in 2 years as lieutenant governor,
Hamas kidnapped
in
220
years in the Senate,
from dozens of
member of the Intelligence Committee, as a...
This is why I only have 8 seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same official you are and said, you don't have to abide by these agreements, hold fast till 2024 when a new regime or a new administration may be coming in, and therefore undermining current administration diplomacy?
With us,
Would you find that appropriate?
with us is Ellie Steve.
I'm not going to speak to any hypotheticals.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American
That was his
goals.
crime.
Shadow diplomacy,
music
what
festival.
shadow diplomacy has also saved us from the war.
And these murderous monsters took him.
1963 with
Kobe Smirnoff,
Cuban
whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse
I would caution that your shadow diplomacy now has us on the verge
I wasn't conducting
of
shadow diplomacy. I was at a security
that is
office.
now exploding as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60% on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that happens is that Donald Trump
we
pulled out
don't
of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
with us
The
is
reason
Sharon
that
Sharabin,
happened, my friend, is because Donald Trump pulled out that agreement. There was no way they could have had a nuclear weapon under the agreement that existed. And even in Israel, the security establishment of Israel believes that agreement had done the job.
from kibbutz Nir Oz, a
You know,
kibbutz
President
wiped out
Trump just pulled out.
by the terrorists.
Chair,
recognizes Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz.
His mother Yocheved,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
his father were dead.
Here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
in an underground
This
terror
war is
cell
not done.
of
It's
Hamas.
not over.
I get
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against ideology. And just as it took decades, not 20 years, not 30 years, many more, to defeat the idea of communism, to defeat the idea of fascism, it's going to take decades
Ladies
to
and
defeat
gentlemen,
the idea of Islamic extremism.
the curse of
General
October
McKenzie,
7th,
you testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still a war with us.
Gaza,
You stand by that statement?
but it didn't end there. Israel was
D.N.I.
forced to
Haynes,
defend
the
itself
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West
October
Bank
8th.
if given the
Hezbollah
chance.
attacked us from Lebanon.
The head of Al-Qaeda,
Since then, they've
Osama bin
fired
Laden's former deputies, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban.
and cities.
Except now they have an entire state to work
And our
with, an
children.
army, an air force,
2 weeks later,
functioning international
round
airport.
back Houthis.
And I think
in
if
Yemen,
things continue on the path they are, possibly billions in international
the first of
currency.
250
Mr.
such
Chairman,
attacks.
respectfully, we're not done with this war.
Aimed at
I would have thought we would learn a lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, we would learn a lesson
dozens of times
from
in the
Iraq,
past year
where we pulled out in 2011. Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout and ending that war.
perpetrated
And yet we
scores of
found
attacks
ourselves 3 years later
throughout Israel.
with soldiers going back in.
And last
So
April,
let's look at the situation because I think
first
the
time
American
ever,
people need to understand.
Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory.
We pulled out, led the rise of the ISIS Caliphate, which was
And
obviously
ballistic
a
missiles
more
at us.
entity from Al-Qaeda.
I have a message.
Look at
to
all
the
the
terrorists
bases
in
we
Tehran.
had to deal with when
If
we
you
went
strike
back.
us,
We had bases in the Gulf.
We
We
will
had
strike
bases
you.
in Kuwait. We had bases in Turkey.
There is no place.
in Jordan. Of course, in Israel. Allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds. We didn't let
There is no
ISIS
place
take
in
over
Iran
the government in Baghdad
the
and
long
the
arm
army
of
and
Israel
all of the
cannot
functions
reach.
of the state. We had
And
all
that's
of these
true
assets
of
to
the
work
entire
with
Middle East.
to go clean up that
Far from
mess.
being land
How many
soldiers
soldiers and lives did we
Israeli
lose
soldiers have fought back
from cleaning up
with
that
incredible courage
mistaken
and with
withdrawal,
heroic
Mr.
sacrifice.
But let's
And I have
transition
another
to
message.
Afghanistan. What do we see?
And for
Do
the
we
people
have,
outside
General
the
McKenzie,
zone,
do we have a single base in
we
Afghanistan
are
now?
winning.
We have no bases.
Do we have a base in any country neighboring Afghanistan?
We do not.
Do we have any local allies approaching the capability of the Kurds?
We do not. There may be options, but we do not.
We have the Northern Alliance. Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, we're being slaughtered right now as we speak.
The
With our
line
weapons.
separating the blessing and
With
the
our
fruit
damn equipment.
could not
Our
be
allies
more
are being slaughtered. Every morning we wake up
The
beheading
map.
videos
I presented here last year.
to
The
executions,
map of a blessing.
to people being hunted down in our own database.
Israel
But when and if you have to present options to the president,
Connecting Asia,
how many soldiers are we going to lose? Because we have no allies on the ground,
Indian Ocean,
we have no bases in the region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue, which is over the horizon counterterrorism.
ray lines,
Those drones have to fly all the way around Iran,
fiber optic
all the
cable,
way up Pakistan, and lose 70 to 80% of their fuel
billion people.
before they even get anywhere
Now look
near
at this
a
second
target.
map.
And we just saw from the failed attack,
It's a map.
botched attack, that you have to have multi-end intelligence confirming what that drone operator is
It's a
saying.
map
I've called it in,
of an arc of terror.
and I know that drone operators would
created
appreciate somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a
Mediterranean.
civilian, don't pull that trigger.
Iran's
So I appreciate your candor in saying how difficult this is going to be. But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction that we do over here with nothing. What we're doing over here
on the
with
one hand,
neighboring base access, with allies on the ground, and with ocean
on the one
access.
hand,
That is a
bright
fiction that I think you all need to own.
on the other hand,
And we need to be honest
dark future
with
of
the American people.
And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think
I
that, then you should
am
think again.
just livid at the fact of the future Americans
If
that are
it's
going
not
to have
checked,
to go back to clean up
endanger
this mess we're
every
watching this
single
war
country in
meeting
the Middle
that
East.
represented a slot gun experience that we've all
many
experienced
countries in the rest
after
of the
Iraq.
world. Because Iran seeks
The president
to impose
continues to
radicalism
say,
well
we
beyond
do
the
what we
Middle
do in
East.
Somalia, we can
That's
do
why
what we do in
when
Syria.
it funds
Mr. Secretary
terror,
just briefed about a strike in Syria.
That's why
We have a lot more capability there. One more question. Do we have any
world
evidence,
for too long,
intelligence
the
or otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the ground, intelligence officers, air support, and any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or command and control assisting the Taliban offensive?
and that appeasement must
I'll
end.
take that as a yes. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war, it's going to go to a regional war.
Chair recognizes
To
Mr.
support
Waltz.
the brave people of
Thank you,
Iran.
Mr. Chair,
who
and
want to rid
thank you
themselves
for the
of this
witnesses for
evil
coming
regime.
in. I got to tell you,
Responsible governments
Mr. Chairman,
not only support Israel,
the
they
more
back
I
Iran's
listen to this
aggression.
hearing, the more infuriated I get.
They should join
I
Israel
know
in stopping
the
Iran's
Gold Star
nuclear
family
weapons
sitting
program.
here have to feel the same way. I know every veteran watching today has to feel the same way.
this
It's not
body,
about
the
us.
security
It's
We're gonna
about
have a
them.
deliberation.
And I think what upsets them most,
And I call on the security
are some of the
to
statements
snap back UN security
from the
council
president
against Iran.
during
We must all
during
do
this evacuation,
everything in
including
our
an
power
interview that the president gave on national
ensure that
television
Iran
during the withdrawal on
August
August 18th, saying the generals never advised me to leave 2,500, and the only air-based Bagram air base in the world sandwiched between China, Russia,
Our actions
Iran,
delayed
and a
this
platform to stay after counterterrorism.
by perhaps a decade.
General Milley, is
we
that
haven't
an
stopped
accurate statement that
Delayed
the
it.
generals never
We
advised
haven't
them to leave, to stay behind
Iran now
force, keep
seeks
a
to
lid on
weaponize
half the
itself
world's terrorist organizations?
For the sake of the peace and security
I will
of
tell you
all your countries.
what my thoughts were at the time.
For the sake of the peace and security of
Wait,
the entire world.
you've testified today,
not
both
let that
testified
happen.
repeatedly,
And I
that
assure you,
you advise
Israel
national
will do
command
everything in
authority
its
we
power
should leave
to make sure it
and stay
doesn't happen.
behind force, including the base. That's right.
That's correct.
Did President Trump leave that stay
behind
behind
force
force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions?
Which of these two maps that I showed you?
Did you then, and you stated today you advised
Peace and prosperity for Israel,
Biden
our Arab
to
partners,
pull everybody
the
out?
rest of
You
the world?
advised them to stay.
Or will it be
So
the
that's
terms
an
in
inaccurate
which
statement.
Iran
Let's go down the list here.
Let's
Let's
go
go
back
back
carnage
to
and chaos.
July of 2021. President Biden, there's a
Israel
likelihood
has already made its choice.
the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is
We're building
highly
a partnership
unlikely.
for peace with our
Does
Arab
that
neighbors,
comport with your knowledge at the
fighting
time?
the forces of terror.
In fact,
threaten
you
that peace.
just a few weeks later said Kabul be surrounded.
Brave men and women of the IDF have been
My
systematically
assessment
crushing
at the time
Hamas's
was
terror
if we
army that
initiated
once
Iranian
ruled
military
Gaza.
forces, then there was a
On
high
October
likelihood
7th,
of collapse of the government of
the day
Afghanistan
of that invasion into Israel,
NSF,
that terror army numbered
would collapse.
40,000, 40,000 terrorists.
I personally
It was armed with more than 15,000
given
rockets.
the assessment
It
very
had
widely.
We're talking
250
within months.
miles of terror tunnels,
Within months of
an
our
underground
That's
network,
when there's going to
bigger
be no
than New York
circumstance.
subway
You
system,
see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy
above and below ground.
in
A year later,
an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. Not at all comparable with Saigon.
90%
This picture
of
proves
the
that
rocket
not
arsenal
to be the case.
and eliminated
Fair
the
enough.
key segments of their
Joe
terror
Biden.
tunnel network.
July 8,
Major
2021.
military
Next one, Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American,
We destroyed
there's
the
American citizens left.
Hamas's
We're going to stay to get them all out.
Hamas's terror battalion.
Was that your understanding of operational planning at the time? To stay beyond August 31st, or were
We are
you
focused
planning
on
to get out by
mopping up
August 31st?
Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are
Last.
taking out senior terrorist commanders
But perhaps
and destroying
the most
remaining
egregious.
terrorist
We believe about 100
to all
Americans
Americans
remain in
all
Afghanistan
And I'll say
with
this.
some intention to leave. You both testified today, you just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know
hostages
the number. In
will
fact,
not
is that
stop
accurate?
until that
It was
is
very difficult to know the number.
complete.
Very difficult. I don't think the numbers are accurate.
Yeah, the
ladies and
State
gentlemen,
Department
even
revised
this
that number
number
since to
nearly
nearly
1,000
1,000 Americans left
terrorists
behind.
still exercise some
Look,
governing power.
in July of 2021,
Stealing the
Bagram is
that
closing.
we enable
We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of air support. Joe McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021
They sell the stolen food.
that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protect our home. You were so concerned in July of 2021 when you put those recommendations forward. That's what you testified to.
And attack Israel.
And in fact, also the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable.
has got
23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the man?
I've never seen it. I didn't see it at the time. I haven't seen it
situation
since.
in World War II.
I
Imagine
think the
allowing
American
the
people would like to
Nazis
see
in
that. Chairman,
1945
here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August
It's not
13th?
going to happen now.
The day before Kabul fell? Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons.
We don't seek
He
to
was
rebuild
in the
Gaza.
Hamptons on vacation.
Is a
Secretary of
demilitarized
State Blinken.
radical.
I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families
Ensure that this
feel.
round of
Look,
fighting-
here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your
Last
indulgence.
round.
I'll close with
We
this.
are ready to work with regional
The State
and other
Department, to use a military term, had its head up
in
its rear.
Gaza, committed to
It
peace.
wasn't planning. It, in fact, thought we could just have an
have a
embassy
message
and
for the
the
Hamas captors.
good Taliban terrorists will
Let
take
them
care of the bad
go.
Taliban terrorists.
Let them
I mean,
go.
that's essentially
all of them.
what
Those
happened.
alive
And
today
because of that, we didn't get our people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have the force posture, we didn't
must
have
be returned to
facing.
their families.
We
Those
failed,
families
and
here
their
and
loved ones are
others
dead
in Israel
because of it.
deserve to have a resting place for their loved
I
ones.
apologize to
Place
you, to my Gold Star families. Your government
Remember them.
failed you.
This war
There is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility and
this war can
accountability.
come to an end.
A lot
now.
of people have taken responsibility.
What has to happen?
No one has been
This war
held
has to surrender
accountable, and
lay
they
down its arms
deserve but
and
better.
release all the
Your
hostages.
government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman,
If
if
they
there's
don't,
anything
we will
you all would like to
fight
say
to
publicly on
I'm
the
trying
record.
to respond, but the time has
There
expired.
is
Thank you, Mr.
no
Chair.
substitute.
The gentleman's, they have a right to respond.
I'd like to take up on that offer.
Israel must
I've
also
talked
defeat
to these
Hezbollah
families.
in Lebanon.
And I thank you for that.
Hezbollah
The other families.
is the quintessential
And I
terror
committed to
organization in the world
do
today.
so again publicly to all of you.
It has
I will work with them to get you the answers.
tentacles
To
that
make sure
span
that accountability
in all contexts.
transparency is established.
It has
You do
murdered
that.
more
Look at that.
Americans
That's what a soldier
and more
does.
Frenchmen
And I'm not going to turn my back on
than
these
any
Hispanics
group
or
except
any
Bin
other
Laden.
Gold Star families.
It's
All
murdered
other
the
Gold Star families in this room right
citizens
now, Jane
of
Holmes
many
is my
countries
mother, I've worked
represented
for
in
years,
this room.
many others.
And it has
they know who I
attacked
am,
Israel
work
viciously
on
over the
them.
last 20 years.
They
The
deserve
last-
accountability,
Completely
Mr.
out.
Chairman, and thank you, General Milley.
Mr. Secretary, in exchange with Mr. Mills, you just testified under oath never owned a private jet. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter on the record article here from February 15, 2023. The John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy.
So I want you to
Mr. Secretary,
think
do you stand by
about
that
that.
testimony that you
equivalent
never owned or
I personally, yes, my wife owns a plane. So that's been
Then ask yourself,
not in a number of years.
how long would the American government,
this article is not inaccurate, that your family owned a
a
plane,
day, a week?
you flew on a plane.
I doubt
My
that.
wife,
Mr.
my
Secretary,
wife
here's
owns a
the issue.
Yet Israel
This
has
isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make
Well, I've come here
serious
to say,
sacrifices
enough
we
is
transition for the common good, and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that smacks of hypocrisy. It actually hurts your cause. Mr. Secretary,
will not accept-
I'll move on.
But
coordinated the right
able
at
to
least to
perpetrate
set the record
another
here.
October 7th style.
I do not fly
on
on a private
Hezbollah
jet.
brazenly refused.
I do not fly commercially.
1701.
Having all
of
private
private
jets
jets
since
since
taken
taken
this
this
position.
away from our border.
I have flown 5 times
right up to our
in the last 2.5 years.
They secretly
on
built
Mil Air,
terror tunnels
which you also
to infiltrate
fly
our
on.
communities
And
and
some of you
indiscriminately
travel
fired
on.
thousands of
5
rockets
times.
into our
Otherwise, all of my trips
They
are
fired the
commercial.
Have you ever
airlines.
flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity
Military
since
service.
taking this position?
Possibly once.
They do that too.
I think I'm trying to think.
I think you need to take the broader point of how this appears to the American people as we're asking to take that.
We're not asking
them
them
to
to
private
private
fly.
You know,
You're
Lebanon.
trying to create an unequal. We're
No,
not saying
no,
their own people. We're
No,
not saying
that's
don't
by
fly.
example, Mr. Secretary. That's what we're at.
Which is
why I fly
commercially by
commercially,
example.
which is why I fly.
In that vein, is your office
Get out of the
or the
desert.
State Department keep a record of your official travel and
Don't
scheduled
let
meetings?
Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss.
Does that include the
We're not at
individuals
war
you're
with
scheduled to
you.
meet with?
We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to
Can you
destroy
provide
it.
Can you provide those records
As
to
long as
Congress?
Hezbollah chooses the path,
Will you
forward,
provide those records to Congress?
Israel
who I
has
met
no choice.
Your
Israel
official
has every
travel.
right.
Your official travel, taxpayer
to spread
funded,
and
while
return our
in
citizens to their home
Thank
safely.
you. I appreciate
And
that
that's exactly
commitment.
what we're
Switching
doing.
topics here to some of the other diplomacy you've conducted. In 2018 interview,
Just this week,
you admitted to
speaking
speaking with Iranian Foreign Minister Sharif, quote, 3 or 4 times from the start of the previous
took out
administration.
senior
How
military
many times
commanders
did you speak
who
to
not
the
only shed
Foreign
Israeli
Minister,
blood,
the
but
Iranian Foreign
American
Minister
and French
Sharif
blood as well.
during the last
And
administration?
then we took out their replacements.
And I'll enter the record, Mr. Chairman,
And we'll continue to degrade it
that 3 or 4 times. Let's take that at face
until
value.
all our objectives are met.
Did you communicate with them using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, any other?
I don't know how I communicated with him.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Met him formally.
we're committed to
course,
removing the curse of terrorism,
International
that
media,
threatens
specifically,
all
I think it was
citizens.
Undone in New York.
but to
I
truly
saw
realize
him
the
in
blessing
Munich,
of
in the
new
Munich Security Conference.
We must continue the path of
According to
peace
leaked
with the
According to
aid of
leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Sharif said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, quote, at least 200 times, and Sharif was surprised you would reveal such sensitive information. Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that ever happened?
I absolutely stand by
back in
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear in a release that we put out that
trade
never took place. It was at a time when there was public
the peace
discussion of those attacks. There was a public circulation. I don't know what he's accusing or what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America, in 2 years as lieutenant governor, in 20 years as a Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I only have a second left. This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials you are and said,
Islam and Judaism,
you don't have to abide by these agreements, hold fast till 2024,
while Israel is committed to achieving such
a new administration
Iran
may
and
be
its terror
coming in,
proxies are committed
and therefore undermine
That's why one
current
of the best
administration
ways
diplomacy.
to spoil Iran's
Do you find that appropriate?
is to achieve the peace.
hypotheticals.
Such a peace
Shadow
might never
diplomacy,
foundation.
depending on
Shadow
what
diplomacy
involves.
undermines
Shadow diplomacy
American
also saved our
Shadow
Civil War.
diplomacy, depending on what
Look at
involves. United States
1963 with
Israel
Jack,
served Arab
with,
peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and
Cuban
others
with
with
missile
Jack
crisis.
blessing of
It was
peace.
behind the scenes,
An
back
advanced
in the
I would posture that
It
your shadow
bringing
diplomacy
enormous benefit.
now has to
I would
posture
that
that
American
American
supported
was a
leadership
security
now
crisis.
I
has
believe
loaded
Iran
as they race
and
towards
much
full
sooner.
That is now
enrichment from 20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon
enrichment,
and a nuclear
20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
Middle
other
East.
administrations.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans,
Trump
we
pulled
don't
out
undermine other
of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened,
no
my
way
friend,
they could have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump
Ladies and gentlemen,
pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement that existed.
There was
Israel
no way they
Even
could have made a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security
Under the
establishment of
agreement
Israel,
that existed.
believed that
And
agreement
even
had done the
Israel
job.
prosperity
security
and peace.
establishment of
You're-
Israel
you're-
Iran and
believed
these
that agreement
proxies
had done the
have
job.
also made
Chair
it
now
their
recognizes
You're-
Mr.
they
want to
Schneider.
move
President
back
Trump
Mr. Waltz.
to a dark age.
Thank
Chair
you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes Mr.
Here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really
Now I have
talking
a
past
question.
each other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This war is
I
not done.
pose
Here's
that
where I
question
think we're
over.
really talking past each other.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war against an ideology.
Will your
This
nation
is a
And
stand
just as
war
it
with
against
took
Israel?
Islamic
decades,
extremism.
Will
It's
you
a
stand
war
with
against
not 20 years,
ideologies.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more,
as it
Will
took
you
to
stand with
defeat
Iran?
the
decades,
idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years,
the
many
idea
more.
of fascism. It's going to take
The idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat
to
the idea of Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to
There must
defeat
be
the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al Qaeda's
extremism.
still at war with us.
When you stand
General
with
McKenzie,
Israel,
Stand by that statement?
You testified yesterday, Al
Qaeda
Qaeda's still at war with
and your
us.
own interests.
DNI
You
Haynes,
stand by that
Yes,
statement.
we're defending
Biden's
ourselves.
director of national intelligence,
But we're also
briefed the
defending
Congress that
DNI
Al Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
against the
intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the West
director of
again
national intelligence,
if
briefed the
given the
Congress that Al
chance.
Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to
Al
attack the
Qaeda,
West again.
Osama bin Laden's
no
former
given
deputy,
truth.
has pledged
The head
allegiance
of
to the head of the
Unfortunately,
Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's
Except
former
now
deputy
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of
army,
the
an
Taliban.
air force.
And in this very
Except
home,
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with,
And
an
I think
army,
if things
Good
continue on the
infiltrators,
path they
evil,
are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions
airport.
in international
Infiltrators,
currency.
good.
And I think
So,
if things
Mr.
continue on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're
possibly
not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international
Israel is
currency.
false.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lessons from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done
I
with
would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr.
Enemies
Secretary,
who
you
I
would
would
have
have
learned
thought
the
we would have
lessons
learned the
From
lessons
from Iraq.
from Iraq.
Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued
From
a
Iraq,
statement
by the ISIS
praising that
prosecutor,
pullout
where we
as
pulled
ending
out in
that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And then we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as
What
ending
with
the
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we
We
found
helped
ourselves
bring
3 years
let's
later.
look at the situation. I think the
100,000
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
into Gaza.
understand this.
So,
That's more than
let's look at the
3,000
situation. I think the
calories
American
for every
people.
man,
We pulled out,
woman, and
led to the
child in Gaza.
rise of the ISIS caliphate, which
remember
was
that.
obviously a more
We pulled out,
When
led
Israel
to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was obviously
Look at all of the bases that we
entity
had
from
to deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went
Single
back.
innocent
We had
person.
bases in the
That's
Gulf.
always
We had
been
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with.
bases
That's why
in
we
Turkey.
do
went
so
back.
much
In
to
Jordan.
minimize
bases in
Of
the
course,
Gulf.
in
We
Israel.
had bases in
Allied
Kuwait.
bases
Even
in
as our enemies
Cyprus.
use civilians
In
as
Jordan.
We had allies on the
Israel.
ground in the
And
Kurds.
no
Allied
army
bases
has
in
done
Cyprus.
We
what
didn't
Israel
let
is doing.
We
ISIS
had allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground in
government
the Kurds.
in Baghdad and the
We
army
fought
and
far.
all of the
We sent
functions.
ISIS take over the
We have
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with
army
to
and
ensure
all
that
of
to
the
go
Palestinian
clean up
civilians
that
We have
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
spare no
did
to
we
effort
clean
lose
up
in this
that
global
mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers
see
and
yet
lives
another
mistaken
did we
profound
lose?
moral
Mr.
confusion.
Chairman?
From
But
cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see? Do we have, General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
In Tehran,
Do we have any
Do we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of the
Afghanistan?
Kurds?
Murder women.
Do we
for
have
not
any
coming
local
there.
allies
options that
approaching
we
the
do not.
capability
We
of
have the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance, the Panjshir has been
Some progressive
taken.
do not.
Frankly,
No,
they're being
options that
slaughtered
we do
right
not.
now
We have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we
Our
speak.
allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
protesters
Every
against
morning
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
or even
to
many of
Every morning
executions,
we wake
outside
up to
this
beheading
building now.
people being
videos,
hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But
Ladies and
when
gentlemen,
and if
to people being
you
hunted
have to
down
present
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president,
who reigned in
when-
our eternal
how many
capital,
soldiers are we
Jerusalem,
gonna
3,000
lose?
years
Present
ago.
options
because
to
we have
the
no
president.
allies on the ground,
How many
we have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the
allies
crux
on
of
the
issue,
ground,
which
He
is
said
over
we have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now
There
we're
is
going to get to
nothing
really the
new
crux of the
under
Those
issue,
drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran and all
In
the
an
way
age
up
of,
Pakistan and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have
80%
to fly
of
all
their
the way around
fighters
Iran
before they even
all the way
get
to
anywhere
Pakistan and
near.
lose 70 to
Some would
80%
argue
And
of
we
their
just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they
attack,
even get anywhere
But one
near
thing
the botched
the
attack,
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
definitely
multi-intelligence
nothing new
confirming
in
that
our
drone
nation.
operator
that
saying,
you
"I've
have to
called
have
it in."
multi-intelligence.
And I know
confirming
that
what
drone operator would
operator
have
saying.
appreciated
I've
somebody
called
on the
it in.
ground saying, "No, that's a civilian."
And I know
Don't
that
pull
drone
that trigger.
operator
Take
would
it from me.
appreciate
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
in
No,
saying how
that's full-
difficult this is
full
going to
entry.
be.
As if
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United
in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
That's
That
The
we can
President
do
of the
over
United
here
States
with
is
nothing.
selling this
And
What
country
my
we're
main
doing
fiction
over
here
here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over
base
here
access,
nothing
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
full
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to be
a
honest
fiction
4 decades
that I
with the
later,
American
think you all
people.
need to own.
I find myself
and we need to be
defending
honest with the
against
American
that
people.
same preposterous
I
proposal.
am just
And who's
livid
leading the
at the
charge
fact
this
of the
time?
future Americans
I am
Not
just
that are going to
Hamas,
have to go
livid
back
at
but
the
Abbas.
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching this
Americans
horror movie
Palestinian
that
that are going to have to
represented
go
the
back.
Slotkin experience that we
This
all
mess we are
experienced.
watching
This
this
is a man
after
who claims he
that
wants
represented the
peace.
Slotkin
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced.
say, well, we
after
can
them
do what we do in
the
Somalia.
massacre
We can
of
do what we
October
do in
President
Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary
we
just
can
briefed
do
about a
what we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what we do
We have a
in
lot
Syria.
more capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed about a
question.
strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more
paid.
capability there.
evidence?
One more question.
And he's still
Intelligence
Do
or
we have
otherwise
any
unwitting
of
diplomatic
Pakistani
warfare
troops on the
evidence
ground?
against Israel's
Intelligence
right to
officers,
exist,
air
or
support, or
otherwise
any
against
troops on
Israel's
the
right
ground
to
assisting
defend
the
itself.
Taliban
And by the
or
way,
command and
Intelligence
control
officers,
assisting
air
the
support,
Taliban
or any
offensive
troops on the
Because you
ground
can't defend
assisting the
yourself.
Taliban or
I'll
command
take
and
that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban offensive.
Maybe
And
not.
Mr.
I'll take that as a
Standing at this
yes.
podium,
Mr. Chairman,
And
Your time's
Mr.
expired.
and
that's not going to go to a
Who's
civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz,
Chair
your time's
recognizes
expired.
Mr.
that's not going to go to a
Gentlemen,
civil war. It's going to go to a
Chair
regional
of
war.
Fanatics
And
is
Chair
the
recognizes
Captain
the
Wolf.
witnesses for coming in. I got to
Thank you,
tell
Mr.
you,
Chair, and
Mr.
tell
Chairman,
President
witnesses
Abbas
for coming in.
and
The
I
more
gotta
I
tell
listen
you,
to this
who would
hearing,
shamefully
the more
support
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I get.
Check
the
your
more I listen to
fanatics.
this hearing,
The Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here
Singling out
have
the
to
one
feel
and
the
only
same
know
way.
that
I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
has
It's
to
not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know every veteran
once
watching
it's
today
about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about us.
most,
It's
in the eyes
about
of decent
General
people.
Milley,
it's
General
about them.
Kenji, are
And
some
I
of the
think what
statements
upsets them
Palestinians.
most
from the
General Milley,
president
House of
General McKenzie,
Darkness.
or some of the
during this
statements
during this evacuation,
from the
including an
president
interview that the president gave on national
during this
television.
evacuation, including
During the
an
withdrawal,
interview
There's an
August
automatic
18th,
gave on
majority
national
the
television.
generals
Willing to do
During the
humanize
withdrawal,
Palestinians.
August 18th, saying
2,500
This
and the
generals
only
and the
air-based
Israel
Bagram
flat
air
earth
base
side.
in
Any
the world,
fault
sandwiched
and the
between
only
outsiders
air-based
allegation.
Bagram air base
Iran,
must
in the
majority.
world, sandwiched between
Counterterrorism.
China,
In the last decade,
Russia,
there
Iran.
have
General
been
Milley, is that
more
an accurate
resolutions
statement?
passed
Because
against Israel
the generals never advised
this
him to
fall.
leave
General
and
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement
lid
that-
on
Then
half
against
the
the
world's
Generals
entire
never
territory?
advised him to
world
leave and stay
combined.
behind force to keep a
Actually,
lid on half the world's
more than
terrorist
twice
I
as
will
many.
tell you
Since
what my thoughts were at the
2014,
time.
this body condemned
our
Israel
assessment
What you, let me just,
174
you testified
times.
today, you both
It
testified
condemned
repeatedly.
all the
So
other
you-
countries
let me
in the
just
world.
Advised the National
testified
Command
today, you
Authority
both testified
we should leave.
repeatedly
That's more than
that you
100
stay behind advise the national command
condemnation
we should
for the
lead
Jewish state.
Stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
What a
leave that
double
stay behind
standard.
force
What
despite
a
his stated
joke.
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
So the
because
UN's
the
leave that
Taliban
stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his stated
conditions?
desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise,
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't
All the
advise
speeches you heard today.
Biden.
so that's an inaccurate
to
statement.
pull
Let's go down the
everybody out.
list
You
here.
advised him to
Let's go
stay.
back
It's not
to
about God.
July
That's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement.
It's
But let's
about
go down the
Israel.
list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back
likelihood-
to
Always been
July
about
of 2021.
The likelihood there's going to be the
About
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
very
everything
likely.
and owning the whole country is
The
highly
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be
Did I
the
say
Taliban overrunning
comport with
everything
your
and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact,
Treated like
you-
other nations.
That
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your
later
knowledge at the
said
time.
Kabul be surrounded
In fact,
in
you
60 days.
just a few
viewed
weeks
by
later said
fair-minded
Kabul be
people
surrounded
everywhere
time was if
in
we
30
went
as
to
days.
zero
nothing
on U.S.
more
military
than a
forces,
contemptuous
then
My
the
assessment
highlight
at the time was
collapse
if we
of the
went to
government
zero.
of
Given the
Afghanistan
anti-Semitism at the UN,
and the ANSF,
it should surprise no one
Would collapse.
that the
But I thought it was
prosecutor of the
going to be-
ICC,
I
one of the
personally
UN's
think no.
affiliated
Would collapse.
organs,
Somewhere
But I
around
thought it was
Thanksgiving.
is
going to.
considering
Assessment's
issuing
very
arrest
wide.
warrants
We're
against
talking
me
within months.
and Israel's defense minister.
Assessments vary widely.
The next one,
We're
there's going
talking
to be
with
no
the months.
circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an
The
embassy.
Democratic
There's going to be
state
no
of Israel.
circumstance where you see
The
people
ICC
being lifted off the
prosecutor
roof
an
of an
embassy of the
embassy.
United States from
His
Afghanistan.
refusal
It's
to
not
treat
at all
Israel
comparable
with its
An
independence
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
way
with
other
Saigon
democracies
is
are
not at
treated.
all
To be the case.
comparable
It's hard to explain
with
how
Saigon.
anything other
This picture
Joe
proves
Biden.
that not to be the case.
July
anti-Semitism.
8th, 2021.
Fair
Next one,
Ladies and
Americans should
gentlemen,
understand we're going to
July
try to
8th,
get it all
2021.
done before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
that we're
American,
going to try to get it
there's
all done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at the
to
time?
get them all
To
out.
stay
Those of you
beyond
who
August
stand
31st?
Was that your
or
understanding of
were you
operational
planning to get
planning
out
at
with
the
by
time?
curse
August
against
To
the
stay
blessing.
beyond August 31st?
Those of
or
you
were
who do
you
so
planning to
should
get
be
out by
ashamed of
August 31st?
yourselves.
But perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe about 100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan
egregious.
with
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just testified,
Israel
General
will
Milley,
win
that
this
it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both
We'll win
testified
this
today.
battle
You just
In
because
testified,
fact,
we don't
is that
General
have
accurate?
Milley,
a
that it
choice.
was impossible
It
to
was
know.
very
After
difficult to know the
generations-
number.
In fact, is that accurate?
After
It was
generations,
very difficult to know that.
Yet
in
the
which
State
our
Department's
people were
revised that
slaughtered,
number since to nearly
remorselessly
1,000
butchered.
Yet the
Americans.
State
And
Department's
no one
revised
raised
that
a
number
finger in
since
our
to
defense.
nearly 1,000.
Look,
we now have a
in
state.
July of
We
2021,
now have a brave
Bagram is
army, an
closing.
army
Look,
of
We're
incompetent.
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some little
that
bit
you
of
were
their
so
support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get
Did the
our
Jewish
allies
people-
out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process
lily
our
pads
IDs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in place
pieces
to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIDs faster,
to get our allies
putting
out,
measures in
and to
place to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
all
allies
lives. You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
lives. You were so concerned
what
in
you
July
testified
of
today.
2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations.
diplomats
never-
on the ground,
That's what you
Mr.
testified
Chairman,
today.
We will
sent a
never
dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Is that
diplomats
dissent
saying
cable
if you
shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to
Was
the
that shared
Secretary of
with you as the
State
Commander of
himself.
Jefferson?
Was that
I
shared with
say,
you as the Chairman of the Joint
be
Chiefs? Was that
strong
shared with
and of
you
good
as the
courage.
Commander?
I've never seen it.
I think
His
the American
school
people would
is
like to see that.
Al-Tiham
Chairman, here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was
Chairman,
on
here's my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was?
the day before Kabul
August
fell?
13th.
Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all of your
out.
concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people.
He was in the
According to the
Hamptons on
Washington Post, he was in
vacation.
the Hamptons.
Secretary of State
He was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine
But
how that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families.
I'll close with this.
But here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
we could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It,
the
in
good,
fact,
the good
thought
Taliban terrorists
could
will
just have
take
an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
Taliban terrorists.
the good Taliban
mean, that's
terrorists would
essentially
take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
What happened, and because of that,
mean,
we didn't
that's
get our people
essentially-
out, we didn't get our citizens out, we
What
didn't have
happened,
the force
and
posture,
because of that, we
didn't
didn't get our
have
people
the
out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out, we didn't
We
have the force
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
didn't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
the basing.
because of it.
We failed,
country
and
is
their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because
fighting for
to
its
my
life.
Gold Star families. Your
I
government
apologize to you,
But
failed
after
you.
I heard
to my Gold Star families.
The
There is
Our
a
government-
difference,
Flanders
gentlemen, and I
failed
know
you.
you both
Leveled
know
at
this,
my
in taking
country.
responsibility.
There is
Many
a
of the
difference,
speakers
gentlemen,
at
and
this
I know
A
you
lot of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking
responsibility.
responsibility.
I decided
No
to
one
come here
has has been held
A lot of people
accountable,
take
and
the
they
responsibility.
deserve
No
but
one
better.
has been held
Your government
accountable,
failed
and
you.
they
And I'll give you an opportunity in my
deserve
time
but
remaining, Mr.
better.
Chairman, if there's
Your government
anything
failed
I
you.
you all would
decided
like
to
to say
nominate
publicly
my time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman.
Speak for my people.
You all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr. Chair.
For my
publicly on the
country.
record.
To speak
They have a
with the
right to
truth.
respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The
I'd like
gentleman's,
to take up on that offer.
they have a
I've
right
talked
to respond.
to these families.
And here's the truth.
And I thank you for
I've
that.
met the other
Israel
families.
seeks peace.
And I have
Israel
committed to
yearns for
met with
peace.
Israel again publicly.
Israel has made
And I
peace
will work
and
with
will
the
make
team
peace
and
again.
to make sure that accountability, transparency is established. You want to do that? Well, daggone great. That's what
Yet we face savage
I'm not going to
enemies
turn my back on these families.
our annihilation.
That's what a soldier does.
And we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers.
Many others
in this room right now.
Our enemies seek not only to destroy us,
There's many others.
They deserve
they
accountability,
seek to
Mr.
destroy
Chairman,
our
and
common
thank you, gentlemen.
civilization.
Mr. Secretary,
And we
You deserve
all
accountability,
in exchange with
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and thank you.
just
Secretary,
testified under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills, you
When I spoke to you last year,
testified under
record,
oath that you never owned
I
a
said
private
we
jet.
face
here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter into the record
2023,
article here
the John
from
Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet was sold
2023.
shortly after accusations.
The John Kerry family
into
private
the
jet
promised land.
was
Mr.
sold
Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
climate
And our
owned
actions will
I
determine
personally
you stand by
whether
that
we
by your
face
family.
personally, yes,
future
my
I
wife
giants.
owned
owned
a
or
plane.
Blessing
I
or
personally,
family,
by your family.
Personally, yes,
That
my
is
wife
the
owned
choice
Not in a
we
number of
face
years,
flew
but
on
I
a
have
plane.
flown on it, sure.
And
The
this
curse
article
of
is not
God's
an inaccurate.
unremitting
Your family owned
aggression
a
years,
plane.
but I have
or
flown
the
on it.
blessing
You
This
flew on a
article
plane.
is inaccurate that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
between
owned,
Arab
my wife
You
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
Here's the
The
issue.
days that followed
my
that,
This
wife-
isn't some kind of partisan
My
guy.
wife, here's the,
When
here's
we are
the-
asking
Mr.
Americans
Sharper
to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan guy.
sacrifices
When we are asking Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices as we
and your
transition
family and or
But then
yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on
October
private
7th.
and your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually
Iranian
hurts your
backed
flying
cause.
around on
Mr.
private
Secretary,
jets, that smacks
Worst
on
in
hypocrisy.
history.
It actually
From a
hurts
record
your cause.
standpoint.
Afford me
motorcycle.
the right,
I'll-
at
I'll-
least
And they
to set
committed
the
I want to know from a
United
regular
States
standpoint.
I
the
do
right
not
Savagely
fly
murdered
on a
1200
private jet.
They
I,
raped and mutilated
I
women.
do not fly. I
They
fly
beheaded
commercially.
men.
jet.
Having
They
all
burned
of
the
private
babies
jets
alive.
since
do
you've
not
taken
fly.
this
I fly
position.
They burned
commercial.
entire
Let me
families
finish.
alive.
Having
On
all
I
of
have
the private
flown
jets
5
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position.
2.5
Seems
years
reminiscent.
on Millair.
I have
They're
flown
not you
5
also
times in
on.
the last 2.5
And
Hamas
years.
kidnapped
some
251
which
people
you
5
also
times.
fly
dozens of
on.
different
Otherwise,
countries.
all of my
some
trips
of
are
them
commercial
done
Have you
Five
flown on a
times.
private jet
Otherwise,
in a
Israel
personal or
has
official
brought
capacity?
troops, 150
Have you
more.
flown on a private jet in a
Including
personal or
117
official capacity since you've
returned
taken
alive.
this position?
I don't. I think I just don't.
I
I'm
want to
trying
assure
to
you.
think
I
of the
think
date.
you need to
We
take
will
the
not
broader
rest
point
I
of
don't-
how
I
this
think
appears
I
to
just
the
don't have
American
to-
But no,
people as
I
we're
I
asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the
take
broader
Some of
point.
their
you-
families
we're not
are
asking
here.
Americans.
No,
We're
as
not
we're
asking
asking them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not
you're
asking
saying-
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not to
don't
fly.
fly.
by example,
You know,
Mr.
you're trying
Secretary.
to
That's where we're at.
create-
You,
Which is why I
Witnesses
fly
asking
commercially.
by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
in
That's
that
where we're at.
vein,
You,
does
Which
your
is why I
office
fly
others
commercially.
by
God
example,
was a
or the
just
State
man.
Department
In
keep a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travels and
office,
scheduled meetings?
or the State Department keep a record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Of course.
And these murderous monsters took
Does that
him.
include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Can you provide the? Can
Kobe
you provide
Smirno,
those records to
whose son
Congress?
Jonathan was murdered.
Will you provide
Can you
those
His
records to
provide
corpse,
those?
his
Can you
corpse
provide
was
those
Who I
taken
met
into
with?
the
to Congress?
dungeons,
Your
into
official
the
Will you
terror
provide
tunnels
those
of
records
Gaza.
to
travel,
His
taxpayer
corpse held
funded
hostage.
while in this position.
Your official travel.
Thank you. I
Your
appreciate
official
that
travel, taxpayer funded.
commitment.
Whose
Switching
brother Muhammad,
Thank you.
brave
I
Arab
appreciate
Israeli
that.
soldier,
to some
was
of
murdered.
the
Switching.
other diplomacy
His body too was taken
you
to
conducted
Gaza.
in 20 in the
To some
2018
of
the
the
body
other diplomacy
of
you
Ifat
you
Hyman's daughter in Bar.
admitted to
20
speaking with
2018
Iranian
murdered
foreign
at that
minister
same
Zarif
museum.
quote,
you
3 or 4 times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign
administration.
minister Zarif.
How many
Quote,
times
3 or
did you
4
speak
times
with
from the start of
minister?
the previous
And
The
administration.
Iranian foreign minister
How many
His
times did you
brother
speak
Eli,
with the
during
foreign
the last
minister?
administration?
The Iranian foreign minister Zarif
And I'll enter
With
into
the
the
during the
record,
last administration.
Mr. Chairman,
Is his heart lifted?
that,
And I'll
3 or
enter into
4
the record
Let's take that at face
Wiped
value.
out by the terrorists.
that 3
Did
or
you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that at
We
face
achieved
value.
the
using Signal,
release of his
WhatsApp,
mother,
Telegram?
Did
But
you
his
communicate
father
with
was
them
dead.
I
using
don't know
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Underground
Met
terrorist
him
hell
formally
of Hamas.
I don't
in
recall
the
how I
course
communicated
of
with him. I
international
formally,
meeting, specifically I think it was
course,
in UNGA in New York.
international.
I saw
Until
him
this
in
holy
Munich
Specifically, I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
in UNGA
Security
in New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
legal-
Munich at
according to leaked audio, provided by the New York Times, where you said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times,
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at
such sensitive information.
At least 200 times, and 3 was
Now,
surprised
that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that is?
On the day that that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time
that
public
never took place. It was at a time
there was public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confused with what he did. I can tell you, I never had that conversation. I can tell you,
I never
5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America. In 2 years as
Palestinian terrorists in Syria,
as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue. This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around? Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials? Hold fast till 2024. You don't have to abide by these. Or a new administration may be coming in, a new regime, and therefore undermining current administration diplomacy. And therefore undermining current administration diplomacy.
But I can tell you,
Do you find that appropriate? Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what shadow diplomacy is also saved us from war.
Israel soldiers have
Look
fought
at
back
1963
with incredible
crisis.
and with
It was
heroic
behind the
sacrifice.
scenes, back
Mr.
then.
Singer, I would posture that
It was
your
behind
shadow
the scenes,
diplomacy
back
now
then.
has
I was
posture
conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
now
conference.
has exploding as they race towards full
That is
enrichment from 20% to 60%, as they race on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East, on the verge of having a nuclear arms race
pulled out of
in
the
my other administration.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans
Trump
don't
pulled out
undermine other
that
administrations.
agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened
no way
was
they
the
could
map,
have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump
presented
pulled
here
out of
last
that
the agreement that
agreement.
existed.
There was no way
Even
they could have had a
in
nuclear
Israel, the
weapon.
security
It shows that
establishment of
Israel
Israel believed that
And
agreement
even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
Chair now
Either way.
recognizes Mr.
You know,
Schneider.
President
Thank you,
Trump
Mr.
pulled out.
and the Mediterranean.
Chair now
Mr. Chairman,
recognizes
and
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really
Thank you,
talking
Waltz
past
is
each other.
We will
Thank you, Mr.
lay
Chairman. This war is
on
not done.
And here's where I
It's
think
not
we're
over.
really talking past each other.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's a
over.
war against an
Betterment of-
ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a
decades,
war against
not 20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more
as it
to
took
defeat
decades,
It's a
the
map.
idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years.
the
Look at the
idea
second
of
map.
fascism.
It's a
It's going to
map
take
The idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat
a
the
map.
idea of Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
You
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
you testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
D.N.I. Haynes,
Stand by that statement.
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that
D.N.I.
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the
director
West
of national
again.
intelligence, briefed the
given the
Congress that
chance.
Al-Qaeda fully
The
intends
head of
to attack the
Al-Qaeda,
West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The head
allegiance
of
to the head
Al-Qaeda,
of the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now
deputy
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army,
Taliban.
an air
On the other
force.
hand,
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with,
And
an
I think
army,
if
And if
things
you think
continue
this
on the
dark
path they
map-
are,
Functioning
possibly
international
billions of
airport.
international
Only
currency
works for
and I
reserves.
think
So,
if things
think
continue
that-
on the
Chairman,
path they
respectfully,
are,
we're not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international currency.
I would have
Because
thought we
Iran's
would have learned the
aggression-
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
a
we would
lesson
have learned the
Every
lesson
from
single
Iraq.
country in the Middle
I
East.
thought
where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary,
2011,
many,
Mr.
many
Chairman, used
countries
your
in the rest of
statement
the world.
praising that
where
pullout.
we
Iran
pulled out in
seems to
2011,
impose
Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
used
found
your
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout. Is
That's
that
with
what
why-
soldiers going back
It
in.
funds
And yet we found ourselves
terrorism
3
on
years
let's
later.
look at the situations.
That's
I think
why
the
they
Americans
build
really need to
ballistic
understand this.
missiles for
So
nuclear warheads.
let's look at the situations. I think the
We
American people
world-
need
We
to
pulled out,
understand this.
led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate,
world
which
has
was
appeased Iran.
obviously a more
We pulled out, led into
entity
the rise
from
of the ISIS
internal
caliphate,
oppression.
which was
Look at
obviously
all the
blind eye to
bases
its
that we
external
had
entity
to
from-
deal with
Well,
when we
that
went
appeasement
back.
must
We had
end.
bases in the
And
Gulf.
that
We had
appeasement
bases
had
in
to
Kuwait.
deal
bases
with
in
when
Now.
we went back.
in
We
Jordan,
had bases
of
in
course
the
in
Gulf.
Israel,
We had bases in
allied
Kuwait.
bases
We had
in
bases in
Cyprus.
Turkey, in Jordan.
We had allies
of course,
on the ground
Israel.
in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
Nations of the
We had
ISIS
world
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground in the
government in
Kurds.
Baghdad
Support the
and
brave
the army
people
We
in
didn't
all
let
of the functions of
ISIS
want to
take
rip
over the
the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with
army in all of the
to go
Responsible
clean up
governments.
that
We had
mess.
all of
Not
these
only
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
back
did
Iraq
we
to clean
lose
up that
They should
mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that?
soldiers
They
and
should
lives
join
Mistaken
Israel in
we
stopping
lost,
Iran's nuclear
But
weapons.
cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to
mistaken
Afghanistan. What do we see?
withdrawal, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have,
But let's
General McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
to this
base in
body of
Afghanistan
What do
now?
we see? Do we have
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have a
any
single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
And I
We do
call
not.
Do we
on
have
this
any
Do we have a
local
base in
allies
any
that
country
pose any
neighboring
capability
of the
UN
Kurds.
Security Council
Do we have
sanctions
any
against
local
Iran.
allies
Because we
approaching
must
the
all
capability?
do
Yeah, the Northern Alliance, the
everything in our
Panjshir
power.
has been taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're being
to
slaughtered
ensure
right
that
now.
Yeah,
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance,
Never
the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken.
Nuclear
Frankly,
weapons.
they're being
Our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we
Our
speak.
allies are
with
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every morning
our
we
damn
wake
equipment.
up to beheading
Our allies
videos,
are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
executions,
we wake up to beheading
to people being
videos,
hunted down
Our
with our own
actions
database.
executions,
But when and if
to
by
people being
perhaps
hunted down
presenting
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president.
But we haven't
when-
stopped it.
How many
if
soldiers are we
delayed
going to
You have to
lose?
present
But we
options.
haven't
Because we have no
stopped
allies on the ground.
Iran now
How many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in
going
the
to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the
allies
crux
on
of
the
the issue,
ground.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now we're going to get to really the crux
all
of the
your
Those
issue,
drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran,
For the sake of the
and
peace
all the
and
way up
security of
Pakistan,
the
and
Those
entire
about 70
drones
to
have
80%
to fly
of
all
their
the way
must
around
troops
not
Iran
let
before
that
they
happen.
get
at Pakistan.
anywhere
And I
near
assure you,
70 to
a
80%
target.
of
And we
Israel
just
will
saw
do everything
from the
in its
failed
power
attack
get
to make
anywhere
sure
near
the
it
bots
doesn't
attack.
happen.
And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
botched
confirming what
attack
that drone operator said.
that you have to have
Called it in,
ladies and gentlemen,
multi-intelligence.
and I know
confirming
that
what
drone operator would have
said.
appreciated somebody on the
Called in.
ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know
Don't
that
pull
drone
trigger.
operator would appreciate
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground.
candor
said,
in
"No,
saying
that's a
how
civilian.
difficult
Don't
this is
pull
going to be.
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
is
country
going to be.
fiction.
Our partners,
That
The
we can
President
do
of the United
with
States is
nothing.
selling this
What
country
we're doing over
fiction.
here
that we can
with
do
neighboring base access,
nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
That I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need to
access.
own,
we've
That
decided
is
we
to
need to be
advance
honest
fiction that
with
I
the
think
American
We're
you
people.
all
building a
need
partnership
to
for
own,
peace with
and
our
we need to
Arab
be
neighbors
honest
while fighting
with the
the
American
forces of
people.
terror that
I
threaten that peace.
am just
For nearly a year,
livid at the
the
fact of
brave men
the
and
future
women of the
Americans
I am just
that are going to have to go back
systematically crushing
at the
clean
fact
up this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching
Americans
this
that
war
once
movie
ruled Gaza.
that are going to have to
represented a
go
slot
back.
and
October
experience
7th,
that we
This
all
mess we are
experienced
watching this
after
movie
Iraq.
of
that
that
represented a
invasion
Slotkin
with
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in
President
Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
well, we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we
strike
do
in
in
Syria.
Somalia. We can do what we
We
do
have a
in
lot more
Syria. The
capability.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed
question.
on a strike in Syria.
Do we have
underground
any
We have a lot
network
more capability.
bigger
there.
than
evidence,
the
One
New
more
York
question.
subway system,
intelligence
which
or
we have
otherwise,
any
of Pakistani
above
troops on the
evidence?
ground? Intelligence officers,
a year
air
later,
support, or any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support,
Taliban
or any
offensive.
troops on the
Over
ground
90%
assisting the Taliban or
I'll
command
take that
and
as a
control
yes.
assisting the
And
Taliban.
eliminated
And
key
Mr.
segments
and
of their
I'll
terror
take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time's expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
She
recognizes
the witnesses
for coming in.
nearly
I got
all
to
of
tell you,
Hamas's
and
terror battalions.
Mr. Chairman,
23 out of 24
the
battalions.
more I listen to this
Now to
hearing,
complete our
the more
mission,
Mr. Chairman,
we are focused on
the
Hamas
more I
and
know
Hamas.
the
Hamas's
Goldstone
remaining
family
fighting
sitting here
capabilities.
have to feel the
and
same
I know
way. I know every
terrorist
veteran
commanders
watching
and
today
destroying
has to feel the same
remaining
way. 'Cause it's not about us. It's about
every veteran
But all the
it's
while,
about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way, 'cause
upsets
it's
them
not about
most,
us, it's about
General Milley,
we
it's
General
about
McKenzie,
focus,
or some
And I
of
think
the
what
statements
upsets them most
from the
General
president
McKenzie or some of the
during this
statements
during this evacuation,
until-
including
from the
an interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
During the
including
withdrawal,
an interview
August
that the president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
Hamas's
television.
generals
During the withdrawal on
capability
August
to lead
18th, saying
2,500 and the
generals
only
exercise
air-based
some
Bagram
power
air base
in
Gaza.
in the world,
By
sandwiched
stealing the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in the world,
platform
sandwiched
to
between
counterterrorism.
China,
agencies to
Russia,
bring into Gaza.
Iran,
General
and
Milley, is that an
platform
accurate
for
statement
counterterrorism.
The
And then they
generals
hike
never
the prices.
advised him to leave
General
a
Milley, is that an
stay-behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement?
lid on half the
The
world's
generals
And then
terrorist
they fill their
advised him
organizations?
to leave a
with
stay-behind
money
force
that they
to keep a
extort from
lid
their own
on
people.
half the world's terrorist
I will
organizations.
tell
They
you
sell the stolen
what
food
my thoughts were at the
at
time.
exorbitant
My
prices.
assessments
Well,
at
you
the time.
let me
And that's how
just
they
you
stay
testified
power.
today. You both
Well, this
testified
too
repeatedly
has to
But you-
end,
let me
you
just-
and we'll
advised the
testified
National
bring it
Command
to an end.
Authority
Both testified
we should leave.
repeatedly that you
25
advised the National Command
including the
Authority
base.
NATO
we should
plus
leave
That's right.
That's correct.
a
Did
stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that
Hamas
stay-behind
is
force
in power.
despite his stated
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
rearm,
because the
leave that
Taliban
stay-behind
didn't meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out
as it is
because
about
the
to.
Taliban didn't
So
meet the
Hamas
conditions.
has got
You
to
then
go.
and you stated today you didn't advise.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise
them to stay.
Just imagine.
Biden.
So that's an inaccurate
those who
statement.
say
Let's go down the list.
advised them
Let's
to
go
stay.
back to
So
July
that's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement. Let's go down the list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's
back
a likelihood.
to July of 2020.
The likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning the
imagine
everything and
the
owning the whole
defeated
country
Nazis
is
in
The
highly
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the Taliban overrunning
comport with your
everything,
knowledge at
including
the
the whole
time?
country, is highly
It's
unlikely.
In fact,
It
you
didn't happen then.
you just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul will be surrounded
In fact,
in
you
60 days.
you just a few weeks later said
My
Kabul be
assessment at
surrounded
the time was if
in
we
30
went
to
to
60
zero
days.
in U.S. military forces.
This is why
then
Israel
we
will
highlight
reject
the
any
time
group
was
of
if we went
Hamas
to zero in U.S. military
in a
forces.
post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza.
Would
What we
collapse.
seek
But I thought it was
is a
going to be-
demilitarized
I
and
personally
de-radicalized Gaza.
Would collapse.
Somewhere around
Only
500.
then.
Assessments vary widely.
Only then
We're talking within
can we
months.
ensure that this round of fighting
Assessments vary
will
widely.
be
The next
the
one, there's
last
going to
round
be
of
no
fighting.
circumstance where you see
We are ready
people
to
being
work with
lifted
our
off the
regional
roof
and
of
other
an
partners.
embassy.
There's going to be
To
no
support a local
circumstance where you see
civilian
people
administration
being
in
lifted
Gaza
off the roof
An
of
embassy of the
peaceful
United States
coexistence.
from Afghanistan. It's
In-
not at all comparable
an
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United
I have a
States
message.
from
This picture
Afghanistan
proves
is
that
not at
not
all
to be the case.
comparable
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon.
Them go.
This picture
Joe
proves
Biden.
that not to be the
Let
case.
July
them
8th, 2021.
All
Next
of
one,
it.
Americans should
Joe Biden.
understand
Those alive
we're going to
today,
try to get it all done
when we
before
return to
August
life.
31st.
Americans
And
should
if
understand
you're
those
an
we're
We're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st.
Their
And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
others
Is that your
left.
understanding of the
We're
operation
going to
planning
stay
at
to
the
get
time?
them all
their
out.
Stay
loved
beyond
ones.
August 31st?
Is that
or
your
were
understanding
you
of the operation
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
To stay beyond August
remember
31st, or
Planning to
were
get out by
you
August 31st.
planning
This
to get
war-
out by
Last.
August 31st?
But perhaps
Planning to get
the
out by
most
August 31st.
egregious.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Last.
We believe
This
about
war-
100 to
but
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
all
With
that
We
some
has to
believe
intention to
happen.
about
leave. You
100
both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified,
Lay
General
down the
Milley,
Some
that it
arms.
was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both
Release
testified
all the
today.
number.
You just
In
testified,
fact,
But
is
if they
that
don't,
Millie, that it was impossible
it
to
was
know.
very
But if
difficult
they
to know
don't,
number.
In
we
fact,
will
is
fight
that
until
accurate?
we achieve
It was
victory.
very difficult to know.
Total
Yet the State
victory.
Department's revised
There
that
is
number
no
since to nearly
substitute for it.
1,000
Yet
Americans.
the State Department's revised
left
that number
behind.
since to nearly 1,000
Look, in
Americans.
July of
Also
2021,
left behind.
Bagram is
Uh,
closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
four-star commander,
quintessential
General
Bagram is
terror
Milley.
closing.
organization
Ghani
where
is
we're
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some
Biden,
military
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and
more
some
Americans
that you were so concerned in
And more
July of
General McKenzie, you
2021
testified
any group
that
except
you put
you
out
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021,
pads to get our
citizens,
allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in place
pieces
to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our
putting
allies out,
measures in
and to
place to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
our
allies
You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021. You
military
put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all of
forward.
you. You were so
That's
concerned
what you
in July
testified
of
today.
2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also
recommendations
the
forward.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr.
testified
Chairman,
today. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
paper.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground, Mr.
diplomats saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
paper.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This was a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
with you as
State
the Commander of the
himself?
Ocean?
Was that shared with you as the
I
Chairman of the
haven't
Joint
seen
Chiefs? Was
it
that shared
since,
with
and
Then
you as
ask
the
yourself-
Commander?
I've never seen it.
I think the
How long
American
would the
people would like
American
to see
government
that.
tolerate
Chairman,
that?
here's my question for you.
I
Do
think
you know
the
where the
American people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State
The
was?
day before
On
Kabul
August
fell,
13th.
do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul
the
fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all
out.
of your concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was
vacation.
in the Hamptons.
Secretary of
rest.
State
He was in
Blinken.
the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that
Safely to
makes
their
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
We will
Blinken.
not
I don't know.
families.
I can't even
Until
imagine
our
how
army
that
Here's
makes
the bottom line,
Northern
Mr. Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families.
I'll close with
Another
this.
October
Look, here's the
7th
bottom line,
The
style
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with this.
had its head up its
Hezbollah
rear.
The State Department, to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
1701.
we could just
which
have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning.
forces
It,
to
in
get
fact,
the
away
good
thought
Taliban terrorists
could
will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
Taliban
right up to our
terrorists.
border.
the good
They
Taliban
secretly
I mean, that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the bad
infiltrate
Taliban
our
terrorists.
communities.
What happened,
And
and because of that,
I mean,
we
that's
didn't get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens
into
out,
our town.
we
What
didn't have
happened,
enforced
and
postures,
because of
we
that,
didn't
we
have
didn't get our
have
people out, we
the
didn't get our
basing.
citizens out, We didn't
We
have the force
failed,
posture.
and
We
their
didn't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
facing.
because of it.
We
from that.
failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead.
to you,
But they
because
fired
of it.
those
to my
rockets
Gold Star families. Your
I
government
apologize to you.
failed you.
after they placed
To
them
my
in
Gold
schools.
Star families.
There
Your
is a
government-
difference, gentlemen,
in a
and I
public
know you
building.
both know this, in taking
And in the
responsibility.
private
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference,
citizens of
gentlemen, and
Lebanon.
I know
A
you
lot of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
and taking
responsibility.
responsibility
No
and
one
accountability.
has been
They
held
put a
A
missile
lot of
in
people
every
have taken
and they
responsibility.
deserve
rocket
better.
in every
better.
Has
garage.
been held
Your government
accountable.
failed
and
you.
they
And I'll
the
give you an
people of
opportunity in my
Lebanon
time
deserve
remaining,
better.
Mr. Chairman. If
Get
your
out of the
government
death
failed
trap.
you.
You
and
all
I'll
would
give you
like
an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr.
Don't
Chairman,
let
for
the swallow
anything
drag Lebanon into
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr. Chairman.
publicly
We're
on
not
the
at war
record.
with you.
respond.
We're at
They
war
have
with
a right to
Hezbollah,
Thank you,
which has
Mr. Chairman.
hijacked your country
Well,
and
when
threatened
six
to
on that
destroy
offer,
ours.
They have a
I've
right
talked
to
to
respond.
these
As long as Hezbollah chooses
And I
the
thank
path
you
of
for
war,
that.
The other family.
I've
Israel
talked
has
to
no
these
choice,
And I have.
and Israel
I
has
thank you
every
for
right
The other family.
to remove this threat and return our citizens in their home safely. And that's exactly what we're doing.
I will work with transparency is established. You want to do that? Well, Dag won the grade. That's what a soldier does. Transparency is established. I'm not going to turn my back on these families. Dag won the grade.
Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which it built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who
They
not
deserve
only shed
accountability,
Israeli
Mr. Chairman,
blood,
and
but
thank you,
American
gentlemen.
and
Mr.
French blood
Secretary,
as well.
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with
Then we
Mr.
took out their
Mills,
replacements.
just
Mr. Secretary,
testified
and then the
under
replacements
oath
in
in
exchange
a
with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to read the record article here from February 15th, 2023.
Article
The
here.
John Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet was sold
2023.
shortly after accusations
The John
of
Kerry
climate
family private
hypocrisy.
jet
Ladies and gentlemen,
sold
Mr. Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony?
accusations
we're committed
that
to
you
removing the
owned
curse of
or-
terrorism.
I personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
I personally,
family,
I, your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a
We
number
must
of
get
years.
the
Including
last
that
path to be paved.
And this article is
With
not
Abraham
inaccurate.
before
Not
you.
in
The
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have
Above
flown
all.
on it, sure.
You
This
flew on a
article has
plane.
not been inaccurate. That your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
Mr.
owned, my
Secretary,
wife
here's
owned a plane.
And Saudi
the
Arabia.
issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary,
my wife
gotcha.
owned a
here's
plane.
the
When
here's
we are
the
asking
issue.
Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
as
we are asking
transition
Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices, as we
and your
transition
family
millions of
and or
Israelis
yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
flight.
around
Saudi
on
Arabia.
private
Secretary, but
jets,
I'll
that smacks
move
of
on.
hypocrisy.
But
It
want to know
actually
from a
hurts your
record
cause.
standpoint.
Afford me the
Mr. Secretary,
right,
I'll
at least
move
to
on.
set
I
the
just want to know from a record standpoint.
afford me the
do
right,
not
at least
fly
to set the
I
record
say
on
to
a
you,
private jet.
What
I,
blessing such
I
a
do
not
not
fly
fly. I fly
on a
commercially.
private jet.
It would
Have
be
you all of
I
private
do
jets
not
since you've taken
fly.
this
I fly
position?
commercially.
Let me finish.
It would
Have you
be
all
I have
of private
flown
jets
5
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position?
2.5
It
years
would help
on
transform
Mill
the
Air,
I have
Middle
flown
which you
5
also
times
fly
in
on,
the
global
last
juggernaut.
2.5
and
years.
or some of you
on
travel
Our two
Mill Air,
countries could
which you
cooperate
also
on
fly on.
energy,
Otherwise,
water,
all of my
agriculture,
trips are
travel.
commercial.
Have you ever
Five
flown on a
times.
private
And
jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial.
taken
Have you
this
ever
position?
flown on a
I'm
private
sure.
jet in a personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity since you've taken this
It would
position?
I
usher in
don't. I think.
a
I just
historic
don't.
reconciliation
I think you need to take the broader point of how this
I
appears
just
to
don't have
Americans
But no,
as we're
I
asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the broader point of how this
we're not
appears
asking
to
Americans.
Americans.
We're not
We're
asking
asking you to take that.
Americans not to fly.
We're not asking Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
don't
to
fly.
fly.
by example.
That's
Mr.
why
Secretary.
one of the
That's what
best
we're
ways-
you.
Which is why I
No,
fly
you're asking
commercially.
me by
Which is
example,
why
Mr.
I fly.
Secretary.
In
That's
that
what
vein,
you
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
others
commercially.
by example.
or the State Department keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein,
official
your
travel and
office,
scheduled
Abrahamic
meetings?
alliance.
or the State
That
Department
alliance
keep a
would
record of
include
your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled
Israel,
to meet
Kurds,
with?
Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia,
Does that include the
and
individuals
others
you're scheduled to
who
meet
choose
with?
Can you
the
provide
blessing of peace.
Can you provide those records to
Advance
Congress?
security and prosperity.
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to Congress?
those? Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've
records
met with?
Enormous
to Congress?
benefits.
Your
to the rest
official
of
Will
the
you
travel.
provide those
Your
records
official
to Congress?
travel,
Americans
taxpayer
who
funded
support leadership.
while in this position.
Your
I
official
believe
travel.
Thank you.
this
I
is
appreciate
official
that
travel, taxpayer funded.
commitment.
And much
Switching
sooner than people think.
Thank you.
topics
I
here.
appreciate
the
that.
Prime Minister
Some of the
Switching.
other
I will do
diplomacy
everything in my power
topics
you
here.
conducted in the
to some of
2018
the
interview.
This is an
other
opportunity.
diplomacy
You
conducted
admitted to
in the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
foreign minister Zarif,
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign minister
administration.
Zarif,
How many
quote,
times
3 or
did you
4
speak
times
with the-
from the
Ladies and
start of the
gentlemen,
previous
The
administration?
Iranian foreign minister
Israel
How many
Zarif,
times did
has
you
made
speak with
its
the
choice.
during the last
minister?
administration?
We seek
The
to
Iranian
move
foreign
forward
minister Zarif.
to a bright age
and
of
I'll enter
prosperity.
into
During the
records,
last administration.
Mr. Chairman,
Iran and its
that-
proxies.
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
records.
times. Let's take that at face
They
value.
want to move back to a dark age.
3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal,
Now I have a
WhatsApp,
question.
Telegram?
Did you
Any
communicate
other-
with him
I
using
don't recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Met him
Any others?
formally.
I
Will you
don't
make
recall
of
how I
course,
communicated with him. I
Will
met
your
him
nation stand with
formally,
Israel?
specifically, I think it was in
course,
UNGA in New
democracy
York.
and peace?
international.
I saw
Or will
him
you
in
stand with
Munich
Iran?
at
I
the
think it was
Munich
in
Security
New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw him
According to
at
leaked-
the Munich
according to
Security
leaked audio,
Conference, which he was invited to.
According
provided by
to
the New York
Times,
according to leaked audio
that Israel attacked Iranian assets
by
in
the New York
Syria
Times, where you said you
at least 200 times
Israel
to
attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least
sensitive information.
At least 200 times.
Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that
on the day that report came out,
absolutely
we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time
never took place. It was at a
Those
time
attacks. There
when there was
public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he did.
When we
But
defend
I can
ourselves
tell you,
against
I never had
enemies
that
who try to commit
conversation.
genocide
But
against
I can
us.
tell you,
But I can tell you, I never had
5
that
years
conversation.
running one of the largest
I can tell you,
prosecutors' offices
by the
in
ICC
America,
prosecutor,
2
5
years
years
as
running one of the largest prosecutors'
28
offices
years in
in
the Senate,
America,
as a
What an
member of the
absurdity.
Intelligence
This is why I'm-
Committee,
28 years
as
in the
a
Senate.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few
Never
seconds left.
used
This is
to
why
have
I'm.
any-
This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it
This is why I'm
appropriate if
raising
a
that
former
issue.
Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled around
you don't
and
have to
talked
abide
to
by
the same
these
officials you
agreements.
are?
Hold fast to
Said,
2024.
You don't have to abide by these
Or a
agreements.
new administration
Hold
may
fast
be
to
coming in.
2024. A new regime
And
or a new
therefore
administration
undermine
may be coming
current
in.
administration
And
diplomacy.
no army
And
has
therefore
done
find that
what they're
undermining
doing.
current
I'm not going to speak to any
administration
hypotheticals,
diplomacy.
but I can tell you,
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow
I'm not gonna
diplomacy
speak to any
undermines American
hypotheticals, but I can
goals.
tell you
Shadow
I never
diplomacy,
engaged.
depending on
Shadow
what involves.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy
American
also
goals.
saved us
Shadow
from the war.
diplomacy, depending on
If
what
you look at
involves. Shadow diplomacy has
1963
also
with
saved
Jack,
us
with,
See, yet another
the
profound
look at
role.
1963 with
missile
Jack,
crisis. It was behind the scenes back
Mr.
then.
Finger, I would posture that
It
your
was
shadow
behind
the
diplomacy
scenes
back
now
then.
has us on the
I
verge
wasn't
posture
conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was in a security
now
policy.
has us on the verge.
I
I was
was
conducting that
as they
diplomacy.
race
I was in
towards
security
full
that is
enrichment
now
from 20% to 60%.
as they race
On the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
from 20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge of
And the
having a
reason
nuclear
that has
weapon and a
happened is
nuclear
that Donald
arms
Trump
race
pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
And
administrations.
the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans
Trump
don't
pulled out
undermine
other
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There
that
is
happened,
no
my
way
friend,
they could have
is
had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump
now.
pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement
agreement.
that existed.
There was no way
And
they
even
could have had a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon
security
under the
establishment
agreement
of
that
Israel
existed.
believed that
And
agreement
even
had
in
done the
Israel,
job.
the security establishment of Israel believed that
Trump
agreement
pulled
had
out.
done the job.
Chair now
Either way.
recognizes
You're-
Mr.
you know,
Schneider.
President Trump just pulled out.
He said,
Yeah, thank
Chair
you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really
Mr.
talking
Schneider.
past each other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
This
Chairman.
war is not done.
And here's where I think
It's not
we're
over.
really talking past each other.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war against an ideology.
This is a
And just as
war
it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a
decades,
war
not
against an
20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more
as it
to
took
defeat
there
decades,
is definitely
the idea
nothing.
of
20 years,
communism,
30 years,
the
many
idea
more
of
to defeat
fascism. It's going to take
the idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat the idea of Islamic extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
You
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al Qaeda is
extremism.
still at war with us.
General McKenzie,
Stand by that statement?
You testified yesterday, Al Qaeda is still at war with us.
D.N.I. Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al
D.N.I.
Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends
direct
to attack
Biden's
the West
director of national
again.
intelligence, briefed the
given the
Congress that Al
chance.
Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to
Al
attack
Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
Against
The head of
allegiance to the head of
Al
the
Qaeda,
Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now
deputy
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of
army,
the
an
Taliban.
Air Force.
I find
Except
Functioning
now they
international
have an entire
airport.
state to work with,
And
an
I think
army.
if things continue on the path they are,
Functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport.
international
And
currency.
who's
And I
leading
think
the
if things
charge?
continue
Mr.
on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're not
possibly
done with
billions
this
in
war.
Not
international
Hamas.
currency.
I would have thought we
But
would have learned the
Abbas,
lesson
Chairman,
from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn the
thought we
lesson
would have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
This is the man
I would have thought,
Where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn the
2011,
lesson
Mr. Chairman, you issued
from
a
Iraq.
statement praising that pullout.
Where we
as
pulled
ending
out in
that war.
2011, Mr.
And
Chairman,
yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as ending
with
that
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves 3 years
Let's
later.
look at the situation, because I think
With
the Americans
soldiers
are
going
going
back
back
the more you get paid.
So, but let's look at
And
the
he's
situation.
still
I think the
waging
American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand.
led to the rise of the ISIS
Against
caliphate,
Israel's
which
right to
was
exist.
obviously a more...
We pulled out,
Against
led
Israel's
to
right
a
to
rise of
defend
the ISIS
itself. And by the way,
caliphate, which
they
was
amount to the
Look
obviously
at all
same
of the
thing.
bases that we
Because
had
against
to
defend
deal with
Al
when we
Qaeda.
went back.
Not in
We
our
had
nation.
bases in
All
the
the
Gulf.
bases
We had
that
maybe
bases
not
in
in
Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
Standing
in
in
Jordan,
this
We had
podium.
bases
of
in the
course in
Gulf.
Israel,
We had bases in
allied
Kuwait.
bases
We had
in
bases in
I
Cyprus.
told the
in
sponsors.
Jordan.
We had allies on
in
the ground
Israel.
in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds, Baghdad, and the army. We didn't let ISIS take over the government.
All of these assets to
and the army and all of
to go clean up that mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
Check
to
your
clean up
fanaticism at
that
the door.
mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and
Singers out
lives
of the one and only Jewish state.
from
let's
cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to
States of the United
Afghanistan. What do we see?
withdrawal, Mr.
It
Chairman.
is
Do we
made
have,
this one
General
step
McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan
What
now?
do we see?
in the eyes
Do
of
we
the
have
United States.
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
for the
Afghanistan now?
Palestinians?
We do not.
Do we have
Do
any
we have a
local
base in any
allies
country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of the
Afghanistan?
Kurds?
We do not.
Do we
They
have
know
any
that
local
no, and
allies
options
approaching the
will not.
capability
We have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The
Vile.
Panjshir has been
We do
taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're
an
being
automatic
slaughtered right
majority.
now
Yeah,
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken.
Demonize the
Frankly,
Jewish
they're
state.
being
Our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we
Our
speak.
allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Flat
every morning
our
we
damn
wake
gun.
up to beheading
Our allies
videos,
are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
execution,
we wake up to beheading
to people
videos,
being hunted down with our own
to
database.
execution,
But when and if
to people being hunted
you have to
down with
present
our
options
own
to the
database.
president,
But when,
how many
and if
soldiers are we going to
you have
lose?
to present options
Because
to
we
the
have no
president.
allies on the ground.
How many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in
going
the
to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the
counterterrorism.
region. Now we're going to get to
This
really
body
the crux of the
condemned
Those
issue.
drones
One
that
is
fly
over the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran and all the way
It
up
condemned
Pakistan and
all
lose
the
70
other
to 80%
countries
of
fly all
their
the way
fuel
around Iran
before they
all
even
the way
get
up Pakistan.
anywhere
That's
near
more
the
than
70 to 80%
target. And we
100
just saw
extra
from the failed
before they
condemnation
attack
even get
for the
anywhere near
Jewish
the
state.
botched
the
attack
target. And we
What
just saw
that you have to have
hypocrisy.
failed attack.
What a
multi
double
intelligence
standard.
Botched
confirming
What
what
a
that
joke.
drone operator
that
said.
you
I've
have to have
called it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that drone
drone
operator would have appreciated somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know
Don't
that
pull
drone
trigger."
operator would have appreciated
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
in
no,
saying
that's a
how
civilian.
difficult
Don't
this
pull
is
that
going to
trigger.
be.
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United
in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
is
country
going to be.
fiction.
All the hostility
That
The
we can
President
do
of the United
over
States
here
is
nothing.
selling this
What
country
we're doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
about
base
Israel,
access,
nothing.
with allies
It's
on the
always
ground,
been
and
about
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you
ocean
all need
access.
to own,
That
and
is
we need to be honest
fiction
Until
that
Israel,
I
with the
think
American
you
people.
all need to own,
is treated
and we
like
need to be
other
honest
until
with
this
the American people.
anti-Semitic swamp is drained.
I am
The UN
just
will be viewed by
livid
fair-minded
at the
people
fact of the
everywhere.
future Americans
as nothing
that are going to have to
more
go
than
back
a contemptuous
at the
clean
fact
up this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching this
Americans
horror movie
Now, given the
that are going to have to
represented
go
a
back
Slotkin
to
experience
clean up
that we
this
all
mess. We are
experienced
watching this
after
horror
Iraq.
that represented a
The
Slotkin
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in
President
Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
well, we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what we do
We have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more capability there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence
The
or
we have
otherwise,
any
of Pakistani troops on the
evidence?
ground?
His
Intelligence
refusal to
officers
treat
or
Israel
support or
otherwise,
any
with
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground,
Taliban or
way
command
other
and
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support, or
Taliban.
any
It's hard
troops
to
on the ground
explain
assisting the
anything
Taliban,
other
or
I'll
command
take that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr.
and that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz,
Chair
your time
recognizes
is
Mr.
up.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
And
Chair recognizes Mr.
Those of you who stand with
Thank you,
evil,
Mr. Chair, and
those of you
Mr.
who
Chairman,
stand
witnesses
with
for
evil against
coming in.
good,
And
The more I
gotta tell
listen
you,
to
with a
this
curse
hearing,
against the
the
blessed.
more
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I get.
those of you who do so,
the more
And
I
I
listen
know
to
ashamed of
the
yourself.
Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated I
sitting
get.
here have to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
have
Because
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know
But I
every
have a
veteran
message for
watching
you.
It's about
today
them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's about
win this
General
battle.
Milley,
It's
Joe
about
McKenzie,
them.
We'll win this
And I think
battle
what
because
upsets them
we
most
don't have a choice.
from the
Milley,
president
Joe McKenzie,
After
some of the statements
during this evacuation,
from
including
the president
an interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
During
including
the
an
withdrawal
interview
on
that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying,
national
And no one
television.
raised a
Generals
finger in
During
our
the
defense.
withdrawal
advised
on
me
August
We now have a
18th,
state.
2,500 and
We
the
now have
only
a
air-based
brave
Bagram
army,
air
an
base
army of
in the
incomparable
world,
courage.
sandwiched
And
between
we are
only
defending
air-based
ourselves.
Bagram air base
Iran,
in
and
the
a platform
world
to stay after
sandwiched
The book
between
of
counterterrorism.
Samuel says in the
Russia,
Bible.
Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that an
platform to
accurate
stay
statement?
Shakir.
The generals never
The
advised
eternity
them to
of
leave
Israel
and
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement
lid
that
on half
The
the world's
generals
terrorist
never advised
organizations?
him to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
I will
organizations.
tell you.
In the
what my
Jewish
thoughts were
people's
at the time.
epic journey from antiquity,
I will tell you.
Well,
in our
let
odyssey
me just,
through the
you've testified
tempest
today,
and
you
upheavals
both
of modern
testified
times.
repeatedly
But you,
That
let me
ancient
just
promise
advise the
has
national
always
command
been
you
given.
both
we
testified
should
repeatedly
and it will hold
that
true.
you
A stay
advise the
behind.
national
All
command
including the
authority
base.
NATO.
we should
Borrowing
That's
leave
right.
a great poet's phrase.
the
Did
stay
President
behind
Trump
force, including the base.
will
leave
not
that stay
go
behind
gently
force
into
despite
that
his
good
stated
night.
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
never
because the
leave
Taliban
that stay
didn't
behind
We
meet
will
force
his
never
despite his
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise
them to stay.
Correct.
Biden. So that's an inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list. Let's go back to July of 2020.
Let's go down the list.
President Biden, there's a likelihood.
July of 2020.
The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country.
The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything
your knowledge at the time? In fact, just a few weeks later said Kabul be surrounded.
In fact, you just a few weeks later said Kabul be surrounded.
My assessment at the time was if we went to zero
Order, please.
and the NSF with the Taliban taking over.
Would collapse.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
I personally thought it was going to be in the fall.
Would collapse.
Somewhere around Thanksgiving. The assessment's very widely.
We're talking within months.
Somewhere around Thanksgiving.
Order, please.
The next one,
We're
there's going to
talking
be no
within months.
circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy.
There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an
embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable
an
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
This
from
picture
Afghanistan.
proves
It's
that
not at
not
all
to be the case.
comparable
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon. I think this picture
Joe
proves
Biden.
that not to be the case.
July 8th,
Fair
2021.
enough.
Mr.
Next one,
President,
Americans should
Joe Biden.
understand we're going to
July
try to get
8th,
it all
2021.
done
Ladies
before
and
August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
we're going to
you're
stay
an
to
American,
get them all out.
My country
there's
is
American
at war.
citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational
stay
planning
to
at
get
the time?
them all
To
out.
stay beyond August 31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
To stay beyond
Lies
August
and
31st, or
slander
were you planning to get
reveled
out
my
by
country.
August 31st?
By
But
many of the
perhaps
speakers
the most
at this
egregious.
podium.
Last,
We believe
I
about 100
decided
to
to
200
come
Americans
here
remain in
the most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
And set the
With
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified, General
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know
both testified
the
today.
number.
You just
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
I
Milley,
decided
that it was
to come
impossible
here
It was
to know
very difficult to know
the
the
number.
to speak
In
for
fact,
my people,
is that accurate?
to speak
It
for
was
my
very
country,
difficult to know the
Yet
number.
the
To
State
speak
Department's revised
with
that
the
number
truth.
since to nearly 1,000
Yet the
Americans.
State Department's revised that
left
number
behind.
since to nearly
and here's
1,000
the truth.
Americans.
In July of
left
2021,
behind.
Bagram is closing.
Look,
Israel
We're
is
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Israel
General
Bagram is
made
Milley.
closing.
peace,
Ghani
and
is
we're making
visiting
our
peace again.
President
Commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that you were so concerned in July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
Defend ourselves.
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our
putting
allies
measures
out,
in
and to
place to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
all
allies
Americans. You were
out,
so concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
But I
American
told you
military
last
should
year.
do,
You put
which is
those
protecting all Americans. You were
I
so
said
concerned
what you
in July
testified today.
of 2021. You
And
put
And in
those
fact, also the
recommendations
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground, Mr.
diplomats saying
Chairman,
if you
As we
continue
were
down
on
this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
It was a
disaster
formal
will ensue.
channel
Whether it was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is a
that shared
formal
with you as the Chairman
channel
of the
going to the
Joint Chiefs? Was that shared
Secretary of
with you as the
State
Commander of
himself.
Medicine?
choice
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander of Medicine?
I think the American people would like to see
the
that.
blessing
Chairman, but here's my question for you.
The Secretary of State was
The
Blessing
day
I
before
spoke
on
Kabul
August
fell,
13th.
do you know where the
Sharper
Secretary of
focus.
State was? Despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul
the
fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't hitting our
Despite
people
all of your
Never.
concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't
The
getting our
curse.
people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
Thousands of Iranian
Secretary of
backed
State
Hamas
was
blanket.
members
in
from
the
I don't
Hamptons
know.
on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that
Israel
makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
blanket. I don't know.
families.
I can't even
And they
imagine
committed
how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
Our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you for
Star
your indulgence.
family
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with this.
had its head up its
Beheaded
rear.
men.
The State Department,
They
to use a
burned
military
babies
term,
planning. It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
entire families
we could
alive.
just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It, in
good,
fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we could
terrorists would
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy.
bad
Nazi
Taliban
Holocaust.
terrorists.
the good
Hamas
Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists would
essentially
take care of the bad Taliban
from
terrorists.
dozens
What
of different
happened,
countries.
and because of that,
I mean,
we didn't
that's
get people
essentially
out, we
the
didn't get our
dungeons of
citizens
Gaza.
out, we
What
didn't have
happened,
forced
and
posture,
because of that, we didn't get our
didn't
people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing-
citizens out, we didn't
We
have the forced
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
didn't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing-
alive.
because of it.
We failed,
I want to
and
assure
their
you-
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to
We
you
will not
because
rest
of it.
to my
until
Gold
the
Star
remaining
families.
hostages
Your
are
I
government
apologize to you,
failed
And
you.
some of their family
to my Gold
members
Star
are
families.
here
There
with
is
us.
a
government-
difference,
I ask
gentlemen,
you to
and
say
I know
so.
you both know this, in taking responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking responsibility and
No one
accountability.
has
With
been
us.
held
A lot of people have
accountable.
taken
With us,
responsibility.
Stevie.
Deserve
No
but
one
better.
has been held
Your
Sonny
government
Dunn
accountable.
failed
and
you, and
they
I'll give you an opportunity in my time
deserve
remaining, Mr.
That was his
Chairman, if
crime.
there's anything failed,
I'm
you
giving
all
the
would like
people
to say
publicly
publicly on the
remaining,
record, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
And these
you all would like to
murderers,
say
monsters,
publicly on the
took
record.
They have a right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the dungeons,
And I thank you for
into the
that.
terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage.
And I thank you for that.
Salim al-Atrash, his brother Muhammad, a brave Arab-Israeli soldier, was murdered.
I will work with them.
His body too was taken to Gaza. Gaza.
Well, the dagger,
And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, whose brother Yossi was murdered, and who prays for his older brother.
They deserve
Eli,
accountability, Mr. Chairman,
who is still
and thank you,
held
gentlemen.
hostage.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and
you
thank you.
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter
testified
into the
under
record
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article
That
here
year we
from
achieved
February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter into the record
2023.
His father was dead.
The John Kerry
His
family
language
private jet
in
was
an
sold
underground
shortly
terrorist
after
hell.
accusations
The
of
John Kerry
climate
family private
hypocrisy.
jet
Again, promise.
was
And
sold
Mr. Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you
climate
owned or
We will
I
not.
Mr. Secretary, you stand by that testimony.
personally, yes,
I
my wife
owned
owned a
or
plane.
I personally, family, by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of
So
years.
flew on
I
that
have
plane.
flown on it,
And
sure.
this article has not been inaccurate.
Ladies
Not
and
in
gentlemen,
family owned a
Years,
plane.
but I have flown on it,
And
sure.
You
this
flew on a
article has not
plane.
been inaccurate, that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
Hamas
owned,
invaded
my wife
Israel.
flew
owned
on
a
a
plane.
plane.
Here's the issue.
Yeah,
My
This
wife-
isn't some kind of partisan
my wife
gotcha.
owned
Here's
a plane.
the-
When we are asking Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
to
we are asking
transition
Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices,
Hezbollah
and
attacked
your
in
family
Lebanon.
and or yourself
Since
for the
then, they
common
are
good,
flying around on
over
private
8,000
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy. It
yourself
actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around on private
Secretary,
jets.
I'll
That smacks
move
of
on.
hypocrisy.
But
It actually
from a
hurts
record
your cause.
standpoint,
afford me the
Mr. Secretary,
right
but
at
I'll
least
move
to set
on.
the
But
record.
whatever from a record standpoint,
I
the
do
right
not
at least
fly
to set the
First of
record
on a
straight.
private
250
jet.
such attacks,
I
including one
I do
yesterday.
not
fly
I fly
on a private
commercially.
jet.
Iran Shiite
Have
militias
all of the
I
private
do
jets
not
since you've taken
fly.
this
targeted
fly
position?
Israel
commercially.
dozens of times
Let me
over
Have
the
you
past
all
I've
of
year.
private
flown
jets
5
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position?
2.5
By Iran,
years on
Palestinian
Mill
I have flown
You
five
also fly
times
on.
in the last 2.5
perpetrated
years.
scores of
Some of you
attacks
travel
there
fly on.
and
Which you
throughout
Five
also
times.
fly on.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some
trips
of you
last
are
week,
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
times.
private
First time
jet
ever.
in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity?
directly
Commercial.
attacked
Have you
Israel
flown on a
in its
private
own
jet
territory.
in a personal or
Possibly
official
one.
capacity
200
since you've taken this
drones,
position?
I don't. I
and
think I just don't.
ballistic
I'm
missiles.
trying to think.
I
of the
think
date.
you need to take the broader point
I have a
of how this
message.
I
appears
just
to the
don't
American
have
people
another-
as
I
we're asking
think you
them
need
to
to
take
take the broader
This is
point.
like
you-
outside
We're not
your
asking
know this
Americans.
testimony.
We're
We're
not
asking
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to
There is
fly.
no place.
We're not
You're
asking
telling us
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
we're
not to
asking you to
fly.
lead by example,
You're
Mr.
trying
Secretary.
to
That's what we're at.
create-
You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
to lead by
Which is
example.
why I
There's no
fly-
place
in that
That's
vein,
right.
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
Others
commercially
only,
by example.
or the State Department keep
In
a
that
record of
vein,
your
does your
official travel and
office
of the
scheduled
entire
meetings?
Middle East.
or the State Department keep a record of
Does
your
that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Of course.
Israel's soldiers have fought back.
Does that include the individuals you're
incredible
scheduled to meet
courage.
with?
Can you provide
And
the,
with
can you
heroic
provide those
sacrifice.
records to Congress?
And I have another
Will you
message.
provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
them?
Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I met
records
with?
to Congress?
Your official
We
travel,
provide those
are
records.
official travel,
winning.
taxpayer
Of who I've
funded
met with?
while in this position.
Your official travel.
Thank you. I
Your
appreciate
official travel,
that,
taxpayer funded
commitment.
while in
Switching
this position.
topics
I
here,
appreciate that,
to some of
commitment.
the
Switching,
other diplomacy
Ladies and gentlemen,
topics
you've
here.
conducted.
Is
The
Israel
20
defending
some of
2018
the
interview.
other
against
diplomacy
Iran in
you
December.
You
conducted
admitted
in
to speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
foreign
blessing
minister
and the
Zarif,
curse.
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign minister
administration.
Zarif,
How many
quote,
times
3 or
did
4
you speak
times
with
from the
I
start of
presented
the
here
previous
last year.
the
administration?
Iranian foreign minister?
It's a
How many
map of
times
blessing.
did you speak with the
During the last
Shows
administration.
Israel,
the Iranian foreign minister
Israel and its
Zarif?
Arab partners
And I'll enter into the
During the
record,
last
Mr.
administration.
Chairman,
Connecting
that,
Israel
And I'll
3 or
enter into
4
the
times.
record,
Let's take that at face value.
between the Indian Ocean
that
and the
3 or
Did
4
you
times.
communicate
Let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal,
Across this
WhatsApp, Telegram?
We will
Did you
lay
communicate with them
I
don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Met him
Fiber optic
formally.
cable.
I don't recall
This
how
will
I
serve the
communicated with
betterment
them.
of 2
international
million people.
formally,
specifically
in
I think it
course,
was in
second
UNGA in
map.
New York.
International.
I saw him in
specifically,
Munich
I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
in
Security
New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
leaked-
Munich,
according to leaked audio,
It's a map.
invited to.
According
provided by
to
the New York
leaked-
Times, Zarif
according
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
Iran that Israel attacked Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New
Syria
York
at
Times,
least
quote,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times
Israel
Zarif
attacked
was
Iranian
surprised
assets in
revealed
Syria at
has
least
shut down
sensitive
international
at least 200
waterways.
times, and Zarif was
now,
surprised.
you know, that
Cuts
was
off trade.
according to leaked
Such
audio.
sensitive
Now under
information.
oath, do you stand by your
Now,
previous
yes,
denial
that
of
was
that?
according to
Ever
leaked
happened?
audio. Now under
Misery,
oath,
I
do you stand by
absolutely
your
said
previous
that.
denial that
On
ever
the
happened?
day that that report came out,
absolutely
we made
said
it
that.
crystal clear.
On the day that that report came out, we made it crystal
that
clear.
that never took place.
dark
It
future
was
is
at a
bad.
time
that never took place. It was at a time.
There was public.
Then you should think again.
Public circulation. I don't know what he's
Because Iran's aggression
but I can tell you that I never had that
will endanger
conversation.
every single country in the Middle East.
I never had
5 years running one of the
Many
largest
countries in the
prosecutor's
rest of the
offices
world.
in America.
Because
5
Iran is
years
running
one of the
radicalism
largest
well
prosecutors
beyond the
in
Middle East.
America.
As a
That's
member
why
of the
this
why I'm-
This
This is why I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it
This is why I'm
appropriate if
raising
a
that
former
issue.
Trump
The world
administration
is
official
Iran.
traveled
Would
around
you find it
talking to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and
official
said,
traveled around
you don't have to
talking
abide
the
by
same
these
officials you
agreements.
Well, that
Hold
appeasement
fast till
said,
2024.
and
A
that
new
don't have to
regime
abide by these
or a new
agreements. Hold
administration may
fast
be
till
coming in,
2024. A new regime
and
or a new
therefore
administration
undermine
may be coming
current
in.
administration diplomacy.
And therefore
find that
undermine
Nations of the
current
world-
I'm not going to speak to
administration
any hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Would you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow
I'm not
diplomacy
gonna speak to any
undermines American
hypotheticals, but I can
goals.
tell you
Shadow
I never
diplomacy,
engaged
depending
with
on
Shadow
what
diplomacy undermines
not
also
only
saved
supported
us
shadow
from the war.
diplomacy, depending on
If
what
you look at
involved. Shadow
1963
diplomacy
join
also
with
saved us
with,
They should
uh,
join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program.
missile crisis. It was behind the scenes, back
Mr.
down
Speaker, I would
Crisis body
posture
in the
that
security
your
was
shadow
behind the scenes,
diplomacy
back
Mr.
down.
Speaker,
now
I
has
would
the
I
verge
wasn't
posture
conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was in the
diplomacy
security
now
now
office.
has on the verge
I was
of
not
as
back
they
to
race
the
towards
Security
full
that is
enrichment,
now
20% to
we
60%,
must all
as they race
on the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
from 20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle
Iran
East.
on the
never-
verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans,
Trump
we
pulled
don't
out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened
no
warning
way
the
they
world
could have
against
had a
Iran's
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement
Our
that
actions-
existed.
There was no way they
Even
could have had
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security
By perhaps a
establishment
decade
of
that
Israel
existed.
believed that
And
agreement
even
we haven't
had done
stopped
the job.
The security
The late-
establishment of
You're-
Israel
we haven't stopped
believed that
Trump just
agreement
pulled
had
out.
done
Iran
the
now
job.
seeks
Chair
to
now
weaponize
recognizes
nuclear
Mr.
weapons.
Schneider.
President
Thank
Trump
you,
For
is
the
pulled
sake
out.
Recognized.
Yeah, thank
Chair
you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really
all
talking
your
past
countries.
each other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This war is
For the
not
sake
done.
of-
And here's where I think
It's
we're
not
really
over.
talking
The
past
entire
each
world.
other.
This
We
is a
must
war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's a
over.
And
war
I
against
assure
an
you,
ideology.
This is a
Israel
just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a
decades,
war
not
against
20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more
as it
to
took
defeat
decades,
the idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years,
the
many
idea
more
of
to defeat
fascism. It's
So,
going
ladies
to
and
take
gentlemen,
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat the idea of
of
Islamic extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is
These
still
two
at war
maps
with
that I
us.
showed you
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that
will
statement?
shape our
you testified
future.
yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still
Will
at
it be
war
the
with us.
blessings of
DNI
peace and
Haynes,
stand by that
prosperity
statement.
for Israel
Biden's
and our
director of
partners
national intelligence,
and the rest
briefed
of the
the
world.
Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
overly
intends
Director
to
of
attack
Biden's
the
director of
West
national
again.
intelligence,
If
briefed
given
the
the
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda fully
The
The head
intends
of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has
Israel,
pledged
the head
allegiance
of
to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's
We've
Except
decided
now
to
they
be
have an
back
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army,
We're
an
building
air
a
force.
partnership for peace
Except
with
now
an
they have an
international
entire
airport
state
while
to work
fighting
with.
And
the
I
an
think
forces
if
of
things
terror
continue on the
that
path they
threaten
are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport
international
for nearly a
currency.
year.
And I think if things
The brave
continue on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully,
we're
we're
not
not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international
Been
currency.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lessons from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would have
lesson
learned the lesson
from
from
Iraq.
Iraq.
Today,
I would have thought,
Where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn the
2011,
lesson
Mr. Chairman,
that
you issued a
terrorist army
statement
numbered
praising that
4,000.
pullout.
where we
as
pulled out
ending
in
that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as
with
ending that
soldiers
war.
going
It
back
had
in.
And yet we found ourselves 3 years
Let's
later
look at the situation, because I think the
with
Americans
soldiers going
underground
back in.
network
So
bigger than the New
let's
York
look at the
subway
situation.
system.
I think the American
Which they
people
use
We
need to
pulled
understand.
out, led to the
Above
rise of
and
the
below
ISIS
ground.
caliphate,
Here we
which
have
was
Iraq.
obviously
A year later,
We pulled out.
into
The rise of the
from
ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate,
More than
which
half
was
of these
Look at all of the bases that we
destroyed
had
over
to
90%
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda
went
rocket
back.
arsenal.
We had
Look at all
bases
the
in the Gulf.
eliminated
We had
that we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
We
Jordan,
had bases
of
in
course
the
in
Israel,
Major military
allied bases in
operations
Cyprus.
in Jordan.
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases
Major
in
military
Cyprus.
We didn't let
operations.
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground in the
government in
Kurds.
Baghdad
Hamas's-
and the army.
We
in
didn't
all
let
of the front
all
lines.
ISIS take over the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with,
army in all of
to go
the
clean up
Now to
that
complete
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers'
with
lives
on
did
mopping
we
to clean
lose?
up that
Hamas's
mess.
From
remaining
cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
We are
did we
taking
lose?
out
Mr.
senior
Chairman.
terrorist
From
commanders.
cleaning up
Let's
that.
transition over here to
remaining
Afghanistan. What do we see?
Withdrawal, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have,
But let's-
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over
base
to
in
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
One more time.
Do
We
we
have no
have
base in
do we have a
any
base
country
in we have a
neighboring
single base in
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan now?
We do not.
Do we have a base in any country neighboring Afghanistan? Do we have any local allies approaching the capability?
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now.
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak.
Allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every morning,
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
execution,
we wake up to beheading videos,
people being hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if,
to people being hunted down with our
options.
own
And then they hike the
database.
prices.
But when
how many
and if,
soldiers are we going to
you have to
lose?
present options
Because
to
we have
them.
no allies on the ground.
How many
We have
soldiers
no bases
are we
on
going to
the
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground,
which is
we have no
overall
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue.
Those drones have
which
to
is
fly
over
all the way
the
around
prices.
Iran and all the way up Pakistan and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have
80%
to fly
of
all
their
the way
fuel
around Iran
before they even
all the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to
a
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they
attack
even get anywhere near
the botched
a
attack
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
botched
confirming what
attack
that drone operator said.
that you have to have
called it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that drone
confirming
operator
what
would
that drone
appreciate somebody on the
called in.
ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that drone operator would appreciate
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
in
no,
saying
that's a
how
civilian.
difficult this is going to be.
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United
in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
But
That
the
we can
President of
do
the United
over
States is
nothing.
selling this country
What we're doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over
base
here.
access,
Nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
the
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you
ocean
all need to
access.
own,
That is
and we need to be
the
honest
fiction
Germany
that I
with the
think
American
you all need to
It's
own,
ridiculous.
and we need
It
to be
didn't happen then.
honest
It's not gonna happen
with the
now.
American people.
I am just livid at the fact of the future Americans
I am just
that are going to have to
This
go
is
back
why Israel
at the fact
this
of
mess
the
we're
future
watching
Americans
this horror movie
Hamas
that are going to have to
represented
go back
Slotkin
to
experience
clean
that
up
we
this
all
mess. We were
experienced
watching this
after
movie
Iraq.
that represented a Slotkin
The
experience
president
that we all
continues to say,
experienced.
well, we can do what we do in Somalia.
Only
We can
then.
do what we
The
do in
president
Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
well, we
just
can
briefed
do
about a
what we
strike
do
in
in
Syria.
This
Somalia.
round
We can
of
do what we
fighting.
do
We have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability.
The
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed about
question.
a strike in Syria.
We are
Do
ready
we have
to work with
any
We have a lot
Israel
more
and other
capability
partners
there.
evidence
One more
to
question.
support a local
intelligence
civilian
Do
or
we have
otherwise
any
of Pakistani
committed
troops on the
evidence?
ground?
coexistence.
Intelligence officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or command and control
Intelligence officers, air
assisting the
support, or
Taliban
any
offensive.
troops on the
I've
ground
put
assisting the
in
Taliban
for
or
them. I'll
command
take
and
that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Those
Mr.
alive
Chairman,
today,
Mr. Wilson,
And Mr.
returned alive.
and
that's not going to go to a
And the
civil war. It's going to go to a
remains of
Mr.
those
Chairman,
who
Mr.
were
Wilson,
killed
your time has
must be
expired.
returned
That's
to
not
their
going to go to a
families.
civil war. It's going to go to a
Those
regional
families
war.
here with us
Chair
today
recognizes
and
the
others in
witnesses
Israel
coming in.
deserve
I
to
thank
have
you,
a resting
Chair,
place for their loved ones.
Mr. Chairman,
A place
coming in.
The
I
more
gotta
I
tell
listen to
you,
this hearing, the more
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I get.
the more I
And
listen to
know
this hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same
now
way.
have
'cause
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know
What
every
has to
veteran
happen?
watching
it's about
today
them.
has
And
to
I think
feel
what
the same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's
Lay
about
down its arms.
General Milley,
It's
General
about
McKenzie,
them.
or
And
some
I
of the
think what upsets
statements
them most,
But if they don't,
from the
General Milley,
president
General McKenzie,
if
or
they
some
don't,
statements
during this
fight
evacuation,
until we-
from the
including an
president
interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
There is
including
During the
an
withdrawal
interview
on
that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
the
television.
generals
During the
never
withdrawal
advised
on
me
August
to leave
18th,
2500
saying
also
and the
generals
only
never
air-based Bagram
advised
air base
me to
in the
Hezbollah
world sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
terror
Bagram air base
organization
in the
the world
world
today.
sandwiched
After
between
counterterrorism.
China,
It has,
Russia, Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that
platform
an
to stay
accurate
after
statement that
counterterrorism.
span
the generals
in
never
all
advised them to
continents.
leave
General
a
Milley, is that an
stay-behind
accurate
force to keep
statement?
a
More
lid on
Americans,
half
The
the world's
generals
terrorist
never
and more
advised them to
Frenchmen.
leave a stay-behind force to
any
keep a
group
lid
except
on
bin
half the
Laden.
world's terrorist
I
organizations.
will
It's
tell you
murdered the
what my
citizens
thoughts were at the time.
of many countries represented in this room.
Well, let me just,
What my
you
thoughts-
testified
attacked
today, you
Israel
both testified
viciously over the
repeatedly
last 20 years.
that you
Let me
The
just
last-
you
advised the National
testified
Command
today. You
Authority
both testified
we should
repeatedly
leave.
A day after
that you
Hamas
stay
advised
behind
the National Command
including the
Authority
base.
NATO
we should
plus
leave.
That's right.
Hezbollah began
Did
Did
Stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay-behind
That's
force
right.
despite his stated
60,000
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because because
leave
that
stay-behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the
volatile, vibrant towns in the north of Israel.
And you stated today you didn't advise.
So I want you to think about this.
and you stated today you didn't advise
them to stay.
Just imagine.
That's an inaccurate statement.
Terrorists
Let's go down the list.
Let's
Let's go
San
back
Diego
to
into
July
ghost
of
an inaccurate statement.
2021.
But let's go down the list.
President
Then
Biden,
ask
there's a
yourself,
likelihood.
July
long
of
would the
2020.
The
American
likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood-
everything and owning the
A
whole
day?
country is
A
highly
week?
Likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the
A month?
Taliban overrunning
comport with
everything
your
and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is
Even for a
highly
single
In
unlikely.
fact, you just a few weeks later said Kabul be surrounded in 30 to 60 days.
You just a few weeks later said
Well,
Kabul
I've
be
come here
surrounded.
today
was if
and
we went
enough
to zero
is
in
enough.
US military forces, then there was
My
a
assessment at the
highlight
time
to
was
the
if we went to zero in US military forces,
and the NSF.
We won't rest
Would collapse.
until our
But I thought it was
citizens
going
can
to be
return
the
safely to
I
their homes.
personally thought it would be
We will not accept
But I thought it was
a
going
terror
to
army perched on our northern
We're talking
border,
within months.
able to perpetrate
Within
another
months.
October 7th
The
style
next one,
massacre.
We're
there's going
talking
to be
within
no
months.
circumstance
For
where you
18
see
years,
people
within
being
months of
lifted
our
off the
Hezbollah
roof of an
brazenly
embassy.
There's going to be no
to implement
circumstance
UN
where you
Security
see people
Council
being
resolution
lifted off the roof
An
of an
embassy of
embassy.
the United
which
States from
requires it to
Afghanistan.
move
It's
its
not at all
forces
comparable.
away from our
An
border.
embassy of the
Saigon.
United
Instead,
States from
Hezbollah
Afghanistan
moves
is
right
not
up
at
to
all
our border.
comparable
They secretly
with
dug
Saigon.
terror tunnels
This picture
to
proves that
infiltrate our
not to be the
communities.
case.
July 8,
and indiscriminately
2021.
fired
Next
thousands
one,
of
Americans
rockets
should
Joe Biden
understand
into our towns
we're going to
and
try to
July
get it all
8th,
done
2021.
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all
Not from
out.
there's American
They do that
citizens
too.
Is that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational
stay
plan
to
at the
get
time?
them all
To
out.
stay beyond August 31st?
Is that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at
by
the time?
August 31st?
To stay beyond August
In
31st,
hospitals,
or were you
in apartment
planning to
buildings.
get out by
Last.
August 31st?
and in the private homes
But
of
perhaps
the citizens
the
of
most
Lebanon.
egregious.
Last.
We
They
believe
endanger their
about
own people.
100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the-
remain in
They put a
Afghanistan
missile in every kitchen.
with
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
rockets in every
testified
garage.
today. You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified, General
I
Milley,
said
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know
both testified
the
today.
number.
You just
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was
Hezbollah is
impossible
pushing
It
to
was
know.
very difficult to know.
Don't let
In
Nasrallah
fact,
drag
is that
Lebanon into
accurate?
the abyss.
It was
We're
very
not at
difficult
war
to know.
with
that.
you.
Yet the State Department's
We're at war
revised
with
that number
Hezbollah,
since to
which has
nearly
hijacked your
1,000
country and threatened
Yet the
Americans.
State Department's revised that number
behind.
since to
As
nearly
long as
1,000
Hezbollah chooses the
Americans.
In July of 2021,
Israel has no
Bagram is
choice.
closing.
Look,
And Israel
We're
has
in
no
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that
little bit
you
of
were
air
so
support.
concerned in
week,
July of
General McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process
lily
our
pads
IDs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in place
pieces
to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
IDs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which
and
is to
then
to get
the
our
replacement
allies
You were
out
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021,
military
you put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all of us.
forward.
You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in
testified
July
today.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations forward.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today.
sent a
And
dissent
in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground, Mr.
diplomats saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
Ladies and
disaster
gentlemen,
will
23
ensue. Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if
cable
you
shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster
formal
will ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman?
channel
realize
going to the
that the
Secretary of
blessing of
State
the commander
himself.
never seen it.
Was that shared
We
with
must
you, Mr.
continue
Chairman?
the
The
path
19G?
we
Was that
paved
shared with you as the
with
commander?
Abraham
I've never seen
Accords
it.
I
4
think
years
the
ago.
American people would like to see that. Chairman,
This
here's
means
my
that
question
you
for you.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman,
Israel
here's
on
my
August
question.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of
And
State
having
was,
seen the
despite
blessing-
all
The
of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State
do
Department
you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was,
We weren't getting our
despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns?
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
Secretary of
skies
State
He was
for
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine
Look,
how that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel.
I'd
Look,
say to
here's the
you,
bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman. Thank
Department
you for your
used a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department
It would be a
used a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
countries.
we could just have
It
an
wasn't
embassy and
planning. It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we
terrorists
could
just
just have
take
an
care of of the bad Taliban
into a
terrorists.
global juggernaut.
The good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists
essentially
will take care of the bad Taliban.
what happened,
water,
and because of that, we
that's
didn't get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our
artificial
citizens
intelligence.
out, we
What
didn't have
happened,
enforced
and
posture,
because of
we
that,
don't
we
have,
didn't get our
didn't
people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing.
Such a
citizens
peace,
out,
I'm sure,
we didn't
We
have the
failed,
forced posture,
and
we
their
didn't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
it would
because of
usher
it.
in
We
a
failed,
historic
and their
reconciliation
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to
Arab
you.
world in Israel,
because of it.
To my Gold
between
Star
Islam and
families,
Judaism,
your
I
government
apologize to
Mecca
you.
and
failed you.
Jerusalem.
To my Gold Star
While
families,
Israel is
There is
your
a
government
difference,
achieving
gentlemen,
such a
and I
failure.
know you both know this,
Iran
in
and
taking
its terror proxies
responsibility.
there is
and
a
committed
difference, gentlemen,
to
and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this.
taken
and taking
That's why one of the
responsibility
best
and
No
ways
one
accountability.
has
to
been
thwart
held
Iran's
A lot of people
accountable.
have taken
They
responsibility.
is to achieve
deserve
No
the
one
peace.
better.
has been held
Your government
Such a
accountable.
peace
failed
between
you.
the
I'll
nation
give you an opportunity in my
deserve
time remaining,
a
Mr.
broader
Chairman, if
Your
there's
government
anything
alliance.
failed you.
you
and
all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's
Israel turned
anything
Arab peace party
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr.
Saudi
publicly on the
Arabia,
record.
and others
They
would choose the
have a right
path
to
of peace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits
And I thank
to
you
the
for
rest
that.
of the world. With American support and leadership,
And I thank
I
you for that.
believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by.
I'm not going to turn my back on these families or any other goals for our families. There are other goals for our families in this room right now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I've been working with her for years.
Israel
They
has
deserve
made
accountability,
its choice.
Mr. Chairman, and
We
thank
seek
you,
to
gentlemen.
move forward
Mr. Secretary,
to
They deserve
in
accountability,
exchange
Mr.
with Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and
you,
thank you, Chairman.
Iran
just
is
testified under oath
They've
again.
also
in
made
exchange with
their
Mr. Mills,
want
you
to
testified
establish
under record
a dark
of
age
never owned a private
of
jet.
terror.
Here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter
Now I have
the
a
record.
question.
2023.
Article here.
The John
from
Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet was sold
2023.
shortly after
What choice
accusation.
The John Kerry
by
family
the
private
hypocrisy.
jet was
Mr.
sold
Secretary,
shortly
you stand by
after
that
stand with
testimony
Israel?
that you've
I-
never owned
stand
or
with democracy.
I personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes, my
I
wife
owned
owned a
or
plane.
I personally, family, I, your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owns a
Not
plane.
in a number of
You
years,
flew
but
on a
I have
plane.
flown on it,
And
sure.
In this
this
battle
article is
between
not
good and
inaccurate.
evil,
Not
Your
in
family owned a
years,
plane.
but I have
no
flown on it.
equivocation.
You
This
flew on a
article is not
plane.
then
When you
inaccurate
stand with
that your
Israel,
family owned
My
a plane.
wife,
You stand for your
Secretary,
my
own
wife
values
owned a plane.
and your
Here's
own
the
interests.
issue.
Yeah.
My
Yes,
wife,
we're
Some kind of
defending ourselves.
partisan
my wife
gotcha.
owned a
Here's the-
plane.
When
here's
we are
the-
asking
here's-
Americans
Against
to
this
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices
Violence and
When
terror.
we are asking
transition
Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices,
So there should be no
and your
confusion about
family and or yourself
for the
But
common
are
good,
flying around
There
on
is.
private
and your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually
many
hurts
countries
your
are flying
cause.
around
And
on
in this
private
very
jets.
I'll
That smacks
move
of
on.
hypocrisy.
But want to know from a
But
record
let me
standpoint.
afford me
Mr.
the
Chairman,
right
I'll
at least
move
to set
on.
the
I
record.
just want to know from a record standpoint.
I
the
do not
at least
fly
to set the
Israel is
on a
falsely
private
accused of
jet.
genocide when we defend
I do
ourselves
not
against
fly. I
enemies
fly
who try to
commercially.
commit genocide against
Having
us.
all of
I
private
do
jets
not
since you've
fly.
taken this
I fly
position.
commercial.
When Israel is absurdly
Having
accused
all
of
of private
flown
jets
five
since you've
times
taken
in
this
the last
position.
2.5
deliberately
years
starving
on Mill Air,
I have
Palestinians.
flown
which you also
5
fly
times in
on.
the last
What
2.5
an
years
or some of you
on
travel
Mill
They
Air,
don't bring in
which you
Five
also
times.
fly on.
700,000
Otherwise,
tons of
all of
food
my
to
trips
Gaza.
are
travel
commercial
That's
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
5,000
private
calories
jet
a day
Otherwise,
for
personal
every
or
man,
official
woman,
capacity
and
since
child
you've
in
taken
Have
this
you
Gaza.
position?
flown on a private jet
see
in a
this
personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity
When Israel
since
is
you've taken this
falsely accused
position?
of
I
deliberately
don't. I
targeting
think I just don't.
Possibly
I'm trying to think
I
of the
think
date.
you need to
We don't
take
want
the
to see a
broader
single
point
person
of how
I
this
think
is
I
viewed
just
in
don't have
American
But no,
society. As
I
we're asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the broader
And
point
that's
of
why
how
we're
this
We're not
is
asking
viewed.
Americans.
No,
We're
that's
not
why we're
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to
Listen,
fly.
We're not
You're
asking
saying
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
we're
not
asking
to
you to
fly.
lead by example,
You're
Mr. Secretary.
trying to
That's where we're at.
create
You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
to lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
in
That's
that
what we're
vein,
at.
does your
Which is why I
office,
fly
Others
commercially.
lead by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel and
office,
scheduled meetings?
or the State Department keep a record of
Does
your
that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
We see it in
Provide
to
the-
Congress?
Can you
Don't
provide
they
those
realize
records
this
to Congress?
Your
The
official
Iranians
Will you
travel.
provide those
Your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Of
funded,
Iran,
while in this
and in
position.
Gaza.
Your official travel.
Thank you.
The
I
Goose
appreciate
Official
shut
travel,
down
taxpayer
protesters,
funded.
murder
Switching
women
this
for not
position.
covering their hair.
Thank you.
topics
I
here.
appreciate
gays
that.
and public
Some of
spirits.
the
Switching
other
progressive
diplomacy
topics
you
here.
conducted
According
in
to
20 in the
to some of
2018
the
interview.
Director
other
of National
diplomacy
Intelligence.
You
conducted
admitted
farming
to
in the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
Many
foreign
of the
minister
protesters
Zarif,
against
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign minister
administration.
Even many of the
Zarif,
How many
quote,
times
3 or
did you
4
speak
times
with the
from the
foreign
start of
minister?
the previous
The
administration?
Iranian foreign minister
How many
Zarif,
times did
Ladies
you
and
speak
gentlemen,
with the
during
foreign
the last
minister?
administration?
King
The
Solomon,
Iranian foreign minister Zarif.
who reigned in
And-
our
And I'll enter into the
During the
record
last
2,000
administration.
years ago.
that,
And I'll
3 or
enter into
4
the
times.
record.
Let's take that at face
That is
value.
familiar to all of
That
He said-
3 or
Did you
4 times.
communicate
Let's
with
take
him
that at
There
face
is
using
nothing
Signal,
new
WhatsApp,
under the sun.
Telegram?
Did you communicate with him
I don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Met him
Any others?
formally
I
in
don't
the
recall how I
course
communicated
of
with him.
Some would
international,
formally,
specifically, I think it was in
But one
UNGA
thing
in New York.
is undeniable.
I saw him in
There is
Munich at the
definitely
Munich
not
Security
that
Conference,
New York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
leaked-
Munich at the Munich
According to
Security
leaked audio,
Conference, which he was invited to.
provided by the New
I
York
saw him.
Times, Zarif
According
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
him that Israel
take it
attacked
from me.
Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New
Syria
York
at
Times,
least,
Zarif
quote,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times,
Israel
and Zarif was
attacked
surprised
Iranian
it was
assets in
revealed
Syria at
such
least,
sensitive
quote,
information.
at least 200 times, and Zarif was
Now,
surprised
you know,
you
that
had
was
revealed
according to leaked
such
audio.
sensitive
Now under
information.
oath, do you
And in
stand
my
by your
making
previous
Now,
denial
that was
that
according to
ever
leaked
happened?
audio. Now under oath, do
I
you stand by your
absolutely
previous
said
denial that
on the
ever
day
happened?
that that report came out, we
Absolutely
made
said
it
that.
crystal clear
On the day that that report came out,
release
we made it crystal
that
clear
I find myself defending Israel against that same
never took place. It was at a time
it was public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confused
but
with
Abbas,
what he did, but I can tell you, I never had that conversation. And I can tell you,
I never had
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America,
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America,
as
2 years
a member of the Intelligence Committee,
28 years in the Senate.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue. This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around? Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around? You don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast to 2024. You don't have to abide by these agreements. Or a new administration may be coming in. A new regime, and therefore undermine maybe coming in administration diplomacy. And therefore undermining current administration.
I'm not going to speak to any hypotheticals, but I can tell you,
do you find that appropriate? Shadow diplomacy undermines American law.
Shadow diplomacy,
shadow diplomacy undermines American law.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what you involve. Shadow
1963 with
single out of the one and only Jewish state.
1963 with
Jack crisis. It was behind the scenes. Back
Mr. Finger, I would posture that your shadow diplomacy. Now, I would posture that
I was at a security
now
closing
as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60%, as they race on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms to 60% in the Middle East. On the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms pulled out of the Middle East.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of
undermine other administrations.
The reason that happened
no way they could have had a nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement
agreement
that existed.
There was no way they could have had a nuclear weapon.
Security
under the
establishment
agreement
of
that
Israel
existed.
believed that
And
agreement
even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the security establishment
Then
of
against
Israel
the entire
believed that
world
agreement had done the
combined.
job.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Schneider.
More than twice as
Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Chair now
recognizes Mr.
Here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking past each other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This war is not done. And here's where I think we're really talking past each other. This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology. This is just as it took decades, not 20 years, not 30 years, and just as it took decades, the idea of communism to defeat the idea of fascism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. You testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. General McKenzie, stand by that statement? You testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. D.N.I. Haynes, stand by that statement? Biden's Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again. Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again. Osama bin Laden's former deputy has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban. Osama bin Laden's former deputy now they have an entire state to work with, the head of the Taliban Air Force. Except now they have an entire state to work with. And I think if things continue on the path they are, functioning international airport, international currency. And I think if things continue on the path they are, we're not done with this international currency. I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. We're not done with this. Mr. Secretary, I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout. Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in. And yet we found ourselves 3 years later, let's look at the situation because I think the American people going back understand this. So let's look at the situation because I think the American people we pulled out, led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was we pulled out, led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was look at all of the bases that we had to deal with when we went back. We had bases in the Gulf, we had bases in Kuwait, to deal with when we went back. In Jordan, we had bases in the Gulf, Israel, allied bases in Cyprus. In Jordan, we had allies on the ground in the Kurds. Allied bases in Cyprus. We didn't let ISIS take over the ground in the Kurds, in Baghdad, and the army. We didn't let ISIS take over the government. We had all of these assets to work the army and all of them to go clean up that mess. All of these assets to work with lives to go clean up that mess. From cleaning up how many soldiers and lives did we lose, Mr. Chairman? From cleaning up let's transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see? Do we have, General McKenzie, we have a single base in Afghanistan now? What do we see? Do we have a base in any country neighbor in Afghanistan now?
Don't have a choice.
Do we have any local allies opposing the capability of the Kurds?
not?
Do we have any local allies approaching the capability?
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now.
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak.
Allies
with our weapons.
Every morning,
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning,
executions,
we wake up to beheading
to people being
videos,
hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if
to people being hunted down with our
options
own
to the
database.
president.
But when,
How many soldiers are we going to lose?
you have to present options
Because
to
we
the
have no
president.
allies on the ground.
How many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
which is over
We have
the
no
horizon
bases in the
counterterrorism.
region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue.
Those drones
which
that
is over
fly
the
all the way
horizon.
around
temples
Iran,
and a
and
peoples
all
of
the way up
modern
Pakistan,
times.
and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
that
80%
is
fly
of
all
their
the way
fuel
around Iran
Has always
before
been
they
done.
even
all the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose
it
70 to
will
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw
time
from the
before
failed
they
attack
even get
borrow
anywhere near
a
the
great
botched
poet's
attack,
phrase.
and we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-int
Go
intelligence
gently.
confirming what
attack.
that drone operator said.
that you
We
have to
will
have
never-
multi-int intelligence.
we will
And I know
never
that
use
drone operator
rage
would have appreciated somebody on the
against the
ground
dying
saying,
of the
no,
light.
that's a civilian.
And I know that
Don't
drone
torture
operator would appreciate
Israel.
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
in
no,
saying
that's
how
a civilian.
difficult this is going to be.
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your candor
United
in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
To the
But
people
what
The
we
of
can
President of
do
the
over
United
here
States
with
is
nothing.
selling this
What
country
What we're doing
fiction
over here
that we can
Be
with
do
strong
neighboring
over
base
here.
and of
access,
Nothing.
courage.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean
being
access.
sued.
with
That
neighboring
is
base access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to
Loyal
be honest
fiction
Loyal
that I
with the
think
American
you all
people.
need to own,
The
and we need to
people
be
of
honest
Israel live
with the American
now,
people.
tomorrow, forever.
I am
Thank you.
just livid at the fact of the future Americans
I am just
that are going to have to go
livid
back
at
to
the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching this
Americans
war movie
that
that
are going to
represents
have
the
to go
Slotkin experience that we
That's
all
we are
experienced
watching this war
after
movie.
Iran.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The president
order.
continues to say, well, we can do what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in
President
Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary, you
well, we
just
can
briefed
do
about a
what we
strike
do
in
in
Syria.
Somalia. We
Order,
can do what we
We have
do
a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary, you
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more capability there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence
do
or
we have any
otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the
evidence,
ground? Intelligence officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise,
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground?
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support,
Taliban
or any
offensive?
troops on the
I
ground
prefer to answer
assisting the
that question
Taliban or
first.
command
I'll take
and
that as
control
a yes.
assisting the Taliban offensive.
And
Mr. President.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional
Mr. Chairman,
war.
Mr.
I
Waltz,
didn't
your time
intend
has
to come
expired.
here.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chair,
war.
and
My country is
recognize
at
the
war.
witnesses for coming in. I got to
Fighting
tell
for
you,
its
Chair,
life.
and
Mr.
thank
Chairman,
you for the witnesses for coming
but
in.
after
The more I
you've
listen
heard,
to this hearing, the more
Mr.
The
Chairman,
lies and slanders.
The more I
and
listen to
know
this hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
Many
infuriating.
of the
sitting here
speakers
have
of
to
this
feel
group
the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
I decided
this
to come
has
here
to feel the same way
have
because
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
set
way.
our
I know every
record
veteran
straight.
watching
It's
today
about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way, 'cause
upsets
it's
them
not about
most,
us. It's about
General Milley,
it's
General
about
McKenzie,
them.
are some
And I
of
think
the
what upsets
statements
them most
I decided
from
to
the
come
president
McKenzie or some of the
during
statements
this,
for my
during
people,
this evacuation,
from the
including an
president,
interview
for my
the
country,
president
during
gave on
this,
national
during this
television,
evacuation,
During
including
the
an
withdrawal,
interview that
August
the president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
the
television.
generals
During the
never
withdrawal,
advised
Here's
me
the
August
truth.
18th, saying
2,500 and the
Israel
only
seeks
air base,
peace.
Bagram air
advised
base
me
in
Israel
the
yearns for
world,
peace.
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air base,
has
Bagram
made
air base,
peace
Iran,
and
in
will
the
make
world,
peace again.
sandwiched
For
between
counterterrorism.
China, Russia, Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that an
platform to stay
accurate
after
statement that
counterterrorism.
the generals never advised
Yet
him
we
to leave
face
a
savage
stay-behind
enemies.
force to keep a
Statement
lid
that
on
seek
half the
our
world's terrorist
Never
annihilation.
advised him
organizations?
to leave a
And we
stay-behind
must
force to
defend
keep a
ourselves
lid on half the world's
against
terrorist
these
organizations.
savage murderers.
What my thoughts were at the
Our
time.
enemies seek not only to destroy
say-
But
us,
you, let me just,
What my
you
thoughts
testified
were. They
today,
seek to
you both
destroy
testified
our common
repeatedly
civilization.
that you
Let me just-
advised
you
the National
testified
Command
today, you
Authority
both testified
we should
dark
leave
repeatedly
age
that
of
you
tyranny
stay
and
advised the
terror.
National Command
Including the
Authority
plus NATO,
we should
plus-
leave.
That's right.
When I spoke here last year,
a
Did
stay-behind
President
force,
Trump
including
I
the
said we
base
stay-
leave that
That's
stay-behind
behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because
leave that stay behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise.
That our actions will determine
and you stated today you didn't advise.
generations a blessing.
So that's an inaccurate
or a
statement.
curse.
Let's go down the list.
And that is the choice
July of
That's an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list.
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back.
likelihood,
July of 2021.
the likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning everything and
reconciliation.
owning the whole country is
The
highly
likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the Taliban overrunning
comport with your
everything
knowledge
and
at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact,
The blessing I spoke of.
That
you just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul be surrounded.
In fact,
Normalization deal
you just a
between
few weeks
Saudi
later
Arabia
said
and
Kabul be
Israel
surrounded.
Time was
seemed
if we
closer
were
than
in
ever.
zero in U.S. military forces, then they would
But
rise
then
up
came
to
the
when
curse
we went
of
to
October
zero in
7th.
US military
Did
forces. and
thousands
the
of
NSF,
Iranian-backed
the Taliban
Hamas
taking over.
terrorists from
Would collapse.
Gaza
But I thought it was going
burst
to be
into
I
Israel
personally
pickup
thought it
trucks
was
on
Would
motorcycles.
collapse.
But I thought it was
And they
going to be
committed
assessment very
unimaginable
wide.
We're
atrocities.
talking within months.
They savagely murdered 1,200 people.
The next one,
We're
there's
talking
going to be
within
no
months.
circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an
Next one,
embassy,
there's going to be
They
no
burned
circumstance where you
babies
see
alive.
people being lifted off
They
the
burned
roof
an
of
families
an
embassy of the
alive.
United States from
Babies,
Afghanistan. It's
children,
not at all
grandparents.
comparable
an
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
This
from
picture
Afghanistan.
proves
It's not at
that
all
to be the case.
comparable
Hamas
with
kidnapped
Saigon.
251
This picture
people
proves that
from
to
dozens
be the
of
case.
different
July
countries.
8th, 2021.
Dragging
Next
them
one,
to the
Americans should
dungeons of
understand
Gaza.
we're going to
July
try to get
8th
it all
is
done
brought home.
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're going
American,
to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And
we're
if
going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's
I wanna
American
assure you,
citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
not
operational
rest
planning
stay
at the
to
time?
get them all out.
To stay
Remaining
beyond
hostages
August
are brought
31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning
Some of
to
the
planning
get
at the
out by
family
time?
August
members
To stay
are here
beyond
with us
August
today.
31st, or
I
were
ask you
you
to stand
planning
up.
to get out by
Last.
August 31st?
But perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe about 100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
With
With
the
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
Sunny
testified,
Dawn was
General
with
Some
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified
That
today.
was
You
a
just
crime.
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It
to
was
know
very difficult to know
the
the
number.
number.
In fact,
And
is
these
that accurate?
murderous monsters
It was
took him.
very difficult to know the
Yet
number.
the State Department's revised that number since to
Smyrna,
nearly 1,000
whose son Jonathan
Yet the
Americans.
State
murdered,
Department's
and his
revised that
corpse-
number
his
since to
corpse
nearly
was taken into
1,000
the dungeons.
Americans.
In July
terror
of
tunnels of
2021,
Gaza.
A corpse
Bagram
held
is
hostage.
closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
four-star commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani is visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contracts
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of
practically
And so was the
begging
body.
us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contracts and some
that
little
you
bit
were
of
so
air support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that
that
you put
you
up
were so concerned
recommendations,
in July of
including lily
2021,
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protecting
get our
all
allies
Americans. You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021,
military
you put
should do
those
for
recommendations
protecting all
forward.
Americans. You were so
That's
concerned
what you
in July
testified
of
today.
2021, you
And
put
in
those
fact, also
recommendations
the
forward.
diplomats on the
But his
ground,
father was
Mr.
dead.
Chairman,
Today.
He's still
sent a
languishing
dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the
Underground.
diplomats on the
23
ground, Mr.
diplomats saying
Chairman,
if you
Hamas.
continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This is a
road, disaster
formal
will ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to
Was
the
that shared
Secretary of
with you as the
State
commander?
himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the commander?
Ladies
I
and
think the
gentlemen,
American people would like to see that. Chairman,
curse
here's
of
my
October
question for
7th.
you.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman,
on
here's my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the
Did-
Secretary of State was?
The day
Israel
before
on
Kabul
August
fell,
13th?
do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite
The
all
The
of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul
the
fell,
State
do
Department
you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns,
According to
the
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast
Since
enough. We
then,
weren't
they
getting our
fired
people
He
out.
was in the
According to
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in
vacation.
the
at our
Hamptons.
towns
Secretary
and
of
cities.
State
He was
Blinken.
in
At
the
our
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how
children.
that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how
Look,
that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel.
First of
Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State
Iran shared
Department
militias
used a
It wasn't
military term.
planning.
It
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
dozens of times
we could
over
just
the
have an
past
embassy
year
wasn't
and
well.
planning. It,
the
in
good,
fact,
the good
thought
Taliban terrorists
could
will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
in
Judea
Taliban
and Samaria
terrorists.
The good
perpetrated
Taliban
scorn
I mean, that's
terrorists
essentially
will take care of the
and
bad
throughout
Taliban
Israel.
terrorists.
What happened, and because of that,
I mean,
we didn't
that's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens out,
For the
we
first
didn't
time
have
ever.
enforced
And
postures,
because of
we
that,
didn't
we
get
didn't get our
people
people out.
out,
We get our citizens out. We didn't have
We
the
failed,
force posture.
and their loved
We
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
because of it.
We failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because
I have a
to my
message
Gold
for
Star
the tyrants
families.
of terror.
Your
I
government
apologize to you.
failed
If
you.
you strike us,
To my Gold Star families.
We
There
will
is a
govern you.
difference, gentlemen, and I
Failed
know
you.
you
There
both
is no
know this, in
place.
taking responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking responsibility and
No one
accountability.
has been held
A lot of people
accountable.
have taken
There is no place in
responsibility.
Iran
Deserve
No
but
one
better.
has been
that the
held
long
Your government
arm of
accountable.
Israel
failed you,
cannot
and I'll
reach.
give you an opportunity in my
Deserve
time
that's
remaining,
true
Mr. Chairman, if
of the
there's
entire
anything
Middle East.
failed you.
you
And
all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
The time has
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr.
publicly on the record,
with
please.
incredible courage
They have a right
and with
to
heroic
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
sacrifice.
Well,
And I have
uh,
another message for
They have
this
a right to
assembly
respond. These
and for the world
families.
outside this law.
And I thank you for that.
We are winning.
These families. And I have committed
And I
to
thank
them,
you for that.
and I will do so again publicly to all of you. And I will work with them
them, get you the answers, to make sure that accountability.
I will work with
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm going to do that.
as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear.
Other goals for our families. There are other goals for our
This
families
is the map
right now.
I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman,
shows
and
Israel,
thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with
Chairman,
Mills,
and thank you,
just
Connecting
testified
Secretary,
under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter into the
under
record
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter into the record
2023.
article here
The John
from
Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet was sold shortly after accusations.
The John Kerry
of
family
finance.
private jet was sold
Mr. Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
climate
never
change.
owned or
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
I personally, family, personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of
Sold
years,
plane.
I have flown on it, sure.
And this article has not been inaccurate.
Not
that
in-
the
That
family
Iran
owned a
has
plane.
created
have flown
and
on it.
imposed from
This
the
article
world
has
Not
not
been
been
inaccurate that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
Malignant
owned,
art.
my wife
You
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
Has
Here's
shut
the
down
issue.
international
Yeah,
water.
my
This
wife-
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary,
gotcha. When we are asking Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
as
we are
transition
asking Americans to make
for the
serious
common good,
sacrifices, as we
and your
transition
family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
Your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around
Mr.
on private
Secretary,
jets.
but
That smacks
you
of
to
hypocrisy.
But
It actually
from a
hurts
record
your cause.
standpoint,
Afford me
This dark
the
Secretary,
right,
I'll-
at
I'll-
least
it's
to
only
set
a
the
person
record
who
I want to know
straight.
from a record standpoint.
Then you should
Do
think
not
again.
fly
set the record
on a
straight.
private
Because
jet.
Iran's aggression
I
not
do. I
fly
will not fly. I fly
on a private
will
commercially.
endanger every
Having
On all of private
citizen in the
jets
Middle
since
East.
you've taken this
I fly
position.
commercially.
Many
Having
countries
all
all
of
around
private
the
jets
world.
since
five
you've
times
taken
Because
the
Iran
last 2.5
seeks to impose
years
its radicalism
on Mill Air,
well
which
beyond
you
the
also
Five
fly
times
on.
in the last
That's
2.5
why
And
years.
or some
it
of you
funds terror
travel
networks
on.
on
Which you
Five
also
times.
fly on.
That's
Otherwise,
why
all of
build
my trips
ballistic
are
travel.
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial
taken
Have you
office?
flown on a private
The
jet
world is
in a
appeased.
personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity
Blind
since
eye
you've taken
to
this
its
position?
I
internal
don't. I
repression.
think I just don't
Turns
evidently
a blind
want
eye
to
to
I
its
think you need to
external
take the broader
I-
point
I
of
don't-
how
I
this
think-
appears
I
to
just
the
don't-
American
But no,
people as
I
we're
I
asking
think you
them
need
to
to
take
take
that
the
tell you
broader
what,
point
you-
now.
We're not asking
You're
Americans.
as
We're not
asking
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not
you're
asking
telling us
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not to
don't
You
fly.
don't lead by example,
You know,
Mr.
you're
Secretary.
trying
That's
to
what we're at.
rule-
Which is why I
No,
fly
you're asking me to
commercially.
lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly
Secretary.
In
That's
that
what we're at.
vein,
You
does your
which is why I
office,
fly commercially by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly
keep a
In that
record of
vein,
your
does
official
your
travel
office-
and
Not only
scheduled meetings?
support Israel in
or
rolling
the State
back
Department
Iran's
keep a
aggression.
record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're
Join
scheduled to meet with?
They should join Israel in stopping
Does
Iran's
that include the
nuclear
individuals
weapons
you're
program.
scheduled to meet with?
Can you provide those records to Congress? Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
the
Congress?
security
Of
provide
who
those
I've met
records
with?
to
We're going
Congress?
to have a
Your
deliberation.
official
Will
travel.
you provide those
Your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Of who
funded
I
met with
while in this
on the
position.
security
Your official travel.
Thank you. I
Your
appreciate
official
your
travel,
back
taxpayer
UN
funded.
Security
commitment.
Council
Switching
sanctions against Iran because
topics.
we
I
must
appreciate
all
that.
do
To some of
everything in
the
our
other
power
diplomacy
topics
you
to
conducted
ensure that
in
Iran
2018
never
other
gets
diplomacy
nuclear
you-
weapons.
You
conducted
admitted
in
to
the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
Foreign Minister Zarif,
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
Foreign Minister
administration.
I've been
Zarif,
warning
How many
those
times
3 or
did
4
you
times
speak
from
with
the
the
start
foreign
of the
minister?
previous
The
administration?
Iranian Foreign Minister
the
How many
latest
times
program.
did you speak with the
during the last
Perhaps a
administration?
decade.
the Iranian Foreign Minister
But
Zarif
we haven't
And,
stopped.
and I'll enter into the
during the
record,
last
Mr.
administration?
But we haven't stopped
that,
objection.
Iran
and I'll
3 or
enter
4
the
times.
record.
Let's take that at face value.
For the sake
That 3
Did
or
you
4 times.
communicate
Let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram?
Did you
Any
communicate
other-
with him
I
using
don't recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Met him
must
formally
not let
I
that
don't
happen.
know
how I-
And I assure you, Israel will
international,
do everything in its power
specifically, I
to
think it was
make
in
sure
UNGA in
it
New
doesn't
York.
happen.
International.
I saw him in
Specifically,
Munich
I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
in UNGA
Security
in New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
leaked,
Munich
Ladies and gentlemen,
according to leaked
Security
audio audio provided by the New York Times, according to leaked audio that Israel attacked Iranian assets by the New York Times, said you told at least 200 times Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria. At least sensitive information. At least 200 times and
now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time that public
never took place.
It was at a time
there was
public in public circulation. I don't know what he did. I can tell you that I never had that kind of organization.
October 7th.
And I can tell you that I never had 5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America, 2 years as lieutenant governor, 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the
That's why I'm. This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around?
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around?
You don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024.
You don't have to abide by these agreements.
Or a new administration may be coming in, and therefore undermine current administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermining current administration diplomacy.
Hypotheticals, but I can tell you,
Do you find that appropriate?
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow
what
diplomacy
involves.
undermines
also
American goals.
saved us
Shadow
from the war.
diplomacy, depending on what
Look at
involves.
1963 with
Jack
Jack,
saved us from the war.
We are taking
the
out senior terrorist commanders.
with
this
destroying
crisis.
remaining
It was
terrorist
behind the
infrastructure.
scenes, back
Mr.
channel.
McGrath, I would posture that
It was
your
behind
shadow
the scenes,
diplomacy
back
Mr.
now
McGrath,
has
I would
I wasn't conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
now
council.
has on the
I was
verge
conducting
as they
shadow
race
diplomacy.
towards
Security.
full
That is
enrichment
now
from 20% to
exploding
60%,
as they race
on the verge of
towards
having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
from 20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the
with
Middle
Hamas.
East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
Middle
Other
East.
administrations.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
undermine other
agreement.
administrations.
That agreement.
The reason
we
that
There's no
enabled
way
aid
they could have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump
that we
pulled
enabled
out
under
of
the
the
agreement that
agreement.
exists.
There was no way they
Even
could
in
have had a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security establishment
agreement.
of Israel
And then they hiked the
believed
price.
that
And
agreement
even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the
They feed
security
their bellies.
establishment of
You're-
Israel,
you know,
And then they
believed
fill
that
their
agreement
coffers
had done the
with
job.
money that
Chair
they
now
extort from their own
recognizes
people.
Mr. Schneider.
President
Thank you,
Trump
Mr.
just
Waltz.
They
pulled
sell
out.
the stolen food.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I think we're
Exorbitant
really
prices.
talking past each other.
And that's
Thank you,
how they
Mr.
stay
Chairman.
This war is not done.
And here's where I think
This
we're
too
really talking past
has
each
to
other.
end. And
This
we're
is a
working
war
This
to
war is
against
not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war against an ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a war against
not 20 years,
ideology.
not 30
And the
years,
reason
and
is
Just
anymore
as it took
to defeat
decades,
Because of
the
Hamas
idea of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years.
the idea of
armed
fascism. It's going to
and
take
the
idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat
the
the idea of Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat
has
the
You
got
testified
idea of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al Qaeda is
extremism.
still at war with us.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
you testified
Absolutely.
yesterday, Al Qaeda is still at war with us.
DNI
You
Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's director of national
For those who
intelligence,
say,
briefed
well,
the
Hamas-
Congress that
DNI
Al Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends to attack
Biden's
the West
director of national
again.
intelligence,
If
briefed the
given the
Congress that Al
chance.
Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to
Al
attack
Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
Imagine
The head of
allegiance to the head of the
Al-Qaeda
Taliban.
Nazis in
Osama bin Laden's
1945.
former
Except now they have an
deputy
entire
has
state
pledged
to work with,
to the head
an
of the
army, an air
Taliban.
force,
It's ridiculous.
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state
It's not
to
gonna
work
happen
with,
now.
And
an
I think
army,
if things
an air
continue on the
force,
path they are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport.
international currency reserves.
And I think if
So,
things continue
Mr.
on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're
possibly
not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international currency.
This is
I
why
would have thought we
Israel-
would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would have
lesson
learned the
We don't
lesson
from
seek to
Iraq.
resettle
Iraq.
Gaza.
I would have thought,
where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn the
2011,
lesson
Mr. Chairman, used
militarized
from
a
Iraq.
statement
radicalized.
praising that pullout
where we
as
pulled out in
ending
Only
2011, Mr.
and
Chairman,
yet we
used
found
your
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as
with
ending
soldiers
the war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves
So
3 years
let's
later.
look at the situation because I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand this.
And other
So,
partners.
but let's look at the situation because I think the American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand this.
led to the
Committed to
rise of the
peaceful
ISIS
coexistence.
caliphate,
Here we
which
have
was
Iraq.
obviously
As
a
for
more
the
We pulled out, led to
entity
the rise of
from-
the ISIS
I have a
caliphate, which was
Look
Look at all of the
Network.
bases that we
entity
had
from
to deal
them
with
go.
when we went back. We had
Look at
bases
all
in the
let
Gulf, we
them
had
go.
bases
had
in Kuwait,
to
we
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
We
Jordan,
had
Those
bases
alive
in
today,
Israel,
bases in
allied
Turkey,
bases
alive.
in
bases
Cyprus.
And the
in
remains of
Jordan.
We had
those who
allies
were
on the ground in the
killed
Kurds.
Allied
must be
bases in
returned to
Cyprus.
their
We didn't
families.
let
We
ISIS
had allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground
government
in
in
the Kurds
Baghdad
and others in
and the
Israel.
army.
We didn't
in all
let
of
Deserve to
the
have a
countries.
ISIS take
resting
over the
place
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with,
army and all of
to
the
go
they can
clean up
leave.
that
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
to
did
go
we
clean
lose
up that mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman?
From
But
cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to
mistaken
Afghanistan. What do we see?
withdrawal, Mr.
All that
Chairman.
has
We
to
have,
happen.
But let's
General McKenzie, we have a
transition
single
over
base
in Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
lay down its arms.
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
But if they don't,
We have
Do
no
we have
base in
any
Afghanistan.
local
We have a base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of
we
the
will
Kurds?
fight
We do
until
not.
we
Do
we have
achieve
any
do not.
local
No, and
allies
options
approaching
we
the
do not.
capability?
We
We have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds.
Alliance.
There
The Panjshir
is
has been
no
taken.
subject.
Frankly,
No,
they're
and
being
options
slaughtered
we do
right
not.
now.
We have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
Our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we
With
speak.
Our allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
in Lebanon.
Every morning we wake up to beheading videos, executions,
we wake up to beheading videos,
to people being hunted down with our own database,
executions,
but when and if,
to people being hunted down with our own
database.
But when,
how many soldiers are we going to lose? Because we have no allies on the ground.
How many
soldiers are we going to lose? Now we're going to get
because
to
we have
really
no
the
allies
crux
on
of
the
the
ground,
issue, which is over
we have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue.
Those drones have to fly all the way around Iran, all the way up Pakistan, and lose 70 to 80%
all
of
the
their
way around
fuel
Iran
before they even get
Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to 80%
target.
of
And we
their
just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they
attack
even get anywhere near
the botched attack,
and we just saw
that you have to have
multi-intelligence
confirming with that drone operator
that you have to have
multi-intelligence. And I know that drone operator would appreciate somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that drone operator would appreciate somebody on the ground
saying how difficult this is going to be.
So I
But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction that
the President of the United States is selling this country
what we're doing over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring base
nothing.
access, with allies on the ground, and ocean access.
With neighboring base access, with allies on the ground, and with
you all
ocean
need to
access.
own,
That is
and we need to be honest.
fiction.
With
That
the American people.
you all need to own, and we need to be honest with the American people.
I am just livid at the fact of the future Americans that are going to have to go back
at the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching this
Americans
horror movie
that are going to have to
represented a
go back
Slotkin
to
experience
clean
that
up
we
this
all
mess. We were
experienced
watching this horror
after
movie
Iraq.
that represented a Slotkin
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in
President
Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what we
We
do
have a
in
lot more
Syria. The
capability
Secretary
there. One
just
more
briefed about
question.
a strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more capability there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence
Do
or
we have any
otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the
evidence,
ground? Intelligence officers
or
air support,
otherwise,
any
from
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers
assisting the
or
Taliban
any
offensive.
troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or
I'll
command
take
and
that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban offensive.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr.
and that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional
Mr. Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
That's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
Chair recognizes the witnesses for coming in.
But they
I gotta
fired
tell you,
those
Chair,
rockets.
Mr. Chairman,
and
for coming in.
The more I
They
listen
placed
to
them
this
in
hearing,
schools,
the more
Mr.
in
Chairman,
hospitals, in
the
apartment
more I
buildings,
listen to this
and
hearing,
in
the
the
Gold
private
Star
homes
families sitting
of the
here
citizens of
have
Lebanon.
to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know
they
every
endangered
veteran
the
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here.
feel the
They
same way.
put a
It's not
pistol
about
in
us.
every
It's
gun.
I
about
know every veteran watching.
It's
A
about
rocket in
them.
every
has to
And I think
garage.
what
it's
upsets
not
them
about
most.
us. It's about
I said to the people
General
of
Milley,
Lebanon,
it's about
McKenzie,
them.
or some
And I
of the
think what
get
statements
upsets
out of
them
the death
most
trap that
from
Hezbollah
the
is
president
McKenzie, or some
during
of the
these
statements
during this
Lebanon into
evacuation,
the abyss.
from the
including an
president,
interview
We're
that
not
the
at war
president
with
during
gave on
this
national
during
television.
this evacuation,
During
including
the
an
withdrawal
interview
on
that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
the
television.
generals
During the
never
withdrawal on
Hezbollah
August 18th, saying
100 and the
generals
only
Israel has
air-based
no
bomber
choice.
air base
And Israel
in
has
the
every
world
right.
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
bomber air base
Iran,
in the world sandwiched
That's
between
exactly
China,
what
Russia,
we're doing.
Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that an
platform to stay
accurate
after
statement
counterterrorism.
that the generals never advised him to leave
General
a
Milley, is that an
stay-behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement
lid
that
on half
The
the
generals
world's
never
terrorist
advised
organizations?
him to leave a
The
stay-behind
IDF
force to
destroyed
keep
large
a lid on
percentages
half the
of
world's terrorist
Hezbollah's
organizations.
rockets, which had built with
my
Iran's
thoughts
funding
were
for
at the
3
time.
decades. We took out senior
Well,
military
you
commanders
you
who not only
testified
shed
today,
Israeli
you
blood,
both testified
but
repeatedly
Americans
that
But
and
you,
French
let me
blood
just
as well.
you
advised the National
testified
Command
today. You
Authority.
both
Then we took out their
testified
replacements.
that you
A
advised
stay-behind
the National
force,
Command
including the
Authority.
NATO,
We should
plus-
leave.
That's right.
And we'll continue degrading
Did President Trump
including the base.
leave that stay-behind
all
force despite his stated
objectives.
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because the
leave
Taliban
that
didn't
stay-behind
meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did
Ladies
you
and
then,
gentlemen,
and you stated today you
we're
didn't
committed to
advise
removing the curse of
Did you
terrorism
then, and you
to
stated
pull
today you
everybody
didn't
out?
all
advise
civilized
to stay.
societies.
That's correct.
Biden.
So that's
But
an
to truly
inaccurate
realize
statement.
that
Let's go
we
down the
must
list.
advise
Let's
them
go
to
back to
correct.
We
July
must
of
continue to
2021.
task
But let's go down the list.
President
here.
Biden, there's a
Abraham
likelihood,
4 years ago.
July of
the
2020.
likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood
everything and owning the whole
historic
country
peace
is
The
highly
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the
Between Israel
Taliban
and
overrunning
Saudi Arabia.
With your
everything
knowledge
and
at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact, you
Does that
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul will be
And having
surrounded
seen the
In
in
fact,
30
you-
to 60 days.
You just a few weeks later said
My
Kabul will be
assessment at the
surrounded
time was if
in
we
30
went
to
to
60
zero
days.
in U.S. military
The
forces,
millions of
and
Israelis
allied
has already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia,
would collapse.
But I thought it was going to be, I personally thought
trade,
it was going
the
to
would collapse.
But I thought it was
joint
going
venture.
assessments very widely.
We're talking within months.
Peace.
Somewhere around
Within
Thanksgiving.
months of
I
that
say
stuff.
to you,
The next one,
We're
there's going
talking
to be
with
no
them.
circumstance
Such a
where you see
peace with
people
Saudi
being
Arabia.
lifted off the roof of
The
an
next
embassy.
one, there's going to be
It would
no
be a boon to the
circumstance where you
security
see
and
people
economy
being lifted off the roof of
an
an
embassy of the
embassy.
United
It would
States
boost
from
trade and
Afghanistan.
tourism.
It's
It
not at
would
all
boost,
comparable
An
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United
Transform the
States
Middle
from
East.
Afghanistan.
Proves
It's
that.
not at all
Global
comparable
juggernaut.
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon.
Our two
This
countries
picture
should
proves
cooperate
that
on
not to be
energy,
the case.
July 8,
water,
2021.
agriculture,
Next one,
artificial
Americans should
intelligence,
understand
and
we're going to try to
management.
get it all done
2021.
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if
understand
you're
I'm
an
sure
we're
American,
going to try to get it
there's
all done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all
Historic
out.
there's American
reconciliation.
citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're gonna
operational
stay
planning at the
to get
time?
them
To
all out.
stay beyond August 31st?
Was that your
or were you
understanding of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
To
While
stay
Israel is
beyond August
committed to
31st,
achieving
or
such
were
a
you
peace,
planning to get out by
Iran and
August
its terror
31st?
proxies are
But
committed
perhaps
to
the most
scuttling.
egregious.
Last,
We
That's why
believe
one of the
about
best
100 to
ways
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
Iran's and its
Afghanistan.
various designs.
With
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
to 200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
Such a
testified,
peace would be
General
the
Milley, that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both
Even
testified
blood
today.
with
You
the
just
Abrahamic
testified,
alliance.
Is that
General
accurate?
Milley,
And
that it
that
was
alliance would
impossible
It
to
was
know.
very difficult to know the
number.
number.
Israel
In
to the
fact,
Arab
is
peace
that
partners,
accurate?
Saudi Arabia,
It was very difficult
and
to know.
others
Yet the
who
State
cherish
Department's
the
revised
blessing
that
of
number
peace.
since to nearly
It
1,000
advanced security and
The
Americans.
State
prosperity
Department's
across
revised
the
that
behind.
number since to
And
nearly
bring enormous
1,000
benefits.
In
Americans.
July of
Left
2021,
behind.
With American
Bagram is
support and
closing.
leadership,
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
4-star commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
much sooner.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
4-star
Biden,
commander,
practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of air
practically
support.
begging
This
us
is
to
Joe
at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that you were so concerned in
Joe
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to get
take
our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
them all.
allies
You were so
out,
concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
of
American
2021. You
military
put
should do,
those
which is protect
recommendations
them all.
forward.
You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations forward.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today. That's
sent a
correct.
dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you
will
continue
send a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will
23
ensue. Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going to
that
the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is a
that shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
you as
State
the Commander of
himself.
Everything?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared
In this
with
battle
you as the
between
Commander
good
of
and evil,
I think the American
There
people
must
would
be
like to
no
see that.
equivocation.
Chairman, here's my question
you
for you.
stand with
Do you
Israel,
know
the
where the
American people
Secretary of
would
State
stand
was
values.
Here's
on
my
August
question for you.
13th?
Do you know where the
Yes, we're
Secretary of
defending
State
ourselves.
was?
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of
against the
State
common
was,
enemy.
despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell?
State
Do
Department
you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was,
We weren't getting our
despite
people
all of
out.
your
So there should be
concerns?
no
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in
wasn't
the
planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We
But
weren't getting our
unfortunately,
people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
In many
Secretary of
countries,
State
He was
blank.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
blank. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine
Look,
how that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you for your
Star
indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel.
Israel
Look,
is
here's the
falsely
bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman, and
Department,
thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to use a
It wasn't
military term,
planning.
had
It,
its
in
head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
When Israel is
we
absurdly
could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
by
and
the
planning.
ICC process.
It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
deliberately
terrorists
started
just take
having
care of
an
the bad
embassy.
Taliban terrorists.
The good,
What an
the good
absurdity.
Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists
essentially-
take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
What happened, and because of that,
I
we
mean,
didn't
that's
get our people
essentially-
out, we didn't get our
That's more than
citizens out,
3,000
we didn't
pounds
have
a
it
day.
enforced
And
posture,
because of
we didn't
We didn't get our people out. We didn't get our citizens out. We didn't have
failed,
posture.
and their loved
We
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
facing
because of it.
We failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you
because of it.
to my Gold Star families. Your
I
government
apologize to you
failed you.
And that's why
to
we
my
do
Gold
so
Star
much to
families.
minimize
There is
Your
a
government
difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility.
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen,
And
and
no
I know
harm
you
A lot of
both
people
know
have
this.
taken
Taking
responsibility.
and
No one
accountability.
has been held
A lot of people have taken
accountable. They
responsibility.
deserve
No one
better.
has been held
Your government
accountable.
failed
and
you.
they
And I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr.
better.
Chairman. If there's
Your government
anything
failed you.
you
And
all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman. If there's anything
We see yet another
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr. Chair.
publicly on the record.
They
have a right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The
March
gentleman
against
said
the
that
democracy of Israel.
they have a
I've
right
talked
to respond.
Don't they
these
realize they support
And I thank you for that.
Iranian-backed goons
I've talked to these
caught in
families.
Tehran and in
I
Gaza?
thank you for that.
Met the other
The goons who
families
got down
publicly,
protesters,
and
murder
I
women
will work
for
with
not
them
covering
and
their
get
hair,
answers,
and hang gays in
make
public
sure that
squares.
accountability
Some
and
progressive.
transparency is established. I'm going to do that.
According to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence,
I'm not going to turn my back on
Iran
these families.
funds
Like
and
any
fuels
other gold
many of
soldier
the protesters
does.
against
I'm not
Israel,
gonna turn my back on these families.
maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now.
In this room, I've been working with her for years. There's many of them.
They
Ladies
deserve
and gentlemen,
accountability,
They know who I
Mr.
am.
Chairman, and
King
thank you,
Solomon,
gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
They
deserve
in
accountability,
exchange with
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and thank you, gentlemen.
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills, you
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter
under
the record
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article here from
there is
February
nothing
Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter into the record
2023.
article
Well,
here
The
from
John Kerry
February
family
15th,
private
2000.
jet was sold shortly after
quantum
accusations.
physics.
The John
of
Kerry
climate
family
hypocrisy.
private jet was
So,
sold
Mr. Short, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
climate
never owned or
hypocrisy.
For one thing,
I personally,
Can you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally,
there
yes,
is
I
nothing,
owned a
nothing.
plane.
I personally, family, by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of
Sold
years,
flew
but
on
I
that
have
plane.
flown on it.
and
Sure.
this article has not been inaccurate.
Not
That
in
your
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have flown
Take it from
on
me.
You
This
flew on a
article is not
plane.
then inaccurate that your
First
family owned
My
a plane.
wife,
Mr.
my
Secretary,
wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary,
gotcha.
here's
Exactly.
When we are
the
asking
issue.
Americans
Yeah.
to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
as
we are asking
transition
Americans to make
For the common
serious
good,
sacrifices, as we
and your
transition
family and or
Against the
yourself
proposal
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts your
are flying
cause.
around on
Mr.
private
Secretary,
jets,
myself
that
defending
smacks
Israel.
of
But
hypocrisy. It
one
actually
never
hurts your
afford
cause.
me
For
the
Secretary,
right
I'll
at least to
move
set
on.
the
I
record.
just wanted to from a record standpoint.
I
the right
do not
at least
fly
to set the
Hamas.
on a
record.
private jet.
But Abbas,
I
do
do
not
not
fly
fly. I fly commercially.
jet.
Mahmoud Abbas.
Have you
On all of
private
I just
jets since
imagine
you've
that
taken this
I fly
position?
commercially.
Let me just finish.
Have you
Against
all
all
of
of
private
the
jets
five
since you've
times
taken
in
this
the last
position?
2.5 years.
Of October
on
7th.
Mill-Air.
I have flown
You also
5
fly
times
on.
in the last 2.5
And
years.
Terrorists,
some
murderers,
of them
Israelis,
fly
and
on.
Americans.
Which you
5
also
times.
fly
It's
on.
called pay for
Otherwise,
slaves. The
all
more you
of my
murder, the
trips
more you
are
get paid.
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
And
private
he's
jet,
still
in
waging
personal or official
unremitting
capacity
diplomatic
since you've
war.
taken
Have you
this position?
flown on a
Against
private
Israel's
jet
right
in
to
a personal or
exist.
official
And
And against
capacity
Israel's
since
right
you've
to
taken this
defend
position?
itself.
I
And by the
don't-
way,
I think
they
I just
amount
don't
to the
have
same
the
thing.
one thing.
I think you need to take the broader point of how this appears to American
But no,
people as
I
we're asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the broader
Because
point of how
we're
this
not
appears to
asking Americans.
Americans.
We're
As
not
asking
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not
You're
asking
saying
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not
don't
to
You
fly.
lead by example,
You're
Mr. Secretary.
trying to
That's what we're at.
create-
You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
in
That's
that
what we're at.
vein, does
Which
your
is why I
office
fly
commercially by example.
which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
In
for
that
record of your
vein, does your
corporate travels and
office
scheduled meetings?
or the State Department
you're
for record of
fanatics.
your
Does that
official
include the
travel
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
The singling out of the one and only Jewish state.
Does that include the individuals you're
continues
scheduled
be
to
a
meet with?
moral
Can you
stain
provide
on the
the?
United
Can you provide
Nations.
those records
It has
to
made
Congress?
this once respected
Will you
institution
provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
the,
Congress?
can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've
records
met
to
with?
Congress?
Your official travel.
Will you provide those
your
records
official
to
travel
Congress?
taxpayer
Palestinians
who I've
funded
met with?
while in this
This
position.
UN
Your
House
official
of
travel.
Thank you. I
Your official
appreciate
travel
that.
taxpayer funded
Commitment.
while in
Switching
this
They know that
topics.
I appreciate that.
Some of
anti-Semitic
the
switching.
other diplomacy
There's an
topics you
automatic
conducted
majority
in the
to some of
2018
the
interview.
other
You
diplomacy
demonize the
you
Jewish
You
conducted
admitted
in
to
the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
foreign
Anti-Israel,
minister
flat earth
Zarif,
society.
quote, 3 or 4
admitted
times
to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign
outlandish
minister
allegation.
Zarif,
How many
quote,
times
3 or
did
4
you speak
times
with the
from the
foreign
start of
minister?
the previous
In the
administration.
last
Iranian
decade,
foreign minister
How many
Zarif
times
There
did
has
you
been
speak
more
with
resolutions
during the
passed
last administration?
against
the
Israel
Iranian foreign minister
this
Zarif
fall
And I'll enter into the
during the last
record,
administration?
than against the entire
that-
world
And
combined.
I'll
3 or
enter into
4
the record.
times. Let's
Actually,
take that at face value.
More than twice as much.
That 3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
This
Signal,
body
WhatsApp,
condemns
Telegram?
Did you
170
communicate with him
I don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
all the other
Telegram?
countries in the
Met
world.
him
Any other?
formally
I don't recall how I
course
communicated
That's
with
more
him.
than 100
international
extra
formally,
condemnations
specifically I think it was
for
the
in
Jewish
in
state.
New York.
International.
What
I saw him
hypocrisy.
in
Specifically,
Munich.
What
I
a
think it
double
was
standard.
security
New
conference,
York.
What a
which he
joke.
was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
legal-
Munich
According
According to
security
leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Zarif said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, quote, at least 200 times.
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least,
sensitive information.
At least 200 times, and Zarif was
Now,
surprised.
that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time time
that public never took place. It was at a time when there was
public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did, but I can tell you, I never had that conversation. But I can tell you, in
I never had
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America, 2 years as lieutenant governor, 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around?
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around?
You don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024.
You don't have to abide by these agreements.
Or a new administration may be coming in,
a new regime,
and therefore undermine current administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermine current
I'm not going to speak
administration
to any
diplomacy.
hypotheticals, but I can tell you,
Would you
I
find
know
that
very
appropriate?
good.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow
what
diplomacy
involves.
undermines
Shadow diplomacy
American
also
goals.
saved us
Shadow
in the war.
diplomacy, depending on
If
what
you look at
diplomacy
1963
also saved us from the war. You look at 1963 with
missile crisis. It was behind the scenes.
But I have a message.
I would posture that
it
you
was
were
behind the
shadow
scenes.
diplomacy.
I was
conducting shadow diplomacy. I was at a security
Now
council.
I was
as they race towards full enrichment,
generation
20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms
20% to
race
60%
in the Middle
no
East.
one
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald
arms
Trump
have a
pulled
state
out on
in
Ukraine.
other
We now
administrations.
have
The reason
a
that
free
is
market
happening
in
is
our
that
Americans,
Trump
we
pulled
don't
out on
undermine
Ukraine.
other
and we are
administrations.
defending ourselves.
There was no way they could have had a nuclear weapon
pulled
As the
out
book
under
of
the
Samuel
agreement that
says,
existed.
There was no way
And
they
even
could have had a
in
nuclear
the
weapon.
security establishment of Israel believed that
eternity
agreement
of
had
Israel
done the
will
job.
not
The
falter.
security establishment of Israel believed that
President Trump
agreement
pulled
had
out.
done the job.
Chair now
Either way.
recognizes Mr. Schneider.
President Trump just pulled out.
Chair now
Mr. Chairman,
recognizes
and
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking past each
In our
other.
odyssey,
Thank you, Mr.
This
Chairman.
war is not done.
Here's where I think we're really
times.
talking past each other.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war against an
And it will
ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism.
decades,
It's a war against
not 20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more,
as it took
to
decades,
will not
the idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not 30
the
years,
idea
We
of
will
fascism,
never-
it's going to take
the idea
decades
will
of
to
never
communism,
defeat
need to
the
raise
idea of Islamic
fascism.
against the
It's going
dying
to
of
take
the light.
General
decades
McKenzie,
to
Because
defeat
the
the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is
extremism.
still at war with
Forever
us.
shine
McKenzie,
Stand by that statement.
You testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
DNI
You
Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's director of
the
national
people of
intelligence,
Israel,
briefed the Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
soldiers of
intends
Direct,
to attack
Biden's
the West
director of
again.
national intelligence,
Be
if
strong
given the
chance.
chance, Al-Qaeda fully intends
The head of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The head
allegiance
of
to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now they
deputy
have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army, an
Taliban.
air force,
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with.
And I think if things continue on the path they are,
Functioning
possibly
international
billion
airport.
from international currency reserves.
And I think if
So,
things continue
Mr.
on
Chairman,
the path they are,
respectfully, we're not
possibly
done with
billions
this
in
war.
international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would
lesson
have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
I would have thought
Where we
Mr.
pulled out in
Secretary,
2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued
from
a
Iraq.
statement praising that pullout.
Where we
as
pulled
ending
out in
that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as ending
with
that
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves
So,
3 years
let's
later.
look at the situation, because I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand this.
So, but let's look at the situation, because I think the American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand this.
led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate,
Here we
which
have
was
Iraq.
obviously a more
We pulled out, led to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was obviously
Look at all
a
of the
more
bases that we had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went back. We had
Look at all
bases
of
in
the
the Gulf.
bases
We had
that we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
Mr. President.
bases
went back.
in Jordan.
We had bases
of course,
in the
in
Gulf.
Israel.
We had bases in
Allied
Israel.
bases in
bases in
Cyprus.
Turkey, in Jordan.
We had
Of
allies
course,
on
in
the ground
Israel.
in the
I didn't
Kurds.
Allied
intend to
bases
come here
in
this
Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground
government
in the
in
country is at
Baghdad
war.
and the army
We didn't
and
let
all of the functions.
fighting for
ISIS
its
take
life.
over the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with.
army and
But
all of
after
to
the
go
I
clean
heard
up that
We had
mess.
all of these
and how many
assets to
soldiers
work
and
with
lives
to
did
go
we
clean
lose?
my
up
country.
that mess.
From cleaning
How
up
many
that
Many of the
soldiers and
speakers
lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman.
From
But let's
cleaning up that
transition over here to
mistaken
Afghanistan. What do we see?
And set the record
Do we have,
straight.
But let's
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over here
base
to
in Afghanistan
What
now?
do we see? Do
We
we
have
have
no base in
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
I decided
Do we
to
have
come
any
Do we have a
local
base in any
allies
country
approaching
favoring
capability
for
of
my
the
people.
Kurds.
We do not.
Do we have
To
any
speak
local
for my
allies
country.
approaching the
We do not.
capability?
We have the
speak
Northern Alliance.
for
The
the truth.
Panjshir has been
We do
taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're
and
being
options, but
slaughtered
we do
right
not.
now
We have
as
the
we
Northern
speak
Alliance. The
with our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly,
here's
they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we speak.
allies are
with
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
every morning
our
we
daily
wake up
occurrence
to beheading
our
videos,
allies are being
Israel
slaughtered.
has
to
made
Every
peace
execution,
morning we
and will
wake
make
up to
peace
beheading
again.
to people
videos,
being hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if
to people being
you have
hunted
to
down
present
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president,
Yet we
But
face
when-
savage
how many
enemies.
soldiers are we going to
You have to
lose?
present
Our
options
Because we have no
annihilation.
allies on the ground.
And
How
we
many
must
We have no
soldiers
defend
are
bases
we
in the
gonna
region.
lose?
Now we're going to
Against
get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
murder.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Our
Now we're
enemies
going to get
seek
to
not
really the
only
crux
to
of the
destroy
Those
issue,
us,
drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
they
Iran
seek to
and
destroy
all the way up
our
Pakistan
common
and
Those
lose
drones
70 to
have to
80%
fly
of
all
their
the way
fuel
around
Turn all
Iran
of us
before they
all
even
the way
get
up
what
Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to
a
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they
attack
even get anywhere near
When I spoke to you
botched
last
a
attack
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
The botched
confirming what
attack
that drone
was
operator
choice.
said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
Moses put before
intelligence.
the
And I
people
know
of
that
Israel
drone operator would have
thousands
appreciated
of
somebody
years
on the
ago.
ground saying, no, that's a
As we were
civilian.
And I know
about
that
to
drone
enter the
operator
promised
would
land.
appreciate
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
in
no,
saying
that's
how
a civilian.
difficult
That
this
our
is going to
actions
be.
will determine
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
candor in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to
a
be.
fiction.
blessing.
But
that
the
we
President of
can
the
do
United
over
States
here
is
with
selling
nothing.
And that
this
is
country
What we're
the
doing
choice
over
we
here
face
that we
today.
can
with
do
neighboring
over
base
here
access,
nothing.
with allies on
We're
the
doing
ground,
over
and
here
with ocean access.
with
For the
neighboring base
blessing
access,
of
with
a
allies on the
That I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
access.
to own,
That
and
is
we need to
the
be honest
fiction
In
that
the
I
days
think
that
American
followed
you
that
all need to
speech,
own,
the
and we need to
blessing
be
I spoke
honest
of came
with
into
the American
sharper
people.
focus.
I
A
am
normalization deal
just
between Saudi
livid
Arabia
at
and
the
Israel
fact of the future
I am
Americans
closer than ever.
just
that are going to have to go
livid
back
at
But
the
then
fact
came
of the
mess we are
future
watching
Americans
this war movie
October 7th.
that are going to have to
represented
go
slot
back.
gun experience that
Thousands
we
of
all
men
We're
experienced
watching this
Hamas
after
terrorists
Iraq.
from
that
Gaza.
represented a slot gun
The
experience
president
that we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do in Somalia. We can
And they
do what we
committed
do in
President continues
Syria.
to
unimaginable
Mr.
say,
Secretary, you
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Established
Syria.
Somalia. We can do what we
We
do
have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary, you
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot
beheaded
more
men.
capability there.
evidence?
One more
They
question.
burned
Intelligence
alive.
Do
or
we have any
otherwise
They
of
burned
Pakistani
entire
troops on the
evidence?
ground?
Babies.
Intelligence officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground?
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support,
Taliban
or any
offensive.
troops on the
Hamas
ground
kidnapped
assisting the Taliban
20%
or
I'll
command
I'll take that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban offensive.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr.
and that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional
Mr. Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's
Thank
going to
you,
go to a
Mr.
regional
Chair,
war.
And
I
thank
wanna
you
assure
for
you,
the
Mr.
witnesses for
Waltz,
coming
we will
in.
not
And I
rest
can tell you,
until the remaining
Mr.
hostages
Chairman,
are brought home too.
Coming in.
the more I
Some of
listen
their
to this
family members
hearing, the more
Mr.
here with
Chairman,
us today. I ask you to
the
stand
more
up.
I listen to
know
this hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to feel the
and I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel
with
the
us
same way.
have
'Cause
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know every
Ellie
veteran
Stevie.
watching
it's
today
about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
Sonny
them
Dunn
most
was
about,
abducted from the
General
Nova
Milley,
Music
it's about
Festival.
them.
or
That
And I
was
think
a
what
crime.
upsets them most
A music
from the
festival.
president
or some of the statements
during this
And these
evacuation,
murderers
including
from the
an
president
interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
Bobby
including
During the
an
withdrawal,
interview that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying-
national
And
television.
his
Generals
corpse, his
during
corpse
the
was
withdrawal
taken
on
into
August
the
18th, saying
to the terror tunnels
and
of
the
Generals.
only
A
air
corpse
base
held
Bagram air
hostage.
base in the world, sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air base,
Russia,
Bagram air base
Brother
Iran,
in the
Muhammad,
world,
a
sandwiched
platform to
between
counter
China,
Israeli soldier was
Russia,
murdered.
Iran.
General
and
Milley,
every
is that
other
an
body, too, was
accurate
taken to
statement?
Gaza.
The generals
And so was
never
the body.
advised him to leave
General
the
Milley,
stay
is that
behind
an
force
accurate
to keep a
statement?
lid on half
The
the world's
generals
terrorist
never
murdered
advised
organization.
him to
at that
leave a
same
stay-behind
music
force to
festival.
keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
With us is
organization.
Sharon
tell you
Sharabi,
what
whose
my
brother
thoughts
Yossi
were at
was
the time.
murdered and
my
raised.
But you, let me
His
just,
older
you
brother,
testified
Edgar,
today, you both testified
still
repeatedly
held hostage
But you,
that you
let me just, you
advised the National
testified
Command
today,
of
you
Forces
both testified
we should leave.
Is our list
that you
stay
advise
behind
the national commander
including the
base.
base.
We should leave.
That's right.
wiped out?
Did
Stay
President
behind
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay
That's
behind
right.
force despite his stated
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because
father
the
was
Leave
dead.
that
Taliban
stay behind
He's
force
still
despite his
languishing
stated desire to
in
get
an
everybody
underground
out because the
terrorist
Taliban
hell
didn't
of
meet the
Hamas.
conditions.
I
Did you
can
then,
promise you.
and you
We
stated
will
today you
return
didn't advise.
to our loved ones' home.
Did
We
you
will
then,
not spare that
and you
effort
stated today
until
you
this
didn't
whole
advise
mission
stay.
is accomplished.
Biden.
So that's an inaccurate
pull
statement. Let's go
everybody
down
out.
the
You
list.
advised him to
Let's go
stay.
back to
So
July
that's
of
an inaccurate statement.
2021.
But let's go down the list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back.
likelihood.
Ladies and gentlemen,
July of
The
2020.
likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a
everything and owning the whole country
began
is
with
highly
The likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the
Israel from
Taliban
Gaza.
overrunning
comport with your
everything
knowledge
and
at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is
It didn't
highly unlikely.
In fact, you
Israel was soon
That
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul will be
on
surrounded
6
In fact,
war
you-
wars
60 days.
You just a few
organized by
weeks
Iran.
later said
My
Kabul be
assessment
surrounded.
at the
October
time was
8th,
if we
in
went
30
to
days.
zero
Hezbollah
on US
attacked us
military
from
forces,
Lebanon.
then there was
My
a high
assessment
Since
likelihood
then, they
that
fired
if we went to
over
zero,
8,000 rockets.
and
at our towns and cities, at our civilians,
But I thought it was
at our children.
I personally
2 weeks later,
would collapse.
the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched
We're talking
drones
within
and
months.
missiles at Israel. The first since 250
There's
such
We're
going
talking
to be
attacks,
no
within months.
circumstance where you see people being
Tel Aviv.
lifted off the roof of an
There's
embassy
going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of
an
an
embassy of the
embassy.
United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable
Fueled by
with
Iran,
of the
Saigon.
United States
Palestinian
from
terrorists
Afghanistan.
in
It's
Judea and
not at all
Samaria
comparable
perpetrated
with
scores of
Saigon.
attacks there
This
and
picture
throughout
proves that
Israel.
not to be the case.
July 8th, 2021.
And
Next year,
lastly,
Americans should
Joe Biden.
understand
For the first
we're
time
going to
ever,
try to
July
get
8th,
it all done
2021.
before August
Next year,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it
there's
all done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that
left.
your understanding of the
We're going to
operational
stay
plan
to
at the
get
time?
them all
To
out.
stay beyond August 31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning to get
plan
out
at
by
the time?
August 31st?
To stay beyond
We will
August
strike you.
31st, or were you
There
planning
is
to get
no
out by
place.
August 31st?
But perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe about 100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
There
With
is
We
some
no
believe
place
intention
in
to
about
Iran.
leave. You
100
both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified,
Israel
General
cannot
Milley,
Some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both
That's
testified
true.
today.
The
You
number.
just
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It
to
was
know.
very difficult to know the
Lambs
number.
left to the
In
slaughter.
fact, is that accurate?
Israel's soldiers have fought
It was
back
very difficult to
with
know
Yet
that.
the
incredible
State
courage
Department's revised that
and with
number
heroic
since to nearly
sacrifice.
1,000
And I have
Americans.
The State
another
Department's
message for
revised
you.
that number
Left
since to
behind.
nearly
And for the world
1,000
outside this hall.
Americans.
In July
We
of 2021,
are winning.
Bagram is closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander, General
Bagram is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors and
President
some
Biden,
legitimate
practically begging us
Joe
to at
McKenzie,
least
you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that you were so
Lines
concerned in
separating the
Joe
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
Could not
that
that
you put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get
This
our
is the
allies
map.
out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
them all.
allies
You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should
those
do, which is protecting
recommendations
all.
forward.
You were so
That's
concerned
what you
in July
testified today.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations forward.
diplomats on the
That's
ground,
what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going to
that
the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is a
that shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
with you as
State
the Commander?
himself.
I've never seen
Was
it.
that shared with you as the Chairman of Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander? I've never seen it.
I think
That
the
Iran
American
has
people would
created
like to see
and
that.
exposed
Chairman,
from the Indian
here's my
Ocean to the
question for you.
Mediterranean.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my
August
question.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was?
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul
the
fell?
State
Do
Department
you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting
Despite
our
all
people
of your
out.
concerns,
According to the
the
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in
wasn't
the
planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We
On
weren't
one
getting our
hand,
people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post,
vacation.
he was in the
Future
Hamptons.
of hope.
Secretary of
On the
State
other
was
plan.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
plan. I don't know.
families
I can't even
It's only
imagine
a
how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your
Then you should
indulgence.
family
I'll
again.
close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department
Thank you for your
used a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term
close
It's not
with
had
this.
just
its head up its rear.
Will
The State
endanger
Department
every
used a
single
military
country in the
term.
Middle East.
It,
Had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
And many,
we could
many
just have
countries
an
in
It
the rest
embassy
of the
wasn't
world.
planning. It,
the
in
good,
fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we could
terrorists will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy.
bad
Beyond the Middle
Taliban
East.
terrorists.
The good
That's why-
Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists
essentially
will take care of the bad
five
Taliban
continents.
terrorists.
What
That's
happened,
why
and
it
because of
builds
that,
I
we
mean,
didn't
that's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our
nuclear
citizens
warheads
out,
to
we
What
didn't have
happened,
a force
and
posture,
because of that, we
don't
didn't
have-
get our people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out, we didn't
We
have the
failed,
force posture,
and
we
their
don't
loved
have, we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead.
basing.
Because of it.
repression.
We failed, and
turns
their
a blind
loved
eye
apologize to you
because of it.
Well,
to
that
my Gold
appeasement
Star
must
families.
end.
Your
I
government
apologize to you
failed you.
to my Gold Star families.
There is
Your
a
government
difference, gentlemen, and I
failed
know
you.
you both know this, in taking responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking
responsibility.
responsibility and
No one
accountability.
has been held
Support
A lot of people
accountable,
have taken
and they
responsibility.
deserve
No
but
one
better.
has been held
Your government
accountable.
failed
and
you,
they
and I'll give you an opportunity in my
responsible
time
government
remaining, Mr.
better.
Chairman.
Not
If
only
there's
support
anything
Israel,
failed you.
you
and
all
I'll
would
give
like
you
to
an
say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
They should
Mr.
join
Chairman, if
Israel.
there's anything
They should
you
join
all would
Israel
like
and
to
stop
say
Iran's
publicly on the
nuclear
record.
weapons.
They have a right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The
I'd like to
gentleman's
take up on that offer.
In this
They have
body
a
and
right
the
to
Security
These
Council.
families
We're going to have a deliberation in a few months.
I've talked to these families.
And I call on the Security Council
Met the other families.
to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons.
I'm not going to turn my back on these families or any other Gold Star families.
I'm not going to turn my back on these families.
For decades,
I've
been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program.
program.
Our actions delayed this program.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman.
perhaps a
and
decade.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
But we haven't
They deserve
stopped.
accountability,
in exchange with
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and
you
thank you,
We
Chairman.
haven't
just
stopped.
testified under oath that you never owned a
exchange
private
with
jet.
Mr. Mills,
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter
as
the
an
record
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter the record
2023.
article
The
here.
John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusation.
John Kerry family private
And I
jet
assure you,
was
Mr.
sold
Secretary,
shortly
you stand by
after
that testimony
everything
that
in its
you
power
never
to
owned
make
or
sure
I
it doesn't
personally-
happen.
You stand by that
I
testimony.
personally, yes, my wife owned a
or-
plane.
I personally, family, by your family.
Personally, yes. my
ladies
wife
and gentlemen,
Not in a number of years,
flew on
but
that
I have
plane.
flown on
The
it.
question before
This
us,
article has not been inaccurate.
Not
That
in
your
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have flown on it.
which of
You
these
flew on a
documents
plane
Not
that I
been
showed
inaccurate that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife,
Mr.
my wife
You
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
the blessings of
the
peace and
issue.
prosperity.
Yeah.
My
This
wife-
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary,
gotcha.
Here's the
When we are asking
issue.
Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When we are asking Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices as we
and your
transition
family
Israel
and or
has already
yourself
made
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
And
jets,
your
that
family
smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
feelings.
around on private
Secretary, but
jets.
I'll
That smacks
move
of
on.
hypocrisy.
I know from a record standpoint.
Afford me the
Mr.
right,
Secretary, I'll
at least to
move
set
on.
the
I
record.
just want to know from a record standpoint.
I
men and women of the
do not
IDF
fly
set the record
on a
straight.
private
systematically
jet.
crushing
I
Hamas's terror
I
army
do
not
not
fly
fly. I fly
on a private
commercially.
on
jet.
October 7th.
Having
On all of
private
I
jet
do
facilities
not
taken
fly.
this
I
position.
fly commercially.
Let me just finish.
Having
That's
all
all
of
I've
private
flown
jet
five
facilities
times
taken
in the
this
last
position.
2.5 years on Mill-Air.
I have flown
You also
5
fly
times in
on.
the last 2.5
And
years.
or
It
some
had
who travel
Mill-Air,
fly on.
350
5
miles
times.
of terror tunnel.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
underground
trips
network
are commercial.
big
Have you ever
Five
flown on a
times.
private
Subway
jet
system.
in a
Otherwise,
personal
all of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial.
taken
Have you
this
Airline.
flown on a private jet in a personal
A year later,
official capacity
The
since you've
IDF
taken
has
this
killed
position?
or
I
captured
don't. I think.
more than
I
half
just
of
don't.
these
I'm
civilians.
trying to think.
I
of the
think you
date.
need to take the broader point
I
of
don't-
how
I
this
think I
appears
just
to the
don't-
American
I'm-
But
people
no,
as
I
we're asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the broader
this-
point
you-
of how
We're
this
not
appears to
asking
the American
Americans.
people.
We're
As
not
we're
asking
asking
Americans
Americans
not
to
to fly.
We're not
you're
asking
saying
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not to
don't
fly.
fly.
Lead by example,
You're
Mr.
trying
Secretary.
to
That's what we're at.
create-
You,
Which is why
No,
I fly
we're asking
commercially.
you to lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
in that
That's what we're
vein,
at.
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
Others
commercially.
lead by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel
office-
and scheduled meetings?
We are focused
Or the State
on
Department keep a
mopping
record of
up
your
Does that
official
include the
travel.
individuals who are scheduled to meet with?
Capabilities. We are taking out senior
Does that include
terrorist
the individuals
commanders
you are scheduled to
and
meet with?
destroying
Can you provide
remaining
those
terrorist
records to Congress?
But all the while,
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Your
remain
official
Will you
travel,
provide those
your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Who I've
funded
met with?
while in this
bringing
position.
Your official travel.
Thank you. I
Your
appreciate
official
that.
travel,
not
taxpayer
stop
funded.
until
Switching
that mission
topics
I
here,
appreciate that,
to some of the
switching.
other diplomacy you
ladies and gentlemen,
conducted.
even with
The
Hamas,
some of
2018
the
interview,
other diplomacy
military
you
conducted
admitted
in
to speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
foreign
Exercise
ministers
some
Zarif,
governing
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign
administration.
ministers
that we
Zarif.
enable
How many times
3 or 4
did you
times
speak
from the
with
start
that we
of the
enable
previous
aid
the
administration?
Iranian
bring
foreign
in
minister
together.
How many
Zarif
times did you speak
Hamas
with
steals the
the
during the
foreign
last
minister.
administration?
Iranian
they
foreign
hike the
minister
prices.
Zarif?
And I'll enter into
During
direct
their
last
bellies.
administration, Mr. Chairman.
And then they fill their
that-
coffers
that
and I'll
3 or
enter
4
the
times.
record
Let's
from
take
their
that
own
at
people.
face value.
They sell the stolen
3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that at face
No,
using
it's
Signal,
exorbitant
WhatsApp,
prices.
Telegram?
Did
And
you
that's how they
communicate
stay
with
in power.
them
I don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with
That's
him.
how
I
Graham
met him
and we're working.
formally
Bring it to
I
us.
don't
in
recall
the
how I
course
communicated with him. I
international
formally,
meeting, specifically
in the
I think
course
it was in UNGA in New York.
international
I saw him in
specifically, I think it was an ungodly New York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According to
Munich,
according to leaked audio, provided by the New York Times, Zarif said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, quote, at least 200 times. Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, such sensitive information.
At least 200 times.
Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
It never took place. It was at a time when there was public
never took place.
Discussion
It was at a
of
time
those attacks.
when there was public.
It was in public circulation. I don't
This
know
is
what
why
he
Israel
what he did.
Public.
I can tell you,
Hamas.
I never had
I don't
that
know what he's
conversation.
confusing or what
And
he
I
did.
can tell you,
But I can tell you that I never had
5
that
years
conversation.
running one of the largest
Militarized
prosecutor's
and
offices in
de-radicalized.
America, in 2
5
years as
years
lieutenant
running one of the
governor,
largest
in
prosecutors'
28 years in the Senate,
America,
as a
2 years
member of the
as
Intelligence
why I'm-
Committee,
20
as
years in the
a
Senate.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it
This is why I'm
appropriate if
raising
a
that
former
issue.
Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled around
you don't
and
have to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials
agreements.
you are,
Hold fast till
said,
2024.
You don't have to
go.
abide by these
Or a new
agreements. Hold
administration may
fast
be
till
coming
Those alive
2024.
today
A new regime
must be
and
returned on.
therefore
new administration
undermine
may be
remains of
coming
those
current
whom you
administration
brutally killed.
diplomacy.
and
must be returned
therefore
to find that appropriate?
undermining current
Those families
administration.
here with us today,
hypotheticals, but I
and
can
others
tell
in
you
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow
Arrested
diplomacy
places,
undermines
speaking of
American
hypotheticals,
goals.
I can tell you
Shadow
I never
diplomacy,
engaged
depending
in
on
Shadow
what it
diplomacy
involves.
undermines
has
American
also saved us
Shadow
from the war.
diplomacy, depending on
Let's
what
look at
war. Shadow diplomacy has
1963
also
with
saved us
with,
from war.
Ladies
You
and
look at
gentlemen,
1963 with
missile
Jack
crisis.
now.
It was behind the scenes.
All
back
that has
to
to
the
happen.
I would posture that
It was
your
behind the
shadow
scenes.
diplomacy
Back
Mr.
down.
now
I
has
would
the
I
same
would
word.
I was
I would
conducting
posture
shadow
that your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was
If they
in the
don't,
security
now
council.
has on the verge
I
of
was
being
as they race
weapons
towards
security
full
that is
enrichment
now
from 20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
from 20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having a
reason
nuclear
that has
weapon and a
happened is
nuclear
that Donald
arms
Trump
race
pulled
Veto
out of
that
the
in my
agreement.
other administration.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans
Trump
will
pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that
Quintessential
agreement.
terror
There was no way they
organization
could
in
have
the
had a
world.
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump pulled out
under the
that
agreement
agreement.
that existed.
There was no
And
way they
even
could have had
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security establishment
banned
of Israel
in
all
believed that
contexts.
And
agreement
even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the
Murdered
security
more
establishment
Americans
of Israel believed
and
that
more
agreement
Frenchmen
had done the job.
Chair
Any
now
group
recognizes
except Bin
Mr.
Laden.
Schneider.
President
Thank you,
Trump
Mr. Waltz.
Murder of the
Yeah, thank
Chair
you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
many
here's where I think
countries
we're really
represented in
talking
this
past
room.
each other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
And
This
Chairman.
war is not done.
Here's where I think we're
Israel
really
over
talking
the last
past
20
each
years.
other.
In the last
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war against an
A day after
ideology.
Hamas
This is a
massacre.
Just as
war
it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a war against
not
an
20 years, not
ideology.
30 years, and
Just
anymore.
as it took
Against
decades,
which forced
The
more than
idea of
20 years, not 30
communism,
years,
the
on
idea
northern
of
border
fascism,
to
it's
leave
going to
their
take
the idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat
to
the
become
idea of
idea
Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat
vibrant
the
You
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda's
extremism.
still at war with us.
It's a ghost town.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
So I
you
want you to
testified
think
yesterday.
about
Al
this.
Qaeda's still at war with us.
An equivalent
D.N.I.
American
Haynes,
Stand by that statement.
Biden's
imagine
Director of National Intelligence,
if
briefed the
terrorists
Congress
D.N.I.
that Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
San
intends
Diego,
to attack
Biden's
the West
Director of
again.
National Intelligence briefed the
given the
Congress
chance.
that Al
Then
Qaeda
ask
fully
yourself.
intends
The head of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West
How long would the
again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The head
allegiance
of
to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now
deputy,
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of
army,
the
an
Taliban.
Air
Even
Force,
for a single day.
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to
Yet
work
Israel
with,
And
an
I
has
think
army,
if things
an Air
continue
Force,
on the path they are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport.
international currency reserves.
And I think if
Well, I've
things
come here
continue
today
on
to
the
Chairman,
path
say,
they are,
respectfully, we're
enough
not done with
is
this
enough.
war.
international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would have
this
thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn the
thought we would
lesson
have learned the lesson
from
We
Iraq.
won't rest
I would have thought,
where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn
2011.
the
Mr.
lesson
Chairman, you issued
from
a
Iraq.
statement praising
will
that
not
pullout,
Where we
accept
pulled
ending
out in
that war.
2011,
There
Mr.
are
Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years later
praising that
able
pullout
to
as
perpetrate
with
ending that
soldiers
war.
going
another
back in.
October
And yet we
7th
found
style
ourselves
massacre.
3 years
Let's
later
look at the situation.
For
I think
18
the
years.
American
Soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand
Hezbollah
this.
brazenly
So, but
refused
let's look
to
at the
implement
situation. I think the
Security
American
Council
people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand that.
led to the
1701,
rise of the ISIS
which requires
caliphate,
that
which
we
was
move its
obviously
forces
a more
We pulled
away
out,
from our
led to
entity
the rise
from
of the ISIS
Instead,
caliphate,
Hezbollah
which
moved
was
right up
Look
to
at
our
all of the
border.
bases that we
Uh,
had
entity
to
from
deal with
territory
when we went
to
back.
infiltrate
We
our
had bases in the Gulf. We had bases in
to
Kuwait.
deal
We
with
had
when
bases
we
in
went back.
in
We
Jordan.
had bases in the
in
Gulf. We
Israel.
had bases in
Allied
Kuwait.
bases in Cyprus.
In Jordan.
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the ground in the Kurds.
Baghdad and the army.
We didn't
in all
let
of the countries.
ISIS take over the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with
army in all of them.
to go clean up that
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
in apartment
did
to
we
go clean
lose?
up that
in the
mess.
private
cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and
citizens of
lives
Lebanon
did we
Withdrawal,
lose?
Mr.
They
Chairman.
endanger
From
their
Let's,
cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to
mess.
They put a
Afghanistan. What
missile
do we
in
see?
every kitchen.
Do we have,
But let's
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over
base
to
in Afghanistan
What
now?
do we see?
I said
do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
We do not.
Do we have any local allies in any country neighboring the capability of the Kurds?
Do
we have any local allies approaching the capability?
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now.
We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak.
Our allies are
with
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every morning,
our
we
damn
wake up to beheading videos.
Our allies are being slaughtered.
To
every
executions,
morning we wake up to beheading videos,
people being hunted down with our own
to
database,
executions,
but when and if
to people being hunted down with our own database. But when,
how many soldiers are we going to lose?
You have to present options
because we have no allies on the ground.
How many
soldiers?
are we going to
lose? Now we're going to get
because
to
we have no allies on the ground,
which is
we have no bases in the region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue.
Those drones,
which is over the horizon.
All the way up Pakistan.
Those drones fly all the way around Iran
before they
even
get
anywhere
near
lose 70 to 80% of
their
region.
from the failed attack,
get anywhere near
and we'll
the botched attack,
and we just saw
that you have to have multi-intelligence confirming with that drone operator.
That you have to have multi-intelligence.
And I know that drone operator would have appreciated somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that drone operator would have appreciated somebody on the ground saying,
so I appreciate your candor and saying how difficult this is going to be.
So I
but the
appreciate
President of the United
saying
States is
how
selling
difficult
this country
is
fiction.
But the
President of the United States is selling this country
what we're doing
fiction.
over here with neighboring base access, with allies on the ground, and with ocean access.
With neighboring base access, with allies on the ground, and with ocean access. That is
we need to be honest
with the American people. You all need to own, and we need to be honest with the American people.
And having seen
I am just livid at the fact of the future Americans that are going to have to go back
at the fact of the future
watching this horror movie that are going to have to go back and experience that we all experienced after Iraq.
That representative Slotkin experience that we all experienced after
we can do what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in Syria.
The president continues to say,
Secretary
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia. We can do what we do in Syria.
We have a lot more capability there. One more question. Do we have any?
We have a lot more capability there.
Evidence.
One more question.
Intelligence
do we have any
of Pakistani troops on the ground?
Intelligence
officers, air support, or any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or commanding control?
Intelligence officers, air support, any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or commanding
I'll take that as a yes.
Assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman, and that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Waltz, your time's expired.
That's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
Historic reconciliations between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism,
Mr. Chairman,
between Mecca.
the more I listen to this hearing,
while Israel is committed to achieving such a peace,
the more I listen to
Iran
this
and its
hearing,
terror
the most of our
proxy
families
are
sitting
committed
here
to
have
scuttling.
to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know
that's
every
why
veteran
one of the
watching
best
this
ways
sitting here
has to feel the
for
same way.
Iran
It's not about us. It's
I
about
know every veteran
is to
watching.
it's
achieve
about
the
them.
peace.
And I think what upsets them most, General Milley,
It's about them.
are
And
some
I
of the
think what upsets
statements
them most
from the president during this evacuation, including an interview that the president gave on national
during this
television,
evacuation,
during the withdrawal, August 18th,
on national television,
generals
during the withdrawal, on August 18th,
and the only air-based Bagram base in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran,
in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran.
General Milley, is that an accurate statement?
Make it happen.
The generals never advised him to leave and stay behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
advised him to
organizations?
leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
I will
organizations?
tell you what my thoughts were at the time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I will tell you.
Well, you
Israel
you testified today. You both testified repeatedly.
Let me just
advise the national command
authority
we should leave.
Iran
that
is
you
stay
advise
behind
the national command
including the
authority
base.
we should leave.
That's right.
They want to move back.
Did
Stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay
That's
behind
right.
force despite his stated
And
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because the
leave
Taliban
that stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't
Will
leave
you
the
make?
conditions.
Did you then,
Will your
and you
nation
stated
stand
today
with
you didn't
Israel?
advise
Will you stand
Did
with
you
democracy
then,
and peace?
and you
to pull
stated today
everybody
you
out?
didn't
You
advise
advised
Iran.
them to stay.
a brutal
That's
dictatorship.
an inaccurate
The
statement. But let's go down the list. Let's go back
Sports
to
terrorism.
July of
That's an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list.
President Biden,
Let's go
there's
back
a likelihood,
July of
There must be
2020.
the
no
likelihood there's going to be the
equivocation.
Taliban overrunning
There's a likelihood
everything and
with
owning
Israel.
the whole country is
You
highly
stand
Likelihood
with
there's
unlikely.
going to be
own
the
values.
Taliban
Is that
overrunning
important with
everything
your
and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country
Yes,
is
we're
highly
defending
unlikely.
In
ourselves.
fact, you
But we're
Is
also
that
just a few
defending
weeks
you
knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul
against
be
the common
surrounded.
enemy.
In fact,
that
you
through
Those
violence
60
and
days.
You
terror
just a few weeks
seeks to
later said
destroy
Kabul
our
be
way of
surrounded
life.
time was if
in
we
30
went
So
seconds.
there should be no confusion about this.
My assessment at the time.
But unfortunately, there is.
U.S. military forces.
A lot of it.
and the ANSF
In many
with the
countries.
Taliban taking over.
And in this
Would
very
collapse.
hall,
But I thought it was
as I just heard,
I personally thought
good
it
is
was
portrayed as
Would
evil,
collapse.
somewhere
But I
around
thought it was
Thanksgiving.
and evil is
Assessments
portrayed
vary
as
I
good.
widely.
personally thought.
We're talking
We see
within
this
months.
moral confusion
Within months
when
of
Israel
last
is
year.
falsely
The
accused
next
of
one, there's
genocide.
going to be no
within months.
We
circumstance
defend
where you see
ourselves
people being
against
lifted
enemies
off
who
the
try
roof
to
of an
commit
embassy.
There's
genocide
going to be
against
no
us.
circumstance where you see
in
people
see
being
this
lifted
too.
off the roof
an
of an
embassy
embassy.
of the United
Sincerely
States
accused
from
by
Afghanistan.
the
It's not
ICC
at all
prosecutor
comparable.
An
deliberately
embassy of the
starving
United States
Palestinians
from
to
Afghanistan
Gaza.
is not at all
Not to be the case.
comparable
An absurdity.
with Saigon.
We helped
This
bring
picture
in
Joe Biden.
proves that not to be the case.
July
700,000
8th,
tons of
2021.
food into Gaza.
Next one, Americans
That's
should
more than
understand
3,000
we're going to
calories
try
a
to
day
get it
for
all
every
done
man,
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that
left.
your understanding of the
We're
gonna
operational
stay
plan at
to
the
get
time?
them all
To
out.
stay beyond August 31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning
And
to
that's
get
why
out
we
by
do
August
so
31st?
much
To
to
stay beyond
minimize
August
civilian
31st, or were you
even
planning
as
to
our
get out
enemies
by
Last.
use
August 31st?
civilians as human
But
shields.
perhaps the
And
most
no army
egregious.
has done
Last.
We
what Israel is
believe
doing.
about 100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
We drop
With
flies.
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified, General
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified
Yeah,
today.
no,
You just
in
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was
No
impossible
It
to
was
know
very difficult to know
the
the
number.
number.
In fact,
We see
is
yet
that
another
accurate?
profound
It was
moral
very
confusion.
difficult to know the
Yet
number.
the State
So-
Department's revised that number
Self-described
since to nearly
progressives
1,000
march against
Yet
Americans.
the State Department's revised that
left
number
behind.
since to
Don't they
nearly
realize
1,000
Look,
Americans
in July of
left
2021,
behind.
Bagram is
in
closing.
Tehran
Look,
and in
We're
Gaza.
in
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
four-star commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
women.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star
Biden,
commander,
practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit of
Biden,
your
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that
little
you
bit
were
of
so
support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that
that
you put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our
putting
allies
measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
our
allies
You were
out,
so concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all of
forward.
us. You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
of 2021, you
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations forward.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr.
testified
Chairman,
today. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster
formal
will ensue.
channel
Was
going to
that
the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is not
that shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to
Was
the
that shared
Secretary of
you as the
State
commander?
himself? Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the commander?
I've never seen it.
I think the American people would like to
Take
see
it from me.
that. Chairman, here's my question for you.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my
August
question for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was?
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary
And
of
in my
State
maiden
was,
speech,
despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State Department
do you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough. We
was,
weren't getting our
despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns?
According to the
The
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in
vacation.
the
4
Hamptons.
decades later,
Secretary of State
He was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how that
Here's the
makes
bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you for
Star
your indulgence.
families
I'll close with
Not
this.
Hamas.
Here's the bottom
The
line,
State
Mr. Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State
Mahmoud
Department, to
Abbas.
use a
It wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
we could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we
terrorists
could
will
just have
take
an
care of the
embassy.
bad
Still paying
Taliban
hundreds
terrorists.
of millions.
The good
terrorists
Taliban
who murder
that's
terrorists
essentially
take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
What
All pay for
happened,
slaves.
and
The
because
more
of
you
that, we
murder,
didn't
the
get
more you
people
get
out,
paid.
we didn't get our citizens out,
And
we
it's
didn't
still
have
wages.
forced
And
posture,
because of
we
that,
didn't
we
we
didn't
didn't
get people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out.
Against
We didn't
Israel's
We
right
have
to
failed,
exist.
posture.
and
We
their
don't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
Against
have
are
Israel's
dead
right to
basing.
defend itself.
because of
And
it.
by the way,
We
they amount
failed,
to the same
and
thing.
their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to
Can't
you,
defend yourself.
because
You
of
can't
it.
exist.
to my Gold Star
Not in our
families.
neighborhood.
Your
I
government
apologize
Maybe not
to
in
you,
yours.
failed you.
to my Gold
Standing
Star
in this
families.
podium.
There is
Your
a
government
difference,
40
gentlemen,
years
and
ago.
I know you both know this,
I
in
told the
taking
sponsors of
responsibility.
that
There is a
outrageous
difference,
resolution
gentlemen,
to
and
its
I know
A
you
lot of
both
people
know
have
this.
taken
Taking
responsibility.
responsibility.
No
Check
one
out
has been held
at the door.
A lot of people have
accountable,
taken
and they
responsibility.
Today,
No
deserve
one
better.
has been
I tell
held
Your
President
government
Abbas
accountable,
failed
and
you,
they
and I'll give you an
all of you
opportunity in my
deserve
time remaining,
better.
Mr. Chairman. If
Your
there's
government
anything failed you all would like to say publicly on the record, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything you all would like to say publicly on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It has made us once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent.
And I thank you for that offer.
The other families.
But for the Palestinians,
And I have
this
committed
UN House of Darkness is home court.
and I will work
They know
with
that
them and get you the
in
answers
this swamp of
to make
anti-Semitic
sure that
bile,
accountability,
work with them to get you
there's
the
an automatic majority
make sure that
willing
That's what a
to
soldier
demonize the
does.
Jewish
I'm
state
not
on
going to turn my back on
anything.
these families
Dag won the
or
In this
any other goals.
anti-Israel, flat earth
I'm
society,
not going to turn my back on
any
right now.
false charge,
Any other
any
goals
outlandish
there
allegation
are other goals
Can
there
muster a
in this room
majority.
right now.
They know
Jane
who I
Owens
am,
in this room. I've
and I
been
will
In the
work
last
with them
decade,
There's many of
there
them.
has
They
been
deserve
more
accountability,
resolution
Mr.
passed
Chairman, and
against
thank you,
Israel
gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with Mr.
Chairman,
Bills,
and
you
than
thank you.
against the
just
entire
testified
world
under
combined.
oath that you never
In
owned a
exchange
private
with
jet.
Mr. Bills,
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter the
under
record
oath that you never owned a private
article
jet.
here from February
Mr.
6th,
Chairman, I'd like to enter the record
2023,
article here
the John
from
Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet
all the
was
other
sold
2023,
shortly after accusations
the
of
John Kerry
climate
family private
hypocrisy.
jet
That's more than
was sold
Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that
extra
testimony?
condemnations
I
for the Jewish state.
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand
family,
by your family.
personally, yes,
Now,
my
I
wife
double
owns land.
standard.
I personally,
Family.
by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of
So
years,
flew
but
on
I
that
have
plane.
flown on it,
And
sure.
this article has not been inaccurate.
Not
That
in
your
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have flown on it, sure.
You
This
flew on a
article has
plane.
not been inaccurate that your family owned a
My
plane.
wife
Mr.
owned,
Secretary,
my wife
you
owned
flew on a
a
plane.
here's the
So
issue.
All the speeches.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of partisan
my wife
gotcha.
owned a
Here's
plane.
the-
When we are asking Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
It's
we are
about
asking Americans to make
It's all
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices, as we
and your
transition
family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
our
flying
cause.
around on private
Secretary,
jets,
I'll
that smacks of
move on.
hypocrisy.
But
That's
from a
what
record
hurts.
standpoint,
afford me the
Secretary,
right
I'll-
at
I'll-
least
the
to
UN
set
would-
my
I
limits.
want to know from a record standpoint.
I
the right,
do not
at least
fly
to set the
on a
record
private
straight.
jet.
I
I
not fly
I fly
on a
commercially.
private jet.
have you
On all of
flown private
I
jets
fly-
since
I
you've
do
taken this
I fly
position?
commercially.
Prosecutor at the ICC.
Have you
On
flown
all
on a
of
private
them,
jet
five
since you've
times
taken
in
this
the last
position?
2.5 years
It's considered
on
issue
Mill
of
Air,
I have flown
which you
5
also fly
times
on,
in the last
And
2.5
Israel
years
or some of you
on
travel
Mill Air,
fly on.
which you
Democratic
Five
also
times.
fly on.
leader.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some of you
trips are
travel
commercial.
fly on.
Have you ever
Five
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
the
or
ICC
official
prosecutor
capacity
is
since
commercial.
you've taken
Have
this
you
position?
flown on a private
His
jet in
refusal
a
to treat
personal or
Israel
official
with
capacity
its
since you've
independent
taken this
courts.
position?
I don't.
The way
I
other
think I just don't.
democracies
I'm
possibly
trying to
once.
think
I
of the
think you need to take the broader
anything
point of
other
how
than
this
I
appears
just
to
don't
American
have-
people
no,
as
I
we're
think
asking
you
them
need to
take
take
that
the broader
Right.
point of how
We're
this
not
appears to
asking
American
Americans.
people.
We're
That's
not
we're
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not asking
these
Americans.
testimonies
We're not
wrong.
asking
No,
Americans
saying
not
don't
to
fly.
fly.
by example,
You're
Mr. Secretary.
trying to
That's what we're at. You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking
commercially.
fly by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
in
That's
that
what we're at.
vein, does your
Which is why I
office
fly
others
commercially
by example, which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
keep
in
a
that
record of
vein,
your
does
official
your
travel and
office-
scheduled meetings?
Those of you
or the State Department keep a record of
Does
your
that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Of course.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Can you provide those records?
But
to
I have a
Congress?
message for you.
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
the-
Congress?
Can you
Israel,
provide
who
those
I've met
records
We'll
to
win this
Congress?
battle.
Your official
Will you
travel.
We'll win this
Your
battle
official travel,
because
taxpayer
we don't
funded.
have
while
a
in this
choice.
position.
Your official
After
travel,
generations.
I
your official
appreciate
travel,
that,
taxpayer funded.
commitment.
While in
Switching
this position.
After generations,
topics
I
here,
appreciate
in
that.
which our
to
people
some
were
of the
slaughtered,
other diplomacy
remorselessly
topics
you
butchered,
conducted in
and
20
no one
some of
raised a
the
finger
other
in our
diplomacy
defense.
You
now have a
admitted
state-
to speaking with
2018
Iranian
have
foreign
a
minister
brave
Zarif,
army, an
quote,
army
3
of
or 4
our
times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of
and
the
we are
Iranian foreign
defending
minister
ourselves.
Zarif.
How many
Quote,
times
3 or
did you
4
speak
times
with the
from the
foreign
start of
minister?
the
book of
previous
Samuel
the
administration?
Iranian
in the
foreign
Bible.
minister
How many
Zarif,
times did you speak with
Netzach
the
Israel,
during the last
minister,
administration?
Loishakeh.
the Iranian foreign
The
minister
eternity
Zarif,
of Israel
And
will
I'll
not
enter into
fall.
during the
record,
last administration?
Mr. Chairman,
And I'll
3 or
enter into
4
the
times.
record,
Let's take that at face value.
that 3 or
Did you
4 times.
communicate
let's take that.
Using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram.
Did you communicate with them?
I don't recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram.
I met him
Any other?
formally
I don't recall how I communicated with him. I
international
formally,
meeting. Specifically, I think it was UNGA in New York.
international.
I saw him in
Specifically,
Munich
I
at the
think
Munich
it was
Security
New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
leaked-
Munich at the Munich
According to
Security
leaked
Conference.
audio
never need to rage
provided by the New
against
York
the dying
Times,
of
where he
the
said
light.
you
Leaked
told
audio
him that Israel Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times,
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least
sensitive information.
At least 200 times, and Zarif was
Now,
surprised.
that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that
on the day that report came out,
we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear. That never took place. It was at a time when there was public.
Never took place. It was at a time when there was public.
It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. But I can tell you that in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America, in 2 years as lieutenant governor, in 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials you don't have to abide by these agreements? Hold fast till 2024.
You don't have to abide by these
agreements. Administration may be coming in,
a new regime,
and therefore undermining current administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermining current administration.
My country is at war.
Do you find that appropriate?
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what
look at
shadow diplomacy is also
many of the speakers at this podium.
If you look at 1963,
I decided to come here.
It was behind the scenes.
Mr. Senator, I would posture that your shadow diplomacy.
I would posture that your shadow
diplomacy. I decided to come here
on the verge
as they race towards full enrichment,
for my
20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
On the verge of having a nuclear weapon
and Donald Trump pulled out of the agreement.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the agreement.
Other administrations.
Israel has made peace that will make peace again.
Under the agreement that existed.
There was no way
and even in Israel, the security establishment of Israel believed that
agreement. Yet we face savage enemies.
The security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz.
Savage murderers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This war is not done.
And here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against
20 years, not
ideology.
30 years,
And
many
just
more
as it took
to defeat
decades,
the idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not 30 years,
the idea of fascism. It's going to take
the idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat the idea of Islamic
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is still at war with
Moses
us.
told us.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that
that our
statement?
you
actions
testified
will
yesterday.
determine
Al-Qaeda is still at
whether
war
we
with us.
bequeath
DNI
future
Haynes,
generations
the
a
Biden's
blessing
director of national intelligence,
or a curse.
briefed the Congress
DNI
that Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
that is the
intends
choice
to attack
Biden's
the
director
West
of national
again.
intelligence briefed the
given the
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to attack the West
Al-Qaeda,
again.
Osama bin Laden's
If given
former
the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The
allegiance
head of
to the head of the
Al-Qaeda,
Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's
Except
former
now they
deputy
have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army, an
Taliban.
air force,
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with.
And I think if things continue on the path they are,
Functioning
we're
international
going
airport
to international currency.
And I think if things continue
Mr.
on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're not done with this
an
war.
international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned a lesson from Iraq.
We're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would
lesson
learn the lesson
from Iraq. Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued
from
a
Iraq.
statement praising that pullout.
Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman,
and we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years later
praising that pullout
with soldiers going back in.
And yet we found ourselves 3 years
let's
later
look at the situations I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand.
So, but let's look at the situations I think the American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand.
led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a more
We pulled out, led to
entity
the rise of
from
the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was
Look at all of the bases that we had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went back. We
But
had
look at all
bases in
of
the
the
Gulf.
bases
We had
that we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We had
deal
bases
with
in
when we
Turkey,
went back.
in
We
Jordan,
had bases
of
in the
course, in
Gulf.
Israel,
We had bases in
allied
Israel.
bases in
Bases in
Cyprus.
in Jordan.
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground in
government
the
in
Kurds.
Baghdad and the army.
We didn't
and
let
all the functions of the
ISIS
state.
take over the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with.
army and all of
To
them.
go clean up that
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers
with.
and lives
To
did
go
we
clean
lose
up that mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman?
from cleaning up
let's
that.
transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see? Do we have, General McKenzie, we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
Do we have a base in any country neighboring
Afghanistan now?
We do
Do we have any local allies approaching the capability of the Kurds?
And these murderers.
Do we have any local allies approaching the capability
We have
of
the Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly,
No,
they're
and
being
being
slaughtered right
We
now.
have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we speak.
Allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every morning
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
executions,
we wake up to beheading
people
videos,
being hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when
His body
and
too
if
was taken
to people
to
being
death.
hunted
You have to
down with
present
our own
options
So was the
database.
body
But when
of
how many
Ivan
soldiers
Khan's
are
daughter
we
in
going to
Bar.
lose?
present options
Because we have
brutally
no allies on the
murdered at that
ground.
same-
How many
We have no
soldiers are
bases
we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the
allies
crux
on
of
the
the
ground.
issue, which is over
We have
the
no
horizon
bases on the
counterterrorism.
region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the
Those
issue,
drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran and all the way up
still
Pakistan and
help.
lose
Those
70
drones
to
have
80%
to
of
fly all the way
fuel
around Iran
before they
all
even
the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose
These
70 to
are
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they even
attack,
get anywhere near
the botched
a
attack,
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
the botched
confirming what
attack,
that drone operator is
that you have to have
called it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what
operator would
is
appreciate somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that
Don't
drone
pull that
operator would appreciate
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor in
no,
saying
that's a
how
civilian.
difficult this is going to be.
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United
in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
But
that we
the
can
President
do
of the
over
United
here
States is
nothing.
selling this country
What we're doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over here,
base access,
nothing.
with allies on the
Ladies and
ground, and
gentlemen,
with
here,
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to be
a
honest
fiction that
with
I
the
think
American
you
people.
all need to own, and we need to be
Israel was
honest
soon forced to
with
defend
the American
itself
people.
on 6
I
more war
am
fronts
just
organized by Iran.
livid at the fact of
On
the
October
future
8th,
Americans
I am
Hezbollah
that are going to
attackers
have to
from
go
Lebanon.
back
at the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching
Americans
this war
Over
movie
8,000
that represented
rockets
Slotkin experience
at our
that we
towns,
all
we are
experienced
watching this war
after
movie
Iraq.
at our
that
civilians,
represented Slotkin
The
experience
president
that we all
continues to
experienced
say,
2 weeks
well, we
later,
can do what we do in
the
Somalia.
Iran-backed
We can do what
Houthis
we
The
do
president
in Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say
Secretary,
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what we do in
strikes in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what
The
we
first
do
We have
in
a lot more
Syria.
capability there.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about strikes in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more capability
Iran
there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence,
Do we
or
have
otherwise,
any
of Pakistani troops on the
evidence
ground?
over the past year.
Intelligence officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops
Pakistani
on the ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers,
assisting
air
the
support, or
Taliban.
any troops on the ground
Absolutely.
assisting the Taliban or
I'll
command
take that as a yes.
assisting the Taliban offensive.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
For the first
Mr.
time
Chairman,
ever.
And Mr. and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz,
Chair
your time has
recognizes
expired.
Mr. Waltz.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Chair,
regional war.
and
Chair
thank you
recognizes
for the
Mr.
witnesses for
Waltz.
coming in. I got to
I have a
tell you,
message for the tyrants.
Mr. Chairman,
Witnesses for coming in.
the more I listen to this hearing, the more
Mr.
We will
Chairman,
strike you.
the more
There
I
is
listen
no
to
place.
this hearing,
the Gold
the more
Star family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
have
It's
to
not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know
no
every
place
veteran
in
watching
Iran.
It's about
today
them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's
Israel
about
cannot reach.
General Milley,
It's
General
about
McKenzie,
them.
are
And I think what
of the
upsets
entire
them
Middle
most
East.
from the
General Milley,
president
Far from being lambs, some of the
during this evacuation,
Israel
including
sold
an
the
interview
president,
that the president
during
gave on
this-
national
during this
television,
evacuation,
during the
an
withdrawal,
interview that
August
the
18th,
president gave on
saying
national television.
generals
During the
never
withdrawal,
advised me
August
to be
18th,
2,500
saying
and
are
the only
winning.
air-based Bagram air base in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran,
in
and
the
a platform
world
to stay
sandwiched
after
between
counterterrorism.
China, Russia, Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that
platform
an
to stay
accurate
after
statement that
counterterrorism.
Israel
the
defends
generals
itself
never advised them to
against
leave
General
and
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement
lid
that
on half
the
the
generals
world's
never
terrorist
advised them to
organization?
leave and
and the
stay
curse
behind force to keep a
could
lid
not be
on
more
half the
clear.
world's terrorist
I will
organizations?
tell you what
This
my
is the
thoughts
map
were at the time.
I presented here last
My
year.
assessment
Well,
of
you,
it.
It's a
let me
map
just,
of a
you
blessing.
testified today, you both testified
shows
repeatedly
Israel-
But you,
that
Israel
let me
and
just
its
advise the
testified
National Command
today, you
Authority
both
that
testified
should leave
repeatedly that
connecting
you
from
advised the national commander
including the
agree
NATO.
we should leave.
That's right.
Between
Did President Trump
including the base.
leave that stay-behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the
Leave that
Taliban
stay-behind
meet the
force despite his stated
conditions?
desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the
and this will
conditions.
serve the
Did you
betterment
then,
of
and you stated today you didn't advise
Now look at this.
Did you then, and you
to pull
stated today
everybody
you
out,
didn't
you advised
advise
them to stay.
It's a map.
Biden.
So that's an inaccurate
pull
statement. Let's go
everybody
down
out,
the
you
list.
advised them to
Let's go
stay.
back to July
so
of
that's an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list.
President Biden, there's a likelihood.
July of 2021.
The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is
The
highly
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the Taliban overrunning
comport with your
everything and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact,
Cuts off
you
trade.
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your
later
knowledge at the
said
time?
Kabul will be surrounded
In fact,
forces
you
from within.
days.
You
And
just a few
inflict
weeks
misery
later said
on
Kabul
men.
will be surrounded.
Was
On
if
the
you
one
went
hand-
to zero in U.S. military forces, then there was
My
a high
assessment at the
likelihood
time
On the
was
one
if
hand,
we went to zero in
a
US
bright
military
blessing,
forces,
and
a
the
future of hope.
ISF with the Taliban
On the
code
other
red.
hand,
Would collapse.
But
a
I thought
dark
it was
future
going
of
to be,
despair.
I personally
And if
thought
you
it was
think
going to
this
fall
dark
collapse.
path
somewhere
But I
around
thought it was
is
Thanksgiving.
only a
The
curse for
assessments
Israel,
vary widely.
personally
if you
We're
think
talking
that,
within months.
then you should think again.
Within months of our
assessments
withdrawal.
very widely.
The
Because
next one,
Iran's
there's going to be
aggression
no
months.
circumstance where you see
If it's
people
not
being
checked,
lifted off the roof of
will
an
endanger
embassy.
There's going to be no
every single
circumstance
country
where
in
you
the
see
Middle
people
East.
being lifted off the roof
An
of an
embassy of the
embassy.
United
many
States
countries
from
in the rest of the
Afghanistan.
world.
It's not at all
Because
comparable.
Iran seeks to
An
impose
embassy of the
Saigon.
United
radicalism
States
This
from
well
picture
beyond
proves
the
that
Afghanistan not at
not
all
to be the case.
comparable
That's why
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon.
it funds terror
This
networks
picture
on
Joe Biden.
proves
5
that
continents.
not to be the case.
July
That's why
8th,
it
2021.
builds ballistic
Next one,
missiles
Americans
for
should
nuclear
understand
warheads
we're going to
threaten
try to
July
get
8th,
it all done
2021.
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it
there's
all
American
done
citizens
before August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's
Turns
American
a blind eye
citizens
Is
to
that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational
stay
planning?
to
Well, that
get them all
appeasement
out.
Stay
must
beyond
end.
August 31st?
Is that
that
your
or
understanding of the
must
operational
end.
planning
planning
at
to
the
get out by
time?
August 31st?
To stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by
Last.
August 31st?
But perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe
Nations
about
of the
100
world.
to 200
Perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Support the
Afghanistan
brave people
with
of
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
to 200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified, General
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible.
leave. You
to know
both testified
the
today.
number.
You
not
just
only
testified,
support Israel,
Is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It was
to know.
very
They
difficult to
should
know.
join
that.
Israel.
In fact,
They
is
should
that
join
accurate?
Israel in stopping
It was
Iran's
very difficult
nuclear
to know
weapons
that.
Yet the
program.
State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000
Yet the
Americans.
State Department's
this
revised
body
that
of the
number
Security
since to
Council.
nearly 1,000.
Look,
We're going to have an
in
celebration
July of
in a few months.
2021,
behind.
Bagram is
And I call
closing.
Look,
on the
We're
Security
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Snap back
General
Bagram is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing our
visiting President
four-star
We must all
Biden
do,
practically
General.
begging
Everything in our
us to at
power.
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and
To
some
ensure that
Biden
Iran
practically
never
begging us
Joe
to at
McKenzie,
least
you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that
little
you
bit
were
of
so
support.
concerned in
Joe
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
But we
to
haven't
get our
stopped
putting
allies
measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
our
allies
You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021. You
military
put
should do
those
for protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
America. You were so
what
concerned
you
in July
testified to.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also the
recommendations forward.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you
let
continue
that
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
And I assure you,
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster
formal
will ensue.
channel
Was
going to
that
the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to
Was
the
that shared
Secretary of
you as the
State
Commander of
himself.
the
Gentlemen.
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that
Question
shared
before us.
you as the Commander?
I've never seen it.
I think the American
didn't see it
people
at
would
the
like
time,
to
and I
see
haven't
that.
seen it
Which
Chairman,
of these two
here's my
maps did I
question
show
for
you?
you.
I
Do
think
you know
the
where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my
August
question.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State
The
was?
day before
On
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was, despite
The
all
day
of your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell?
State
Do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
Secretary
We're
of
building a
State
was
was
partnership
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how
While
that
fighting
makes
the
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken.
that threaten
I
families
I can't even imagine
feel.
how
Look,
that
here's the
makes
bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman, and thank
Department,
you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head up
fact,
its
thought
rear.
we could just
That
have
It
an
wasn't
embassy and
planning. It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we
terrorists
could just
would
have
take
an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
Taliban terrorists.
15,000
the
rockets.
good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists would
essentially
take care of the bad
350
Taliban
miles of
terrorists.
What happened, and because of that,
mean,
we
that's
didn't get people
essentially
out, we didn't get our
bigger than
citizens
the New
out,
York
we
subway.
didn't have
happened,
the force
and
posture,
because of that, we
we
didn't
didn't
get
have
people out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out, we didn't
We
have the force
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
didn't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
because of it.
We failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you
because of it.
To my Gold Star families, your
I
government
apologize to you
failed you.
to my Gold Star families.
There is
Your
a
government
difference, gentlemen, and
military
I know you
operations.
both know this, in taking responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
taking
responsibility.
and
No one
accountability.
has been held
A lot of people
accountable,
have taken
and they
responsibility.
deserve
No
but
one
that
terror battalions.
your government
23 out of
failed you.
28
And I'll give you an
battalions.
opportunity in my
Deserve
time
now to
remaining,
complete
Mr.
our
Chairman, if
victory.
there's anything
We are focused
you all would like to say publicly on the record,
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
you all would like to say
Responding
publicly on the
to
record.
commanders and destroying remaining
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman
But all the
said
while,
they have a right to respond.
and I'll say this one more time,
And I thank
we
you for
remain
that.
focused on our sacred
These
mission,
families.
bringing
And
our
I thank you for
hostages
that.
home, and we will not stop until
I will
that
work with
mission
them, get you the
is
answers,
complete.
to make sure that accountability,
I will work with them and get
transparency
you
is
the
established.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with
Make sure
Hamas's
that
greatly
that's what a
diminished
soldier does.
military
Is not to turn my
capability,
back on these families.
the
Or
terrorists
any other
still
goals that
exercise
soldier
some governing
does.
power in
Turn my back on
Gaza
these families.
by
Jane
stealing
and
the
other
food
girls were there for years.
that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza.
They deserve
Hamas
accountability,
steals the
Mr.
food.
Chairman, and thank you,
And
gentlemen.
then they hike
Mr.
the price.
Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with Mr.
Chairman.
Bills, you
Thank you, gentlemen.
just
And then they
testified
fill
under
their coffers
oath that you
in
never
money
exchange
understood
that they
with
that.
store
Mr.
from their own people.
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter the
under
record
They sell the
of
stolen
the
food.
article
jet.
here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the
15th,
record
2023.
And that's how they
article
stay in
here
power.
The John Kerry
February
family
15th,
private
2000,
jet was sold
2023.
shortly after
We're working to
accusations.
bring
The
it
John
to
Kerry
Find it
family private
hypocrisy.
jet was
And
sold
Mr. Secretary, do you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
climate
not owned or
hypocrisy.
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes,
No.
my wife
own
owned a plane.
I personally, family, by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife
And
owned
attack
not
mine.
in
Israel
the number of
again
years
flew
and
on that
again
plane.
and again.
And this
as it
article
is
has
not.
been inaccurate.
not
That
in
your
so
family owned
Hamas
a plane.
I
has
have
got
flown on
to
it.
go.
You
This
flew on a
article has not
plane.
been inaccurate, that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife,
Mr.
owned,
Secretary,
my wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of partisan
my wife
gotcha.
owned
Here's
planes.
the
When we are asking
issue.
Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When we are asking
transition
Americans to make
for the
serious
common good,
sacrifices,
Situation
and
we
your
transition
family and or
Imagine
yourself
allowing
for the common
are
good,
flying
Nazis
around
in
on private
1945
your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
the
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
It's
your
are flying
life.
around on
It's
private
ridiculous.
jets.
It didn't
That
happen
smacks
then.
on
But
hypocrisy.
want to know
That's
from a
what
record
Afford
standpoint.
me the
Mr. Secretary,
right,
but
at
I'll
least to
move
set
on.
the
I
record
just want to know
straight.
from a record standpoint.
I
Afford me the right,
not
at least
fly
to set the record
on a
straight.
This
private
is why
jet.
Israel
I
will reject
I
any
do not fly. I fly
on a
commercially.
private jet.
Have you
don't
all
think
of private
settle
jets
down.
since
I do
you've
not
taken
fly.
this
I fly
position?
commercially.
Let me
is a
finish.
demilitarized
all of private
flown
jets
five
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position.
2.5
Only
years
then.
on Mill-Air.
I have
Only
flown
then
You also
5
fly
times
on.
in the
Ensure
last
that
2.5
this round of
years.
Well, some of you
on
travel
Mill-Air,
fly on.
which
The
you
last
also
times.
fly on.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some of you
trips are
travel.
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since
commercial
you've taken
Have you
this position?
flown on a private jet in a personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity since you've taken this position?
I have a
I
message.
think, I just
for
don't,
possibly
I
one.
don't think
I think you need to take
Let
the broader
them
point
I
of
don't
how
I
this
think I
appears
just
to the
don't
American
have-
people.
But no,
That's
let
we're asking
them
you to
go.
take that
the
broader
broader
point.
all of you.
how
we're
this
not
appears.
asking
You know,
Americans,
alive
we're
today.
not
We're
asking
asking them to take
Americans
that.
not to
Turn them
fly.
on.
We're not
we're
asking
saying
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not
don't
to
fly.
fly.
By example,
You're
Mr. Secretary. That's what we're
Those
at you.
families
Which is why
here
I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
In that
That's what we're at
vein,
you.
does
Which
your
is why I
office
fly
Others to
commercially.
lead by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly
keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel and
office
scheduled
remember
meetings?
that.
or the State Department keep
this
a
war-
record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Of course.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Does that include the individuals
this
you're
war
scheduled to
has
meed
come
with?
to
Can you
an
provide
end
the?
now.
Can you provide those
All
records
that
to
has to
Congress?
happen.
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
them?
Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've
records
met
with?
to Congress?
Your official
And
Will you
travel,
provide those
your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Of who I've
funded,
If they don't-
while in this position.
Your official travel.
But if they
Your
don't,
official travel, taxpayer
we will
funded,
fight
while
until
in
we
this
achieve
position.
victory.
Thank you.
topics
I appreciate that.
to some of
There
the
is
switching
other
no
diplomacy
substitute
Topics
you
here.
conducted in
To
2018
some of the
interview.
other diplomacy you've
You
conducted.
admitted to
In
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
Foreign
Hezbollah
Minister
in Lebanon.
Sharif,
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
Foreign
quintessential
Minister
terror
Sharif.
How many
organization
times
3 or
did
4
you speak
times
with the
from the start
foreign
of the
minister?
previous
It
The
has,
administration.
Iranian Foreign Minister
How many
Sharif
times did you speak with the
tentacles
during the last
foreign minister?
administration?
span
The Iranian Foreign Minister Zarif.
And I'll enter
during the last administration.
Chairman.
And more Frenchmen.
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
into
records.
record.
Let's take that at face value.
That 3 or 4
communicate
let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram?
Did you communicate with them
I don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Met him
Any other?
formally
I don't recall how I communicated with him. I met him formally,
specifically I think it was in UNGA in New York. I saw him in Munich at the Munich Security Conference.
According to legal According to leaked audio, provided by the New York Times, Arif said you told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times. Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least sensitive information. At least 200 times. And now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial? That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear
that never took place. It was at a time
that public never took place. It was at a time
public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that I never 5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America,
will not accept
5 years
a terror army perched on our
28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue. This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around? Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around? You don't have to abide by these issues. Hold fast to 2024. You don't have to abide by these. Or a new administration may be coming in. A new regime and therefore undermine current administration diplomacy. And therefore undermining current administration diplomacy.
Do you
find that appropriate? Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what involves. Shadow diplomacy also saved citizens of Lebanon. If you look at 1963 with
missile crisis,
they put a
was
missile
behind
in
the
every
scenes.
kitchen.
Mr. Finger, I would posture that
it was
your
behind
shadow
the scenes.
diplomacy. Mr. Finger, I would
posture
that
I was at the security
now is on the verge as they race towards full enrichment from 20% to 60%. As they race on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. On the verge of having a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out
undermine other administrations.
The reason that has
no way they could have had a nuclear weapon under the agreement that existed.
There was no way they could have had a nuclear weapon.
The security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
The security establishment of Israel
just this week, the IDF destroyed the large percentage
Mr. Schneider.
which had built with
Here's where I think we're really talking past each other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This war is not done. Here's where I think we're really talking past each other. This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology. This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against 20 years, not 30 years, many more, to defeat the idea of communism, to defeat the idea of fascism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. Joe McKenzie, stand by that statement. You testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still at war with us. D.N.I. Haynes, stand by that statement. Biden's director of national intelligence briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again if given the chance. The head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban. Osama bin Laden's former deputy, now they have an entire state to work with, an army, an air force. Except now they have an entire state to work with, and I think if things continue on the path they are, possibly billions in international currency. And I think if things continue on the path they are, we're not done with this war. I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. We're not done with this war. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout. Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement 3 years later with soldiers going back in. And yet we found ourselves 3 years later. Let's look at the situations. I think the Americans going back in. So, but let's look at the situations. I think the American people need to pulled out, led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously we pulled out. Led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a global entity from to deal with.
Our countries could cooperate on bases
in the Gulf. We
had
bases to deal with.
Artificial intelligence.
We had bases in Israel, allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds. Allied bases in Cyprus. We didn't let ISIS take over the ground in the Kurds, Baghdad, and the army. We didn't let ISIS take over the ground in Baghdad and the army and all of them to go clean up that mess. How many soldiers' lives
to go clean up
Iran and its
that
terror
mess.
proxies
From cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
Scuttling.
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman.
That's why one of the
cleaning
best
up
ways
that.
Transition over here to
before Iran's
Afghanistan. What do we
nefarious
see?
designs
Do we have,
But
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a single
over here
base
to
in Afghanistan
What
now?
do we
peace
see?
would be the
Do
foundation.
we have,
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
Alliance.
We do not.
We
Do
have
we have
alliance
any
we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
Israel
capability
to
of
its
the
Arab
Kurds?
peace partners.
Do we have
Saudi
any
Arabia,
local
No,
allies
and
approaching
others.
the
We
capability
have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're being
and
slaughtered
security
right
and
We
now
have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken.
Bring
Frankly,
enormous
they're being
benefits. Our damn
slaughtered right
equipment.
now as we
Our
speak.
allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
American support and
Every
leadership.
morning
Our
we
damn
wake
equipment.
up to
believe
beheading
Our
videos
allies are being
can
slaughtered.
materialize.
to
Every
much
morning
sooner
we
than
wake up
people
to
think.
beheading
to people
videos,
being
And as
hunted
Prime
down with
Minister,
our own
to
database.
executions,
But
everything
when
in my
and
power
if
to people
to
being
beg
hunted
you
down
present
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president.
This is an
But
opportunity.
when,
How many
and if
soldiers are we
and
going to
the
you have to
wills
lose
present
do
options
not
because
to
we
the
have no
president,
allies on the ground?
how many
We have no
soldiers are
bases
we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now we're going to
Ladies
get
and
to
gentlemen,
really the crux of the issue.
Those drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
made
Iran
its choice.
and all the way up Pakistan and
Those
lose
drones
70 to
have to
80%
fly all the
of
way
their
around
fuel
Iran
before they
all
even
the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose
the
70 to
target.
80% of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw
Have
from the
also
failed
before they
made
even
attack
their
get
choice.
anywhere near
They
the
want
botched
to move
attack
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack.
multi-intelligence
The botched
confirming what
attack.
that
Now
drone
I have a
operator
question.
said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that
confirming what
drone operator would have
operator's saying.
appreciated
I've
somebody
called
on the
it in.
ground
What
saying,
choice
no, that's
will
a
you
civilian.
And I know that
pull
drone
that trigger.
operator would have appreciated
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
stand with
saying
Israel?
how
Civilian
difficult
pull
this is
that
going to
stand
be.
with democracy
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
candor
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going
a
to be.
fiction.
Dictatorship.
That
The
we can
President of
do
the United
over
States
here
is
nothing.
selling this
What
country
we're
a
doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over here.
base
Nothing.
access, with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean
There must be
access.
with
no
neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction.
allies on the
That I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need to
access.
stand for
own,
your
That
own
is
we need to
values
be honest
and your own
that
interests.
I
with the
think
American
you
people.
all
Yes,
need
we're
to
defending
own,
ourselves.
and we need to be
But we're
honest
also defending
with
you
the American people.
against the common enemy.
I am
that through
I am
violence and
just
terror seeks to
livid
destroy
at the
our
fact
way
of
of
the
life.
future Americans
So there should be
just
no
that are going to have to
confusion
go
about
back
this.
at the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching
Americans.
this war movie.
There is.
that are going to have to go back
Slotkin
to
experience
clean up
that we
this
all
mess.
Many
We're
countries.
watching this war
after
movie.
And in this very
that
hall,
represented a
as
Slotkin
I've just
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say,
Good is
well, we
portrayed
can
as
do what we
evil.
do in Somalia. We can do
and
what we
evil
do
is
in
president
portrayed as
Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary,
well,
you
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in Syria.
Somalia. We can do what we
When
do
We have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary,
One
just
more
briefed about
question.
a strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more
tried to commit
capability there.
genocide
evidence,
One more
against
question.
intelligence,
do
or
we have any
otherwise, of Pakistani
Israel
troops
is
on the
absurdly
ground?
accused
Intelligence
Intelligence
officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops on the ground
Pakistani
assisting the
troops
Taliban or
Palestinians
commanding
Intelligence
control,
officers, air
assisting the
support, or
Taliban.
any troops on the
I
ground
prefer to
assisting the
answer the
Taliban
question.
or
I'll
commanding
take that as a
control,
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr.
And that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional
Mr. Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
That's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
And
Chair
thank you for
recognizes
the
Mr.
witnesses for
We
coming
don't want to
in.
see
I
a
gotta
single
tell you,
person,
Chair,
a single innocent
Mr.
person
Chairman,
die.
and
That's
witnesses
always
for
a tragedy.
coming in.
The
I
more
gotta
I
And
tell
that's
you,
why
to
we
this
do so
hearing,
much to
Mr.
minimize
Chairman,
civilian casualties.
the
Even
more
as
I
I
listen to
know
this hearing, the
civilians
Goldstar
are
family
infuriated,
sitting
I get.
here
And no
have to
army
feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know
Israel
every
to
veteran
go
watching
to
today
sitting
has
here
to feel the same way.
Have
It's
to
not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's about
way. I know
us.
every veteran
We send
watching
text
It's about them.
We
And
make
I think
phone
what
calls.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's about
General Milley,
it's
General
about them.
McKenzie, or
And
some
I
of
think
the
what
statements
upsets them most
from the
General
president
McKenzie or some of the
during this
statements
evacuation,
another-
including
from the
an
president,
interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television
evacuation,
during the
including
withdrawal
an
on
interview that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
the
television.
generals
During during the withdrawal on
realize
August
this?
18th,
The
saying
Iranian backed
and the
generals
only air-based
never
Bagram
invited
air
Iran
base
and
in
Gaza,
the world
2,500
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in the
Not covering their hair.
world sandwiched
And
between
and
China,
gays in public
Russia,
squares. Some
Iran.
progressive
General Milley, is that an
platform to stay
accurate
after
statement?
counterterrorism.
According to the
generals
US
never advised
Director
him to
of
leave
General
and
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind force
accurate
to keep a
statement?
lid on
Funds
half
the
the
Generals
world's
never
terrorist
advised
organizations?
him to leave and stay behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist organizations.
tell you
or even many of the protesters
my thoughts were at the
outside this
time.
building now.
I will tell you.
What you let me just
my
you
thoughts
testified
were-
today. You both testified repeatedly
King Solomon.
What you,
that you
let me just
advised
testified
National
today.
Command
You
Authority
both testified
should leave.
repeatedly that you
proclaimed
stay
advised
behind
the National Command
including the
Authority
base.
we should leave.
That's right.
That is familiar to all of you.
Did
Stay
President
behind
Trump
He said-
including the base.
leave that stay
That's
behind
right.
force
There is
despite his
nothing
stated
new.
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because the
Leave that
Taliban
stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his
conditions.
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then,
Some would argue
and you
that's
stated today you didn't advise
But one thing
Biden,
is
and you
undeniable.
stated today you didn't advise
There
him to
is
stay.
definitely nothing new
So that's
that
an
the United
inaccurate
Nations
statement.
pull
But let's go down the
everybody out.
list
You
here.
advised him to
Let's go
stay.
back to
So
July
that's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's
back
a likelihood,
to July of 2020.
the likelihood
Take it
there's
from
going to
me.
be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a
everything and
likelihood-
owning the whole
spoke for this
country is
podium.
The
highly
likelihood there's going
unlikely.
to be the
Israel's
Taliban
ambassador-
overrunning
comport with your
everything
knowledge
and
at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact, you
That's exactly
Zach,
what
just a
you're
few
two
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul
And
be
in my
surrounded
maiden speech-
In fact,
in
you
60 days.
you just a few weeks later said
My
Kabul be
assessment
surrounded
at the time
in
was if we
30
went
60
zero
days.
on U.S.
I
military
spoke
forces, then there would
against
be
the
an
proposal to
assessment
expel
of the
Israel
time
from this
zero
body.
on
military
forces, and
4 decades
INSF
later,
with the Taliban taking over.
I find myself
But I thought
defending
it was
Israel
going to be
against that same preposterous
collapsed.
proposal.
I thought it was going to be assessments
And
by
who's
Biden.
leading the
We're
charge
talking
this
within
time?
months.
somewhere around
Within
Thanksgiving.
Not
months.
Hamas,
Very widely.
The next one,
But
there's
Abbas-
going to be no
Within months.
circumstance where you see people
Palestinian
being lifted
Authority
off the
President,
roof of an
the next
embassy.
one
There's
Mahmoud
going to be
Abbas.
no circumstance
This
where
is
you
the
see
man who
people
claims
being
he
lifted
wants
off the
peace.
roof
An
of an
embassy of the
embassy.
United
Yet
States
he
from
still
Afghanistan
refuses
is
to
not at
condemn
all
the horrific
comparable
massacre.
An
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
This
from
picture
Afghanistan
proves
is
that
not at
not
all
to be the case.
comparable
To terrorists
with
who murder
Saigon.
Israelis and
This
Americans.
picture
Joe
proves
Biden.
that not to be
Called
the
paper
case.
July
slave.
8th,
The more you
2021.
murder, the more you
Next
get
one,
paid.
Americans should
Joe Biden.
understand
And he's
we're going to
still
try to
leading
get it all done
2021.
before
Unremitted
August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational
stay
planning at
to
the
get
time?
them all
To
out.
stay
Not in
beyond
our
August 31st?
Was that your
or were you
understanding of the operational
to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
Standing
To
in
stay
this
beyond
podium
August 31st, or were
40 years
you
ago,
planning to get out by
I told
August
the
31st?
sponsors of that
But
outrageous
perhaps
resolution
the most
to expel
egregious.
Last.
We
Gentlemen,
believe about 100
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan
egregious.
with
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
President
testified,
Abbas,
General
with
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified
Shamefully
today. You
report
just
that
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was
Your
impossible
It
to
was
know
very difficult to know
the
the
number.
number.
In fact,
the
is
singing
that
out
accurate?
of the one and only
It
Jewish
was
state
very difficult to know the
Yet
number.
the
to
State
be a
Department's
moral
revised
stain
that
on the
number
United
since to
Nations.
nearly
It has
1,000
made this once
Yet the
Americans.
State
respected
Department's
institution
revised that
left
number
behind.
since to nearly
In the eyes of
1,000
decent people.
Americans.
In July of 2021,
left
For the
behind.
Palestinians,
Bagram is closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors and
President
some
Biden,
bit of
Biden,
air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that
little bit
you
of
were
air
so
support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie,
2021
you testified
that you put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our
That
allies out,
you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations,
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to get
take
our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
our army.
allies
You were
out,
so concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
Americans. You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
2021, you put
And in
those
fact, also the
recommendations.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr.
testified
Chairman,
today. That's correct.
sent a
It
dissent
condemns
cable.
In fact,
all the
also
other
the diplomats on the
23
ground, Mr.
diplomats saying
Chairman,
if you
73
continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
That's more than
disaster will
23
ensue. Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying
cable
if you
shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
What
going
is
to
that
the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with
What a
himself.
either of you?
double
This
Was that
is a
shared with
formal
you,
What a
Mr. Chairman,
joke.
Joint Chiefs?
Going
Was
to the
that shared
Secretary of
with you as
State
the Commander
himself.
Anderson?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander? I've never seen it.
I think the American people would like to see that. Chairman, here's my question for you.
I think
Do you know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was, despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul
that the
fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns.
According to the
The
Washington
State
Post, he was in the
Department wasn't
Hamptons,
planning enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
Secretary of State
He was in
Blinken.
the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even imagine how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
we could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban terrorists
we could
will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
Taliban terrorists.
the good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
what happened. And because of that, we didn't
that's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens out, we
what
didn't have
happened.
the force
And
posture,
because of
we
that, we didn't get our
didn't
people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out, we didn't
We
have
failed, and their loved
we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
because of it.
The way other
We
democracies
failed,
are treated
and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you
by anything
because of it.
other
To my Gold
than
Star
pure
families,
anti-
your
I
government
apologize to you,
failed you.
Ladies
to
and
my Gold
gentlemen,
Star families.
There
Your
is a
government-
difference,
the real
gentlemen,
war
and I know you
criminals are
both
not
know
in
this, in
Israel.
taking responsibility.
There is a
for
difference, gentlemen, and
There
I
are
know
a lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
taking
responsibility.
responsibility
No
and
one
accountability.
has been held
A lot of
accountable.
people take
They
responsibility.
deserve
No
but
one
better.
been held
Your government
accountable.
failed you. And I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's
Your government
anything
failed
you all would
I'll
like
give you
to
an
say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
The time has
you all would like to say
Mr. Chair.
publicly on the record.
They have a right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I have a message for
Pick
you.
up on that offer.
They have a
I've
right
talked
to respond.
Israel
these families.
will win this battle.
And I thank you for that.
We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice.
And I thank you for that.
After generations, after generations, in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense. We now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves.
There are other goals enemies in this room right now.
As the book of Samuel says in the Bible.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
You deserve accountability,
in exchange with
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and
you
thank you, Chairman.
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter
under
the record
oath that you never owned a
In the
private
Jewish
jet.
people's
here from
epic journey
February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
24th,
enter into the record.
in our odyssey
2023,
through the
Article
tempest
here
the
of
John Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet
2000,
was sold
2023,
shortly after
promised
accusation.
The
Has
John
always
Kerry
been
family
the
private
hypocrisy.
jet
And it will
was
Mr.
sold
Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
communist
not owned
borrow
or
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes,
I
my wife
not
owned a
no
plane.
gentleman.
I personally, family, by your family.
Yes, my wife owned a plane.
We will
number of
never
years
be
that I had
outraged
flown on it,
and
sure.
this article
against
has
the
not
dying
been
of the
inaccurate.
light.
That your family owned a
Years
plane.
that I have flown on it.
Israel
You flew on a
This
plane.
article has not been
Ever
inaccurate.
shine
Your family
bright.
owned
My
a plane.
wife
Mr.
owned,
Secretary,
my wife owned
here's
a
the
plane.
here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of partisan
Secretary,
gotcha.
here's the-
When we
here's
are
the
asking
issue.
Americans
This
to
isn't
make
some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
Be
When we are
strong
asking
and of good
Americans to
courage.
make
For the
serious
common good.
sacrifices, as we
and
do
your
in
family and or yourself
For the common
are
good.
flying around on private
Your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy. It
yourself
actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around on
Mr.
private
Secretary,
jets.
I'll
That smacks of
Israel.
hypocrisy.
But want to know from a
Now,
record standpoint.
Afford me this
forever.
the right
I'll
at least
thank
to
you
set the
one. I
record
just want to know
straight.
from a record standpoint.
I
the
do
right
not
at least
fly
to set the record
on a
straight.
private jet.
I
I
not fly
I fly commercially.
jet.
Having all of
private
my
jets since you've taken this position.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
I have flown
private jets
5
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position.
2.5 years on Mill Air,
I have flown
which you also
5
fly
times
on,
in the last 2.5
and
years.
Order,
some of you
please.
travel
Mill Air,
fly on.
which you
5
also
times.
fly on.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some of you
trips are
travel
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial
taken
Have you
this position?
flown on a private jet in a personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity since you've taken this position?
I just don't.
Possibly
I'm trying to
once.
think
I
of the
think
date.
you need to take the broader
I
point
don't-
of how
I
this
think- I
appears
just
to the
don't-
American
I'm
people
trying to
as
think-
we're
I
asking
think you
them
need to
take
take
that.
the broader
Mr.
Mr. President.
We're not asking
know your
Americans.
testimony.
We're
As
not
we're
asking
asking them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not
you're
asking
saying
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not
don't
to
fly.
fly.
By example,
You're
Mr.
trying
Secretary.
to
That's where we're at.
create-
You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
you're asking
commercially.
me by
Which is
example,
why
Mr.
I fly.
Secretary.
in
That's
that
where we're
vein,
at.
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
Others
commercially.
lead by example.
or the State Department keep
In
a
that
record of
vein,
your
does
official
your
travel and
office,
schedule
Lies
meetings?
and slanders
or the State Department keep a
leveled
record
at
of
my
your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're
by
scheduled to meet
many
with?
of the speakers at this podium.
Does that include the individuals you're
I
scheduled to
decided
meet
to
with?
come
Can you
here
provide
and
those
set
records
the
to
record
Congress?
straight.
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Your official travel.
Will you provide those
your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Of who
funded?
I've met
I
with?
decided to come here
Your official travel.
Thank you. I
Your
appreciate
official
that.
travel,
For my
taxpayer
people,
funded.
Commitment.
While in
Switching
this
to
position.
speak for my country.
topics
I
here,
appreciate that.
to some of the
switching,
other diplomacy
topics
you
here.
conducted in
To
the
some of
2018
the
interview.
other diplomacy you
And here's the truth.
conducted
admitted
in
to speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
foreign minister
Peace.
Zarif.
You
quote, 3 or 4
Israel
times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign
Israel
administration.
has made peace
How many times
and
Three or
will
four
make
times
peace
from the
again.
start of
Minister,
the previous
the
administration.
Iranian foreign minister
How many
Zarif,
times did you speak with the
during the
foreign
last
minister?
administration?
The Iranian foreign minister Zarif.
Yet we face
And
savage
I'll enter
enemies
into the
during the
record,
last
who
administration.
seek
Chairman,
our annihilation.
that
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
the record.
times. Let's take that at face value.
against these
that-
savage
that
murderers.
3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that
Our
at
enemies
face
using
value.
seek
Signal,
not only to
WhatsApp,
destroy us,
Telegram?
Did you communicate
other-
with them
They seek to
I don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with them.
Telegram?
met him formally.
I don't recall how I met with him. I met him formally,
specifically, I think it was in New York.
International.
I saw him in Munich, Munich Security Conference, which he was invited to.
According to leaked audio, provided by the New York Times, that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times. Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria. Such sensitive information.
At least 200 times and
now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that
on the days that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the days that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time that public
never took place. It was at a time
there was public circulation. I don't know what he's confused with or what he did, but I can tell you, I never had that conversation. And I can tell you, in 5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America, in 2 years as lieutenant governor, 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
this is why I'm doing it. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm doing it. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
you don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024.
You don't have to abide by these
agreements. Or a new administration may be coming in.
A new regime
and therefore undermine
may be coming
current
in.
administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermining current
I'm not going to speak
administration.
to any hypotheticals, but I can tell you,
Do you find that appropriate?
Shadow diplomacy undermines American rule.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow diplomacy undermines
American rule.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what
look at
involves. Shadow diplomacy has also saved us from war. If you look at 1963 with
missile crisis, it was behind the scenes.
Mr. Winger, I would posture that it was shadow diplomacy.
I was not shadow diplomacy. I was in security.
Now is on the verge
as they race towards full enrichment, 20% to 60%.
As they race
on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
On the verge of having
a nuclear arms race
in the administration.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out on
other administrations.
There's no way they could have had a nuclear weapon under the agreement that existed.
There was no way
even
they could have had a nuclear weapon.
Security establishment of Israel believed that agreement.
And then they hiked the price. The security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
And then they fill their
Chair now
coffers
recognizes
with money
Mr.
that they
Schneider.
extort from their own people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This war is not done.
Here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology.
Not 20 years, not 30 years,
and
many
just
more
as it took
to defeat the idea of communism, the idea of fascism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of fascism.
It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of
yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
General McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
You testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
D.N.I. Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress
D.N.I.
that Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends to attack the West
Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again.
Osama bin Laden's former deputy has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now they have an entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the head of the
an Air
Taliban.
Force,
Except now they have an entire state to work with.
I think if things continue on the path they are,
functioning international
airport,
airport,
international currency reserve.
And I think if things continue
Mr.
on
Chairman,
the path they are,
respectfully, we're not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international currency reserve.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lessons
respectfully,
from
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq.
Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout.
Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman,
and yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in.
And yet we found ourselves 3 years later.
Let's look at the situation because I think the American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand this.
So, but let's look at the situation because I think the American people
we pulled out, led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a more
we pulled out. Led to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS caliphate, which was
look at all of the bases that we had to deal with when we went back. We had bases in the Gulf. We had bases in Kuwait. We had bases in Turkey, in Jordan, of course in Israel, allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let ISIS take over the government in Baghdad and the army.
We didn't let ISIS take over the government
in all of these assets to
and the army in all of the
to go clean up that
we had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
to
did
go
we
clean
lose
up that mess?
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman?
from cleaning up
let's
that.
transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see?
Now.
Do we have, General McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
Do
we have a base in any
country
neighboring Afghanistan now?
We do not.
Do we have any
we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of the
But if
Kurds?
they don't,
Do we have
will
any
fight
local
no
allies
options,
approaching the capability
We have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly,
know,
they're
and
being
no
slaughtered right now.
We have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we speak.
Our allies are
with
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
also defeat
Every
With
morning
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every
executions,
morning we wake up to beheading
to people being
videos,
hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if
to people being hunted down with our
options
own
to the
database.
president.
But when,
In
how
all
many
if
soldiers are we going to
you
lose?
have to present options
Because
for
we have no
Americans,
allies on the ground.
how many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to
Then
get
any
to
Because we have
really
no
the
allies
crux
on
of
the
the issue,
ground.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the
counterterrorism.
region. Now we're going to get to
Citizens
really the crux of the
of
Those
issue.
drones have
which
to
is
fly
over the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran and all
And
the
it
way up
is
Pakistan
attacked
and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have
80%
to
of
fly
their
all the way
fuel
around Iran
in the
before
last
they even
all the way
get
up to
completely
Pakistan and
untrue.
lose 70 to
a
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
The day
saw
after
from the
Hamas
failed
before they even
attack
get
massacre
anywhere near
on
the
October
botched
7th,
the target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-int
against
intelligence
The botched
confirming what
attack.
that
More
drone
than
operator
60,000
said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
multi-int intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what
operator would
operator is
appreciate
saying.
somebody on the
I've called it
ground
refugees
saying,
in their
no,
own
that's a
land.
civilian.
And I know
Don't
that
pull
drone
trigger.
operator would
Hezbollah
appreciate
turns
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
in the
candor
north
in
of
saying
saying
how
how
civilian.
difficult this is
It's a
going to
ghost
be.
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
candor
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to
equivalent
be.
American terms.
that
That
we
the
can
President
do
of the United
over
States is
nothing.
selling this
Terrorists
What
country
we're
a
doing
fiction
over
Apostle in
here
San
that we
Diego
can
with
do
neighboring
with
base access,
nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
the
access,
American
with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you
ocean
all need
access.
to own,
That
and
is
we need to be
a
honest
fiction that
with
I
the
think
American
you
people.
all need to
I doubt
own,
they
and
tolerate
we
it
need to be
even for a
honest
single day.
with the American people.
Yet Israel has
I
been
am
tolerating
I
this
am
intolerable
just
situation
livid
for
at
nearly
the
a
fact
year.
of the
I-
future
I-
Well, I've come
Americans
here today
am
to say
just
that are going to have to
enough
go back
is
and
enough.
clean up
fact
this
of
mess
the
we are
future
watching, this
Americans
horror movie
that
that
are going to have
represented
to
a
go back
Slotkin
to
experience
clean up
that we
this
all
mess we are
experienced
watching this horror
after
movie.
Iraq.
We
That
won't
represented a
rest.
Slotkin
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do in Somalia.
We
We
will
can do
not
what
The
we do in
president
Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
army
just
we can
briefed
do
about
what we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do
Able
what we
to
do
We have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
The
there.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about strikes in
Um,
Syria.
Do we have any
We have a
18
lot more
years
capability there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence,
Do we have any
otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the
evidence?
ground?
1701.
Intelligence officers,
which
air support, or
requires
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the
Taliban
ground.
or command and
Intelligence
control
officers,
assisting
air
the
support, or
Taliban.
any troops
Right
on the
up to
ground
our
assisting the Taliban or
I'll
command
take that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz,
Chair
your time's
recognizes
expired.
Mr. Waltz.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr. Chair,
regional war.
And
Chair
thank you
recognizes
for the
Mr.
witnesses
Waltz.
for coming in.
They do
I
that
got to
too,
tell
Mr.
you,
Chair. But they fired
Mr.
those
Chairman,
rockets.
witnesses for coming in.
The
I
more
gotta
I
tell
listen
you,
to this hearing,
After
the
they
more
placed
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I get.
the
In
more I
hospitals,
listen to
know
this
in
hearing, the
apartment
Gold
buildings,
Star
and
family
in
sitting
the
here
private homes,
have to feel the
and I
same
know
way. I know every
Lebanon.
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
They
has to
endanger their
feel
own
the same way,
people.
because
have
it's
to
not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know
Put a
every
pistol
veteran
in
watching
every
it's
today
about
kitchen.
them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
rocket
them
in every
most,
garage.
General Milley,
It's
General
about
McKenzie,
them.
are
And I think
some
what
of
upsets them most
Get out
from
of
the
the
president
death trap.
or some of the
during this
Don't let
evacuation,
the swallow
including
the
the
president
interview
into
that the
the
president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation, including
During the
an
withdrawal,
interview that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national television.
generals
During the withdrawal,
advised
on
me
August
that we
18th,
would
saying
be 100 and the
generals
only air base,
never
Bagram air
Israel
base
has no
in the
choice.
world,
And
sandwiched
Israel
between
has every
only
right.
air base,
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in
and
the
a platform
world,
to stand
sandwiched
for
between
counterterrorism.
China,
And
Russia,
that's exactly
Iran,
General
and a
Milley, is that an
platform to
accurate
stand for
statement that
counterterrorism?
the generals never advised him to leave leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
never advised him
organizations?
to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid
The
on
IDF
half the
destroyed
world's
large
terrorist organizations?
percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which it built with Iran's funding for 3 decades.
Well,
We
let me
took out
just,
senior
you
military
testified today,
commanders
you both
who not only
testified
shed Israeli
repeatedly
blood,
that you
but
just
American
advised the national
testified
commander
today,
that
you
we
both
should
testified
leave,
repeatedly.
and then we took out their replacements.
Advised the national commander,
including the
And then the replacements
That's
of their
right.
replacements.
Did
stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay-behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the
Leave that
Taliban
stay-behind
didn't meet
force
the
despite his stated
conditions?
desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then, and you
Ladies
stated
and
today
gentlemen,
you didn't advise
We're committed to
then,
removing the curse of
and you
terrorism
stated today you didn't advise
that threatens all civilized
So that's an
societies.
inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list.
Truly realize
Let's go back
the
to
blessing of a new
July
millennium.
of 2021.
But let's go down the list.
President Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back
likelihood,
With the
July of
Abraham
2020.
the
44
likelihood
years
there's going to
ago.
be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood
everything and
this
owning the
means
whole country is
achieving
highly
Likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the
Peace
Taliban
agreement.
overrunning
comport with
everything
your
and
knowledge at
owning
the
the
time?
whole country
Saudi
is
Arabia.
highly unlikely.
In fact, you
that
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul will be surrounded
In fact,
in 30
you,
to 60
having
days.
seen
you
the
just a
blessing
few weeks later said
My
Kabul will be
assessment at the
surrounded
time was if
in
we
30
went
to
to
60
zero
days.
on U.S. military forces, then there was
My
a high
assessment
The
at the time
millions of
was after we
Israelis
went to
have already
zero on U.S.
flown back and
military
forth
forces,
and
was a
the
high
across the
ANSF,
Arabian
with the
Peninsula,
Taliban taking over.
Would
over the
collapse.
skies
But I
of
thought
Saudi
it was going to
Arabia.
be,
The ANSF,
I
Gulf
personally thought it was
Taliban
going to
taking
be in
over.
the fall.
Would collapse.
The trade,
I thought it was
the
going to be.
tourism,
Assessments vary
I
widely.
joint
personally-
venture.
We're talking within months.
the peace.
Around
Within
Thanksgiving.
months
Peace
of our
Assessments vary
withdrawal.
widely.
The next one,
We're
there's
talking
going to be
within
no
months.
circumstance where you
What
see people
blessings
being lifted
such a
off the
peace
roof
from
of an
Saudi
Next one,
embassy.
there's
Arabia
going to be
would
no
bring.
circumstance where you
It
see
would be a
people
boon
being
to
lifted
the
off the
security
roof
an
of
and
an
embassy
embassy
of the United
of our
States
two
from
countries.
Afghanistan. It's
in
not at all
trade and
comparable
tourism.
an
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
This
from
picture
Afghanistan.
proves that.
Not at all
the Middle East.
comparable
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon.
Juggernaut.
I think this picture
Joe
proves
Biden.
that
Our
not
two
to be the
countries
case.
July 8,
cooperate on
2021.
energy,
Next
water,
one, Americans should
agriculture,
understand we're going to
artificial
try to
light,
get it all done
2021.
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it
there's
all done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at the
to
time?
get them all
To
out.
stay beyond August
Between the
31st?
Is that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August
Mecca and
31st?
To stay beyond August 31st?
While
or were
Israel
you
is committed
planning
to
get out
achieving
by
such
August
a peace,
31st?
Iran and its terror
perhaps the
proxies
most
are
egregious.
committed to
Last.
We
settling.
believe about 100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
one of
remain
the
in
best
Afghanistan.
ways to foil
With
the
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You
to 200
testified
Americans
today,
remain
you
in
achieve the
testified,
peace.
General
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to leave.
impossible
You
to
both
know.
testified
the
today.
number.
You just
In
testified,
fact,
General Milley, that it was impossible
it
to
was
know.
very
And that
difficult to
alliance
know
would
the number.
include
In
the
fact,
United States,
is that accurate?
Israel, Kurd, Arab
It
peace
was
partners,
very difficult to know.
Saudi
Yeah,
Yeah,
Arabia,
the State Department's
and
revised
others
that number
who
since
choose
to nearly
the blessing of
1,000
peace.
Yet the
Americans.
State Department's
Advanced
revised that
security and
number since
prosperity
to nearly
across the Middle
1,000
Look, in
Americans.
July of
Enormous benefits
2021,
for the rest of the world.
Bagram is closing.
With
Look,
American
We're
support.
withdrawing
in July
our
of 2021,
four-star commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some
Biden, practically begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that you were so concerned in July of
General McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process
lily
our
pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
our
allies
homeland. You were
out,
so concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what American
2021, you
military
put
should
those
do, which is protecting
recommendations
homeland.
forward.
You were so
That's
concerned
what you
in July
testified today.
2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also the
recommendations
diplomats on the
forward.
ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the
Channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to
Was
the
that shared
Secretary of
you as the
State
Commander of
himself?
Anderson?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I've never seen
I
that.
think the American people would like to see that. Chairman,
must be
here's
no
my question for you.
equivocation.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people
Secretary of
with
State
Israel.
was
Chairman,
You stand
here's
on
my
August
question.
13th?
Do you know where
Your
the
own
Secretary of
interests.
State
The
was?
day
we're
before
defending
Kabul
August
fell?
13th.
Do you know where
We're
the
also
Secretary of
defending
State
you.
was, despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was,
We weren't getting our
despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns?
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast
Confusion
enough. We
about
weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in
But
the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in
vacation.
the Hamptons.
A lot of
Secretary of State
He was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you for
to
your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
We see this too.
we could just have
It
an embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we
terrorists
could
will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
starving
Taliban terrorists.
Palestinians in Gaza.
The good Taliban
that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the bad Taliban
We
terrorists.
helped
what
bring in
happened, and because of that, we didn't
that's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens out, we
What
didn't
happened,
have forced
and
posture,
because of
we
that,
didn't,
we
we
didn't
didn't
people out, we didn't get our
facing,
citizens out, we didn't
we
have
failed,
forced posture,
and
we
their
don't-
loved
we
ones
didn't have
dead
facing,
because of
When
it.
Israel is
we
forced
failed,
to
and
deliberately
their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because of it.
to my
We don't
Gold
want to see
Star
a single
families.
person.
Your
I
government
apologize to you.
failed you.
That's always a
To my Gold Star families.
And that's why
There
we
is
do
a
so much
difference,
to
gentlemen,
minimize
and I know
failure.
you both know this, in taking
Even as our
responsibility.
enemies
There is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this.
taken
And taking responsibility and
No
accountability.
one has been held
A lot of people
accountable,
have taken
and they
responsibility.
We drop
deserve
No
a
one
better.
accountable.
Your government failed you. And I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman. If there's anything you all would like to say publicly on the record, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything you all would like to say publicly on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't take up on that offer. I've talked to these families.
Don't they realize that
the other families.
I've talked
the
to
Iranian-backed goons
And I have committed
And I thank you
in
for
Tehran and in Gaza, the goons who got down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares, some progressives.
Make sure that
According to the
transparency
U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Iran funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel, maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange with
Mr.
Mr. Mills,
Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange
private
with Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Mr.
you just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter
under
into the
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record
2023.
article here
The John
from
Kerry
February
family
15,
private jet was sold
2023.
shortly after accusations.
The John Kerry
of climate
family private
hypocrisy.
jet was
Mr.
sold
Secretary, do you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you
climate
owned or
hypocrisy.
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand by that?
By your family.
personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
I personally, by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of
So
years,
flew on
but
that
I have
plane.
flown on it,
And
sure.
this article has not been inaccurate.
Not
that
in
your
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have flown on it, sure.
And
You
this
flew on a
article
plane.
is not
Take it
been
from me.
inaccurate that your family owned a
My
plane.
wife
First
owned,
of all,
my wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
Here's
as
the
if it was
issue.
Ambassador
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of partisan
my wife
gotcha.
owned a
Here's
plane.
the
When we are asking Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
And in my maiden
sacrifices,
When
speech,
we are asking
transition
Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices,
my maiden
as we
and your
transition
family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around on
Mr.
private
Secretary, but
jets,
I'll
that smacks
move
of
on.
I find
But
myself
want to know from a
very
record
critical
standpoint.
Afford me
Against
this, the
that
right
same
at least to
preposterous-
set the record
But
straight.
from a record standpoint,
I
Who's leading the
do
charge
not
at this
fly
time?
set the record
on a
straight.
private
Not
jet.
Hamas,
I
do
do
not
not
fly
fly. I fly
on a private
commercially.
Palestinian Authority
On
President.
all of
private
my
jets
jets,
since
I do
you've
not
taken
fly.
this
I
This
position.
is the
fly
man who
commercially.
claims he wants peace.
Have you
On
all
all
of
of
the private
my
jets
jets
since
since
you've taken this
the last
position?
2.5 years
Condemn the horrific
on
massacre.
Millair,
I have flown
which you
5
also fly
times
on.
in the last
Still
2.5
paying
And
hundreds
or
of
some
millions
who travel
Millair,
terrorists who
which
murder
you
Five
Israelis
times.
and Americans.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some
pay
of
for
you
slavery.
travel
commercial
Before you
Have you
murder
ever
Five
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
still
capacity
wages
since you've
commercial
taken
Have you
this
Unremitting
flown on a private
diplomatic
jet
warfare
in a personal or
Against
official
Israel's right to
capacity
exist.
since you've taken this
And
position?
against
I
Israel's
don't- I
right to
think- I
defend
just
itself.
don't have
And by the
the
way,
one
I
thing.
they
think
amount
you need to
the same
take the
thing.
broader point
I
of
just-
how
I
this
think I
appears
just
to the
don't have
American
the-
But no,
people as
I
we're
I
asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the broader
Just-
point of how
We're
this
not
appears to
asking
the American
Americans.
people.
We're
That's
not
why I'm
asking
asking you to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're
not
you're
asking
saying
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans not to
don't
fly.
lead by example,
You're
Mr. Secretary.
trying to
That's what we're at.
create-
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
to lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
In
That's
that
what we're at.
vein,
You,
does your
which is why I
office,
fly
others
commercially.
lead by example.
or the State Department keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel and
office
scheduled
Who would
meetings?
shamefully support
or the
that
State
president.
Department keep a record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're
fanaticism,
scheduled to meet with?
Of course.
The singing
Does that
out
include
of
the
the one and
individuals
only
you're
Jewish
scheduled to
state
meet with?
Can you provide
continues
that?
to be
Can
a
you provide
moral
those
stain on
records
the
to
United
Congress?
Nations.
Will you provide those records to Congress?
Can you provide those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Your official
Will
travel.
you
provide those
your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Of who
funded.
I've met with?
But for the
while in this
Palestinians,
Your official travel.
Thank you.
This
I
U.S.
appreciate
House
that
of
taxpayer
Congress
funded
commitment.
while in
Switching
is
this
on
position.
board.
Thank you.
They
I
know that
appreciate that.
to some of the
switching
other diplomacy
anti-Semitic bias
topics
you've
here.
conducted in
There's an
2018.
automatic
Some of the
majority
other diplomacy you
willing to
conducted
admitted to
in the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
Foreign Minister
This
Zarif,
anti-Israel
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of
Iranian
this
Foreign Minister
administration.
Zarif.
Any
How many
outlandish
times
3 or
did
4
you speak
times
with
from the
the
start
foreign
of the
majority?
previous
The
administration?
Iranian Foreign Minister
How many
Zarif?
In the
times
last
did you
decade,
speak with the
During the
foreign
last
There's been
administration.
more resolutions
the Iranian Foreign
passed
Minister
against
Zarif?
Israel
And I'll enter into the
During the last
record,
administration.
UN General Assembly
that,
than against the
and
entire
3 or
the
4
world
times. Let's
combined.
take that at face value.
Actually,
that
more than
3
twice.
or
Did you
4
communicate
times.
with
Let's take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal,
2014,
WhatsApp,
this
Telegram?
body
Did you
condemned
communicate
Israel
with them,
I
using
don't
Signal,
recall how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram.
Condemned
Met him
all the other
formally
countries in the
I don't
world.
recall
in the
how I
course
communicated with him.
international,
more than
formally,
100
specifically, I think it was
extra
in
condemnations
New York.
for the Jewish
I
state.
saw him in
Specifically,
Munich
I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
in
Security
New
Conference.
What a
he
double
was
standard.
invited
I
to.
saw him
What a
in
joke.
Munich at the Munich
According to
Security
leaked audio,
Conference, which he was invited to.
provided by the New
leaked-
York Times, Arif
according
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
him that Israel attacked Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New York
Syria
Times,
at
Arif
least,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times.
Israel
Arif was
attacked
surprised
Iranian
you would
assets in
reveal
Syria at
such
least,
sensitive
quote,
information.
at least 200 times, and
So
Arif
all
was
this
Now,
surprised
you
you
know,
would
that was
reveal
according to leaked
such
audio.
sensitive
Now under
information.
oath, do you stand by your previous denial.
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath,
I
stand by your
absolutely
previous
said
denial.
It's always
on
been
the day
about
that report came out,
absolutely
we made
said
it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time when there was public
never took place. It was at a time
there
when there
was in public circulation. I don't know what he accused me of what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation.
I can tell you that I never had
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America, in 2
5
years
years running one of the largest prosecutors'
28 years
offices
in
in
the Senate,
America,
as a
2 years
member of the
Intelligence
Committee,
28 years in the Senate.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to
appropriate if a
officials
former
in
Trump
Qatar
administration
and said,
official traveled around
you don't
and
have to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials
agreements. Hold fast till 2024.
You don't have to abide by these
or a new
agreements. Hold
administration may
fast
be
till
coming in,
2024. A new regime
and
or a new
therefore
administration
undermine
may be coming
current
in,
administration diplomacy.
and therefore
find that
undermine
appropriate?
current
I'm not going to speak to
administration.
any hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow
I'm not
diplomacy
speaking to any
undermines American
hypotheticals,
goals.
but I can tell you
Shadow
I never
diplomacy,
engaged.
depending on
Shadow
what
diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what shadow diplomacy is also
ashamed
with the war. If you look at 1963 with
missile crisis, it was behind the scenes, back
Mr. Finger, I would posture that
it
your
was
shadow
behind the scenes,
diplomacy
back
now has
I would
posture
posture
that your shadow
I was in the security
Now
council.
has
as they race towards full
that is
enrichment
now
from 20% to
exploding.
60%,
As they've raced
on the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment,
nuclear
20%
arms
to
race
60%,
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
in the Middle
agreement.
East.
now have a
And
state.
the reason that has happened is that Donald
American
Trump
people
pulled
have
out
an
of
army
another
of
administration.
that agreement.
The reason
And
There
we
was
are
no way they
defending
could have
ourselves.
had a
because
nuclear
Donald Trump
weapon
pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement that
agreement.
existed.
There was
book of
no
Samuel
way
Even
that
in
a nuclear
Israel, the
weapon.
security establishment of Israel believed that agreement
Even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
The eternity of
security
Israel
establishment
will
of
not
Israel
falter.
believed that
Trump
agreement
pulled
had
out.
done the job.
Chair now
Take it away.
recognizes Mr. Schneider.
President
Thank you,
Trump
Mr.
just
Waltz
pulled
is
out.
recognized. Yeah,
Chair
thank you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking
Ever
past
journey
each
from
other.
antiquity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
This
Chairman.
war is not
Odyssey
done.
to
And here's where I think
temples
we're really talking
and
past
upheavals
each other.
of modern times.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
Not
It's
over.
a war against an ideology.
This is a
And
just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism.
decades,
It's a war
not
against
20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more
as it
to
took
defeat
decades,
the idea of
20 years,
communism, to
30
defeat
years,
the idea of fascism. It's going to take
the idea
decades
of
to
communism
defeat the idea
idea
of
of
Islamic
never need to
fascism.
rage
It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to
dying of
defeat
the
the
light.
You
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is
fascism.
still at war with us.
General McKenzie,
Stand by that statement.
You testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
D.N.I.
You
Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that
D.N.I.
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the
director
West
of national
again.
intelligence
If
briefed
given
the
the
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda
Be
fully
strong.
The head of
intends to attack the
Al-Qaeda,
West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If given
former
the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The head
allegiance
of
to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now they have an
deputy
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with
the head of the
them, an
Taliban.
Air Force,
Except now they have an
international
entire
air
state
The
to work
people
with.
And I
of
think if
Israel
things
Air
continue
Force.
on the path they
Now,
are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions in
forever.
international currency
And I
reserves.
think if things continue
Mr.
on
Chairman,
the path they are,
respectfully, we're not
possibly
done with
billions
this
in
war.
international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
a
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn a
thought we would
lesson
have learned a lesson
from
from
Iraq.
Iraq. I would have thought,
Where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn a
2011,
lesson
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Ladies and
you used
gentlemen,
statement
order.
praising that pullout,
where we
as
pulled
ending
out in
that war,
2011, Mr. Chairman,
and yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as ending
with
that
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves
Order,
3 years
please.
Let's
later
look at the situation, because I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand this.
So, but let's look at the situation, because I think the American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand this.
led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate,
Here we
which
have
was
Iraq.
obviously a more
We pulled out, led to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was obviously
Look at all
a
of the
more
bases that we had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went back. We had
Look at all
bases
of
in
the
the Gulf.
bases
We had
that we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
Mr.
Jordan,
President.
of course, in
We had
Israel,
bases in
allied
Kuwait, we had
bases in
bases in
Cyprus.
Turkey,
Ladies and
in
gentlemen.
Jordan,
We had
of
allies
course,
on
in
the ground
Israel,
in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
to come here.
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground in
government
the Kurds.
in Baghdad and the
My
army.
country
We
is
didn't
at
let
war.
functions of the
ISIS
state.
take over the
We had
government
all
in
of these
Baghdad
assets to work
and the
with
army and all of the
to go
functions of
clean clean up that mess?
All of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
to go clean up that mess.
From cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
many of
we
the
lose
speakers at this podium.
from cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to
I decided
Afghanistan.
to
What do
come
we
here.
see?
Mr. Chairman.
Do we have,
But let's
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over here
base
to
in Afghanistan
What
now?
do we see? Do we have
a base in any
single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
We do not.
Do we have any
We have a
local
base in
allies
any
that
country
approach the
neighboring
capability
Afghanistan?
of the Kurds?
We do not.
Speak for
Do we
my
have any
people.
local
No, in
allies
options
approaching the
speak for
capability?
my
We have the
country.
Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been
speak, we do
taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're
in
being
options, but
slaughtered
we do
right
not.
now.
We have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right
And
now
here's
as we
the
speak.
truth.
Our allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Israel
Every
seeks
morning
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being
yearns for
slaughtered.
peace.
to
Every morning
execution,
we
has
wake up
made
to beheading
peace,
people
will
videos,
being
make
hunted
peace
down with our
again.
own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if
to people being
you have
hunted
to
down
present
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president,
But when
how many
and if
soldiers are we
face
going to
savage
lose?
present
enemies.
options
Because
to
we
the
have no
president,
allies on the
Seek our
ground.
annihilation.
How many
We have no
soldiers are
bases
we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now
must
we're going to
defend
get to
because we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground,
which is
We
we
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the
counterterrorism.
region. Now we're going to get to really the crux
Our
of the
enemies-
Those
issue.
drones
Not
have
only
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
us.
Iran and all the way up Pakistan and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have
80%
fly all
of
the
their
way around
fuel
Iran
before they even
all the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to
the
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they even
attack,
get anywhere near
the botched
a
attack,
target. And we
When I
just saw
spoke
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
I said
confirming
botched
what that
attack
drone operator said.
that you have to
Called
have
it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what
operator would
operator said.
appreciate
Called
somebody
it
on the
in.
ground
thousands
saying,
of
no,
years
that's a
ago.
civilian.
And I know
Don't
that
pull
drone
that trigger."
operator
As
would
we were
appreciate
about to
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
in
no,
saying
that's a
how
civilian.
difficult
Moses
this is
told
going to
us
be.
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United
in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
Future generations.
That
The
we can
President
do
of the United
here
States
with
is selling
nothing.
this
What
country
we're doing
fiction.
over
And
here
that is the
that we can
choice
do
with neighboring
we
base
face
access,
today.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with
Unremitting
neighboring
That is
base
the
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to be
a
honest
fiction
Arab and Jew.
that
with
I
the
think
American
you all
people.
need to
In the days
own,
that followed
and we
that
need to be
speech,
honest
The blessing
with the
I
American
spoke of
people.
came into
I
sharper focus.
am just
A normalization
livid
deal
at the
between
fact
Saudi
of the
Arabia
future
and
Americans
Israel
I am just
that are going to have to
closer
go
than
back
ever.
at the
to clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching
Americans
this horror
came
movie
the
that
are gonna have
represented
to
a
go
Slotkin
back.
experience that we
This
all
mess we are
experienced
watching
Thousands
after
of
Iran.
Iranian
that
backed
represent a
Hamas
Slotkin
terrorists
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iran.
what we do in
Pickup
Somalia.
trucks
We
on
can do what we
motorcycles.
do
The president
in Syria.
continues
And
to
they
say,
committed
we can do what we
unimaginable
do in
crimes.
Somalia. We can do what we do
We
in
have a lot more
Syria.
capability
The military
there. One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a strike in
They
Syria.
raped
Do we
and
have
mutilated
any
We have a lot
women.
more capability there.
Evidence.
One more
They
question.
beheaded
Intelligence
They
or
we have
otherwise
any
babies
of
alive.
Pakistani troops on the
Evidence.
ground.
They burned entire
Intelligence
Intelligence
officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or commanding
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support, or
Taliban.
any troops on the
I
ground
prefer to answer
assisting
that
the
question,
Taliban
please.
or
I'll
commanding
take that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban offensive.
And
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wall.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
And
Chair
thank you for
recognizes
the
Mr.
witnesses for
Waltz.
I want to
coming
assure
in.
you.
I got to tell you,
We will not rest
Mr. Chairman,
until the remaining hostages
the
are
more I
brought
listen
you.
to this hearing,
And some
the
of
more
their family
infuriated I
members
get.
are here with us.
The more I
I
listen
know
to this
the
hearing,
Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
have
Because
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know every veteran watching.
It's
With
about
us is
them.
Ellis
And I think what
Stevens.
upsets
It's not
them
about
most,
us. It's about
Sonny
General
Dunn
Milley,
It's
was
about
abducted
them.
from the
And I think what
Nova
upsets them
Music
most,
Festival. That was his crime.
from the
General Milley,
president
A music
or some of the
during
statements
during this evacuation,
from the
including
president,
an
And his
interview
murder
the
was
president
monstrous.
gave on national
during this
television.
evacuation, including
During the
an
withdrawal,
interview that
August
the president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
His son
television.
Jonathan was murdered.
During the
and his
withdrawal,
corpse
on August
was
18th,
taken
saying
into the
100
dungeons,
and
General,
only
into the
air-based
terror tunnels of
Bagram
Gaza.
air base
A corpse
in the
held
world
hostage.
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air
Salim
base
al-Atras.
in
and
the
a platform
world
to
sandwiched
Muhammad,
between
counterterrorism.
China,
A brave
Russia,
Arab Israeli
Iran,
soldier.
General
and a
Milley, is that
platform
an
to stay
accurate
after
statement?
His
counterterrorism.
body too was
The
taken
generals
to
never
Gaza.
advised him to leave
General
and
Milley,
stay
is that a
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement?
lid
He
on
fought
half
Hyman
the
Slaughter
world's
in
terrorist
Gaza.
organizations?
him to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
I will
organizations?
tell you
With us is
what
Sharon
my thoughts were
Sharabi,
at the time.
whose brother Yossi was
my
murdered.
assessments
Well,
at
you,
the time.
let me
And
just,
who
you
prayed
testified
for
today,
his
you
older
both
brother
testified
Eli.
repeatedly
What you,
that
let me
you
just,
advised the National
testified today,
Command
you
Authority
both testified
should leave.
repeatedly
And with us too,
that you
25
advised the
plus
National Command
including the
Authority
base.
NATO,
we should
That's
leave.
right.
Did
Did President Trump
including the base.
leave that stay-behind force despite his stated
Thankfully,
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because the
leave that
Taliban
stay-behind
didn't meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise
we will return
Did you
to
then,
our loved ones'
and you
homes.
stated
Not
today you
share
didn't
that
advise
effort
to stay?
until this holy
Biden.
mission
So that's
is
an inaccurate
accomplished.
statement.
pull
Let's go
everybody
down
out.
the
You
list.
advised him to
Let's go
stay.
back to July
that's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's
back
a likelihood.
to July of 2021.
Ladies and
Likelihood
gentlemen,
there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood.
everything and
Curse
owning
of
the whole
October
country is
7th.
The
highly
likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the
Began
Taliban
when Hamas
overrunning
comport with
everything
your
and
knowledge
owning
at the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact,
But it
you
didn't end there.
Does that
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your
later
knowledge at the
said
time?
Kabul be
Forced to
surrounded
defend
in
itself
In fact,
30,
you
60 days.
just a
more
few
war
weeks
fronts
later said
organized
Kabul be
by Iran.
surrounded
was if
in
we
30
went
days.
On October 8th,
military forces, then
Hezbollah
my
attacked us
assessment
from
at the
Lebanon.
time was if we went to
Since
zero
then,
and
they've
then
fired
military
over
forces,
8,000
and
rockets
if the Taliban
at our
could
towns
Would collapse.
and cities,
But I thought it was going
at
to
our
be-
civilians,
I personally
at our
thought it was
children.
going to fall.
Would collapse.
2 weeks
But I thought it
later,
was going to be-
the
assessments
Iran-backed
very
Houthis
We're talking
in
within
Yemen
months.
launched drones
Within
and
months of
missiles
all
at
this.
Israel.
The next
The
one,
first
there's going to be no
160 such
circumstance where you
attacks,
see people being
including
lifted
one
off the
yesterday,
roof of an
aimed at
embassy.
Tel Aviv.
There's going to be no circumstance
Iran's
where you
Shiite
see people
militias
being
in
lifted
Syria
off
and
the roof
An
of an
embassy of the
embassy.
United
Israel
States from
dozens of
Afghanistan.
times
It's
in
not
the
at all
past year as
comparable
well.
An
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United
Fueled
States
by
from
This picture
Afghanistan
proves
is
that
not at all
Palestinian terrorists in
comparable
Judea and
with
Samaria
Saigon.
perpetrated
This picture
scores of
provides
attacks
that
there
not to be the
and
case.
July
throughout
8th,
Israel.
2021. Next one, Americans should
Joe Biden.
understand
And last April,
we're going to
July
try to get
8th,
it all done
2021.
First time
before
ever.
August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if
understand
you're an
directly
we're going
American,
to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And
Fire
We're going to
your
stay to get
American
them all out.
There's American citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at the
to
time?
get them all
To
out.
stay
I have a
beyond
message.
August 31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
If
To
you
stay
strike
beyond
us,
August 31st, or were
we
you
will strike
planning
you.
to get out by
Last.
August 31st?
There is no
But
place.
perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe about 100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan
egregious.
with
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You
to
both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified,
The
General
With
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave. You
to
both
know
both
testified
the
today.
number.
You just
In
testified,
fact,
true,
is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It
to
was
know
very difficult to know
the
the
number.
Far
In
from
fact,
lambs
is that
led to
accurate?
slaughter.
It was
Israel's
very difficult to
soldiers
know
have
that.
Yet
fought
the State
back
Department's
with
revised that
incredible
number since to
courage
nearly
and with
1,000
heroic sacrifice.
Yet the
Americans.
State Department's
And I
revised
have
that number
another
since to
message
nearly
for this
1,000
assembly and for
In
everyone
July of
outside this hall.
2021,
We
Bagram is
are
closing.
winning.
We're
In
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit of
Biden,
air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that you were so concerned in July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process
lily
our
pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protecting
get our
them.
allies
You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should
those
do, which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
Americans. You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified
of
to.
2021, you
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations forward.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified to. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also, the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster
formal
will ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
with you as the
State
Commander of the
himself.
Government?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I've never seen it.
I think the American people would like to see
And
that.
Iran has
Chairman,
created
here's my
and
question
imposed
for you.
from
I
the
Do
think
you know
the
where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman,
Iran's
here's
on
my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the
Shut down
Secretary of State
international
was?
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell,
13th?
do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting
Despite
our
all
people
of your
out.
concerns,
According to the
the
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in
wasn't
the
planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
blessings.
Secretary of State
was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
dark
Secretary
our
of State
Gold Star
Blinken I don't know.
families.
I can't even imagine how that
Here's the
makes
bottom line,
There's
Mr.
only a
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel.
Then you should think
Here's the
again.
bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman, and
Department
thank you for
to
your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term
close with this.
had its head up its
If
rear.
it's
The
not
State
checked,
Department to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up
in the
its
thought
Middle East.
we could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
in
planning.
countries
It,
in the
in
rest of
fact,
the
the
world.
good
thought
Taliban
Because
terrorists
just
to
have
take
an
care of the
embassy
bad
in
radicalism
Taliban terrorists.
well
the good,
beyond the
the
Middle
good
East.
Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists
essentially
take care of the bad
It
Taliban
funds terror
terrorists.
what
networks on
happened,
5
and because of that,
I mean,
we
that's
didn't get
essentially
people out,
why
we didn't
we
get our
build
citizens
ballistic
out,
missiles
we
What
didn't have
happened,
enforced
and
posture,
because of
we
that,
don't
we
have
didn't
we
get our
didn't
people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing-
citizens out, we didn't
we
have forced
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
don't
loved
have, we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
because
turns
of
a
it.
blind eye
We
to its
failed,
internal
and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to
turns a
you
blind eye
because
to
of
its
it.
to
external
my Gold
threats.
Star families.
Well, that
Your
I
government
apologize
must
to
end.
you.
failed you.
And that
To my
appeasement
Gold
must
Star
end
families.
now.
There
Your
is a
government
difference, gentlemen, and I
failed
know
you.
you both know this, in taking responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking responsibility and
No one
accountability.
Nations
has been
of the
held
world
A lot of people
accountable,
have taken
and they
responsibility.
deserve
No
better.
one has been held
Your government
accountable.
failed
and
you, and
they
I'll give you an opportunity in my
deserve
time remaining, Mr.
better.
Chairman, if
Responsible
there's
government
anything
failed to
you all would like to say
publicly
on
the
the
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
They should join
you all would like to say publicly on
join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman's take up on that offer.
they have a
I've
right
talked
to respond.
these
In this
families,
body in the Security
And I
Council,
thank you for
and I
that
met the
offer.
other
we're going to
families.
have a deliberation in a few months.
And I have committed
And I
to
thank
them,
you for
And I
and
call
the other
on the
families
Security
publicly
Council
to all of you.
to
I will
snap
work
back
with
UN
them
Security
to
Council
answer
sanctions against
to
Iran,
make sure
because
that
we must all do
transparency
everything in
is
our
met.
power
To do that, well, Dagwin the Great.
to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons.
Any other gold
That's what a
star family.
soldier does.
There are other gold
I'm not
star
going to turn my
families
back
in
on
this
these
room
families
right
or
now.
any
Jay Holmes
other
in this room,
gold star
I've worked
For
with them
decades,
Other gold
There's
star
many
families
others.
in this room
I've
right
been
now.
warning the
They
world
know
against
I've
Iran's
worked
nuclear
with them
program.
forever.
There's many
Our
They
actions
deserve accountability,
delayed
Mr.
this
Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
by
Mr.
perhaps a
Secretary,
decade.
They deserve
in
accountability.
exchange with
We
Mr.
haven't
Mills,
stopped
you
Thank you, General.
just
We've delayed
testified
it.
under
We haven't
oath that you
stopped
never
it.
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Iran now seeks to
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter into the
under
record
oath that you never owned a
for the
private
sake
jet.
article here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter into the record
2023.
all your
article
countries.
here
The John
from
Kerry
February
family
15th,
private
For the
jet
sake of the
was
security
sold
of
shortly
the
after
entire world.
accusations.
The John Kerry
of
family
violence.
private
not
jet
let that
was
happen.
sold
Mr. Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you
Israel
might
will do
own
everything
or
in its power.
I
to
personally,
make
stand
sure
by that
I
testimony.
it doesn't
personally,
happen.
yes,
I
my wife owned
owned
a
or
plane.
I
and
personally,
flew on a
family,
plane.
by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number
So
of
ladies
years,
and
but I
gentlemen,
have flown on it, sure.
And this article has not been
the question
inaccurate.
before
That
us-
family owned a plane.
But I have flown on it, sure.
And
You
this
flew on a
article has not
plane.
been
Which of
inaccurate
these
that your
two
family
maps?
owned
My
a plane.
wife
Mr.
owned, my
Secretary,
wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
here's the
The-
issue.
Will it be
Yeah.
the
My
This
best
isn't some kind of
reason
partisan
to
gotcha.
Israel?
Here's the
When we
here's
are
the
asking
issue.
Americans
The rest
to
of the
make
This isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
curse
We are
transit
asking
Iran and its
Americans to
proxies.
make
for the
serious
common good,
sacrifices as we
and your
transition
family and or yourself
for the common
are
Israel
good.
flying
has
around
already
on
made
private
its
And
jets,
your
that
family
smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
are
cause.
flying around on private
Secretary,
jets.
building a
That
I'll
smacks
move
of
on.
hypocrisy.
I
And
want to know
actually
from a
makes
record
your cause.
standpoint.
Coordinated
Fighting
the
forces
right
out
at
I'll
least
move
to
on.
separate
I
countries.
want to know from a record standpoint.
I
The
do
right
not
raise
fly
women of the
on a
IDF
private jet.
have been
I
systematically
I
crushed
do not
fly
fly. I fly
army
commercially.
forces Gaza.
Have you
On all of the
private
flight
jets similar to taking
fly.
this
I fly
position?
commercially.
Let me
Of that
say.
invasion,
all
I
of
have
the
flown
private jets
five
similar to
times
taking
in the
this
last
position.
2.5
nearly
years
4,000
on Mill-Air,
I have flown
which you also
5
fly
times in
on.
the last
more than
2.5
and
years.
some of you
15,000
travel
Mill-Air,
fly on.
which you
5
also
times.
fly on.
350
Otherwise,
miles
all of my
territory.
trips are
travel
commercial.
Have you
Underground
flown on a
networks,
private jet
bigger
in
than
Otherwise,
personal
New
or
York
official
subway
trips
capacity
are
since
commercial.
you've
Have you
taken
flown on a private jet
Above
in a
and
personal or
possibly
official
once.
capacity since
A
you've
year
taken this
later,
position?
I don't.
The
I
IDF
think
is
I just
still
don't.
probably
I'm trying to
once.
think.
I think you need to take the broader point
I
of
don't
how
I
this
think- I
appears
just
to
don't-
American
I'm-
people.
no,
as
I
we're
think
asking
you
them
need to
to
take the
take
broader
that-
point of how
We're
this
not
appears to
asking
American
Americans.
people.
We're
As
not
we're
asking
asking them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not asking Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not
don't
to
fly.
fly.
by example,
You know,
Mr.
you're
Secretary.
major
That's what we're
military
you.
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
In
That's
that
what we're
vein,
you.
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
Others
commercially.
lead by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
keep
In
a
that
record of
vein,
your
does
official
your
travel and
office,
scheduled
Now
meetings?
to complete our victory,
or the State Department keep
we
a
are
record of
focused
your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities.
Does that include the
We are
individuals
taking
you're
out
scheduled to
senior
meet with?
terrorist
Can you provide
commanders
the?
and
Can you provide those
destroying
records
remaining
to Congress?
terrorist infrastructure.
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
All the
Congress?
while-
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Your official
Will you
travel.
provide those
Your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Focus
Who I've
funded
met
on our
while in this
sacred
position.
mission.
Your official
Thank
travel.
you. I
Our
appreciate
official travel,
that.
taxpayer funded.
Commitment
And we will
switching.
not stop until
Thank you.
that's
I appreciate that.
To some of the
switching,
other diplomacy
topics
you've
here.
conducted in
Now,
Some
ladies
of
and
the
gentlemen, even
other
with
diplomacy
Hamas's
you
great
You
conducted.
admitted to
In the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview,
Foreign
the
Minister
terrorists
Sharif,
still
quote, 3 or 4
exercise
times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
Foreign
administration.
by stealing the food.
How many times
3 or
did you
4
speak
times
with
from the start of the previous
the
administration.
Iranian foreign minister
How many
Zarif
times did you speak with the
during the last administration?
the Iranian foreign minister Zarif
And then they hike
I'll
the
enter
prices.
into the
during the
record,
last administration?
Mr. Chairman,
They feed their bellies.
that
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
the record.
records. Let's take that at
Money
face
that they
value.
extort from their own people.
That 3
Did
or
you
4
communicate
times.
with
Let's take
him
that at face
using
value.
Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram?
Did you communicate with him
I
using
don't recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
I met him
Any other?
formally.
I don't
We're
recall
working
how
on
I
it. Bring it to
came
him.
with him. I
International
formally,
meeting, specifically, I think it
course,
was in UNGA in New York.
international.
I saw him in
specifically,
Munich,
I
the
think it was
Munich
in UNGA
Security
in
Conference.
New York.
He was invited
I
to.
saw
According to
him in
legal-
Munich, the Munich
According to
Security
leaked audio,
Conference, which he
attack
invited
Israel.
to.
provided by
According
the
to
New York Times, Zarif
according
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
him that Israel attacked Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New
Syria
York
at
Times,
least,
Zarif
quote,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times,
Israel
and Zarif was
attacked
surprised
Iranian
you would
assets in
reveal
Syria at
such
least,
sensitive
quote,
information.
at least 200 times, and Zarif was
Now,
surprised
you
you
know,
would
that was
reveal
according to leaked
such
audio.
sensitive
Now under
information.
oath, do you stand by
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
It never took place. It was at a time when there was public
never took place.
Discussion
it was at a
of
time
those attacks.
when there was public.
It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did.
This is why
but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. I can tell you
But I can tell you
that
I never had
5 years running one of the largest prosecutor's offices in America,
and
2 years as lieutenant governor, in 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled around
you don't
and
have to
talked to
abide
the
by
same
these
officials you
agreements.
are?
Hold fast to 2024.
You don't have to abide by these
or a new
agreements.
administration may be coming in.
A new regime
And therefore undermining current administration diplomacy.
And
Do you
therefore
find that
undermining current
I'm not going to speak to
administration
any
diplomacy.
hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow
what involved.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy has also
American
saved us
Shadow
from a war.
diplomacy, depending on what
If you look at
involved, shadow diplomacy
1963
also saved us from a war. If you look at 1963 with
missile crisis, it was behind the scenes, back
Mr. Speaker, I would posture that
It was
your
behind
shadow
the scenes.
diplomacy
Mr. Speaker,
now
I would
has a
posture
conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
now
conference.
has
If they don't,
I was
Ron
conducting
has
as they've raced towards
security
full
that is
enrichment from
exploding
20% to 60%,
as they've raced
on the verge of having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having a
reason that
nuclear
has
weapon and a
happened is
nuclear
that Donald
arms
Trump
race
pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
The reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans
Trump
we
pulled
don't
out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
Pulled out
administrations.
of that agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened
no way they
essential
could have had a
terror
nuclear weapon
organization in the
under
world.
the agreement that existed.
there was no way
And
that
even
had
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security
Under the
establishment of
agreement that
Israel
existed.
believed that
That's
agreement
Even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the security establishment
It
of
has
Israel
murdered more
believed that
Americans
agreement
pulled
had
out.
done the job.
and more
Chair now
French
recognizes
than
Mr.
any
Schneider.
group
Thank
except
you.
Bin Laden.
Recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking
Many
past each
countries
other.
represented
Thank
in
you,
this
Mr.
room.
Chairman.
This war is not done.
And here's where I think
not
we're
over.
really
Attacked
talking past each
Israel
other.
viciously over
This
the
is a
last
war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's a
over.
war against an ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a war against
not 20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more,
as it
to
took
defeat
decades,
the idea
not
of
20 years, not
communism,
30 years,
the idea of
60,000
fascism.
Israelis on
It's
our
going to
northern
take
the idea
decades
of
to
communism, to
defeat
defeat
the idea of Islamic
fascism.
extremism.
It's going to
refugees
take
in their
Joe
own
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is
vibrant
still at war
towns in
with
the
us.
north of
Joe
Israel.
You
McKenzie,
stand by that
It's a
statement?
ghost
you
town.
testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is
So I
still at
want
war
you
with
to
us.
think about
DNI
this.
Haynes,
Stand by that
the
statement.
direct
equivalent
Biden's
American
director of national intelligence,
Just
briefed the
imagine.
Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
terrorists,
intends
Direct
to
terrorists,
attack
Biden's
the
director
West
of
again
national intelligence
if
briefed the
given a
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given a
Along with
deputy,
the
has
American
pledged
government.
The head
allegiance
of
to the head
Al-Qaeda,
of the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's
Except
former
now
deputy
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army, an
Taliban.
air force.
I doubt they
Except
talk
now they have an
international
entire
air force.
state to work with,
And
an
I think
army,
if things
an air
continue on
force.
the path they are,
Launching
we'll be
international
billions
air
in
force.
international currency.
And I think if
Year,
things
year, year.
continue
Mr.
on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're not
we'll
done
be
with
billions
this
in
war.
international
And
currency.
now
I would have
is
thought we
enough.
would have learned the
Mr. Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would have
this
thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would
lesson
have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
Where
Where
won't
we pulled
rest
out in
you would learn the
2011,
lesson
Mr. Chairman,
until our
used from
citizens
Iraq,
can return safe
praising
to
that
their
pullout,
where we
as
pulled out in
ending that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
army
later
troops
that
on
pullout
our
is
northern
ending
with
that
soldiers
war.
going
able
back
to
in.
And yet we found ourselves
So
3 years
let's look
later
at the situations. I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
For
understand
18
that.
years.
So, but let's look at the situations I think the American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand.
led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a
We pulled out, led the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was
Look
obviously
at all the bases that we had to deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went back.
Look
We
at
had
all
bases
the
in the Gulf.
bases
We had
we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
We had
Jordan,
bases in
across
the
in
Gulf.
Israel,
We had bases in
allied
Turkey.
bases
We had
in
bases in
Cyprus.
They fired
in Jordan.
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground
government
in the Kurds.
in Baghdad
Not for
and
that.
the army
We didn't
in
let
all of
that
the
too.
ISIS take over
But
the
We have
government.
all of these
Baghdad
assets to work
and the
with
army and all of the
to go
folks.
clean up that
We have
mess.
all of
they
these
How many
assets to work
soldiers
with
and lives
In
to
hospitals,
go clean up
in
that
apartment
mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
and in the
soldiers'
private
lives
homes
mistaken
did
of
we
the
lose?
citizens of Lebanon.
But
From
let's
cleaning up that
transition
endanger
over
their
here to
own
Afghanistan. What do we see?
Withdrawal, Mr.
They
Chairman.
put
Do we
a
have,
missile in
let's-
every
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over here
base
to
in
a
Afghanistan
rocket
now?
in
we
every
see.
garage.
Do we have
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
We do not.
Get
Do we
out of
have
this
any
death
local
trap.
allies approaching the capability of the Kurds?
Don't let
Do we
Nasrallah
have
threaten
any local
Lebanon.
allies
Exist.
approaching the
we do not.
capability? We have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now.
We have the Northern Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered right now as we speak.
Our allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every
Israel
morning,
has
we
no
wake up
choice.
to beheading
And
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
execution,
we wake up to beheading
to people
videos,
being hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if
to people being
you
hunted
have to
down
present
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president,
But when
how many
and if
soldiers are we going to lose?
you have to present options
Because
to
we
the
have no
president.
allies on the ground.
How many
we have no
soldiers are
bases
we
in the
gonna
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
which is
We have no
overriding
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
And now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue.
Those drones
which
have
is
to fly all the way
overriding
around
military
Iran
commanders
and all
who
the
not
way up
only shed
Pakistan and
Israeli
lose
Those drones
70 to
have to
80%
fly all the way
American
around
and
Iran
French
before
blood
they
as
even
well.
get
Pakistan
anywhere
and
near.
lose
Then
70
we
to
took out
80%.
their
And we
replacements.
just saw from the
Before
failed
they
attack
even
And the
get
replacements
anywhere
of their
near
the
replacements.
botched
the
attack
target. And we just
And
saw
we'll
that you have to have
from the great attack.
multi-intelligence
The botched
confirming what
attack.
that drone
All
operator
that you have to
called
have
it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know
confirming
that
what
drone
drone
operator would have
operator's saying.
appreciated
I've
somebody
called
on the
it in.
ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know
Don't
that
pull
drone
trigger."
operator would have appreciated
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground.
Ladies and gentlemen.
saying
that's a
how
civilian.
difficult this is
Don't
going
We're
to be.
committed to removing
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
candor
States
in
is
saying how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to
a
be.
all
fiction
civilized society.
that
The
we can
President
do
of the
over
United
here
States is
nothing.
selling
Realize
this
What
country
we're
a
doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
must
base
continue the
access,
path we
with
take.
allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean
Abraham
access.
Accords,
with
40
neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need to
access.
own,
That
and
is
we need to
a
be honest
fiction
between
that I
with the
think
American
and
you
people.
all
Saudi
need to
Arabia.
own, and we need to be honest with the American people.
I am
having seen the
just
blessings
livid at the
that we've
fact
already
of the
brought.
future Americans
I am
Abraham
just
that are going to have to go
livid
back
at the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess
the
we
millions
are
future
of
watching
Americans
this
Israelis
war
have already
movie
flown
that are going to have to
represented a
go
slot
back
experience
to
that
clean
we
up
all
this mess we are
experienced
watching this war
after
movie
Iraq.
over
that
the
represented
skies
a
of
slot
Saudi
and
Arabia.
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do in
The
Somalia.
trade,
We can
the
do what
trade.
we
The
do
president
in Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary,
well,
you
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what we
We
do
have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary, you
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a strike in Syria.
What
do we have
blessing
any
We have a
such
lot
peace
more
with Saudi
capability there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence,
It would be
do
or
we have
otherwise,
any
of
security and
Pakistani
economy
troops on the
evidence
ground?
of our two countries.
Intelligence
Intelligence
officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or commanding
Intelligence
control
officers,
assisting
air
the
supporters, or
Taliban
any
offensive.
troops on the ground
global
assisting the
governance.
Taliban or
I'll
commanding
take that as a
control
yes.
assisting the
Our two
Taliban.
countries cooperate
And
on
Mr.
energy,
and
water,
I'll take that as a
agriculture,
yes.
Mr. Chairman,
artificial
And
Your
Mr.
time's expired.
and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional
Mr. Chairman,
war.
Mr.
Your
Wilson,
time's expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
would usher in
recognizes
a
witnesses
historic
coming in.
reconciliation
I gotta tell
between
you,
the Arab world and Israel,
Mr. Chairman,
between Islam and Judaism,
the more I listen to
between
this
Mecca
hearing,
and
the
Jerusalem.
more
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I get.
While Israel is
the
committed
more I
I
to
listen
know
to
achieving
this
such a
hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
Iran
sitting
and its
here
terror proxies
have to
are
feel the
committed
same
I know
way. I know every
scuttling
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
That's
here
why
has to feel
one
the
of the
same way.
best
It's not
ways
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know every
Iran's
veteran
nefarious
watching
it's about
designs
them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's about
General
Such a
Milley,
peace
it's
would be the
about them.
foundation
And I think what
for
upsets
an
them
even
most
broader Abraham
from the
alliance.
president
That alliance would include the United
during this
States,
evacuation
Israel,
and from
the
an
president,
interview the president
Saudi
gave on
Arabia,
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
During the
including an
withdrawal,
interview that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
advance
television.
security and prosperity.
During the withdrawal, on August
Leave
18th,
bring
saying
enormous benefits
and the
generals
only
to the rest
air
of the
base,
world.
Bagram air base
With American
in the
supported
world,
leadership
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in
and
the
a platform
world,
to
and much
sandwich
sooner
between
counterterrorism.
China, Russia,
And as the
Iran,
Prime Minister,
General
and a
Milley, is that an
platform to
accurate
stand for
statement?
everything
counterterrorism.
in my power
The generals
to
never
make it
advised
happen.
him to leave
Joe
a
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
This is
force
an
to keep a
opportunity.
lid on half
The
the world's
generals
terrorist
never advised him
organizations?
to leave a stay behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
I
organizations?
will tell you what my thoughts were at the time.
I will tell you. Ladies and gentlemen,
let me just, you testified today, you both testified repeatedly that you
let me just
advised the National Command
today, you
Authority
both testified
we should leave,
prosperity and peace.
that you
advised
advised the National Command
including the
Authority
base.
we should leave.
That's right.
also made their choice.
Did
stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay-behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the
Leave that
Taliban
stay-behind
didn't
force
meet the
despite his stated
conditions?
desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the
What
conditions.
Did you
will
then,
you make?
and you stated today you didn't
Will
advise
your nation stand with Israel?
Did you then, and you
to
stated
pull
today you didn't advise
them to stay?
Or will you stand with
So
Iran?
that's an inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list.
advised them
Let's
to
go
stay.
back
Its own
to
people.
July
That's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list.
President Biden,
Let's go
there's
back
a
to-
likelihood
This battle
July
between
of
good and
20
the
evil.
likelihood there's going to be the
There must be
Taliban
no
overrunning
expectation.
everything and owning the whole country.
When you
is
stand
highly
with
Likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the Taliban
You stand for
overrunning
your own
with your
value
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
and your
country
own
is
interests.
highly
In
unlikely.
fact, you
Yes, we're defending
just a
ourselves.
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time.
Kabul
Also
be
defending
surrounded.
you.
And
In fact,
Against the common
you
enemy
just a few
that
weeks
through
later
violence
said
and
Kabul
terror
be
My assessment
surrounded.
at the time
Seeks to
was if
destroy
we
our
were
way of life.
U.S. military forces, forces.
So there should be
My
no confusion about
was if we went to zero.
But unfortunately, there is
the ANSF,
a lot of
the
it
Taliban taking over.
in many countries.
But I thought it was
And in this very hall,
I
as
personally
I've just
thought it was
heard,
taking over.
Would collapse.
good is portrayed as evil,
Assessments very widely.
and evil
We're
is
talking
portrayed
within
as
months.
good.
Somewhere around that.
We see this small confusion.
The next one,
We're
there's
talking
going to be
within
no
months.
circumstance where you see
Genocide
people
when
being
we
lifted
defend
off the roof
ourselves
of an
against
embassy.
There's going to be no
enemies who try to commit
circumstance where you
genocide
see
against
people
us.
being lifted off the roof
an
of an
embassy of
embassy.
the United States from
When Israel is
Afghanistan. It's
absurdly
not at all
accused
comparable
by the
An
ISIS
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
Of
from
deliberately
Afghanistan is
starving
not at all
Palestinians in
comparable
Gaza.
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon.
What an
This
absurdity.
picture
Joe
proves
Biden.
that
We
not to
helped
be the
bring
case.
July
in
8th, 2021.
700,000
Americans
tons
should
of food to
understand
Gaza.
we're going to
That's
try to
what
get
the
it all
20,000
done
calories
before
a
August
day
31st.
Americans
And
should
if
understand
you're
woman,
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it
there's
all done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at the
to
time?
get them all out.
Stay beyond August 31st?
Is that your
or
understanding of the
planning
operational
to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
To stay
And that's
beyond
why we
August
do so much
31st,
to
or
minimize
planning to get out by
Last.
August 31st.
Even as our enemies
But
use
perhaps
civilians
the
to
most
shield us.
egregious.
Last.
We
No
believe
army has
about
done
100,
what
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan
egregious.
Minimize
with
civilian
some
believe
intention to
about
leave. You
100
both
plus
testified
Americans
today,
remain
you
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified,
We make
General
sure
Milley,
Some
that it was
intentionally,
impossible to
you
know.
both
To ensure
testified
that
today, you
Palestinians
just
In
testified,
fact,
get
is
our
that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It
to
was
know.
very
We spare
difficult
no
to know that
effort.
number.
In
Very
fact,
difficult.
is that
I thought
accurate?
the numbers were accurate.
We see
It
yet
was
another
very difficult to know that.
Yet the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000
Yes,
Americans.
the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000
Look,
Americans.
in July of
left
2021,
behind.
Bagram is closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
4-star commander, General
Bagram is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
4-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit of
Biden,
air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that
little bit
you
of
were
air
so
support.
concerned in
John
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily
2021
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
our
allies
You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should
those
do, which is protecting
recommendations
all.
forward.
You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified
of 2021, you
And
put
in
those
fact,
recommendations.
also the diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of State
shared with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared with
Secretary of
you as the
State
commander?
himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the commander?
I've never seen it.
I think the American people would like to see that.
since
Chairman,
I would-
here's my
Take it from
question
me.
for you.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my
August
question.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was?
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the
Exactly
Secretary of
40
State was, despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State Department
do you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was,
We weren't getting our
despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns?
According to the
The
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
Secretary of State
4 days
Blinken.
later,
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine
I find
how that
myself
makes
defending
Secretary
our
of State
Gold Star
Blinken.
against
I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how
Look,
that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your
Who's leading
indulgence.
the
families
I'll close
this
with
time?
this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom
The
line, Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
Abbas
close with this.
had its head up its rear.
The
Palestinian
State
Authority
Department
President
use a
It wasn't
military
planning. It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up
This is
its
the
thought
man who claims he
we
wants
could just
peace.
have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning.
Yet
It,
the
in
good-
fact,
the
the
thought
good Taliban
condemned the
we
terrorists
could
will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
on
October
Taliban
7th.
terrorists.
the good,
He's still
the good
paying
Taliban
hundreds
I mean, that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the
terrorists
bad
who murder
Taliban
Israelis
terrorists.
and
What
Americans.
happened, and because of that,
I mean,
we
that's
didn't get our
essentially
people out, we
the
didn't
more
get our
you murder, the
citizens
more you
out,
get paid.
we
What
didn't have
happened,
the force because of that, we didn't get people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have the force posture,
their loved
we
ones
didn't
are
have the
dead
basing.
because of it.
Israel's right to
We
defend
failed,
itself.
and
by the
their
way,
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because of it.
to my Gold Star families. Your
I
government
apologize to you,
failed you.
to my Gold Star families.
There
Your
is a
government
difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility.
There is a
and
difference, gentlemen, and I know
a
you
lot of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking responsibility.
No
and
one has been held
Check your
A lot of
accountable,
people have taken
and they
responsibility.
deserve
No
but
one
better.
has been held
Your government
accountable.
failed
and
you.
they
And I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining,
deserve
Mr.
but.
Chairman, if there's
Your government
anything
failed you.
you
and
all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr.
Your
Chairman, if
fanaticism.
there's anything
The time is.
you all would like to say
Mr.
publicly on the record.
One and only Jewish state.
They have a right to
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stain on the United Nations.
Take up on that
It
offer.
has made
They
this
have a
once
right to
respected
these
institution
families.
contemptible
And I thank you
in
for
the
that.
eyes
The
of
other
decent
families.
I've talked
people
to
everywhere.
these families.
But for the Palestinians,
I thank you for that.
I will
The other
do so
this
against
UN
public
House of
authority.
Darkness
And
But
I have
will
His
work
home
with
court
them, get you the answers.
They know that
To make
in
sure
this
that
swamp of anti-Semitic bile,
I'm going to do that.
there's an automatic majority
Transparency is
willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything.
That's what a soldier does.
This anti-Israel, flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last
They deserve
decade,
accountability, Mr.
there
Chairman,
have been
and
more
thank you, gentlemen.
resolutions
Mr.
passed
Secretary,
against Israel.
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and
you
thank you,
just
Secretary,
testified
and
under
against
oath
the
in
entire
exchange with Mr.
world
Mills.
combined.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the
under
record
oath
More than twice as much.
article here from
Since
February
2014,
15th,
Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record
2023.
article
The
here.
John Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet was sold
2023.
shortly after
All the other
accusation.
countries
The John Kerry
of
family
the
private jet
73 times.
Mr.
sold
Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that
That's more
testimony
than
that you
100
owned
extra
or
condemnations.
I personally,
family
by that
I
testimony.
personally, yes,
I
my wife
own
owned a plane. and
I
sold
personally
it.
own
Stand
by your family.
What a joke.
Yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in
The
a
UN
number of
doesn't
years,
flew on
but I
that
have
plane.
flown on it.
And
Sure.
this article has not been inaccurate.
Not
That
in
your
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have flown on it.
And
Sure.
You
this
flew on a
article has not
plane.
been inaccurate, that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
Mr.
owned, my
Secretary,
wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of
All
partisan
speak-
my wife
gotcha.
owned a
Here's
plane.
the
When
here's
we are
the
asking
issue.
Americans to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
It's not about
when
When we are asking
transition
Americans
It's
to
about
make
Israel.
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices,
It's always
as
been
we
and your
about
transition
family and or yourself
About
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around
Israel.
on private
Mr.
jets,
Secretary,
that
I'll
smacks of
move on.
hypocrisy.
But I know from a
That's
record
what it
Afford me the,
Mr.
the
Secretary,
right
I'll
at
I'll
least to
move
set
on.
the
I
record
just want to know
straight.
from a record standpoint.
I
would
not
least
fly
set the record
on a
straight.
private
Nothing
jet.
more
I,
than a
I
contemptible.
do
not
not
fly
fly. I fly
on a private
commercially.
I'm
jet.
giving the
On
anti-Semitism.
all of
private
private
jets
jets,
similar
I do
to
not
taking
fly.
this
I fly
position.
commercially.
No
let me finish.
Have you
All
all
of
of
the
private
private
jets
jets
five
since you've
times
taken
in
this
the last
position?
2.5 years
affiliated
on
organ.
Millair,
I have flown
which you
5
also fly
times
on,
in the last 2.5
and
years
or some of you
on
travel
Millair,
fly on,
which you
5
also
times.
fly on.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some of you
trips are
travel
commercial
fly on.
Have you
airlines.
Five
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity?
are
since
commercial.
you've
Have you
taken this
flown
position?
on a private
Russian
jet
judge
in a personal or
possibly
official
His refusal
capacity
to
since
treat
you've taken this
Israel
position?
I
with
don't.
its
I
independent
think I just don't.
Possibly
I'm
way
trying
other
to
I
democracies
think you need to
treated.
take the broader point
I
of how this
explain
appears
by
to the
anything
American
other
people.
No,
As
I
we're
think
asking
you
them
need to
to
take the broader
Listen,
point
you-
of how
we're
this
not
appears to
asking
the American
Americans.
people.
We're
That's
not
we're
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not asking Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not to
don't
fly.
fly.
by example,
You know,
Mr.
you're
Secretary. That's what we're at. You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you to
commercially.
lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly
Secretary.
in that
That's
vein,
right.
does
You
your
that's why I
office,
fly commercially by example.
or the State Department keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel and
office
scheduled
With a
meetings?
curse against the blessing.
or the State Department keep a record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Ashamed of yourself.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Can you provide those records to Congress? Will
But
you
I have
provide
a
those
message
records
for
to
you.
Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Israel
Your official
will win
travel,
this
your official travel, tax
We'll win this battle
while in this
because we
position.
don't
Your official
have a
travel.
choice.
I
Your official
appreciate
travel,
that.
tax
After
refund
generations.
while in
Switching
this position.
topics
I
After
appreciate
generations.
that.
to some of the
Switching
other
our
diplomacy
people were slaughtered.
topics
you
here.
conducted in
To
2018
some of the
interview.
other
And no
diplomacy
one raised a
You
finger in our conduct.
admitted to
in the
speaking with
2018
now have a
Iranian foreign
state.
minister Zarif
We now
You
have
3 or 4
brave
times
armies
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign minister
administration.
Zarif
And we are
How many times
defending
three or
did you
four
speak
ourselves.
times
with the
from the
foreign
start of
minister?
the previous
The
administration.
Iranian foreign
As the
minister.
book
How many
Samuel
times did you
says
speak
in the
with
Bible.
the
During the last
foreign minister?
administration.
Netzach
The Iranian
Yisrael
foreign minister
lo
Zarif.
yishaker.
And I'll enter
Eternity
into
during
of
the last
Israel
administration.
will not falter.
that
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
the
times.
record,
Let's take that at face value.
That 3
Did
or
you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
Jewish
Signal,
people's
WhatsApp,
epic journey from
Telegram?
antiquity.
Did you communicate
other-
with
In our
them
odyssey
using
recall.
Signal,
I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Modern
Met
times.
him
Any other-
formally.
That
I
ancient
don't recall
promise
how I
course,
has
communicated
always
with him.
been kept.
International,
formally,
True.
specifically, I think it
For
was
all
in
time.
UNGA in New York.
To borrow
International,
I saw
great
him in
poets'
Munich
race.
Specifically, I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
in
Security
UNGA
conference he was invited to.
According to leaked audio, provided by the New York Times, Zarif said that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, quote, at least 200 times.
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least,
such sensitive information.
At least 200 times, and Zarif was
Now,
surprised
that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you
I
stand by your
absolutely
previous
stand.
denial that
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time when
that
public
never took place.
It was at a
of
time
Thank you.
there
When there was
public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that But I can tell you, I never had 5 years running one of the largest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in
order.
America, 2 years 5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' 28 years in the Senate. As a member of the Intelligence Committee.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled
you
around
don't
and
have to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials you
agreements.
are?
Hold fast till
said,
2024.
You don't have to abide by these
or
agreements.
a new administration
Hold fast
may be
till
coming
2024. A new regime
and
or a
therefore
new administration
undermine
may be coming
current
in.
administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermining current
I'm not going to speak
administration
to any hypotheticals, but I can tell you.
Do you find that appropriate?
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow
what involves.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy
American
also
goals.
saved us
Shadow
from the
diplomacy,
war.
depending on what
Look at
involves. Shadow
1963
diplomacy
with
also saved us from the war.
By many of the
You look at
speakers at this
1963 with
missile crisis.
I
It was
decided to come
behind the
here
scenes, back
Mr.
channel.
Speaker, I would posture that
It
your
was
shadow
behind the scenes,
diplomacy
back
Mr. Speaker,
now
I
has
would
its
I
own
wasn't
posture
posturing
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
now
conference.
has on the
I decided to come here
as they race towards
security
full
people.
enrichment from 20% to 60%,
As they race
on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump
we
pulled
don't
out of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
The reason
There
that
was
happened
no way
is
they could have
has
done a
made
nuclear
peace
weapon
and will
under
make
the
peace
agreement that
again.
existed.
there was no way
And
they
even
could have done
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon
security
under the
establishment of
agreement that
Israel
existed.
believed that
And
agreement
even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the
Yet we
security
face savage
establishment of
enemies.
Israel
President
believed that
Trump
agreement
pulled
had
Our
out.
done the job.
annihilation.
Chair now
Either way.
recognizes
And we must
Mr.
defend
Schneider.
ourselves
Thank you, Mr. Waltz.
against these
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
recognizes Mr.
And here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really
Our
talking
enemies
past each
seek
other.
not only
Thank
to
you, Mr.
destroy
Chairman.
This
us,
war is not done.
And here's where I
It's
think
not
we're
over.
really
they
talking
seek to
past each
destroy
other.
our
This
common
is a war
civilization.
This war is
against
not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's a
over.
war against an ideology.
This is a
Just as
war
it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a
decades,
war against
not
an
20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
When I
many
Just
spoke
as
more,
it
here
took
last
to defeat
decades,
the idea
I
of
said
20 years,
communism,
not 30
to defeat
years,
the
many
idea
more.
of
Same
fascism.
timeless
It's going to
choice.
take
The idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat
to
the idea of Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to
Thousands
take
of
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
about to
Al-Qaeda
enter
is
the
still at war
promised
with
land.
us.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that
Moses
statement?
told us
you testified
Absolutely.
yesterday.
that our
Al-Qaeda is still at
actions
war
will
with us.
determine
DNI Haynes,
Stand by
whether
that
we
statement.
Direct
bequeath to
Biden's
future
Director of National
generations
Intelligence,
a
briefed the
blessing
Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
first.
intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the
Director
West
of National
again.
Intelligence
If
briefed the
given a
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given a
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
For the
allegiance
blessing
to the head of the
of
Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now they
deputy
have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army,
Taliban.
an air force.
In the days that
Except
followed,
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to
The
work with,
And I
an
think
army,
if things
an air
continue
force,
on the path they
sharper
are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport,
international
a
currency.
I
normalization
think if things continue
Mr.
on
Chairman,
the path they are,
respectfully, we're not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international
Closer
currency.
I would have
ever.
thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done
I
with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr.
curse.
Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would
lesson
have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
Thousands of Iranians
where we
back
pulled
to
out in
Gaza.
2011, Mr.
Gaza.
Chairman, you issued a
From Iraq.
statement praising that pullout.
Where we pulled out in
ending that
2011,
war.
Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves 3
statement
years
praising
later
that pullout
unimaginable
as
with
ending that
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves 3 years
Let's
later
look at the situation, because I think
with
the Americans
soldiers going back
mutilated
in.
women.
So, but
They
let's look at
beheaded
the
men.
situation, because I think the
They
American
They
people
burned
need
We
to
pulled out,
babies
led to
alive.
the rise of the ISIS
They burned
caliphate,
entire
which was
families alive.
obviously a
We
more
We pulled out, led to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was
Reminiscent.
Look
obviously
at all
a
of the
more
bases
Nazi
that we
Holocaust.
had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went
Hamas
back.
kidnapped
We had
200
bases in the
bases
Gulf. We had
we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
Dragging
We
Jordan,
had
them
bases
into
in
the
the
in
Gulf,
dungeons
we
Israel,
had bases in
allied
Kuwait,
bases
we had
in
bases in
Cyprus.
Israel is brought
in
home.
Jordan.
We had allies on the
Israel
ground in the
is
Kurds.
Allied bases in
including
Cyprus.
We didn't let
117.
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground in
government
the Kurds.
in Baghdad and the army
We
We
and
didn't
all
let
of the functions of the
ISIS
state.
take
We
over
will
the
not
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
until
work
and the
with,
army
remaining
in all of
hostages
them.
to
are
go
brought home
clean up
too.
that
We had
mess.
all
Some
of
of them
these
family
assets to
members
work with
are here with us
to go
today.
clean up
I ask you to
that
stand
mess.
up.
From cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman.
From
But
cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see?
With us.
Do we have,
But let's
General
let
McKenzie, do we have a
us
single
escape
base in Afghanistan now?
What do we see? Do we have a
General
base?
McKenzie,
Do we have a
any
single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
That was his crime.
Do we have any
we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability
Afghanistan?
of the Kurds?
We do not.
Do we have
We
any
do not.
local
These are
allies
options
approaching the
monsters.
capability
We have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The Panjshir has been
We do
taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're being
Multi
slaughtered
Smyrna.
right
We
now.
have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken.
His
Frankly, they're being
Our damn
slaughtered right now as we
Our
speak.
allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Terror tunnels of
Every
Gaza.
morning
our
we
damn
wake up to
hostage.
beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every
executions,
morning we wake up to beheading
Brother,
people
videos,
being hunted down with our own
brave
database.
executions,
But when
was murdered.
and if
to people being hunted
represent
down on
our
our own
office of the
database.
president,
But when,
how many soldiers are we going to lose? Because we have no allies on the ground.
How many soldiers
no bases in the region. Now we're going to get
because
to
we have
really
no allies on the
issue,
ground,
which is
we have no bases in the region.
region.
Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue,
those drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon.
around Iran, all the way up Pakistan, and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have
80%
to fly all the
of
way
their
around
fuel
Iran
before they
all
even
the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to
a
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw from the
before
failed
they
attack
even get anywhere near
the botched attack
and we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
botched
confirming
attack
that drone operator said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that drone operator would appreciate somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that drone operator would appreciate somebody on the ground
saying how difficult this is going to be.
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United States is selling
difficult
this country fiction.
But the President of the United States is selling this country
what we're doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over here,
base access,
nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here,
ocean access.
Ladies and
neighboring
gentlemen,
base access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need to
access.
own,
That is
and we need to be
the
honest
fiction
with
that I
the
think
American
you all
people.
need to own,
But
and we
it
need to be
didn't end
honest with the
Israel
American
was soon
people.
forced to defend
I
itself
am
on 6
just
more war
livid
fronts
at the
organized
fact
by
of the
Iran.
future Americans
I am
On October
just
that are going to have to go
livid
back.
at
Hezbollah
the
Not
fact
this
of
mess
the
we
future
are watching
Americans
this horror movie
Since then, they've
that are going to have to
represented
go
Slotkin
back.
experience that we
8,000
all
We are
experienced
watching this
at our
after
horror
Iraq.
towns
that represented
and cities.
Slotkin
The
experience
president
that we all
continues to say,
experienced
at our
well, we
children.
can do what we do in
2 weeks
Somalia. We
later,
can do what
The
we
president
do in Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
well, we
just
can
briefed
do
about a
what we
strike
do
in
in
Syria.
Somalia. We can do what we
We
do
have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot
yesterday,
more capability
aimed at
there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence,
do we have
or
any
otherwise, of
Iraq
Pakistani troops
have
on the
targeted
ground?
Israel dozens of
Intelligence
times
officers,
over
air
the
support, or
past
any
weeks.
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban,
Fueled
or
by
command and
Iran,
control
Intelligence officers,
assisting the Taliban.
any troops on the
That's
ground
the
assisting the
question.
Taliban, or
I'll take that as a yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr. and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
And
Chair
recognizes
recognizes
and
witnesses
ballistic
for coming in. I got to
Thank you,
tell
Mr.
you,
Chair, and
I have
Mr.
a
Chairman,
message for the tyrants of terror.
the more I listen to this hearing,
If you
the more
strike
infuriated
us,
I get.
We will
the
strike
more I
I
listen to
know
this hearing,
the Gold
there is
Star
no
family
place
sitting here have to feel the
and I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
have
Because
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know every veteran watching.
it's
today
about
is no
them.
place
And I
in
think
Iran.
what upsets
It's
them
not about
most
us. It's
that the
about
long arm of
Milley,
Israel
it's
John
about
cannot
them.
reach.
are
And
some
I
of the
think what upsets
statements
them
that's
most
true of the entire
from the
Middle East.
president
McKenzie, or some of the
during
statements
this during this evacuation,
from the
including an
president
interview that the president gave
during
on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
During the
including
withdrawal
an interview
on
that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying-
national television.
And I have
Generals
another
During the
message.
withdrawal
advised
on
them
August
to
18th, saying
outside this
and
hall.
the
Generals,
only
We
air-based Bagram
are
air base
winning.
in the world
2,500
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in
and
the
a platform
world
to stay after
sandwiched between
counterterrorism.
China, Russia, Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that
platform
an
to stay
accurate
after
statement?
Ladies
counterterrorism.
and gentlemen,
The generals never advised
Israel
him to leave
defends
and
General Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement?
lid
Iran
on
and the seven
half the world's
Generals
terrorist
never advised him
organizations?
to
The
leave
line
and stay behind
separating the
force to keep a
blessing and
lid
the
on
curse
half the world's terrorist
not
organizations.
more
tell you.
clear.
What my thoughts were at the time.
This is the map
I will tell you.
I presented here last year.
You testified today,
map
you
of a
both
blessing.
testified repeatedly,
But you,
that
let me
you
just
Israel-
advised the National
testified
Command
today. You
Authority
both testified
we should leave,
repeatedly
forming a
that
land
you
bridge
stay
advised the
behind
National
force.
Command
Including the
Authority
base.
NATO
we should
plus
leave.
That's right.
and Europe.
Did
Stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay behind
Mediterranean
force
Sea.
despite his stated
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because the
leave
Taliban
that stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the
Fiber optic
conditions?
cables.
Did you then,
And this will
and
serve
you
the
stated
betterment
today
of
you didn't
2
advise
billion people.
Did you then,
Now look at this.
and you
to pull
stated today
everybody
you
out?
didn't
You advised
advise
him to stay.
That's correct.
Biden
So that's an
It's a map
inaccurate
to
statement.
pull
But let's go
everybody
down
out.
the
You
list
advised
here.
him
Let's
to
go
stay.
Look at the
back
second
to
map. It's a
July
That's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list.
Listen,
a map.
Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back
likelihood
of an
July of
arc of terror.
2020.
the likelihood there's going to be the
Iran has
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood
everything and owning the whole
to the
country is
The
highly
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the
Iran's
Taliban
belligerent
overrunning
arc.
With your
everything and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
Has
country
shut
is
down
highly
international
unlikely.
In fact,
waterways.
Is that
you just just a few weeks later said Kabul will be surrounded in fact, 60 days.
You just a few weeks later said Kabul will be surrounded in 60 days.
On the one hand,
my assessment at the time was if we went to zero,
on the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope
would collapse.
On the other hand, a dark future of despair
would collapse.
And if you think this dark map is only a
we're talking within months.
If you think that, then you should think again.
The next one,
We're
there's going
talking
to be no
within months.
circumstance
Because
where
Iran's
you see
aggression
people being lifted off the roof
If
of
it's
an
not
embassy.
checked,
There's going to be no circumstance where you see
every
people being
single
lifted off
country
the
in the
roof
Middle
of
An
an
East.
embassy of
embassy.
the United States from
And
Afghanistan. It's
many
not at all
countries in the rest of the
comparable
world.
An embassy of the
Saigon.
United
Iran
States
seeks
from
to oppose
Afghanistan.
radicalism
Not at all
well
comparable
beyond the Middle East.
with Saigon.
That's why
This picture
Joe
proves
it
Biden.
that
funds terror
not to be the
networks
case.
July
in 5
8th, 2021.
That's
Next
why
one,
it
Americans should
builds
understand
ballistic missiles
we're going to
for
try
July
to get it all done
2021.
before August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if you're
understand
an
we're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at
to
the
get
time?
them all
To
out.
stay beyond
Will that
August
appease
31st?
Was that your
or were you
understanding of the operational
planning to
plan
get
at
out
the
by
time?
August
To
31st?
stay beyond
now.
August 31st, or were you planning to get out by
Last.
August 31st?
But perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe about 100
But
to 200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
With
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You both
to 200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified, General
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified today. You
Responsible
just
government.
testified,
Is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was
Supporters
impossible
It
to
was
know
very
back
difficult to know
Iran's
the number.
aggression.
In fact,
They should
is that
join
accurate?
Israel.
Numbers were accurate.
They
It was
should
very
join Israel
difficult to
in
know that.
stopping
The State
Iran's
Department's
nuclear
revised
weapons
that number
program.
since to nearly 1,000
Yet the
Americans.
State Department's revised
left
that number
behind.
since to nearly
This body and the
1,000
Security Council.
Americans.
In July of
We're going to have a
2021,
deliberation.
Bagram is
in
closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden,
General
practically
Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to
McKenzie,
leave
you
our
testified
contractors and some
that
little
you
bit
were
of air
so
support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that
that
you put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily
2021,
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protect
get our
all
allies
You were so
out,
concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
of
American
2021,
military
you put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
Americans. You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations
diplomats on the
forward.
ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified today. That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
paper.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Is that
diplomats
dissent
saying if
cable
you
shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman
channel
and Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
you as the
State
Commander?
himself. Was that shared with
So,
you as
ladies
the
and
Chairman of
gentlemen,
Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I think the American people would like to see that. Chairman, here's my question for
Which
you.
of these
Do you know where the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman,
on
here's my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State
The
was
day before
on
Kabul
August
fell?
13th?
Do you know where the
the rest of the
Secretary of
world?
State was, despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting
Despite
our people
all of your
out.
concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in
wasn't
the
planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our
Israel
people
He
has
was
already
in
made
the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in
vacation.
the
We've
Hamptons.
decided to advance
Secretary
the
of
blessing.
State
He was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that
With our
makes
Secretary
our
of State
Gold Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families.
I'll close
Men
with
and
this.
women of
Look,
the
here's the
IDF.
bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman, and
Department,
thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close
Hamas
with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to use a
It wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
Of
we
that
could just have
invasion,
an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning.
That terror
It, in
army
fact,
the
numbered
good
thought
Taliban
we
terrorists
could
will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
Taliban
It
terrorists.
was
the
armed
good,
with more
the
than
good Taliban
50
I mean, that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the bad
It had
Taliban terrorists.
What happened,
350
and
miles
because of
of
that,
terror.
we
that's
didn't get our people
essentially
out, we didn't
an
get our citizens
underground
out,
network
we
What
didn't have
happened,
force
and
postures,
because of that, we
didn't
didn't get our
have
people out, we didn't get our
bases.
citizens
wreak
out,
havoc.
we didn't
We
have force
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
don't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
A year
basing.
later,
because of it.
the IDF
We
has killed or
failed, and
captured
their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
destroyed
to my
over
Gold Star
90%
families. families. Your
I
government
apologize to you,
failed you.
eliminated the key
to my Gold
segments
Star
of
families.
their
There is a
Your government
difference, gentlemen, and I
failed
know
you.
you both
The
know
major
this, in
military
taking
operations-
responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking
responsibility.
responsibility and
Major
No
military
one
accountability.
has been held
We destroyed
A lot of
accountable.
people have taken
They
responsibility.
Hamas's
deserve
Nobody
better.
has been held
Your government
accountable.
failed you.
They
And I'll give you an opportunity in my
deserve
time remaining,
better.
Mr. Chairman, if there's
Your government
Now to
anything
complete our
failed
victory,
you
and
all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
Hamas's remaining
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr. Chair.
publicly on the
we are
record.
taking out senior terrorist
right
commanders
to respond.
and
Thank you, Mr.
destroying
Chair.
remaining
The
terrorist
gentleman's,
Take up on
infiltrators.
that offer.
They have
But
a
all
right
the
to
while,
respond.
These families.
all the while,
I'd like to
And I thank you
I've
for
met
that.
the other families.
I've
we
talked
remain
with
focused
families,
on
I
our
have
sacred
committed
mission,
And I thank you for
them.
that.
I've met the other
bringing
families.
our hostages home. And we
I
will
will
not
work with
stop
them and
until
financial
that
support,
mission
to make
is
sure
complete.
that accountability,
I will work with them,
transparency
get
is
you the
established. You want to do that? Well,
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
That's what
even
it
with
sounds like.
Hamas's
Transparency
greatly
is not gonna turn my
diminished
back on
military capability.
Other gold
That's what a
star
The
soldier
terrorists
does.
still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies.
They deserve
to bring
accountability,
into Gaza.
Mr. Chairman, and
Hamas
thank you,
steals the
gentlemen.
food.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve
they hide the
in
blood,
exchange with
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Bills,
and
you
thank you,
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath
and
that
then
you
they
never
fill
owned
their
a
coffers
jet.
with money that they
Mr.
stole
Chairman, I'd
from
like to
their
enter
own
the
people.
record
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article
They sell the
here
stolen
from February
food.
Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter the record,
2023.
article here.
The John
And
Kerry
that's how they
family
stay
private
power.
jet was sold
2023.
shortly after
The
accusations.
John Kerry
of
family
violence.
private
Bring it
jet
to an end.
was
And Mr.
sold
Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
violent
never owned or
hypocrisy.
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
I personally, family, by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of years.
flew on
I've
that
flown
plane.
on it.
Again,
This
and
article
again,
is not
and again.
inaccurate.
Not
Your
in
family
about
owned a
years,
plane.
but I have flown
So
on it.
Hamas
You
This
flew on a
article is
plane.
not
to go.
inaccurate that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
Mr.
owned,
Secretary,
my wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
Here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary,
gotcha.
here's
When
the-
we
here's
are
the
asking
issue.
Americans
This
to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
as
we are asking
transition
Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices, as we
and your
transition
family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around on private
Secretary,
jets,
I'll
that smacks of
move on.
hypocrisy.
But
It
whenever
actually
from a
hurts
record
your
standpoint,
cause.
afford me the
Secretary,
right
but
at
I'll
least to
move
set
on.
the
I
record
just wanted to
straight.
from a record standpoint.
I
afford me the
do
right
not
at least
fly
to set the record
on a
straight.
private jet.
This is why
I
Israel
do not fly. I fly commercially.
Hamas.
Have you all of private jets
I
since
do
you've
not
taken
fly.
this
I
position?
fly commercially.
Let me
What we
say.
see
Have you
I
all
have
of private
flown
jets
5
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position?
2.5 years
Radicalized.
on Mill-Air,
Only
which
then,
you also
five
fly
times
on,
in the
Only
last
then
2.5
and
years.
can
well,
we
some of
ensure
you
that
travel
this round
on,
of fighting
you
5
also
times.
fly on.
will be the
Otherwise,
last round.
all of my
Some of you
trips are
travel.
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a private
Other
jet
parts.
in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial.
taken
Have you
this position?
flown on a private jet
Committed
in a
to
personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity since you've taken
As
this
for the
position?
I don't. I just don't.
I have a
I'm
message.
trying to think
I
of the
think
date.
you need to take the broader point of how this appears to the American people as we're
I
asking
think you
them
need
to
to
take
take the
that.
broader
Let
point
them
of how
We're
this
not
appears.
asking
No,
Americans.
no,
We're
as
not
asking
asking
them to take
Americans
Those
not
alive
fly.
today.
We're not
you're
asking
trying to
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
don't
not to
fly.
Lead by
You know,
example,
you're
Mr.
trying
Secretary.
to
That's what we're at you.
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
In
That's
that
what we're at
vein,
you.
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
Others
commercially.
lead by example.
or the State Department keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel and
office,
scheduled meetings?
or the State Department keep a record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Of course.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Can you provide
This war
Can you
can
provide
come
those
to an end
records
now.
to Congress?
All
Will
that
you
has
provide
to
those
happen
records to Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've
records
met
to
with?
Congress?
Your
Lay
official
down
Will you
your
provide
arms.
those
your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Who I've met
funded
with?
while in this position.
Your
But if they
official
don't-
travel.
Thank you. I
Your
appreciate
official
that.
travel, taxpayer
But if
funded
they don't,
while
switching
in this position.
we will fight until
topics
I
here,
appreciate that.
to some of
total
the
switch
other
victory.
diplomacy
There is no
you conducted in
substitute.
the
to some of
2018
the
interview.
other diplomacy you've
You
conducted
admitted
in
to
the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
Israel
foreign
must
minister
also
Zarif,
defeat
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign minister
administration.
Zarif,
Is the
How many
quote,
times
3 or 4
quintessential
times
terrorist
from the start
organization
of
in
the
the
previous
world.
The
administration.
Iranian foreign minister
How many
Zarif
times
Yes,
did you speak with the
during
foreign
the last
minister?
administration.
The Iranian foreign minister
that
Zarif.
span
And I'll enter into the
During the
record,
last
It
administration.
has murdered more Americans
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
the
times.
record,
Let's take that at face
than
value.
any group except Bin Laden.
that 3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times.
with
Let's take
him
that at face
using
value.
Signal, WhatsApp,
Many countries
Telegram?
represented
Did you
in this
communicate
war.
with him
I don't
using
recall.
Signal,
And it was
WhatsApp,
attacked
but
Israel
Telegram?
viciously
Met
over
him
the last 20
formally.
years.
I don't
Last
recall
in
how I
course,
completely
communicated with him. I met him
International,
formally,
specifically, I
of
think it was
course,
in
on
UNGA in
October
New York.
7th.
international.
I saw him
Hezbollah
in
began
Munich,
attacks
at the
against
Munich
UNGA
Security
in New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
at
legal-
Munich
according to
Security
leaked audio,
Conference, which he was invited to.
According
provided by
to
the
leaked-
New York Times, Zarif
according
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
him that Israel attacked
Hezbollah
Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New
Syria
York
at
Times,
least,
Zarif
quote,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria such sensitive information at least 200 times and 300
Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
That never took place. It was at a time that
public
never took place. It was at a time where it was public.
Well, I've come here today to
circulation.
say
I don't
enough
know
is enough.
what he did, but I can tell you that I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that in
I never
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America, in 2 years
we will not accept it. Our army works on our northern
member of the
Intelligence Committee. This is why I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around?
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around?
You don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024.
You don't have to abide by these agreements.
Or a new administration may be coming in.
A new regime
and therefore undermine current administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermine current administration
I'm not going to speak to any hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Do you find that appropriate?
Shadow diplomacy undermines American
shadow diplomacy, depending on
shadow diplomacy undermines American
shadow diplomacy, depending on what
look at 1963
also saved
and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon.
With missile crisis, it was behind the scenes. Back
I would posture that your shadow diplomacy now has a certain
I was at a security
as they race towards full enrichment, 20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
On the verge of
having a nuclear arms race
in the Middle East.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out
undermine other administrations.
The reason that happened no way they could have had a nuclear weapon pulled out under the agreement that existed.
There's
no way even in Israel, the security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
The security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
Just this week,
Chair now
the
recognizes
IDF
Mr.
destroyed large
Schneider.
percentages of Hezbollah's
Chair now recognizes Mr. Here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This war is not done.
And here's where I think we're really talking past each other.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology.
This is a
just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism.
not 20 years, not 30 years,
And
just
will
as it
continue
took
to
decades. The
decades,
idea of
20 years,
communism,
30 years,
the idea of fascism, it's going to take
the idea
decades
of communism
to defeat the idea of Islamic
fascism.
extremism.
It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is still at war
Ladies
with
and
us.
gentlemen,
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
you testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
D.N.I. Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that
D.N.I.
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends to attack
Biden's
the West
director of national
again.
intelligence, briefed the
given the
Congress that
chance.
Al-Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to attack the
Al-Qaeda,
West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The
head of
allegiance to the head of the
Al-Qaeda,
Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's
Except
former
now they
deputy
have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
the
head of
Army,
the
and
Taliban.
Air Force.
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with,
And
an
I think
Army,
if things
an Air
continue
Force,
on the path they are,
functioning
possibly
international
building
Air
some
Force.
international currency reserves.
And I think if
So,
things
Mr.
continue on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're not done with this
an
war.
international currency
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lessons from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would have
this
thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would have
lesson
learned the lesson
from Iraq.
I would have thought,
Where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn the
2011,
lesson
Mr. Chairman, you issued
from
a
Iraq.
statement praising that pullout.
Where we
as
pulled
ending
out in
that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as ending
with
that
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves 3 years
let's
later
look at the situation, because I think the
with
Americans
soldiers going back in.
understand this.
So let's look at the situation, because I think the American people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand.
led to the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a more
We pulled out, led to
entity
the rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was
Look at all of the bases that we had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went back. We had
Look at
bases
all
in
the
the Gulf.
bases
We had bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Egypt,
went back.
in
We
Jordan,
had bases
in Israel, allied bases in Cyprus.
in Jordan.
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
Baghdad and the army.
We didn't
in all
let
of the functions.
ISIS take over the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with,
army in all of the
to go
functions.
clean up that
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers'
with.
While
lives
Israel is
did
committed
we
to
lose
achieving such a
that
peace,
mess.
from cleaning
How
out
Iran
that
and its terror proxies
mistaken
are committed
withdrawal,
to
Mr. Chairman?
scuttling it.
From cleaning up
let's
that.
That's
transition
why
over here
one
to
of the best
Afghanistan.
ways
What do we see?
to foil
Do we
Iran's
have,
nefarious
General
design
McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
What do we see? Do
We
we
have
have
a base in
we have a
any
single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
even broader
Do we have
Abraham
any
We have a
local
base in
allies
any
that
country
alliance
neighboring
includes the
capability of the
United
Kurds?
States,
We do not.
Israel,
Do we have
Turkey,
any
Arab
local
Israel,
allies
options.
approaching
Saudi
the
Arabia.
capability
We have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance, the
Others
Panjshir has been
who choose
taken.
less
Frankly,
than
they're being
options, but
slaughtered
we do
right
not.
now.
We have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken.
Across the
Frankly,
Middle
they're
East.
being
Our damn
slaughtered right
equipment.
now as
Enormous
we
benefits.
speak.
Allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
every morning
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment,
to beheading
our allies
videos,
are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
executions,
we wake up to beheading
to people
videos,
being hunted down with our own database.
executions,
But when and if
to people being hunted down on our own database.
Make it happen.
But when,
how many
and if,
soldiers are we going to lose?
you have to present options.
Because we have no allies on the ground.
How many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue,
Those
Ladies and
drones
gentlemen,
have
which is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran
Israel
and all the
has
way up
made
Pakistan
its
and
choice.
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have to
80%
fly
of
all
their
the way
fuel
around Iran
before they even
Provide
get
aid
anywhere
Pakistan
near
and lose 70 to
a
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw
Iran and
from the
before
failed
they
attack,
even get anywhere
have also
near
made
the botched
their
attack,
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from the
have
failed attack
multi-intelligence
the botched
confirming what that
attack
drone operator said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what
operator would have
operator said.
appreciated somebody on the
Called it in.
ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that drone operator would
Will
have
you
appreciated
make-
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
and
no,
saying
that's
how
a
Will your
civilian.
nation
difficult this is
stand
going
with
to be.
Israel?
So I
But the
appreciate your
President of the
candor
United
for
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going
Will
to
you
be.
stand with Iran?
that
The
we can
President
do
of the United
over
States
here
is selling
nothing.
this
What
country
we're doing
fiction.
over here
That we can do
neighboring base
nothing.
access with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground
over
and with
here
ocean
good and
access.
evil.
with neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
When you
to
access.
stand with
own,
Israel,
That is
and we need to be
a
you stand
honest
for
fiction
your own
that I
with the
think
American
you all
people.
need to
interests.
own, and we need
Yes,
to be
we're defending
honest
ourselves,
with the
but
American
we're
people.
also defending you
I am
against the
I
common
am
enemy
just
that through
livid
violence and
at the
terror
fact of the
I
future
am
Americans
our way of life.
just
that are going to have to go
livid
back
there should
at
be
the
no
fact
confusion
that
unless
the
we're
future
watching
Americans
this horror movie
But
that
that are going to have
represented
to
a
go
slot
back.
gun
There is.
experience that we
This
all
mess we're
experienced
watching this horror
after
movie
Iran.
in many
that
countries.
represented a slot gun
and in this
The
experience
very
that we
president
all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iran.
what we do in
Good is
Somalia. We
portrayed
can do
as
what
evil.
we
The
do
president
in Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary, you
we
just
can
preached
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can
see
do what
this
we do
We have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary, you
One
just
more
preached about a
question.
strike in Syria.
Genocide.
Do we have
When
any
We have a
defend
lot more
ourselves
capability
against
there.
evidence,
One more
enemies who try to
question.
commit genocide
intelligence
against
Do we
or
have
us.
otherwise, of Pakistani
We see
troops
this
on the
evidence.
ground?
When Israel
Intelligence
Intelligence
officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise,
any
by
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground,
Taliban, or
of
command and
deliberately
Intelligence
control
officers,
starving
air
assisting the
support, or
Taliban.
any troops on the
I
ground
prefer to
assisting the
answer that
Taliban,
question.
or
I'll
command
take
and
that as a
control
yes.
assisting the
We helped
Taliban.
bring in
And Mr.
700,000
I'll
tons
take
of
that
food
as a
into
yes.
Mr. Chairman,
That's
and Mr. and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time's expired.
That's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
And
Chair recognizes
targeting
witnesses for
wars.
coming in. I got to
Thank you,
tell
Mr.
you,
Chair.
You don't want to see a single
Mr.
person,
Chairman,
a single innocent person
the
die.
more I
That's all
listen
you
to this
try.
hearing, the
And
more
that's why we
infuriated
need
I
so
am.
much to minimize
The
them.
more I
I
listen to
know
this hearing,
the
Even
Gold
as
Star
our
family
enemies,
sitting
as
here
civilians, as human
have to
beings.
feel the
And I
same
know
way. I
that
know
no
every veteran
army has
watching
done
today
what Israel
has to
is
feel the same way.
have
Because
to
it's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know every veteran watching.
it's about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's not
them
about
most.
us. It's about
Jerome Milley,
it's
Jerome
about
McKenzie,
them.
or
And
some
I
of the
think what upsets
statements
them most
Get out of harm's way.
from the
Jerome Milley,
president
Jerome McKenzie, or some
during
statements
this evacuation,
from the
including
president,
an interview that the president gave
during
on
this
national
during this
television,
evacuation,
during
including
the
an
withdrawal,
interview that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national television.
generals
During the withdrawal,
advised
on
me
August
to
18th,
leave
saying
500 and the
generals
only air-based Bagram air base
me to
in the world sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in
and
the
a
world
platform
sandwiched
for counterterrorism.
between China, Russia,
and hang gays
Iran,
and
Joe
and a
Milley, is that an
platform
accurate
for
statement
counterterrorism.
that the generals never advised him to leave
Joe
a
Milley, is that an
stay-behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement?
lid on half the world's
Generals
terrorist
never advised him to
organizations?
leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
I will
organizations.
tell you.
Maybe some of the protesters,
my thoughts
or even
were at
many
the
of the
time.
protesters outside this building now.
But you, let me just,
What my
you
thoughts were at the
testified
time.
today, you both
Ladies and
testified
gentlemen,
repeatedly
But you,
that you
let me just, you
advised the National
testified
Command
today, you
Authority
both
reigned in
testified
our
should
eternal
leave
repeatedly
capital Jews
that you
stay
advised
behind
the National Command
including the
Authority
base.
NATO
we should
plus-
leave
That's right.
People say something.
the
Did
stay
President
behind,
Trump
including the base.
leave that stay
That's
behind
right.
force despite his stated
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out because the
leave that
Taliban
stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise,
did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise
to stay?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list. Let's go back to July of 2021.
But let's go down the list.
President Biden, there's a likelihood.
July of 2021.
The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
The likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
In fact, just a few weeks later said Kabul will be surrounded.
In fact, you just a few weeks later said Kabul will be surrounded in 30 days.
My maiden speech here, I spoke against the proposals to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later,
But I thought it was going to
I
be-
find myself
I
defending
personally
Israel
thought it was gonna be involved.
against
collapse.
that same
I thought it was
preposterous
assessments
proposal.
I personally thought.
We're talking
And
within
who's
months.
leading the charge this time?
Assessments very
The
widely.
next
Not
one, there's
Hamas,
going to be no
within months.
circumstance
But
where you
Abbas,
see people being
months of
lifted
our
off the roof of an
Palestinian
embassy
There's
Authority
going to be no
President
circumstance where you
Mahmoud
see
Abbas.
people being lifted
This
off
is
the
the
roof
man
of
an
an
who
embassy
claims
of the
he
United
wants peace
States
with
from
Israel.
Afghanistan. It's
In-
not at all
still
comparable
refuses to
an
condemn
embassy
the
of the
Saigon.
United
massacre.
States
This
from
picture
Afghanistan
proves
is
that
not at
not
all
to be the case.
He's
comparable
still paying
with
hundreds of
Saigon.
millions to
This
terrorists
picture
who murder
proves that
Israelis
not
and
to be the
Americans.
case.
July 8th,
Fair
2021.
Well, pay for
Next
flight.
one,
The
Americans
more you
should
murder, the
understand
more you get paid.
we're going to
July
try to
8th,
get it all
2021.
done
And he's
before
still
August
waiting.
31st.
Americans
And
should
if
understand
you're an
diplomatic
we're going to
American,
try to get it
there's
all done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's
And by the
American
way,
citizens
Is
they
that
left.
your
allowed to do the
understanding of
same
the
thing.
We're going to
operational
stay
planning at
to
the
get
time?
them all
To
out.
stay beyond August 31st?
Was that your
or we're
understanding of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August
Maybe
31st?
To stay beyond August 31st?
Standing
or
at this
were you
podium
planning to get out by
4
August
years ago,
31st?
I
But
told the
perhaps
sponsor
the
of
most
that
egregious.
outrageous resolution.
Last.
We believe about 100
But
to 200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Check your
Afghanistan
fanaticism.
with
We
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You both
200
testified
Americans
today.
remain
You
in
just
Afghanistan.
testified, General
By
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified
And all
today.
of
You just
In
testified,
fact,
Shamefully
is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It
to
was
know.
very
Check
difficult to know.
your
the number.
fanaticism.
In fact, is that
The
accurate?
numbers were accurate.
The
It was
singling
very
out of the
difficult
one
to
and
know.
only
Yet the
Jewish
State
state
Department's revised that
continues
number
to be a
since to
moral
nearly
stain of the
1,000
United Nations.
Yet the
Americans.
State
It has
Department's
made this
revised
left
that number
behind.
since to
Look,
nearly 1,000
contemptible.
Americans.
In July
Lies
of
of
2021,
everywhere.
Bagram is
But
closing.
for the Palestinians-
We're
In
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
4-star commander,
House of
General
Bagram is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to
Ghani
at least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden
There's
of
an
practically
automatic
begging us
majority.
to
General
at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
Demonize
that
Jewish
you were so
Jewish
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
Anti-Israel, flat
that
earth
you put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily
2021.
pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our
putting
allies out,
measures in
and to
place to
take
get our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do,
then
which is
against
get our
protect
allies
You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021.
military
You put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all
More
of
than
it. You were
twice
so
as many.
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations.
diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr. Chairman,
testified.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying
cable
if you
shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Jewish
going to the
state.
Secretary of
Shared
State
with either
himself.
of you. This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to
Was
the
that shared with
Secretary of
you as the
State
Commander?
himself. Was that
The
shared with you as the
UN's
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I've never seen it.
I think the American people would like to see that.
it since.
Chairman, here's my question for you.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman, here's
on
my question
August
for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of
All the
State
speeches
was?
The day before
On
Kabul
August
fell,
13th?
do you know where the Secretary of State was, despite
The
all of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State Department
do you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was,
We weren't getting our
despite all
people
of your
out.
concerns?
According to the
The
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our
Very
people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post,
vacation.
he was in the Hamptons.
And I say to you,
Secretary of
Until
State
he was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that
Treated like
makes
other
Secretary
our
of State
Gold Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine
Look,
how that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman,
Gold
and thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom
not
line,
The
the
Mr.
State
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with this.
had its head up its rear.
The
I'll give
State
him the
Department, to
anti-Semitism.
use a
It wasn't
military term,
planning. It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
No one.
we could
That
just
the
have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It, in
Good-
fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we could
terrorists will
just
take
have an
care of the
embassy
bad
and
Considering
Taliban
issuing
terrorists.
arrest
the
warrants
good
against me.
Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
What happened,
Democratically
and because of that,
elected
we
leaders.
didn't
That's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens out, we
What
didn't have
happened,
enforced
and
postures,
because of
we
that,
don't
we didn't
have-
get
we
our
didn't
people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing,
citizens out. We didn't have
We failed, and their loved ones
refusal
are
to
dead
treat Israel
because of
with
it.
its independent
We
courts.
failed, and
The way
their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because
It's
of
hard to
to my
explain
Gold
by
Star
anything
families.
other
Your
I
government
apologize to you.
Failed you.
anti-Semitism.
to my Gold Star families.
There
Your
is a
government
difference, gentlemen, and I
failed
know
you.
you both know
The
this,
real
in
war
taking
criminals are
responsibility.
not
There is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen,
They're
and
in
I know
Iraq.
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
and taking
responsibility.
responsibility
In
is
No
Syria,
one
accountability.
has
in
been
Lebanon,
held
in
A
Yemen.
lot of people have
accountable,
taken
and they
responsibility.
Those of you
deserve
who
no
stand
one
with
better.
has
these
been
war
held
Your government
accountable.
failed
Those
you,
of
and
you
I'll
who
give you an
stand
opportunity in my
with
time
evil
remaining,
and
Mr.
better.
Chairman, if there's
Your government
curse
anything
against the
failed
blessing.
you.
you all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if
Be
there's
ashamed of
The time
yourself.
has
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr. Chair.
publicly on the
The
record.
gentleman's,
respond.
the gentleman right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The
I'd like to
gentleman's,
take up on that
But I have a
offer.
they have
message.
the right to
Talk
respond.
to these families
Israel
And I thank you for that.
will win this battle.
I've talked to
We'll
these
win this
families.
battle because we
And I thank you
don't
for that.
have a choice. After generations,
I will work with them, get you the answers.
after
Make
generations,
sure that
in
accountability,
which our people were
transparency,
slaughtered,
I'm gonna do that.
remorselessly
Let Dad go in the grave.
butchered,
That's what a soldier
and no one
does.
raised a
Never
finger
from
in
a
our
veteran's
defense.
family.
We now have a
That's what
state.
soldier does.
We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves.
They know who I am,
this room. I've
and I
been
will
working with her
work with
for
them.
years.
As the book of Samuel
They
says
deserve
in the
accountability,
Bible,
Mr. Chairman, and
Netzach
thank you, General.
Israel,
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
the eternity
Mr.
of
Chairman,
Israel
and
will
thank
not
you.
falter.
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath that you never
in
owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills, you
Mr.
just
Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter the
under
record,
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article here from
In the
February
Jewish
Chairman, I'd
15th,
like to enter the record
2023.
article
In our
here.
Odyssey,
John Kerry
February
family's
10th,
private jet
2000,
was sold
2023.
shortly after accusation.
That
John
is
Kerry
promise
family
that
private
has
jet
always been
was
kept.
sold
Mr. Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that
accusation
testimony
that
that
you
you've
claimed
never
all
owned or
policy.
I
Mr. Secretary, you
personally,
stand by that
I
testimony.
personally, yes, my wife owns a
Israel,
plane. and
I
so we
personally,
flew on a
family,
plane.
by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife
we
owned
will
Not
never,
in the number of
we
years
flew on
that
that
I have
plane.
we
flown.
will never need
This
to
article has
raise
been inaccurate.
against
The
the
family
dying
on the
of the
plane.
light.
I've flown on it,
And
sure.
Because
this
flew on a
article is
plane.
not
Israel
inaccurate, that your
will
family
My
owned a
wife
plane.
shine
owns,
its right.
my wife
You
owns
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
Here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary,
my wife
gotcha.
owned a
here's
plane.
the
When
here's
we are
the-
asking
people of
Americans
Israel.
to
This
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices
when
as
we are asking
transition
Americans to
strong
make
and
for the
serious
common good,
sacrifices as we
and your
transition
family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and your
jets,
family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around on private jets, that smacks on
But
Just want to know from a record standpoint.
afford me the
Mr.
right
Secretary,
at least to set the
I
record
just want to know
straight.
from a record standpoint.
I
Afford me the right
do not
at least
fly
to set the record
on a
straight.
private jet.
I
I
do not
I
fly
fly
on a
commercially.
private jet.
I own all of my
private jets since you've taken this
I fly
position.
commercially.
Ladies
I
and
don't own
gentlemen,
private
I've
jets.
flown 5
You've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position.
2.5 years on Mill Air,
I have flown
which you also
5
fly
times in
on,
the last 2.5
and
years.
or some of you
Mill
travel
Air,
on.
which you
5
also
times.
fly on.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
some of you
trips are
travel
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial
taken
Have
this
you
airlines.
flown on a private jet in a personal or
Possibly
official
once.
capacity since you've taken this position?
I don't. I think. I just don't.
Possibly
I'm trying to think
once.
of
I
the
think
date.
you need to take the broader point
I don't-
of how
I
this
think-
appears
I just
to the
don't have-
American
I'm
people
trying to
as
think-
we're
I
asking
think you
them
need to
to
take the
take
broader
Honest,
point of how
We're
this
not
appears.
asking
Mr.
Americans.
President,
We're
as
not
we're
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not
you're
asking
telling us
Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not to
don't
You
fly.
lead by
I didn't
example,
intend
Mr.
to
Secretary.
come
That's what
here
we're
to
at. You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking you
commercially.
by
Which is
example.
why I fly.
in
That's
that
what we're at.
vein,
You,
does your
which is why I
office
fly
others
commercially,
lead by example.
which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel
office,
and scheduled meetings?
or the
The
State
lies
Department
and
keep a
slander.
record of
Does
your
that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're
Leveled at my
scheduled to meet
country.
with?
Of course.
by many of the speakers.
Does that
at
include
this
the
podium.
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Can you
I
provide
decided
can you
to come
provide those
here,
records to Congress?
And set the
Will you
record
provide
Can you
those
straight.
provide
records to Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
who
those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Your official travel.
Will you provide those
your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
Of who
funded
I've met with?
while in this position?
Your official
I decided
Thank
to
you. I
come
appreciate
here
that,
travel, taxpayer funded.
commitment
to
switching
speak for my people,
topics
I
here,
appreciate
for
that.
my country,
to some of the
switching.
other
Speak
diplomacy
with the truth.
Topics
you've
here.
conducted in the
To some of
2018
the
interview.
other diplomacy you've
You
conducted.
admitted
And
to
here's the
speaking with
2018
Iranian
interview.
foreign minister Zarif,
Israel's
quote,
You
3 or 4 times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
Israel
Iranian
yearns
foreign
for
minister
peace.
Zarif,
How many
quote, 3 or
times
4
has made
times from the
peace
start
and
of
will
the
make
previous
peace
the
administration.
again.
Iranian foreign minister
How many
Zarif
times did you speak with the
during the
foreign
last
minister?
administration?
The Iranian foreign minister Zarif.
And I'll enter
Yet
into
we
the
Direct
record.
face
last
savage
administration,
enemies
Um,
who
that-
seek
that-
our
and I'll
3 or
enter
4
the
times.
record,
Let's
and
take
we
that at
must
face
defend
value.
ourselves
that
against these
3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times.
with
Let's take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal,
Our
WhatsApp,
enemies seek
Telegram?
not only
Did
to
you
destroy
communicate
us,
with them
I don't
using
recall
Signal,
how I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
our
Met him
common
formally
I don't
and
recall
return
how I
all of
international
formally,
specifically, I think it was at UNGA in New York.
international.
I saw him in
specifically,
Munich
I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
at UNGA
Security
in New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According to
him
leaked-
at the Munich
according to
Security
leaked audio,
Conference, which he was invited to.
provided by the New York Times, Zarif
according
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
him that Israel attacked Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New York
Syria at
Times,
least,
Zarif
quote,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times
Israel
Zarif was
attacked Iranian
surprised
assets in
at
Syria at
such
least,
sensitive
quote,
information.
at least 200 times, and Zarif was
Now,
surprised
that was
revealed
according to leaked
such
audio.
sensitive
Now under
information.
oath, do you stand by your
Now,
previous denial?
that was
voice
according to
never
leaked
happened.
audio. Now under
Today.
oath, do
I
you stand by your
absolutely
previous
said,
denial that that
on the
never
day
happened?
that report came
I
out,
absolutely
we made
said
it
I was
crystal
I-
clear
on the day that that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
In the days that
never
followed
took
that
place.
release
It
that
was
we
at
put
a
out.
time time
spoke of
when there
that
was
came
public
into sharper
never took
focus.
place.
discussion.
It was
A
at a
normalization
time.
deal
There
between
was
Saudi Arabia
public,
and
it was
Israel.
in public
Discussion
circulation. I
closer
don't know
than
what
ever.
confusing or what
There
he
was
did.
a public
But I can
then
tell
came
you
public
that I
circulation.
never
curse.
had
I don't know
that
what he was
conversation.
confusing or what
And
he
I
did.
can tell you
But I can
Thousands
tell
of
you,
Iranian
I never
backed
had
5
Hamas
years
terrorists in
running one of the
Gaza.
And I
largest
can tell you
prosecutors'
burst
offices
into
in
that
America.
Israel in
In
pickup
5
2
years
years as
as one of
governor,
the largest
in
prosecutors.
And they
20
committed
years in the Senate,
unimaginable
as a
atrocities.
member of the
Lieutenant
Intelligence
Governor.
Committee,
Murdered
as
400
a
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Nobody ever questioned
This is why I'm
as
raising
a
that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it
This is why I'm
appropriate if
raising
a
that
former
issue.
Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled
Nazi
around
you don't
and
have to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials
agreements.
you are?
Hold fast to
said
2024.
You don't have to abide by these
or a new
agreements.
administration
Hold fast
may be
to
coming in,
2024. A new regime
and
or a new
therefore
administration
undermine
may be coming
current
in,
administration diplomacy.
and
you
therefore
find that
undermine current
I'm not going to speak to
administration
any hypotheticals,
diplomacy.
but I can tell you
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow diplomacy
not
undermines
raise
American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow
what's involved.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy
American
also
family
saved
members.
us
Shadow
from the war.
diplomacy,
Here with us
depending on
today.
what
You look at
I asked Shadow Diplomacy
1963
also saved us from the war. If you look at 1963 with
missile crisis, it was behind the scenes.
Withers.
back
Mr.
channel.
Secretary, I would posture that
It was
your
behind
shadow
the scenes
diplomacy
back
Mr.
now
Secretary,
has
I would
I wasn't
posture
posturing
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was in the
diplomacy
security
now
cabinet.
has on the
I'm
verge
using
of
it.
Iran
As they
having
race
I was in the
towards
security
full
cabinet.
enrichment,
These
it's
murderers
20% to
monsters.
60%.
as they race
On the verge of
towards
having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
from 20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle
Son
East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
in the Middle
agreement.
East.
other administration.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans
Trump
beat
pulled out
us
of
under
the
mine
agreement.
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened
no way
Muhammad
they could have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Brother Muhammad
under the
that
agreement that
brave
existed.
Arab
no way
Israeli
he
Even
could
in
have had a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security
His
establishment
body,
in
too, was
Israel
taken to
believed
Gaza.
that
And
agreement
even
had
in
done
so
the
was the
job.
body
security
of
establishment
Fat Hyman's
Israel
daughter in
pulled
Bar
that agreement
Pulled
had
out.
was
done the
brutally
job.
murdered.
Chair now
that day.
recognizes
Using
Mr.
a-
Schneider.
President
Thank you,
Trump
Mr. Waltz.
pulled out.
With us is
Yeah,
Chair
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking
Murdered.
past each other.
Thank you, Mr.
This
Chairman.
war is not done.
Here's where I think
Not
we're
over.
really talking past each other.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war
And
against
with
an
us, too.
ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a war
not
against
20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
Just
many
Just
more
as it
to
took
defeat
decades,
the idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not 30
the
years,
idea
many
of fascism. It's going to take
the idea
decades
of
to
communism to
defeat
defeat
the idea of Islamic extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
You
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
you testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
DNI Haynes,
Stand by that statement.
Biden's Director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the West
Director of National
again.
Intelligence briefed the
given the
Congress that
chance.
Al-Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
if
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
The head of
allegiance to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now
deputy,
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army, an
Taliban.
Air Force.
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with.
And I think if things continue on the path they are,
Functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport,
international
war
currency.
front.
And I think if
So,
things
Mr.
continue on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're not done with this.
possibly international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done
I
with
would have
this.
thought, Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn
thought
the
we would
lesson
have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
At our
I would
towns,
have thought,
where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn
2011,
the lesson.
Mr. Chairman, you issued
From
a
Iraq.
statement
At our children.
praising that pullout.
Where we
It was
pulled out in
later.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And
we
we found
found
ourselves 3 years
praising
later
that pullout
with soldiers going back in.
and yet we found ourselves
So
3 years
let's
later
look at the situation. I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need
back
to
in.
understand this.
So let's look at the situation. I
Iran
think the
led
American
militias
people
in
need
We
to
Syria
pulled
and
out,
Iraq
led to the
have
rise of the
targeted
ISIS
Israel
caliphate,
dozens of
which
times
was
over the
obviously
past
a
year.
We
more
pulled out, led to
entity
the rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate, which was
Look at
obviously
all the
terrorists
bases
in
that
Judea
we
and
had
Samaria
to deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went
Scores of
back.
attacks
We had
there
bases in the
and
Gulf, we
throughout
had bases
had
in Kuwait,
to
we
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
And last
Jordan,
April,
bases
of
in
course
the
in
Gulf, we
Israel,
had bases in
allied
Kuwait,
bases in
bases in
Cyprus.
Turkey, in Jordan.
We had allies on the
Israel.
ground in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground
government
in the
in
Kurds.
Baghdad and the army
We
and
didn't
all
let
of the functions of the
ISIS
state.
take over the
We had
government.
all of these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the army and all of the
to go clean up that
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
We will
did
strike
we
to
you.
go clean
lose?
up that mess.
There is
From
no
cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr. Chairman.
From cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to
mistaken
Afghanistan. What do we see?
withdrawal, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have,
But let's,
General
there is
McKenzie, do
no
we have a
place
single
in
base in
Iraq.
Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
That the long
Do we have
base
do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan
And
now?
that's true
We do
of
not.
the
Do we
entire
have
Middle
any
Do we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of
Fifteen
the
lambs
Kurds?
led to the slaughter.
Do we have
We
any
do not.
local
We know in
allies
Washington
approaching the
we do not.
capability
We have the
of
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The
incredible
Panjshir has been
courage.
We do
taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're
in
being
Washington,
slaughtered
we do
right
not.
We
now
have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
Our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we speak.
Our allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
are
every
winning.
morning
Our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every
executions,
morning we wake up to beheading
to
videos,
people being hunted down with our own
to
database.
executions,
But when and if
to people
Ladies
being
and
hunted down
gentlemen,
with our
options
own
to the
database.
president.
Israel defends
But when,
itself.
how many
and if
soldiers are we going
Iran,
to
you have
lose?
to present options
Because
for
we have no
president.
allies on the
The
ground.
line separates
How many
We have no
soldiers are
bases
we
in the
gonna
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the crux
allies
of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region.
counterterrorism.
Now we're going to
This
get
is the
to
map.
really the crux of the
Those
issue,
drones,
which
which
is
fly
over the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
It's a
Iran,
map of a
and all
blessing.
the way up Pakistan, and
Those
lose 70
drones
to 80%
fly all
of
the
their
way around
fuel
Iran
before they
all
even
the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to
Forming the
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
saw
Connecting
from the
before
failed
they
attack
even get anywhere near
And Europe.
botched
a
attack
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-int
Mediterranean
intelligence
Sea.
Botched
confirming what
attack.
that drone operator said.
that you have to
Called
have
it in.
multi-int intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what the
operator would have
operator's saying.
appreciated
I've
somebody
called
on the
it in.
ground saying,
pipeline.
no, that's a civilian.
And I know that
Fiber
drone
cables.
operator would appreciate
And
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
betterment
in
of
no,
saying
that's
how
a civilian.
difficult this is
People
going to
that
be.
Now
So
look
I
at
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
candor in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
It's a
That
map.
we
The
can
President
do
of the
over
United
here
States
with
is
nothing.
selling
Look
this
at this
What
country
we're doing
fiction
over
It's a map
here
of a
that we
curse.
can
with
do
neighboring
over here
base
with
It's a
nothing.
access, with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with
that
neighboring
Iran
base
has created
access,
fiction
with allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you
ocean
all need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to be
Iran's
honest
malignant arc
that
with
I
the
think
American
you
people.
all
shut
need
down
to own,
international
and we need to be
waterways.
honest
Cuts off
with the
trade.
American people.
It destroys
I
millions.
am
destroys
just
nations from
livid
within
at
and
the fact
inflicts
of the
misery
future
and
Americans
I am just
that are
on the
going to
one
have to
hand,
go
livid
back
at
to
the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching this
Americans
horror movie
on the one
that are
hand,
going to have to
represents a
go
slot
back
gun
to
experience
clean
that
up
we
this
all
mess we are
experienced
watching this
after
horror
Iraq.
that represent
On
a
the other
slot
hand,
gun
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do
And
in
if you
Somalia.
think
We
this
can do
dark
what we
The
do in
president
Syria.
continues to
There's only a
say,
curse
Secretary
of
just
wisdom.
briefed about a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what
Then
we
you
We
do
have a
should
in
lot
think
more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary, you
One
just
more
briefed
question.
about a
Because
strike in
Iran's
Syria.
aggression,
Do we have any
We have a lot more
If it's not
capability
checked,
there.
evidence
One more
will
question.
endanger
intelligence
every
or
we have
single
any
country in
of
the Middle
Pakistani
East
troops on the
evidence
ground?
and
Intelligence
many
Officers,
or
countries
air
in the
support,
rest
or
of
any
the
troops
world.
on the ground
Pakistani
assisting
troops.
the
Iran
Taliban
seeks
or
to
command and
impose
control,
Intelligence
radicalism.
officers, air
assisting the
support,
Well
and
Taliban.
any
beyond the
troops on the
I
ground
prefer to answer
assisting
the
the
question.
That's
Taliban
why
or command
I'll take
and
that as a
control,
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr. and
That's why it
I'll take
builds
that as a
ballistic
yes.
missiles
Mr.
for
Chairman,
nuclear
Mr.
weapons.
Wilson,
And
your
Mr.
time's expired.
and
that's not going to go to a
World.
civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Wilson, your time's
The world is
expired.
a piece.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Blind
regional
eye
war.
to
and
internal
thank you for the
repression.
witnesses for
It
coming
turns a
in.
blind
I
eye
gotta
to
tell
its
you,
external aggression.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
that appeasement must end.
the more I
That
listen to this
appeasement
hearing,
must end
the more
Mr.
infuriated I
Chairman,
get.
The more
And
I listen to
know
this hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting here
has to
Nations
feel
of
the
the
same
world
way.
have
It's
to
not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know every
Support
veteran
the brave
watching
it's
people
about
of
them.
Iran.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's about
this
General
evil
Milley,
regime.
it's
General
about
McKenzie,
them.
are
And
some
I
of
think
the
what upsets
statements
them most
to not only
from the
support
president
enrollment back
or
Iran,
some
during
statements
this
should join
evacuation,
it.
From the
including
president,
an
They should
interview
join
with
Israel in
President
stopping
gave on
Iran's
national
during
nuclear
this
television.
weapons
evacuation,
program.
During
including
the
an
withdrawal,
interview
on
that
August
the president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
the
television.
generals
During the
never
withdrawal
advised
on
the
August
Security
18th, saying
2,500
We're going
and
to have
the
a
only
deliberation
air
never
base,
for a few
Bagram
months.
air
advised
base
me to
in the
And I
world
call
sandwiched
on the
between
Security
only
China,
air base,
Russia,
Bagram air
Snap
base
back
Iran,
in
UN
the
Security
world
Council
sandwiched
sanctions
between
against
Iran.
China,
because
Russia,
we must all
Iran,
do
General Milley, is that
everything
an
in our
accurate
power
statement that
counterterrorism.
the generals
to
never
ensure
advised him
that
to leave
Iran
a stay
is that
behind
an
force
accurate
to keep a
statement?
lid on
Weapons.
half
The
the world's
generals
terrorist
never advised him
organizations?
to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist
I
organizations.
For decades,
what my thoughts were
I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program.
Well, let me just say,
Our
you
actions
testified today,
delayed
you
this
both
program.
testified repeatedly,
By perhaps a decade.
advised the National Command Authority
We haven't stopped
repeatedly.
We've delayed it.
Stay behind
We haven't stopped
including the
it.
base.
Iran now
That's right.
seeks to weaponize its nuclear
Did
program.
President Trump
including the
For the
base
sake
leave that stay behind
right.
force
Of the peace
despite his stated
and
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
of all your
because the
leave
Taliban
that stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet
We
the
must
conditions.
not let
Did you
that
then,
happen.
and
I
you
assure
stated today you didn't advise.
Israel will do everything in
Did you
its
then,
power to make
and you
sure
stated
it
today you
doesn't
didn't
happen.
advise
Them to stay.
Biden.
So that's an inaccurate statement.
pull
But let's go
everybody
down
out.
the
You
list here.
advised them to
Let's go
stay.
back to
correct.
July of
That's a gentleman's
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back.
likelihood,
July of 2021.
the likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood-
everything and
Two
owning the
maps
whole
that I
country
showed
is
you.
The
highly
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the
Will shape our
Taliban
future.
overrunning
comport with your
everything
knowledge
and
at the
owning the
time?
whole
Blessings
country
of
is highly
peace and
unlikely.
In fact,
prosperity for Israel, our
just a
Arab
few
partners,
weeks
your knowledge
later,
at the
said
time.
Kabul be surrounded.
In fact,
Or will
you,
it be the
days.
curse
you just
in
a
which
few weeks
Iran
later
and its
said
proxies
Kabul
My
be
assessment
surrounded.
at the time
carnage
was if
and
we
chaos
went to zero in
everywhere.
U.S. military forces, then there was
My
a high
assessment at the
likelihood
time.
Israel
if we
has
went to
already
zero
made
in
its
U.S. military
choice.
forces,
and
We've decided to
NSF
advance
with
the blessing.
Taliban taking over.
Would collapse.
We're building a
But I thought it
partnership
was
for
going to
peace
be-
with our
I
Arab
personally
neighbors
thought it would
while
take
fighting the
over.
Would
forces
collapse.
of terror
But I thought it was
that
going to
threaten
be.
that
Assessments
peace.
very widely.
I personally thought
We're talking
Nearly a
within
year.
months.
the brave men and women of the IDF.
The next one,
We're
there's going
talking
to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy.
There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of
an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable.
An embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable with Saigon. This picture proves that. Not
350 miles of terror tunnels.
Next one, Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st.
Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done
American citizens left. We're going to stay to get them all out.
There's American citizens
Is that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay to
time?
get them all out.
To stay beyond August 31st?
Is that your understanding of the operational planning at the time? To stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by
Major military operations.
But perhaps the most egregious.
last.
We believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan, with some intention to leave. You both testified today. You just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know.
Both testified today. You just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know.
It was very difficult to know the number.
In fact, is that accurate? It was very difficult to know.
Yet the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000 Americans.
Yet the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000 Americans.
In July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of General McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021 that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting our allies. You were so concerned in July of 2021, you put those recommendations forward.
You were so concerned in July of 2021, you put those recommendations forward.
And in fact, also, the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable.
In fact, also, the diplomats on the ground,
23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue.
23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road,
this is a
disaster will ensue.
channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman
channel
of the
going to the
Chiefs?
Secretary of State himself? Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander? I've never seen it.
I think the American people would like to see that. Chairman, here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was?
The day before Kabul fell? Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons.
We weren't getting our people out.
He was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Hamptons.
Secretary of State
was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how
Look,
that
here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence. I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line,
The
Mr.
State
Chairman, and
Department,
thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with this.
had its head up its rear.
The State Department, to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its head up
fact,
its
thought
rear.
we could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning. It, in fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we
terrorists
could
would
just
take
have
care of the
an
bad
embassy.
Taliban terrorists.
Only then.
The good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists
essentially
would take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
what happened.
last
And
round
because of that,
I mean,
we didn't
that's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have force
And
posture,
because of
we
that, we
didn't
didn't get our people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't
We
have the force
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
didn't
loved
have- we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing
because of it.
We failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you
because of it.
To my Gold Star families, your
I
government
apologize to you
failed you.
to my Gold Star families.
There is
Your
a
government
difference, gentlemen,
Those
and I
alive
know you
today
both know this, in
must be
taking
returned alive.
responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen,
those
and I
who-
know
A
you
lot of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
and taking
responsibility.
responsibility
No
for
one
accountability.
has been held
Those families
A lot of
accountable.
people have taken
They
responsibility.
and others in Israel
deserve
No
but
one
deserve
that
has
to
been
have a
held
resting
your government
place for
accountable.
their
failed
loved
you.
ones.
And I'll give you an opportunity in my
deserve
time
but
remaining, Mr.
that
Chairman, if
your
there's
government
anything
failed you,
you
and
all
I'll
would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
The time is
you all would like to
Thank you,
say
Mr. Chairman.
publicly on the record.
respond, but they have a right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now,
The gentleman's,
all that has to
they
happen
have a right to
is for
respond.
Hamas to surrender,
And I thank you
lay
for
down
that.
its arms,
I've talked
and release all the hostages.
and I have committed
And I
to
thank
that.
you
If they
for that.
don't,
The other families publicly.
but if they don't,
I will work
we
with
will
them
fight
and
until
I
we
will
achieve
to
victory.
make sure that
Total
accountability,
victory.
transparency,
There is no
do that.
substitute institute for.
Make sure that accountability, transparency is established.
I'm not going to turn my back on these families or any other goals.
Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Hezbollah
is the quintessential terror organization in the world today.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange with
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Mills, you
and thank you.
just testified under oath that you never owned a
exchange with
private
Mr.
jet.
Mills,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record
oath that you never owned a private jet.
article here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
15th,
enter into the record
2023.
article here
The John
from
Kerry
February
family
15th,
private jet was sold
2023.
shortly after accusations.
The John
of
Kerry
climate
family
hypocrisy.
private jet was
Mr.
sold
Secretary, you
shortly
stand by
after
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
climate
not owned or
I personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes, my wife owned a
or-
plane.
I personally, family, by your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a plane. Not in a number of years,
flew on
I
that
have
plane.
flown on it, sure.
And this article is not been inaccurate. Your family owned a plane.
But I have flown on it.
Hezbollah
You flew on a plane.
And inaccurate that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife
Mr.
owned,
Secretary,
my wife
you
owned
flew
a
on a
So I want
plane.
you to
Here's
think
the
about this.
issue.
Yeah.
This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha.
Here's the
When we are asking Americans to
this
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices,
When
as
we are
transition
asking Americans to make
for the
serious
common good,
sacrifices, as we
and your
long was the
family
American
and or
government
yourself
tolerated?
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your family
that smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around
I
on
doubt
private
they
jets,
tolerated
that
it
smacks
for a
of
single
hypocrisy.
day.
It actually
from a
hurts
record
your cause.
standpoint,
Ford made the right, at least to a certain
I
degree.
want to know from a record standpoint.
I
Well,
do
I'm
not
here today to
fly
say
on a
enough
private
is
jet.
enough.
I
I
not
do not fly. I fly commercially.
Have you
On all of
private jets since you've taken
We won't
this
rest
commercially.
Let me start.
until our
Have you
citizens
all
are
of private
free.
jets
Five
since you've
times
taken
in the
this
last
position?
2.5
We
years.
will not accept
Mill-Air.
I have
a
flown
terror
5
also
times
perched on our
in the last
northern
2.5
border,
years.
or
able
some
to
of you
perpetrate
travel.
another
Five
October
times.
7th style massacre.
Otherwise, all of my
or some
trips
people
are
18 years.
commercial
Have you
airlines.
flown on a
Hezbollah
private jet
raises
in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity?
are
since
commercial.
you've
Have
taken
you
this
flown on a private jet
1701.
in a personal or
Possibly
official
Requires this to
capacity
move its
since you've taken this
forces
position?
away
I
from our
don't. I
border.
think I just don't.
Possibly
I'm,
one.
Hezbollah
I
moved
think you
right
need to
up to
take
our
the broader
I
point
don't
of how
think
it's
so.
confused
I just don't
American
know.
But no,
people as
I
we're
I
asking
think you
them
need
to
to
take
take the broader
this.
point of how
We're
this
not asking Americans.
No,
We're
that's
not
we're
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to fly.
We're not asking
Americans.
We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not to
don't
fly.
fly.
By example,
You know,
Mr. Secretary. That's what we're at. You,
Which is why I
No,
fly
we're asking
commercially.
you by
Which is
example,
why
Mr.
I
Secretary.
in
That's
that
what we're at.
vein,
You
does your
Which is why I
office,
fly
others to
commercially.
lead by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly.
keep
In
a
that
record of your
vein, does
official
your
travel
office,
and
They place
scheduled
them in
meetings?
school.
or the State
In
Department keep a
hospitals.
record of your
Does that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
And in the private homes of the citizens
Does
of
that include the
Lebanon.
individuals you're scheduled to meet
They
with?
Can you
endanger their own
provide
people.
Can you provide those records
They put
to
a
Congress?
missile in every kitchen.
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to Congress?
a rocket
Can you
in
provide
every
those
garage.
records to Congress?
Your official
I say
Will
to
you
the
provide
people
those
your
of
records?
official
Lebanon,
travel,
this
taxpayer
who
funded.
I've met with.
Get out of the death
Your
trap.
official
This
travel,
is Hezbollah
your official
is
travel, taxpayer funded.
Don't let
switching
Hezbollah drag Lebanon into the
topics
abyss.
I appreciate that.
We're not
to
at
some
war
of
with you.
the
Switching.
other
We're
diplomacy
at war with
that
Hezbollah,
you
which is
conducted in
hijacking
the
countries.
Some of
2018
the
interviews.
other
Destroy
diplomacy
ours.
you've
You
conducted.
admitted to
Hezbollah
speaking with
is
Iranian
at
Foreign
war.
Minister Zarif
Israel
quote,
has
3 or 4
choice.
times
admitted to
from the
speaking
start
with
of the
has
Iranian
every
Foreign
right
Minister
to
Zarif.
remove
How many
those
times
Three or
did you
four
speak
times
with
our
the
citizens
foreign
in
minister,
their home
previous
state.
the
administration.
Iranian
And
foreign
that's
minister?
How many
exactly
times did you
what
speak
we're
with
doing.
the
during the last
minister?
administration?
The Iranian Foreign Minister Zarif.
And I'll enter into the
During the
record,
last administration.
Mr. Chairman,
that
that
I'll
3 or
enter into
4
the
times.
record.
Let's
The
take that at
IDF
face
destroyed
value.
large percentage
that
of Hezbollah's
3 or
Did you
4
communicate
times. Let's
with
take
them
that at face
using
value.
Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram?
We took
Did you
out
communicate
senior
with
military
them
commanders,
using
recall
Signal,
not only
WhatsApp,
Israeli
Telegram?
but
met him
American
Any other
formally.
and French
I
as
don't
well.
recall how I
course,
communicated with him.
And then we took out their
international
replacements.
formally,
specifically
and then the
I was
replacements
in
are
UNGA
replacements.
in New York.
international.
And we'll
saw
continue
him in
degrading
Munich
I
at
think
the
it was
Munich
in
Security
New
Conference,
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to the
at
leaked-
Munich
According to
Security
leaked audio
Conference, which he was invited to.
provided by the
I
New
saw
York
him.
Times, Zarif
According
said
to
you
leaked
told
audio,
him that Israel attacked Iranian
provided
assets
by
in
the New
Syria
York
at
Times,
least,
Zarif
quote,
said you
at
told
least
him
200
that
times
Israel
and attacked Iranian assets in Syria, such sensitive information.
At least 200 times and
Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do
I
you stand by
absolutely
your
said
previous
I,
denial that that
on the day that report came out,
absolutely
we made
said
it crystal clear
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear
that never took place. It was at a time when there was public
never took place.
It
was at a time
attacks. There was public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did. But I can tell you, I never had that conversation. But I can tell you that I never had
5
years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America. in 2
5
years
years running one of the largest prosecutor's
28 years
offices
in
in
the Senate,
America,
as
2
a
years as
member of the
Lieutenant Governor.
Intelligence Committee,
28 years in the Senate.
This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue. This is why I'm going. I only have a few seconds left. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled around
you don't
and
have to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials you
agreements.
are,
Hold fast till
said,
2024.
you don't have to abide by these
Or a new
agreements.
administration
Hold fast
may
till
be coming in
2024. A new regime
and
or a new
therefore
administration
undermine
may be coming
current
in.
administration diplomacy.
And therefore
find that
undermining
appropriate?
current
I'm not going to speak
administration.
any hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow diplomacy
speaking
undermines
in
American
hypotheticals,
goals.
but I can tell you
Shadow
I never
diplomacy,
engaged.
depending on
Shadow
what involves.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy has
American
also
goals.
saved us.
Shadow
While Israel
diplomacy,
is
depending
committed
on
to
what
achieving
involves.
such
Shadow
goals,
diplomacy is
1963
also
Iran and its
Shadow
terror
diplomacy.
proxies are committed
You look at
to scuttling.
1963 with
missile
That's why
crisis.
one of the best
It was
ways
behind the scenes,
before
back
Iran
channel.
Mr. I would posture that
achieve
your
was
shadow
behind the scenes,
diplomacy
back
now
channel.
has
I would
posture
conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
Now
conference.
has us on the verge
I was
of
conducting
as
shadow
they
diplomacy.
race
I was at a
towards
security
full
conference.
enhancements from 20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of having a nuclear weapon and a nuclear
20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
And the reason that has happened is that
with
Donald
Americans
Trump
we
pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened
no way they
materialized
could have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
much
weapon
sooner
Trump pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement that
agreement.
existed.
There was
And as
no
the Prime
way they
Minister
could
Even
have had
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
I will do
security
everything in
establishment
my
of
power
Israel
to
believed
make
that
it happen.
agreement
Even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
This
the
is an
security
opportunity
establishment of
You're-
Israel
you know,
believed that
President Trump
agreement
pulled
had
out.
done the job.
Chair now
Either way.
recognizes Mr.
You know,
Schneider.
President
Thank you,
Trump
Mr.
just
Waltz.
pulled out.
Yeah, thank
Chair
you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking past
Ladies
each
and
other.
gentlemen,
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
This
Chairman.
war is not
Israel
done.
And here's where I
It's
think
not
we're
over.
really
It's
talking
choice.
past each other.
This is a war
This war is
against
not
Islamic
done.
extremism. It's
To
a
a
war against an
prosperity
ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a
decades,
war against
not 20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more,
as it took
to defeat
decades,
the
decades,
idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years,
the
many
idea
more,
of
to defeat
fascism.
Now I have
It's
a
going to
question.
take
the idea
decades
of communism,
to
to
defeat
defeat
the idea of Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
What
to
choice
defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda's
extremism.
still at war with us.
General
Will your
McKenzie,
nation
by that
stand
statement?
with
you
Israel?
testified yesterday,
Will you
Al-Qaeda is
stand
still at
with
war with us.
democracy?
D.N.I.
You
Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's
with
director
Iran?
of national intelligence,
A brutal
briefed the
dictator?
Congress that
D.N.I.
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
subjugated
intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the West
director of
again
national intelligence
if
briefed the
given the
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda fully intends
The head of
to attack the
Al-Qaeda,
West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has
There must be
pledged
no equivocation.
The head of
allegiance to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
When you
Osama
stand
bin
with
Laden's
Israel,
Except
former
now
deputy
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of the
army,
Taliban.
an
your
air
own
force.
interests.
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work with.
And I
an
think
army,
if things
an air
continue
force.
on the path they are,
Functioning
we're
international
going into
airport.
international currency
through
war.
And I
violence
think if
and
things
terror.
continue
Mr.
on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're not done with this war.
international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned the
confusion.
Mr. Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done
I
with
would have
this
thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would have
learned
thought
the
we would have
lesson
learned the lesson
from
from
Iraq.
Iraq.
Where we pulled out in 2011, Mr. Chairman, you issued
from
a
Iraq,
statement praising that pullout.
where we
as
pulled
ending
out in
that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And yet we
you
found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout as ending
with
that
soldiers
war.
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves
So
3 years
let's
later
look at the situation, because I think the
with
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back
defend
in.
understand
ourselves.
this.
So,
against
but
enemies
let's
who
look
try
at the
to
situation.
commit
I think the
genocide
American
against us.
people need
We
to
pulled out,
understand this.
led to the
We see this
rise
too.
of the ISIS
When
caliphate,
Israel
which
is
was
absurdly
obviously a
abused
more
We pulled out
by the ISIS
led to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate,
Deliberately
which was
starving
Look at all of the
Palestinians in
bases
Gaza.
that we had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went back. We had
Look at
bases
all
in
the
the
bases
Gulf. We had
that
bases
we had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
went back.
in
We
Jordan.
had bases
Of
in the
course,
Gulf.
Israel.
We had bases
Allied
elsewhere.
bases in
Israel.
Cyprus.
In Jordan.
We had allies on the ground
Israel.
in the Kurds.
Allied bases in Cyprus.
We didn't let
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground
government
in
in
the Kurds.
Baghdad and the army
We didn't
in all
let
of the functions of
ISIS
the state.
take over the
We have
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with
army in all of
to
it.
go clean up that
We had
mess.
all
And
of these
why
assets
there's so much to
with
minimize
to
civilian
go clean up that mess.
From
cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we
withdrawal,
lose?
Mr.
And no army
But
is
let's
not
transition over here to
mistaken
Afghanistan. What do we see?
minimize
Do we have,
But let's
General McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over
base
to
in Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
make phone calls
Do
by
we have
millions.
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
Get out of harm's way.
Do we have any
we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of the
Afghanistan?
Kurds?
We do not.
Do we have
We
any
do not.
local
No
allies
options, but
approaching
we
the
do not.
capability
We have the
of
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The Panjshir has been
We do
taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're being
options,
slaughtered
but
right
We
now.
have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance. The
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered right
equipment.
now as we speak.
Allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every
With
morning,
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos.
allies are being slaughtered.
to execution.
We wake up to beheading video,
people being hunted down with our own database.
Execution,
but when and if
to people being hunted down with our own database.
But when, how many soldiers are we going to lose? Because we have no allies on the ground.
How many
we have no
soldiers
bases in the region. Now we're going to get
because
to
we have
really
no
the
allies
crux
on
of
the
issue,
ground,
which is
we
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the region. Now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue.
Those drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
horizon
around
counterterrorism.
Iran and all the way up Pakistan and
those
lose 70 to
drones
80%
fly all
of
the way
their
around
fuel
Iran
before they even
all the way
get
up Pakistan and lose 70 to 80% of
and
their
we
fuel
just saw from the
before
failed
they even
attack
get anywhere near
the botched attack
target. And we just saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-ent intelligence
the botched
confirming what
attack
that drone operator said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
multi-ent intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what
operator would have appreciated
saying.
somebody
Called
on
it
the
in.
ground saying, no, that's a civilian.
And I know that drone operator would have appreciated
So I
somebody on the
appreciate your
ground
candor
saying,
and
no,
saying
that's
how
civilian.
difficult this is going to be.
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
candor in
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to
a
be.
fiction.
There is definitely
The President of the United
here
States is selling this
What
country
we're
a
doing
fiction
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over here,
base access,
nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you
ocean
all need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to be
a
honest
fiction
with
that I
the
think
American
you all
people.
need to own, and we need to be
1984.
honest with the American
exactly
people.
40 years ago.
I am
my major
just
speech here,
livid at the fact of the
I
future
am
Americans
just
that are going to have to go
livid
back
at the
clean
fact
up this
of
mess we are
future
watching
Americans
this war movie
that are going to have to go back
Slotkin experience that we
this
all
mess we are
experienced
watching this war
after
decades
Iraq.
later,
that represented a Slotkin
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we
Against
do in
that
Somalia.
same
We can do what we
The
do in
president
Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary,
well,
you
we
just
can
spoke
do
about
what we do
strike
in
in
Somalia. We
This
can do what we
We
do
have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary,
One
you
more
preached
question,
about a strike in
but
But
Syria.
Abbas,
Do we have any
We have a lot more capability there.
evidence,
One more question.
intelligence
do
or
we have any
otherwise,
this
of
is the man
Pakistani
who
troops
claims
on the
evidence?
ground?
peace with Israel.
Intelligence officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support, or
Taliban.
any
Still
troops on the
paying
ground
hundreds of
assisting the
millions
Taliban, or
I'll
command
take that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr. and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz,
She
your time has
recognizes
expired. That's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Israel's
regional
right to
war.
defend itself.
she
And by the way,
recognizes
they amount to the same thing.
I got to tell
Because if
you,
you can't defend yourself,
Mr. Chairman,
not in our neighborhood.
the more I
tell
listen
you.
to this hearing, the more
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I
Standing
get.
in this podium,
The more I
And
listen
know
to this hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
I
infuriated
told the
sitting
sponsors
here
of that
have to feel the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
have
It's
to
not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know every veteran watching
it's
today
about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's
them
not about
most,
us. It's about
I tell President
General
Abbas,
Milley,
it's
Joe
about
McKenzie,
them.
and
or
all
And I think what
statements
upsets them
would
most
shamefully support that resolution.
from the
Joe
president
McKenzie, or
You're
during
statements
during this evacuation,
from the
including an
president
interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
During the
including
withdrawal,
an interview that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying
national
His name is
television.
once
Generals
respected in
During the
Israel.
withdrawal
advised
on
them
August
to leave
18th,
25
saying
hundred and the
generals
only air base,
never
Bagram air
advised
base
For the
in
Palestinians,
the world,
2,500
sandwiched
and
between
the only
China,
air base,
Russia,
Bagram air base
Iran,
in the world, sandwiched
They know that
between China,
in this
Russia,
swamp of
Iran.
Joe Milley, is that an
After
accurate statement? That
counterterrorism.
there's an
the generals
automatic
never
majority.
advised him to leave
Joe
and
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement?
lid on
Jewish state?
half
The
the world's
generals
terrorist
never advised him
organizations?
to leave
This
and stay behind force to
anti-Israel
keep a
flat
lid
earth
on
society.
half the world's terrorist
Any false
I will
organizations.
tell
charge,
you,
any
what
outlandish
my thoughts were
allegation
at the time.
can muster a majority.
I will tell you.
Well, you let me just.
In the last
You
decade,
testified today. You
There
both
has been
testified
more
repeatedly
resolutions
But
passed
that
let me
you
just-
against
advised the National
testified
Command
today, you
Authority
both testified
we should
repeatedly
leave.
Assembly
that you
Than
advised
advised
the National
entire
Command
including the
world
base.
combined.
We should leave.
That's right.
That's correct.
Actually,
to
Did
stay
President
behind
Trump
more than twice
including
as
the
much.
base.
leave that stay
That's
behind
right.
force despite his stated
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
condemn
because
Israel?
the
Leave that
Taliban
stay behind
didn't meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody
It
out
condemned
because
all
the
the other
Taliban
countries in the
didn't meet
world.
the conditions.
73
Did you then,
times.
and you
That's more
stated
than
today you didn't advise
100 extra
Did you
condemnations
then,
for the
and you
Jewish
stated
state.
today you didn't
You
advise
advised
What
to stay.
hypocrisy.
Biden.
What
That's
a
an
double
inaccurate
standard.
statement. Let's go
What
down
a
the list.
joke.
Let's go back to
So the UN
July
says
of
that's an
2021.
accurate statement. But let's go down the list
President
here.
Biden,
Let's go
there's a
back
likelihood.
to July of 2020.
The likelihood there's going to be the
President
Taliban
Biden,
overrunning
there's a likelihood-
everything and owning the whole country is
The
highly
likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the Taliban overrunning
comport with your
everything and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is
So all
highly
the
unlikely.
In
speeches
fact,
you
you
heard today,
Zach,
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time.
Kabul be
This year.
surrounded.
In fact, you
60
It's not
days.
about
you
Gaza.
just a few weeks later said
It's
Kabul
about
be
Israel.
surrounded
time was if
in
we
30
It's
days.
always been about
military
Israel.
forces, then there was
My
a
About
assessment at the
Israel's
time was
very
the
existence.
zero in U.S. military forces.
and
And I say to you,
with the
until
Taliban
Israel,
takeover.
Would
until the
collapse.
Jewish
But I thought it
state
was going to
is
be-
treated like
I-
other
I
nations,
personally thought it would take
until
over
this
all.
Would collapse.
anti-Semitic
I thought
swamp
it
is
was going
drained,
assessments very wide.
the UN
We're
will
talking
be viewed
within
by
months.
fair-minded people everywhere
15 months of our
Assessments
as
very
nothing
The next one,
We're
there's
talking
going to be
within
no
months.
circumstance circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy.
There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of
an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable.
An embassy of the United States from Afghanistan is not at all comparable with Saigon. This picture proves that not to be the case.
July 8th, 2021. Next one, Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st.
Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done
American citizens left. We're going to stay to get them all out.
There's American citizens
Is that your understanding of the operational planning at the time?
Them all out.
To stay beyond August 31st?
Is that your understanding of the operational planning at the time?
To
stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by
August 31st?
August 31st?
The real war criminals are not in Israel.
But perhaps the most egregious.
Last.
We believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan, with some intention to leave. You both testified today. You just testified, General Milley, that it is impossible to
You
know
both testified today. You just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know.
It was very difficult to know the number.
In fact, is that accurate?
The numbers were accurate.
It was very difficult to know the
Yet
number.
the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000
Yet
Americans.
the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000 Americans
in July of
left
2021,
behind.
Bagram is closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander,
Bagram
General
is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to
Ghani
release
is
our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of
practically
air.
begging us
Joe
to release
McKenzie, you
our
testified
contractors and some
that
little
you
bit
were
of
so
air.
concerned in
Joe
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
that you put up recommendations, including lily pads to get our allies out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations,
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our
putting
allies out,
measures in
and to
place to
take
get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protecting
get our
all
allies
Americans. You were
out,
so concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
Americans. You were so
That's
concerned
what you
in July
testified today.
of 2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact, also, the
recommendations
diplomats on the ground,
That's what
Mr.
you've
Chairman,
testified.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Is that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you?
road,
This is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Is
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Is that shared
Secretary of
you as the
State
Commander of
himself.
the
We will
Was that
never-
shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint
We
Chiefs?
will
Is that
never
shared
need to
you as the
rage
Commander?
I've never seen that.
I think
against
the
the
American
dying of
people
the
would
light.
like to see that.
Because
Chairman,
the torture
here's my
of
question
Israel
for you.
I
will
think
Do you know
the
where the
American people
Secretary
would
of State
like-
was
Chairman, here's
on
my
August
question for you.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of State was?
The day before
on
Kabul
August
fell,
13th?
do you know where the Secretary of State was,
And to the
despite
soldiers-
all
The
of
day
your
before
concerns?
Kabul fell,
State
do
Department
you know where the
wasn't planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post,
Department
he was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was
vacation.
in the Hamptons.
Secretary of State
was
was
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Lincoln. I don't know.
families.
I can't even imagine how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line,
our
Mr. Chairman,
Gold
and thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom
The
line, Mr.
State
Chairman, and
Department,
thank you for
to
your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with this.
had its head up its rear.
The State Department
It
is a
wasn't
military
planning.
term.
It,
had
in
its head
fact,
up its
thought
rear.
Ladies and gentlemen,
wasn't
order.
planning. It,
the
in
good,
fact,
the good
thought
Taliban
we could
terrorists would
just
take
have an
care of the bad
embassy in-
Taliban terrorists.
The good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists would
essentially
take care of the bad
Order, please.
Taliban terrorists.
what happened, and because of that,
I mean,
we didn't
that's
get our people
essentially
out, we didn't get our citizens out, we
what
didn't have
happened,
the force
and
posture,
because of
we
that,
don't
we didn't
have.
get
We
our
didn't
people
have
out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out, we didn't
We
have the force
failed,
posture,
and
we
their
don't
loved
have, we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
because of it.
We failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because of it.
to my Gold Star families. Your
I
government
apologize to you,
failed you.
to my Gold Star
Mr.
families.
President,
There is
Your
a
government
difference, gentlemen, and I
failed
know
you.
you both know this, in
Ladies
taking
and gentlemen,
responsibility
There
and
is a
accountability.
difference, gentlemen, and I know
A lot
you
of
both
people
know
have
this,
taken
in taking
responsibility.
responsibility and
No one
accountability.
has been held
A lot of
accountable.
people have
and
taken
they
responsibility.
deserve
No
but
one
better.
has been held
Your government
accountable,
failed
and
you,
they
and I'll give you an opportunity in my
deserve
time remaining,
but
Mr.
after I
Chairman.
heard
If there's
Your government
anything
failed you.
you
and
all
I'll
would
give
like
you
to
an
say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman,
Rep
if there's
Michael
anything
The time isn't.
you all would like
Thank
to
you,
say
Mr. Chair.
publicly on the record.
Respond, but the time
I
is.
decided to
Thank you,
come
Mr.
here
Chair.
The gentleman
and
Take
set
that one
the
off
record
her.
straight.
They have a
I've
right
talked
to respond.
to these families.
I'd like to,
And I thank you for
I've
that.
met the other families.
I've talked to these families.
And I have committed
And I
to
thank
them,
you for
and
I
will
decided
say
to come
again
here
publicly to all of you.
And
to
I
speak
will
for my
admit it to
people,
them,
get you
and
the
I will do
answers.
so
to
again
speak for my country,
sure that accountability,
to speak
transparency
for the
is
truth.
best. I'm going to do that. Well, Dag, when the break. That's what a soldier
transparency
does.
is
And I'm not going to turn my back on these
And
families.
here's the
Any
truth.
other Gold
That's
Star
what a soldier
families.
does.
Israel
Other Gold
seeks
Star
Turn my back
peace.
on these families.
Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
they deserve accountability.
In exchange with Mr. Mills, just testified under oath in exchange with Mr. Mills, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record
he never owned a private jet.
article here from February 15th, 2023. The John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations.
The John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations.
I personally,
yes, my wife owned a plane. I personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
This article is not inaccurate. Your family owned a plane.
This article is not inaccurate. That your family owned a plane.
Mr. Secretary, here's the issue. This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices,
when we are asking Americans to make
for the common
good,
and your family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private jets,
your family and or yourself
it actually hurts your
are flying around on private jets. That smacks of hypocrisy.
I'll move on. I do not fly on a private jet.
I do not fly
commercially.
Having all of private jets since you've taken this
position.
Having all of private jets since you've taken this
position.
On motorcycles.
On Mill-Air.
I have flown 5 times in the last 2.5 years. Mill-Air, which you also fly on.
Otherwise, all of my trips travel commercial.
Have you flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity?
Have you flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity since you've taken this position?
I just don't.
Possibly once.
I think you need to take the broader point of how
I think I just don't have I think you need to take the broader point of how
we're not asking Americans. We're not asking Americans not to fly.
We're not asking Americans. We're not asking Americans not to fly.
By example, Mr. Secretary, that's what we're at. You
which is why I fly commercially.
By example, Mr. Secretary, that's what we're at.
Your office or the State Department
in that vein, does your office
or
the State Department keep a record of
does that
your
include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Of course. Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
Can you provide those records to Congress? Will you provide those records to Congress?
Can you provide those records to Congress?
Your official travel, taxpayer funded while in this position.
Your official travel, taxpayer funded while in this position.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
To some of the other diplomacy that you conducted in the 2018
other diplomacy
you admitted to speaking with Iranian foreign minister Zarif, quote, 3 or 4 times from the start of the previous administration. How many times
3 or 4 times from the start of the previous administration?
The Iranian foreign minister.
How many times did you speak with the
during the last administration?
The Iranian foreign minister Zarif.
And I'll enter into the
during the last administration.
Hyman's daughter in Bar.
And I'll
3 or
enter
4
the record.
Let's take that at face value.
That 3 or 4.
Did you communicate with him using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram?
Did you communicate with him using
Signal,
WhatsApp, Telegram?
Met him formally.
I don't recall how I communicated with him.
International, specifically, I think it was in UNGA in New York.
International.
I saw him in Munich, Munich Security Conference. He was invited to.
According to leaked audio, provided by the New York Times,
according to leaked audio,
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria. At least 200 times
Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria. At least 200 times in
that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial of that?
Ladies and gentlemen,
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
Never took place. It was at a time when that public
never took place.
It was at a time public. It was in public circulation. I don't know what he did, but I can tell you, I never had that conversation. But I can tell you,
I never had
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America. In 2 years running one of the largest prosecutors' offices in America. as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
This is why I'm going to, I only have a few seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going to, I only have a few seconds left.
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and
official
said,
traveled around
you don't have
and
to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials you
agreements.
are?
Hold fast to
Said
2024.
you don't have to abide by these
or a new
agreements.
administration
Hold
may
fast
be
to
coming in
2024. A new regime
and
or a
therefore
new administration may be coming
current
in.
administration diplomacy.
And therefore undermining current
I'm not going to speak to
administration.
any hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Would you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow diplomacy undermines
I have a
American
message.
goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on
Shadow
what involved.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy has
American
also saved us
Shadow
from the war.
diplomacy,
We will
depending on
strike
what
you.
Look at
involved. Shadow
1963.
There is no place.
saved us
with,
from the war.
the
Look at 1963 with
missile crisis. It was behind the scenes, back
Mr.
channel
Speaker, I would posture that
It
your
was
shadow
behind the scenes.
diplomacy
Mr.
now
I
has
would-
been
I would-
I was
on
conducting
at
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
now
matter.
has
on the
been
verge
I was
floating
conducting
as they
shadow
race
diplomacy. I was at
towards
security
full
That is
enrichment
now
from 20% to 60%.
as they race
on the verge of
towards
having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment
nuclear
from 20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle
on
East.
the verge
And
of
the
having
reason that has happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other administrations.
And the reason that has happened is that
winning.
Donald Trump
We
pulled
don't
out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There
that
was
happened,
no
my
way
friend,
they could have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement
agreement.
that existed.
There was no
And
way they
even
could have had
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon.
security
Ladies and
establishment of
gentlemen,
Israel
existed.
believed that
Israel
And
agreement
even
had done
in
the
Israel,
job.
the security
Iran
establishment
and
of
the
Israel
Seven-Year War.
believed that
Trump
agreement
The
pulled
had
line
done the job.
separating the
Chair now
blessing
recognizes
occurs.
Mr. Schneider.
Not
President
being
Trump
walked.
pulled out.
Yeah,
Chair
thank you,
now
Mr. Chairman.
recognizes
And
Mr.
here's where I
Schneider.
think we're
Thank
really
you, Mr.
talking
Waltz. I
past each other.
presented here last
Thank you,
year.
Mr. Chairman.
This war is not
The map
done.
of
Here's where I
It's
think
not
we're
over.
really talking past each other.
It shows
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
It's not
It's
over.
a war against an
Forming the
ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a
decades,
war
not
against
20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more,
as it took
to defeat
decades,
the idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years,
the
many
idea
more.
of fascism. It's going to take
The idea
decades
of
to
communism,
defeat the idea of Islamic extremism.
It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
General
You
McKenzie,
stand by that statement?
you testified yesterday,
Now look at
Al-Qaeda
this
is still at war with
second
us.
DNI
You
Haynes,
stand by that statement?
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully
look at the
intends
Direct
to attack
Biden's
the West
director of
again.
national intelligence briefed the
given the
Congress
chance.
that Al-Qaeda fully
The
intends
head of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
Iran
deputy,
just
has pledged
the
head of
allegiance to the head of the
Al-Qaeda,
Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's former
Except now they
deputy
have an
was
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of
army,
the
an
Taliban.
Air
Shut down
Force.
international
Except
law.
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state
It
to
cuts
work
off
with,
trade.
an
I think
army,
if things
an Air
continue
Force.
on the path they are,
Functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport.
international
Nations from
currency.
within.
And I think if
So,
things
and
continue
Mr.
on
Chairman,
the path they are,
respectfully, we're not
possibly
done with
billions
this
in
war.
international
On the one
currency.
hand,
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
On one
Mr.
hand,
Secretary,
I
you
would have
learned
thought
the
we
lesson
would have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
future of
I would have
both.
thought,
where
Mr.
we pulled
Secretary,
out in
you learned the
2011,
lesson.
Mr. Chairman, you
A
issued
dark
a
future of
statement
despair.
praising that pullout.
Where we
And if
pulled
you
out
think
in
this
2011,
dark
Mr.
map-
Chairman,
And yet
you
we found
issued a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
that pullout
If
as
you
with
think
ending
soldiers
that war.
going
then you
back
should
in.
And yet we
think
found
again.
ourselves
So,
3 years
let's
later
look at the
Because
situation. I
Iran
think the
is
American
soldiers
people
going
need to
back in.
understand this.
If it's not checked,
But let's look at the
will
situation. I think the
endanger
American
every
people
single
We
need to
pulled out,
country in the
led
Middle
the
East.
rise of the ISIS caliphate,
And
which
many,
was
many
obviously
countries
a
in
We
the
pulled
rest
out,
of the world.
led the
entity
rise of
from
the ISIS
Iran
caliphate,
poses
which
radicalism.
was
Look at all
well
the bases
beyond the
that
Middle
we
East.
had
entity
to
from-
deal with
That's
when
why
we went back.
it funds
we had
terrorism
bases in the
on
Gulf.
five
We had bases in
had
Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
Turkey,
built back.
in
We
Jordan,
had bases in
of
the
course,
Gulf.
Israel,
We had bases in
allied
Kuwait.
bases
We had
in
bases
Cyprus.
world.
in Jordan.
We had allies
Of
on
course,
the
in
ground, the
Israel,
Kurds.
Allied
The world
bases
is a
in
peace
Cyprus.
We didn't let
He turns
We had
ISIS
allies
take
on
over
the
the
ground
government
in
in
the Kurds.
Baghdad
Repression.
and the army
We didn't
in all
let
of the countries.
ISIS take over the
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
with
army in all of the
to go
And
clean
that
up
appeasement
that
must
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to work
soldiers and
with
lives
to
did
go
we
clean
lose
up that mess.
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken did we lose?
Mr. Chairman.
From cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see?
Do we have, General McKenzie, do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
What do we see?
Do we have a base in Afghanistan now?
Should not only
Do we have
support
any
we have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of the
They
Kurds?
should join Israel.
Do we have any local
No,
allies?
Israel
options
is
are
stopping
being
Iran's
given. We have the
nuclear
Northern Alliance.
weapons
The
program.
Panjshir has been taken.
not.
Frankly,
No,
they're being
options,
slaughtered right
We
now
have
as
the
we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has been
weapons.
taken.
this body
Frankly,
and
they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we
We're
speak.
gonna have a
Allies are being
our
deliberation
slaughtered.
weapons.
in a few months.
Every
With
morning,
our
we
damn
wake up to
equipment.
beheading
Our
videos
Allies are
security
being
council.
slaughtered. to
snap
execution,
back
we
UN
wake up
Security
to beheading
Council
videos, people being
sanctions
hunted
Iran.
down with our own
Because we must all
executions,
do
but when
everything
and
in our power
if, to people being
You
hunted
have to
down
present
with our
options
own
to the
database,
president.
sure that
but
Iran
when, how many
never
soldiers
gets
are we going to
nuclear
lose?
weapons.
Present options
Because
to
we
the
have no
president.
allies on the ground.
How many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in
going
the
to lose?
region.
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
really
no
the
allies
crux of
on
the
the
issue,
ground.
Decades.
which is
We
over
have
the
no
horizon
bases in the
I've been
region.
counterterrorism.
Now
warning
we're
the
going to
world
get to
against
really the
Iran's
crux of the
nuclear
Those
issue.
drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the
horizon
way
Our
around
actions
Iran,
delayed this
all the way up Pakistan, and
Those
lose 70
drones
to
have to
80%
fly
of
all
their
the way
fuel
around Iran
before they
But we
even
haven't
get
stopped
anywhere
Pakistan and
near
lose 70 to
the
80%
target.
of
And
their
we just
fuel
We haven't
saw
stopped
from the
before
failed
they even
attack
get
Iran now
anywhere near
seeks to
the botched
weaponize
attack,
the nuclear
and we just
program.
saw
that you have to
from
have
the failed attack
multi-intelligence
of the botched
confirming with
attack
our drone operators.
that you have to have
called it in.
all your countries.
multi-intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
with
operator would
sake
have
of the
appreciated
peace
somebody
and
on the
the
ground
entire
saying,
world.
no, that's a civilian.
And I know
must
that
hold
drone
on.
operator would
Let that
appreciate
happen.
So I
somebody on the
appreciate
ground
your
I assure
candor
you,
in
no,
saying
that's
how
a
Israel
civilian.
will
difficult
do
this is going to
everything in
be.
its power.
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the
your
United
It
States
doesn't
is
help.
selling
difficult
this
this is
country
going to be.
fiction.
But
That
the
we can
President
do
of the
over
United
here
States
with
is
nothing.
selling this country
What we're doing
fiction.
over here
So, ladies
that
and
we
gentlemen,
can
with
do
neighboring
over
base
here
access,
nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean
is
access.
simple.
with neighboring
That is
base
a
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you
ocean
all need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to be
a
honest
fiction that
with
I
the
think
American
you
people.
all need to own, and we need to be honest
our Arab partners,
with the American
and the rest
people.
of the world.
I am
Or will it be the
just
curse in which Iran and
livid
its
at the
proxies
fact of the
I-
future
I-
Americans
I am
chaos
just
that are going to have to go
livid
back
at
to
the
clean up
fact
this
of
mess.
the
We are
future
watching this
has
war
already
movie
made its
that are going to have to
representative
go back.
Slotkin experience that
decided
we
to
all
advance
As we are
Experience.
watching this war
after
movie
Iraq.
that
We're building
represent
a
a
partnership
Slotkin
for
The
experience that
president
we
with
all
our
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can
fighting
do
the
what we do in
forces of terror.
Somalia. We can
The
do what
threat
we do
president
in Syria.
continues to
Mr.
say,
Secretary,
well,
you
we're
just
gonna
briefed
do
about a
what we do
strike
in
in
Somalia.
Syria.
We can do what we
Men
do
We have
and
a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
Mr.
there.
Secretary,
One
you
more
just briefed about a
question.
strike in Syria.
Do we have
Hamas's
any
We have a
army
lot
that
more
once
capability
ruled
there.
evidence,
One more question.
On October
intelligence
7th,
Do
or
we have any
otherwise of
Today,
Pakistani troops on the
that
ground?
invasion into Israel.
Intelligence officers,
That
air
terror
support, or
army
any
numbered
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the
Taliban
ground.
or command and
Intelligence
control
officers, air
assisting the
support,
Taliban.
or any troops on the ground
For
assisting the
instance,
Taliban or
I'll
command
take
and
that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr. and
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr. and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
The
regional
IDF
war.
was killed
And Chair recognizes
more than
witnesses
half of these
coming
terrorists.
in. I got to
Thank you,
tell
Mr.
you,
Destroyed
Chair.
over 90%
Mr. Chairman,
of the rocket
for
arsenal.
coming in.
the
And
more I
again,
listen to
these
this hearing,
segments
the more
Mr. Chairman,
infuriated I get.
Tunnel network.
The more
And
I listen
know
to this
military
hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
family
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to feel the
and I
same
know
way. I know every
the
veteran
Gold Star
watching
family
today
sitting
has to
here
feel the same way.
have to
It's not
feel
about
the
us.
same
It's
way.
about
I know every veteran
Hamas's
watching
It's
today
about them.
has to
And I
feel
think
the
what
same way.
upsets
It's not
them
about
most,
us. It's about
General Milley,
23
it's about
McKenzie,
them.
are
And
some
I
of
think
the
what upsets
statements
them
Now to
most
complete our victory.
from the
General Milley,
president
McKenzie, are some of the
during
statements
this
Hamas is
evacuation,
remaining
from the
including an
president
interview that the president
during
gave on
this
national
during this
television.
evacuation,
During
including
the
an
withdrawal
interview
on
that the
August
president
18th
gave on
saying
national television.
generals
All the while,
During the withdrawal
advised
on
me
August
to
18th, saying
2500 and
the
the
generals
only
remain
air-based
focused
Bagram
on
air
our
base
sacred
in the
mission.
world,
Bring
sandwiched
and the
between
only
China,
air-based
Russia,
Bagram air base
We will
Iran,
not
in
stop
the world,
until
sandwiched
that
between
counterterrorism
China,
is complete.
Russia, Iran.
General
and a
Milley, is that an
platform to stay
accurate
after
statement that
counterterrorism.
Now,
the
ladies and
generals never
gentlemen,
advised
even
him
with
to leave
General
and
Milley,
stay
is that an
behind
accurate
force to keep a
statement?
lid
Military
on half the
capability.
world's
Generals
terrorist
never advised him
organizations?
to leave and stay behind
terrorists
force to
still
keep a
exercise
lid
some governing
on
power
half the
in
world's
Gaza.
terrorist
I will
organizations.
tell
By
you
stealing the food
what my thoughts were
that
at
we
the time.
enable ad agents,
I will
sorry,
tell
that
you.
we
Well,
enable
let me
aid
just,
agents
you
to bring
testified
into
today,
Gaza.
you both testified
Hamas
repeatedly
steals the food.
What you-
that you
let me just- you
advised
testified
National
today,
Command
you
Authority
both testified
we should leave
repeatedly
They feed their
that
bellies.
you
stay behind
the national
And then they
command,
fill
including
their
the base.
coffers
We should
with
leave
money
it.
that they extort from their own
Did
Stay
President
behind
Trump
including the base.
They
leave
sell
that
the
stay
special
behind force
foods.
despite his stated
Did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
absorb it in
because
prices?
the
Leave
Taliban
that stay
didn't
behind
meet
that's
force
how they
despite
stay
his
strong.
stated desire to get everybody
this
out
too
because the
has
Taliban
command,
didn't meet
and
the
we're working to
conditions.
bring it
Did you
to an
then, and you stated today you didn't advise
Did you then, and you
to pull
stated today
everybody
you
out.
didn't
You
advise
And the
to
reason
stay.
is simple.
Biden.
So that's
Because
an
if
inaccurate
Hamas stays
statement.
in
Let's go
power,
down the
you
list.
advised
here.
them to
Let's go
stay.
back to
rearm,
July
That's
of
an inaccurate
2021.
statement. But let's go down the list.
President
again,
Biden,
and
there's
again,
a likelihood,
as it is
July
allowed
of
to do.
2020.
the likelihood there's going to be the
Hamas has
Taliban
not
overrunning
recovered.
everything and owning the whole country is
The
highly
likelihood
unlikely.
there's going to be the Taliban overrunning
comport with your
everything and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact, you
Just imagine.
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul
Well,
be
Hamas has
surrounded
to
in
stay.
In fact,
in
you
60 days.
you just a few weeks later
Post-war
said
Gaza
Kabul be
system.
surrounded.
Imagine
was if
in
we
30
went
60
zero
days.
in
in a
U.S. military
post-war
forces, then
situation
the
My
in World
assessment
War
of
II.
time was if we
Imagine
went to
allowing
zero
the
in U.S.
defeated
military
Nazis in
forces,
1945
ISF
to
with the
rebuild
Taliban
Germany.
taking over.
It's
collapse.
inconceivable.
But I thought it was
It's
going to be-
ridiculous. It
I-
didn't
I
happen
personally
then.
thought it
It's not going to
would
happen
fall.
now.
Would collapse.
Somewhere
But I
around
thought it was
Thanksgiving.
going to be.
Assessments
I
vary widely.
personally thought
We're talking within months.
somewhere around Thanksgiving.
months of our
Assessments vary widely.
The next one,
We're
there's going
talking
to be
with
no
this.
circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy.
There's going to be no circumstance where you see people
don't
being
seek to
lifted
settle
off the roof
Gaza.
of
an embassy of the
What we
United
seek
States from Afghanistan. It's
demilitarize
not at all
and
comparable
deradicalize
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
This
from
Only then
Afghanistan.
proves that
It's not at all
Only
comparable
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon.
This
picture
round of
proves
fighting
that not to
will
be the
be
case.
July
last
8th,
round.
2021. Next one,
We're
Americans
ready
should
to
understand
regional and
we're
other
going to try to
parties
get it all done
support a
before
local
August
Next one,
31st.
Americans
And
should
if
understand
you're an
we're
American,
going to try to get it all
there's
done
American
before
citizens
August
left.
31st. And if
We're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
I have
there's
a
American
message.
citizens
Was that your
left.
understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at the
to get
time?
them all out.
To stay beyond
go.
August 31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational
planning to get
planning
out
at the
by
time?
August 31st?
To stay
All of
beyond
them.
August 31st, or were
Those
you
alive
planning to
today
get out by
Last.
August
must be
31st?
returned alive.
But
And the
perhaps
remains of
the most
those whom you
egregious.
brutally killed
Last.
We
must
believe
be
about
returned
100
to
to
their
200
families.
Americans remain in
Those families
Afghanistan.
here with us
With
today,
some
believe
intention to
about
leave.
100
You both
200
testified
Americans
today,
remain
and
in
you
Afghanistan.
testified,
For their loved
General
ones.
Milley,
Some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified today.
Remember.
You just
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was impossible
It
to
was
know.
very difficult to know.
This
that.
war,
In
Very
fact,
difficult.
is that
I don't think
accurate?
the numbers were accurate.
It was very difficult to know.
Ladies
that.
and
Yet the State
Very
Department's
difficult.
revised
This
that number
war can
since
come
to
to
nearly
an end
1,000
Yet the
Americans.
State
All that
Department's
has to
revised
happen
that number
behind.
since to
Is for
nearly
us to surrender.
1,000
Look,
Americans.
in July of
arms,
2021,
left behind.
And release
Bagram
all
is
that.
closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of 2021,
four-star commander, General
Bagram is
Milley.
closing.
Ghani
We're
is
withdrawing
visiting
our
President
four-star commander,
Biden, practically
General Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some little
that
bit
you
of
were
air
so
support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
In Lebanon.
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations
concerned in July of
including lily pads to
2021
get our
Quintessential
allies
terror.
out,
that you put up
putting pieces in
recommendations
place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting
out,
measures in
and
place
to
to
take
get our
care of
American
what American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to
protecting
get our
all
allies
Americans. You were
out,
so
and
concerned
to
in
take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should do,
those
which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
Americans. You were so
That's what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
2021. You
And
put
in
those
fact,
recommendations.
also the diplomats on the ground,
That's what you
Mr.
testified
Chairman,
today. That's correct.
sent a
And it is
dissent
In fact,
cable.
also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you
in the
continue
last
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if you
cable shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
Was
going
that
to the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you? This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
with you as
State
the Commander of
himself.
Everson?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander of
refugees in their own
Everson?
I
land.
think the American people would like to see
Hezbollah
that.
turned
Chairman,
vibrant
here's
towns
my
in the
question
north of
for you.
Israel.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman,
So
here's
on
my question.
August
about this.
13th?
Do you know where the Secretary of
equivalent
State
American
was?
The day before
On
Kabul
August
fell,
13th,
do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite
The
all
day
of your
before
concerns,
Kabul fell,
State
do you
Department
know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting our
Despite
people
all of
out.
your concerns,
According to the Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in the
wasn't planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people
He
out.
was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in
vacation.
the Hamptons.
Secretary of State
was
Blinken.
in the
I don't know.
Hamptons on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how that
Here's
makes
the bottom line, Mr.
our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the
Enough
bottom line,
The
is
Mr.
State
enough.
Chairman.
Department,
Thank you
to
for your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term,
close with
had
this.
its head up its rear.
The State Department, to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
term,
It,
had
in
its
fact,
head up its
thought
rear.
we could
Until our
just have an
It
citizens
embassy
wasn't
and
return
planning.
safely to their
It,
homes.
in
good,
fact,
the good
thought
We will not
Taliban terrorists
accept
will
just have
take
an
care of the
embassy.
bad
Our army
Taliban
perched
terrorists.
on our northern
the
border.
good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists will
essentially
take care of the bad
another
Taliban
October 7th
terrorists.
What
style
happened,
massacre.
and because of that,
I mean,
we
that's
didn't get our
essentially-
people out, we didn't get our citizens out,
Hezbollah
we didn't have
brazenly
a force
returned-
And because
posture,
of that, we didn't get our people out, we didn't get our
facing-
citizens out, we didn't
We
have a
failed,
force posture,
and
we
their
didn't-
loved
we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
facing
because
away
of
from
it.
our borders.
We failed, and
Instead,
their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead.
Up
to
to our our border.
Because of it.
To my Gold Star families, your government
apologize to you.
failed you.
To my Gold Star families,
there is
your
a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility.
There is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility and
no
accountability.
one has been held.
A lot of people have taken responsibility.
No
one
has
been held
your government
accountable.
failed you. And I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman. If
Your government failed you.
You all would
give
like
you an
to say
opportunity in my
publicly
time
on the
remaining,
record.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything
And in the private
you all would like to say publicly on the record.
They endanger their own people.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They put a missile in every kitchen,
They have a right to
a rocket in every garage.
And I thank you for
I
that.
said to the people of Lebanon this week,
These families.
get out of the
And I
death
thank you for
trap
that.
that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours.
I'm not going to turn my back on
As
these
long as
families.
Hezbollah chooses the path
That's
of
what a
war,
soldier does.
Israel has no choice And Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary,
They deserve accountability,
in exchange
Mr.
with Mr.
Chairman,
Mills,
and
you
thank you, gentlemen.
just
Mr.
testified
Secretary,
under oath
just this
in
week,
exchange
with Mr. Mills,
the IDF destroyed
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
testified
enter the
under
record
oath
an
in their own private jet.
article here from February
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record
2023
article
John Kerry family
not only
private
shed
jet
their
was
blood,
sold shortly after
American
accusations.
and
John Kerry family
Hypocrisy.
private jet was
And then we
sold
took out
Secretary,
their
you stand by
replacement.
that testimony
accusations
that
of
you've
And then the
owned
replacements
or
of their replacement.
I
Mr.
personally,
Secretary, you stand by that
I
testimony?
personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
I personally, family, I, your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a
Not
plane.
in a number of
So
years.
flew on that
I have
plane.
flown on it,
And
sure.
this article has not been inaccurate.
Not
that
in
your
a
family
number
owned
of
a
years,
plane.
but I have flown on it, sure.
You
This
flew on a
article has
plane.
not
Ladies
been
and gentlemen,
inaccurate, that your family owned
My
a plane.
wife,
We're committed to
my wife
You
owned
flew
a
on a
plane.
plane.
Here's the issue.
Yeah.
My
This
wife,
isn't some kind of
Mr.
partisan
Secretary, my wife
gotcha.
owned a
Here's
plane.
When we are asking
But you
Americans
realize
to
this
make
isn't some kind of
serious
partisan gotcha.
sacrifices
When we are asking Americans to make
for the common
serious
good,
sacrifices,
and your family and or yourself
for the common
are
good,
flying around on private
and
jets,
your
that
family
smacks
and
of
or
hypocrisy.
yourself
It actually hurts
are
your
flying
cause.
around on
Mr.
private
Secretary, but
jets,
I'll
that smacks of
move on.
hypocrisy.
I want to know from a record
Afford
standpoint.
me the
Mr. Secretary,
right,
I'll
at least
move
to set
on.
the
I
record
just want to know
straight.
from a record standpoint.
I
the right,
do not
at least
fly
to set the record
on
straight.
a private jet.
I
The millions of
I
do
do
not
not
fly
fly. I
back
fly
to
commercially.
jet.
across
Have you
the
all
world.
of private
I
jets
do
since you've
not
taken
fly.
this
I
position?
fly
Besides
commercially.
Saudi Arabia.
Have you
On
flown
all
on
of
a private
those
jet
five
since you've
times
taken
in
this
the last
position?
2.5 years
tourism.
on Mill-Air.
I have
which
flown
you
5
also fly
times
on,
in the last 2.5
and
years
well, some of you
on
travel
Mill-Air,
fly on.
which you
5
also
times.
fly on.
Otherwise,
And
all of my
less than
trips
such a
are
piece
commercial.
flying.
Have you
airlines.
5
flown on a
times.
private jet in a
Otherwise,
personal
all
or
of my
official
trips
capacity
are
since you've
commercial
taken
Have
this
you
position?
flown on a
Of our
private
two
jet
countries.
in a personal or
Possibly
official
one.
capacity
Tourism
since you've
across
taken
the
this
region.
position?
I don't. I
It will
think.
help
I just don't.
transform
I
the Middle
don't
East.
think
I think you need to
into
take
a
the broader
global
point
giant.
of how
I
this
think-
appears
I
to
just
the
don't have-
American
No,
people as
I
we're asking
think you
them
need
to
to
take
take the
that.
broader
Listen,
point.
you-
How
We're
this
not
appears
asking
to the
Americans.
American
We're
people.
not
We're
asking
them to take
Americans
that.
not to
Listen,
fly.
We're not asking Americans. We're not asking
No,
Americans
saying
not
don't
to
You
fly.
lead by
Would you know-
example,
you're
Mr.
trying
Secretary.
to
That's what we're at.
create-
Which is why
No,
I fly
we're asking you to
commercially.
lead by
Which is
example,
why I
Mr.
fly.
Secretary.
In
That's
that
what we're
vein,
at.
does your
Which is why I
office
fly
Others to
commercially.
lead by example.
Which
or
is
the
why
State
I
Department
fly-
keep
In
a
that
record of
vein,
your
does
official
your
travel and
office,
scheduled meetings?
While
or
Israel
the
is
State
committed
Department keep
to
a record of
achieving
Does
your
that
official
include the
travel?
individuals you're scheduled
Iran
to meet
and
with?
its terror proxies are committed
Does
to
that include the
scuttling.
individuals you're scheduled to meet
That's
with?
why
Can you
one
provide
of the
the-
best
can you
ways
provide those
to
records
avoid
to
Iran's
Congress?
nefarious designs
Will you provide
Can you
those
provide
records to
the-
Congress?
Can you
Of
provide
people
those
I've met
records
with?
to Congress?
Such a peace
Your
would be
official
the
Will you provide
foundation
those
Your
records
official
to
travel,
Congress?
taxpayer
even
funded.
water
met with
free
while
for
in this
Hanukkah.
position.
Your official travel.
Thank
And
you.
that
I
aligns
appreciate
with
that.
the United
Taxpayer
States,
Commitment.
Israel,
Switching
Kurds, and Arab peace partners,
topics
I
Saudi
appreciate
Arabia,
that.
to
and
some of
others
the
switching
other
choose
diplomacy
the blessing
topics
you've
here.
conducted in
Uh,
2018
security and
other
prosperity
diplomacy
across the
you-
Middle
You
East,
conducted
admitted to
enormous
speaking with
benefit
Iranian
to the
Foreign
rest of the
Minister
world.
Zarif,
You
quote, 3 or 4 times
admitted
from
to
the
speaking
start
with
of the
Iranian
previous
foreign
believe
administration.
this
Zarif,
vision
How many
quote,
times
3 or
did you
4
speak
times
with
from
the
the
much
start
sooner
of the
than
previous
people think.
the
administration?
Iranian Foreign Minister?
as
How many
Prime
times did
Minister
you
of Israel,
speak with the
I will
during
do
the last
everything in
administration?
my
the
power
Iranian Foreign
to
Minister
make it happen.
Zarif?
And I'll
This
enter
is
into
an
the record,
last
Mr.
administration.
that we and the world
that,
should
that
not
and I'll
3 or
enter
4
the
times.
record,
So let's take that at face value.
That 3 or
Did
4
you
times.
communicate
Let's
with
take
him
that at face
using
value.
Signal, WhatsApp,
Ladies and
Telegram?
gentlemen,
Did you communicate with him
Israel
using
recall.
Signal,
I
WhatsApp,
communicated with him.
Telegram?
Met him
Any other
formally.
I don't
to a
recall
bright
how I
age of
communicated with him.
prosperity and peace.
International,
formally,
specifically, I think it was in
have also
UNGA
made
in New
their
York.
choice.
International.
I
They
saw
want to
him
move
in
back.
Munich
Specifically, I
at
think
the
it was in
security
New
conference
York.
which he was invited
I
to.
saw
According
him
to
in
leaked-
Munich
Now I have a
at the
question.
Munich
According to
security
leaked audio,
conference, which he was
provided by the New York Times, according to leaked audio that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least, Zarif said you told 200 times Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria, at least sensitive information. At least 200 times. Now, that was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial?
That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that that
on the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear.
On this day that report came out, we made it crystal clear
that never took place.
Yes, we're defending ourselves.
It was at a time
but we're also
that
defending
public
you
never took
against
place.
the common enemy.
It was at a
of
time
violence and terror.
It was public.
It was in public circulation. I don't know what he's
there's no confusion about
public.
But I can tell you that
I don't know what he's confusing or what he did. But I can tell you that I never had
5 years
and
running one of the largest
I can tell you
prosecutors' offices in America. In 5
years
as
running one of the largest prosecutors
28 years in the Senate,
America,
as
2
a
years
member of the Intelligence Committee,
28 years in the Senate.
This is why I'm going. I only have 8 seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is why I'm going. I only have 8 seconds left.
Would you find it
This is why I'm
appropriate if
raising
a
that
former
issue.
Trump administration official traveled around
Would you find it
and talked to the same
appropriate if a
officials
former
you
Trump
are
administration
and said,
official traveled around
you don't
and
have to
talked to the
abide by
same
these
officials you
agreements.
are?
Hold fast till
Said,
2024.
You don't have to abide by these
Or a new
agreements.
administration
Hold
may
fast
be
till
coming in.
2024.
That's
A
more
new
than
regime
3,000
And
calories a
therefore
day.
undermine
may be coming
current
in.
administration diplomacy.
and
you
therefore
find that appropriate?
undermining current
I'm not going to speak
administration.
to any hypotheticals, but I can tell you
Do you
I
find that
never
appropriate?
engaged in that.
Shadow diplomacy
going to say
undermines
hypotheticals,
American
but I
goals.
can tell you
Shadow
I never
diplomacy,
engaged.
depending on
Shadow
what involves.
diplomacy
Shadow
undermines
diplomacy
That's why we
saved
so
us
Shadow
much to
war.
minimize it.
depending on
I
what
look at
involves. Shadow
1963
diplomacy
with
also
Jack,
saves
with
war. If you look at
And no army
1963
has done
missile
what Israel
crisis.
has done.
It was behind the scenes, back
Mr.
channel.
Secretary, I would posture that
It was
your
behind
shadow
the scenes,
diplomacy
back
Mr. Secretary,
now
I
has us
would
on the
I
verge
wasn't
posture
conducting
that
shadow
your
diplomacy.
shadow
I was at a
diplomacy
security
now
council.
has us on the verge
I was
of
conducting
as
shadow
they
diplomacy.
race
I was at a
towards
security
full
That is
council.
now
enrichment, 20% to 60%,
as they race
on the verge of
towards
having a
full
nuclear weapon and a
enrichment,
nuclear
20%
arms
to
race
60%
in the Middle East.
on the verge
And
of
the
having a
reason that has
nuclear
happened is that Donald Trump pulled out of the
in the
agreement.
other administration.
And the reason that has happened is that Donald
Americans
Trump
beat
pulled out of the
undermine
agreement.
other
Pulled out of
administrations.
that agreement.
The reason
There was
that happened
no way they could have had a
because
nuclear
Donald
weapon
Trump pulled out
under
of
the
that
agreement
agreement.
that existed.
There was no way they
Even
could have had
in
a
Israel,
nuclear
the
weapon
security
under the
establishment of
agreement that
Israel
existed.
believed that agreement
Even
had done
in
the
Israel's
job.
security establishment of Israel believed that agreement had done the job.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz.
Chair now
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Here's where I
Schneider.
think we're really talking past each other.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This war is not done.
And here's where I think
not
we're
over.
really talking past each other.
This is a war
This war
against
is not
Islamic
done.
extremism.
Not
It's
over.
a war against an ideology.
This is a
And just
war
as it
against
took
Islamic
decades,
extremism. It's a war against
not 20 years,
ideology.
not 30 years,
And
many
just
more,
as it
to
took
defeat
decades,
the idea
not
of
20 years,
communism,
not
to
30
defeat
years,
the idea of fascism. It's going to take
the idea
decades
of communism
to
to
defeat the idea of Islamic
of
extremism.
fascism. It's going to take
General
decades
McKenzie,
to defeat the
you
idea
testified
of
yesterday,
Islamic
Al-Qaeda is
extremism.
still at war with us.
General McKenzie,
Stand by that statement?
you testified yesterday, Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
DNI Haynes,
Stand by that statement.
Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed the Congress that
DNI
Al-Qaeda
Haynes,
fully intends
direct
to attack
Biden's
the West
director of
again.
national intelligence, briefed the
given the
Congress that
chance.
Al-Qaeda fully
The head
intends
of
to attack
Al-Qaeda,
the West again.
Osama bin Laden's
If
former
given the
deputy,
chance.
has pledged
Take it from
The head
allegiance
of
to the head of
Al-Qaeda,
the Taliban.
Osama bin Laden's
Except
former
now
deputy
they have an
has
entire
pledged
state to
allegiance
work
to
with,
the
an
head of
army,
the Taliban.
an air force,
Except
functioning
now they have an
international
entire
airport.
state to work
That's
with,
And
an
I
army,
think if things
an air
continue on
force,
the path they are,
functioning
possibly
international
billions in
airport.
international currency reserves.
And I think if
So,
things
Mr.
continue on the
Chairman,
path they are,
respectfully, we're
possibly
not done with
billions
this
in
war.
international currency.
I would have thought we would have learned
Mr.
the
Chairman,
lesson from
respectfully,
Iraq.
we're not done with
I would
this
have thought,
war.
Mr. Secretary,
I
you
would
would
have
learn the
thought we would
lesson
have learned the lesson
from Iraq.
4 decades
I
later,
thought where
Mr.
we pulled out in
Secretary, you would learn
2011,
the
Mr.
lesson.
Chairman,
myself
you issued a
defending Israel.
statement praising that
against
pullout.
Where we
as
pulled out in
ending that war.
2011, Mr. Chairman,
And
you
we
issued
found
a
ourselves
statement
3 years
praising
later
And
that
who's leading
pullout
the
as
charge
with
ending that
soldiers
this
war.
time?
going back in.
And yet we found ourselves
So
3
Hamas.
years
let's
later.
look at the situation because I
But
think the
Hamas
American
is
people
going
need to
back in.
understand this.
Palestinian Authority
Let's look at the
president.
situation.
Here we
I think
have
the
Hamas.
American people need
We
to
pulled out,
This is the
led
man
to the
who claims
rise
he
of the
wants
ISIS
peace with Israel.
caliphate,
Here we
which
have
was
Iraq.
obviously
Yet
a
he
more
We
still
pulled out,
refuses
led to the
entity
rise
from
of the ISIS
Al-Qaeda.
caliphate,
Of
which
October
was
7th.
Look at all of the
more
bases
still
that we
paying
had
entity
to
from
deal with when we
Al-Qaeda.
went
Terrorists who
back.
murder
We had
Israelis
bases
and
in the
Americans.
Gulf. We had
that we
bases
had
in Kuwait.
to
We
deal
had
with
bases
when
in
we
The
Turkey.
more you
went
murder,
in
the more you
We
Jordan.
had
get paid.
bases in the
Of course, in
Gulf.
Israel.
We had bases in
Allied
Kuwait.
bases
Still
in
wages
Cyprus.
unremitting
Jordan.
We had
diplomatic
allies on the
warfare
ground in the Kurds.
against
Allied
Israel's
bases
right
in
to exist
Cyprus.
We didn't let
and against
We had
Israel's
allies
right to
on the
defend
ground in the
itself.
Kurds.
By the way,
Baghdad
they
and the
amount to
armies
We
the
didn't
and
same.
all
let
of the functions.
ISIS
Because
take
you can't
over the
defend
We had
government
all of
in
these
Baghdad
assets to
and
work
the
on
army and all of the
to go
forces.
clean up
Maybe not in your
that
We had
mess.
all of these
How many
assets to
soldiers'
work
Standing in
with
this
lives
podium
to
did
go
we
clean
lose?
up
40 years
that
ago,
mess. less?
from cleaning
How
up
many
that
soldiers and lives
mistaken
did we lose
But
from cleaning up
let's
that
transition over here to Afghanistan. What do we see?
Mr. Chairman.
Do we have,
But let's
General
let's
McKenzie, do we have a
transition
single
over here
base
to
in Afghanistan
What
now?
do we see?
I tell
Do we
you,
have
Do we have a
General
base
McKenzie,
in
do we have
any
a single
country
base in
neighboring
Afghanistan now?
shamefully support that.
Do we have any
We have a
local
base in
allies
any country
approaching the
neighboring
capability of the Kurds?
We do not.
Do we have
We
any
do not.
local
No, in
allies
Washington,
approaching the
D.C.
capability
We have
of
the
the
Northern
Kurds?
Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly,
No,
they're
in
being
Washington,
slaughtered right
We
now.
have the
as we
Northern
speak.
Alliance, the
With our
Panjshir has
weapons.
been taken. Frankly, they're being
our damn
slaughtered
equipment.
right now as we
Our
speak.
allies are
With
being
our
slaughtered.
weapons.
Every
With
morning
our
we
damn
wake up
equipment.
to beheading
Our
videos,
allies are being slaughtered.
to
Every morning
execution,
we wake up to beheading
people
videos,
being hunted down with our own
to
database.
execution,
But when
anti-Semitic
and
bias.
if,
to people being hunted down
There's
with
an
our own
automatic
database.
majority.
But when
how many
and if,
soldiers are we going to
you have
lose?
to present options.
Because we have no allies on the ground.
How many
We have no
soldiers
bases
are we
in the
going to
region.
lose?
Now we're going to get
Because
to
we have
where
no
the crux
allies
of
on the
issue.
ground.
which is
any
we have no
other
bases in the
allegation,
region.
Now we're going to
then
get
muster
to
a
really the
majority.
crux of the issue.
Those drones
which
have
is
to
over
fly
the
all the way
last
around
decade.
Iran and all
There
the
have
way up
been
Pakistan
more
and lose
Those
70
drones
to
have to
80%
fly
of
all
their
the way
fuel
around Iran
before they
all
even
the way
get
up Pakistan
anywhere
and
near
lose 70 to
the
80%
target.
of
And
their
we
Then
just
against
saw
the
from the
entire
failed
before they
attack,
even get
combined.
anywhere near
the botched
the
attack,
target. And we just saw
that you
more
have to
than
have
twice the attack.
multi-int intelligence
Since
confirming what that
2015,
drone operator said.
that you have to have
Called it in.
multi-int intelligence.
And I know that
confirming
drone
what
operator would have
operator's saying.
appreciated
It's
somebody on the
more than
ground
all the
saying,
other
no,
countries
that's a
in the
civilian.
world.
And I know that
Don't
drone
pull that.
operator would have
73
appreciated
So I
somebody on the
appreciate
ground
Canada
more than
and
no,
saying how
civilian.
difficult this is
extra
going to be.
condemnations.
So I
But the
appreciate
President of the United
Jewish
States
saying
is
how
selling
difficult
this
What
country
hypocrisy.
fiction.
What a
That
double
the
we
President of the
do
United
over
States
here
is
nothing.
selling this
What
country
we're doing
fiction.
over here
that we can
with
do
neighboring
over
base
here,
access,
nothing.
with allies
What
on
we're
the
doing
ground,
over
and with
here
ocean access.
with neighboring
That is
base
the
access, with
fiction
allies on the
that I
ground,
think
and with
you all
ocean
need
access.
to own,
That is
and we need to
a
be honest
fiction that
with
I
the
think
American
you all
people.
need to
all
own,
the speeches
and
you
we
heard
need to be
today,
honest
all the hostility
with the
directed
American
at
people.
Israel this year.
I am
not about
just
Gaza.
livid at
It's
the
about
fact
Israel.
of the future Americans
It's always been
that are
about
going to have to go
Israel.
back
at the
clean
fact
up
of
this mess. We
future
are watching
Americans
this horror movie
that are going to have to
represented a
go back
Slotkin experience
And I
that we
say
all
this,
we are
experienced
watching this
until
after
Israel,
Iraq.
that
until the
represented a
Jewish state
Slotkin
The
experience that
president
we all
continues to
experienced
say, well, we
after
can do
Iraq.
what we do in
Anti-Semitic
Somalia. We can do what
The
we do in
president
Syria.
continues to
The
say,
Secretary
we
just
can
briefed
do
about
what
a
we do
strike
in
in
Somalia,
Syria.
we can do what we do
We have a
in
lot more
Syria.
capability
The
there.
Secretary
One
just
more
briefed about a
question.
strike in Syria.
Do we have any
We have a lot more capability
given
there.
the
evidence,
One more
anti-Semitism
question.
in the US,
intelligence
do
or
we have any
otherwise,
should
of
surprise no
Pakistani
one.
troops on the
Evidence.
the
ground?
prosecutor
Intelligence
Intelligence
officers,
or
air support, or
otherwise,
any
of
troops on the
Pakistani
ground
troops
assisting
on
the
the ground.
Taliban or command and
Intelligence
control
officers,
assisting
air
the
support,
Taliban
or any
offensive?
troops on the
I
ground
prefer to answer
assisting
the
the
question.
Taliban or
I'll
command
take
and
that as a
control
yes.
assisting the Taliban.
And Mr.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
And Mr. and
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Mr.
regional
Chairman,
war.
Mr. Waltz,
Chair
your time's
recognizes
expired.
No.
that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a
Thank you,
regional
Mr.
war.
Chair.
Chair
The way
recognizes
other
witnesses
democracies are treated.
coming in. I got
Thank
to
you,
tell
It's hard
Mr.
to
Chair,
explain by
and
anything
Mr.
other
Chairman,
than
witnesses
pure
coming
and
in.
the
I
more
gotta
I
tell
listen
you,
to this hearing, the more
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
triggered by it.
the more
And
I listen
know
to this hearing,
the Gold
the
Star
more
members
infuriated
sitting
I get.
here have to
They're in
feel
Iran.
the
And I
same
know
way. I know every
they're in
veteran
Gaza,
watching
in
today
Syria,
has to
in
feel the same
Lebanon.
way.
have
'Cause
to
it's
feel
not about
the
us.
same
It's
way. I
about
know every veteran watching.
Those of
it's
you who
about
stand
them.
with
And I
you,
think what
It's
upsets
not
them
about
most,
us. It's about
those of you who stand
General
with
Milley,
It's
you
about
against
them.
blood,
or some
And I
of the
think what
statements
upsets them
curse against the
most
blessing.
from the
General Milley,
president
Those of you who do
or some of the
during this
statements
ashamed
during
of
this
yourself.
evacuation,
from the
including
president,
an interview that the president
during
gave
this,
on national
during this
television
evacuation, including
during the
an
withdrawal
interview
on
that the
August
president
18th,
gave on
saying,
national
But I have a
television.
message
generals
During the
never
withdrawal
advised
on
me
August
to go
18th,
2,500
saying
We'll win this
and
battle.
the
generals
only air
never
base,
We'll win
bomber
this
air
battle
base
because we
in the
don't
world
have a
sandwiched
choice.
and the
between
only
China,
air
After
base,
generations,
bomber air base
Iran,
in
and
the
a platform
world
to go
sandwiched
after
After
between China,
generations,
Russia,
in which our
Iran.
General
people
Milley,
were
is that an
slaughtered
accurate
after
statement that
mercilessly
the generals
butchered,
never advised him to
and
leave
no
a
one
stay
raised
behind
a
force
finger
to
in
keep
our
a
defense.
lid on half
The
the
generals
world's
now
never
have a
terrorism?
advised
state.
him to leave a stay
We now
behind
have
force to
a
keep a
brave
lid
army,
on
an
half
army
the
of
world's terrorist
incomparable
organizations.
I will
courage,
tell you
and we are
what my
defending
thoughts were
ourselves.
at the time.
I will
My
tell you.
assessment
What
of
you,
As the
let
book
me
of
just,
Samuel
you've
says,
testified
the Bible.
today. You both testified
Netzach
repeatedly
Israel,
that you
Lo
advised
Yishakir.
the national
testified
commander
today.
that
Eternity
you
of Israel
we should
will
leave
not falter.
That you
25
stay
advised
behind
the national commander
including the
to
base.
leave. We should leave.
That's right.
That's correct.
Did
stay
President
behind
Trump
force, including the base,
leave that stay
That's
behind
right.
force
And the Jewish
despite his
peoples
stated
did
desire to
President
get
Trump
everybody out
antiquity
because the
leave that
Taliban
stay
didn't
behind
meet
force
the
despite his
conditions?
stated desire to get everybody out
Modern times
because the Taliban
That
didn't meet
ancient
the
promise
conditions.
has
Did you
always been
then,
kept.
and you
And
stated
it
today you
holds
didn't
true
advise
for all time.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise
them to stay.
Israel
Biden.
That's an
will not
inaccurate
go
statement.
gently.
Let's go down the list.
Advised him
Let's
to
go
stay.
back to
We will never,
July
So
of
that's an inaccurate
2021.
statement.
we will
Let's go down
never
the
need
list.
President
to
Biden,
raise
there's a likelihood.
against
July of
the dying
2021.
of
The
the life.
likelihood there's going to be the
Because
Taliban
Biden
overrunning
Israel
everything and
will
owning the whole country
forever
is
The
highly
find
likelihood there's
unlikely.
going to be the Taliban overrunning
comport with your
everything and
knowledge at
owning
the
the whole
time?
country is highly unlikely.
In fact, you
Does that
just a
comport
few
with
weeks
your knowledge
later
at the
said
time?
Kabul will be surrounded.
And to
In
the
fact,
soldiers
you-
of
60
Israel,
days.
I
You just a
say,
few weeks later
be
said
strong
Kabul be
and
surrounded.
of good courage.
in 60 days.
חזקו ואמצו,
My
ואל
assessment
תיראו
at the time was
מפניהם.
if we went
כי
to
אדוני
zero
אלוהיך,
military
הוא ההולך
forces
עמך,
and the
לא ירפך ולא
Would
יעזבך.
collapse.
עם ישראל חי, the people of Israel live,
Would
now,
collapse.
tomorrow, forever.
Assessments very widely.
Thank you.
We're talking within months.
somewhere around
Within
Thanksgiving.
months of our
Assessments very wide.
The next one,
We're
there's going
talking
to be
within
no
months.
circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an
Next
embassy.
one, there's going to be no
Order, please.
circumstance where you see
in,
people being lifted off the roof
an
of an
embassy of the United
Ladies
States
and
from
gentlemen,
Afghanistan.
order.
Not at all comparable
an
with
embassy of the
Saigon.
United States
This
from
picture
Afghanistan.
proves
It's
that
not at
not
all
to be the case.
comparable
Fair
with
enough.
Saigon. This picture
Order,
proves that
please.
not to be the case.
July 8th, 2021. Next one. Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st.
Americans should
and if you're
understand
an American,
we're going to try to get it all done
American citizens
before August
left,
31st. And if
we're going to
you're
stay
an
to get
American,
them all out.
there's American citizens
Was
left.
that your understanding of the
We're going to
operational planning
stay
at the
to
time?
get them all out.
To stay beyond August 31st?
Was that your
or were
understanding
you
of the operational planning at the time?
August 31st?
To stay
Mr.
beyond
President,
August 31st, or were you planning to get out by
Last.
August?
Ladies and gentlemen,
But perhaps the most egregious.
I
We
didn't intend to
believe
come
about
here to
100 to
But
200
perhaps
Americans
the
remain in
most
Afghanistan.
egregious.
My
With
country
some
We
is at
intention
war.
to
about
leave. You
100
both
200
testified
Americans
today,
fighting
you
for its life.
testified, General
With
Milley,
some
that it was
intention to
impossible
leave.
to
You
know.
both testified
after
today.
I
You
heard-
just
In
testified,
fact, is that
General
accurate?
Milley, that it was
Lies and
impossible
It
to
was
know.
very difficult to know.
Leveled
that
at my
In
country
fact, is that accurate?
by many of the
It
speakers
was very
at this
difficult to know
podium.
the
Yet
number.
the State Department's revised that
I
number
decided
since
to
to
come
nearly
here
1,000
Yes,
Americans.
the State
the
Department's
record
revised
straight.
that number
Left
since to nearly
Uh,
1,000
Look,
Americans.
in July of 2021,
left behind.
Bagram is closing.
Look,
We're
in
withdrawing
July
our
of
four-star
2021,
commander, General
Bagram is
Milley.
closing.
Speak for my
Ghani is
people.
visiting
Our
President
four-star
Speak for my
Biden,
country.
practically
Milley.
begging us to at
Ghani
least
is
leave our
visiting
contractors
President
and some little bit
Biden,
of air
practically
support.
begging us
General
to at least
McKenzie, you
leave our
testified
contractors and some
that
little
you
bit
were
of
so
air support.
concerned in
General
July of
McKenzie, you
2021
testified
Peace.
that you
that
put
you
up
were so
recommendations,
concerned in July of
including lily pads to get our
Israel
allies
has
out,
that you put up
putting
recommendations,
pieces in place to
including
process our
lily pads
SIVs
to get our
faster,
allies out,
putting measures
putting
in
pieces
place to
in
get our
place to
American
process our
citizens out,
SIVs faster,
to get our allies
putting measures
out,
in
and to
place
take
to get our
care of what
American
American
citizens
military
out,
should do, which is
to get our
protecting all
allies
of us. You were
out,
so concerned
and
in
to take
July
care of what
of
American
2021, you
military
put
should
those
do, which is protecting
recommendations
all
forward.
Americans. You were so
what
concerned
you
in July
testified today.
of 2021, you
And
put
in
those
fact, also the
recommendations
diplomats on the ground,
forward.
Mr. Chairman,
That's correct.
sent a dissent
And in
cable.
fact, also the diplomats on the
23
ground,
diplomats
Mr.
saying
Chairman,
if you continue
sent a
down this
dissent
road,
cable.
disaster will ensue.
23
Was that
diplomats
dissent
saying if
cable
you
shared
continue
with
down
either
this
of you? This
road,
is a
disaster will
formal
ensue.
channel
When I
going
said
to
That
the
dissent
Secretary
cable
of
shared
State
with either
himself.
of you. This
Was
is
that
a
shared with
formal
you as the Chairman of the
channel
Joint Chiefs?
going to the
Was that shared
Secretary of
with you as the
State
Commander of
himself.
Everything?
Was that shared with you as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the Commander of Everything?
I think the American people would like to
As
see
we were
that.
about to
Chairman,
enter the
here's my
promised
question for you.
I
Do
think
you
the
know where
American
the
people would
Secretary
like
of
to see
State
that.
was
Chairman,
Here's
on
my
August
question for you.
13th?
Do you know
Whether
where
we
the
bequeath
Secretary
to
of State
future
was?
The
generations
day before
On
Kabul
August
fell,
13th,
do you know where the
of course.
Secretary of State was? Despite
And
all
that
of
day
your
before
concerns,
Kabul fell,
State
do
Department
you know where
wasn't
the
planning
Secretary of
fast
State
enough.
was?
We weren't getting
Despite
our
all
people
of your
out.
concerns,
According to the
the
Washington
State
Post, he
Department
was in
wasn't
the
planning
Hamptons.
fast enough. We weren't getting our people.
He was in the
According to the
Hamptons
Washington
on
Post, he was in the
vacation.
Arab and
Hamptons.
Jew.
Secretary of State
He was
Blinken.
in the
I don't
Hamptons
know.
on
I can't even
vacation.
imagine how that makes
blessing I
Secretary
our
of
Gold
State
Star
Blinken. I don't know.
families
I can't even
feel.
imagine how
Look,
that
here's the
makes
bottom line, Mr.
Our
Chairman.
Gold
Thank you
Star
for your indulgence.
families
I'll close with this.
feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Mr.
State
Chairman, and
Department
thank you for
to
your
use a
indulgence.
military
I'll
term
close with
had
this.
its head up its
of
rear.
The
October
State
7th.
Department to
It
use a
wasn't
military
planning.
plan.
Thousands of Iranian
It in
head
fact
up
thought
its rear.
terrorists from Gaza.
we could just have an
It
embassy
wasn't
and
planning.
Israel.
It in fact
the good
thought
Taliban
we could
terrorists
just
would
have
take
an
care of the
They
bad
committed
Taliban terrorists.
unimaginable
The
atrocities.
good Taliban
I mean, that's
terrorists would
essentially
take care of the bad
1,200
Taliban
people.
terrorists.
What happened,
They
and
raped
because of that,
and
we
mutilated
didn't get our people
essentially-
out, we didn't get our citizens
They
out,
beheaded
we
What
didn't
happened,
have the force
and
posture,
because of that, we
didn't
didn't
have
get our
the
people out, we didn't get our
basing.
citizens out,
They
we didn't
We
have
failed,
posture,
and their loved
we
ones
didn't
are
have
dead
basing.
because of it.
And scenes
We
reminiscent
failed, and their
I
loved ones are
apologize
dead
to you,
because of it.
to my
Hamas
Gold Star
kidnapped
families.
250
Your
I
government
apologize
from
to
dozens
you,
of
failed you.
different countries,
to my Gold Star
dragging
families.
them
There
into
is
the
a
dungeons of
There is a
Gaza.
There is a
difference,
difference,
gentlemen, and
gentlemen,
I know you
and I
both
know
know
you
this,
both
in
know
taking
this, in taking
responsibility
responsibility and
and
accountability.
including
A lot of people
A lot of
have
people have taken responsibility.
No one
No
has
one
been held,
has been
I
held
want to
accountable,
assure you,
and they
we will not
deserve
rest
better.
until the
better.
Your
remaining
government
hostages
failed
are
you,
brought
and I'll
home.
give you an
I'll give you an
opportunity, my
opportunity,
time
my
remaining,
time,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, if
anything
there's
are here with us
anything
today.
you all would
you
like
all
to
would
say
like to say
publicly on the
publicly
record.
on the record.
Respond
The time
The time has
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman's, they have a right to respond.
With us is Eli Stevie.
I've talked these
Husani Dan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime.
and I have
A music
committed to
festival.
them, and I will do so again publicly to all of you.
And these murderous monsters took him.
To make sure that accountability,
Obi Smirno, whose son
That
Jonathan
one
was
great.
murdered,
That's
and
what
his corpse was taken into the dungeons, into the terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage.
Right now, Jane Horn's in this room.
Salim Al-Atrash, his brother Muhammad, a brave Arab Israeli soldier, was murdered.
They deserve accountability,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Gentleman.
Mr. Secretary,
Secretary,
in exchange
in
with
exchange
Mr.
with
Bills,
Mr. Bills,
just testified in the
that
oath of
private jet.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record article here from February 15th, 2023. The John Kerry family private jet sold shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy. Mr. Secretary, you stand by that testimony that I owned or I personally, your family.
Personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
You flew on that plane.
Not in a number of years. I have flown on it.
This article is inaccurate. Family owned a plane. You flew on a plane.
My wife.
Here's the issue. This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices as we transition for the common good, and your family and or yourself are flying around on private jets, that smacks it actually hurts your cause. Mr. Secretary, but I'll move on. I want to
coordinate the rights to separate
I do not fly
on a private jet.
I do not fly commercially.
Have you flown on private jets since you've taken this position?
And our children.
I have flown five times in the last year and a half years.
Mill-Air,
which you also fly on.
And some of you travel
five times.
Otherwise, all of my trips are commercial.
Have you flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity
dozens of times over the past year?
Possibly once.
Fueled by Iran.
I just don't.
I think you need to take the broader point of how this appears in America as we're asking them to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly.
You're trying to create
by example, Terry. That's what we're at.
Which is why I fly
in that vein, does your office or the State Department keep a record of your official travel?
We will strike you.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with? Can you provide those records?
There is no place in Iran.
Will you provide those records to Congress?
That the long arm of Israel cannot reach.
Your official travel, taxpayer funded while in this position. Thank you. I appreciate that commitment. Switching topics here. Some of the other diplomacy you've conducted in a 2018 interview. You admitted to speaking with Iranian foreign ministers, quote, three or four times from the start of the previous administration. How many times did you speak with the foreign minister? The Iranian foreign minister, Zarif?
Ladies and
during the last administration.
Israel defends itself.
And I'll enter to the record, Mr. Chairman, three or four. Let's take that at face value. Did you communicate with them using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, any other?
I don't know how I met him formally in the course of international specifically at UNGA, New York. I saw him Munich security conference.
According to leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Zarif said you told him that Israel Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times and surprised you would reveal such sensitive information. That was according to leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that ever happened?
I absolutely said that. On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear in the release that we put out that never took place. It was at a time when there was public discussion of those attacks. There was public circulation. I don't know what he's confusing or what he did, but I can tell you I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that
on the other hand,
5 years running one of the largest prosecutors of America, 2 years as lieutenant governor, 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
This is why I'm raising that issue. Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same official you are and said, You don't have to
abide by these agreements.
Hold fast till
2024.
A new regime or a new administration may be coming in.
To threaten the
And therefore undermine current
administration
diplomacy. Would you find that appropriate?
I'm not going to speak
Shadow diplomacy
undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what involved. Shadow diplomacy has also saved us from a war.
If you look at 1963 with the Cuban
Missile
crisis, it was behind the scenes.
Mr. Secretary, I would posture that your shadow diplomacy now has exploding as they race towards full enrichment, 6% to 60%, on the verge of having a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that has happened is
Donald Trump undermined other administrations.
The reason that happened,
and I call on the security
Donald Trump pulled out of
snap
that
back
agreement.
U.S. security
No way they
sanctions
could have had a
against
nuclear
Iran,
weapon
because we
under
must
the
all
agreements
do
that existed.
everything in our power
Even in Israel,
security
the security
establishment
ensure that
Israel
Iran
believed that
never
agreement
gets
done the
nuclear
job.
weapons.
President Trump just pulled out.
Chair now recognizes
Mr.
Mr. Schneider.
Thank you,
Mr. Waltz. Instructing that.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
And here's where I think we're really talking past
Our
each other.
actions
This war is not done. It's not over.
by perhaps a decade.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology. And just as it took decades, not 20 years, not 30 years, many more, to defeat the idea of communism, the idea of fascism, it's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism.
We
Joe
must
McKenzie,
not let that
you
happen.
testified yesterday.
Al-Qaeda's still at war
Israel
with
will
us.
do
You stand
everything
by
in
that
its
statement.
power to make sure it doesn't happen.
D.N.I.
Haynes,
the Biden's director of national intelligence, briefed that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again, if given the chance. The head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban. Except now they have an entire state to work with, an Air Force, functioning international airport. And I think if things continue on the path they are, possibly billion international currency reserves. So, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, we're not done with this war. I would have thought we would have learned the lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, you learned the lesson from Iraq.
We're building a partnership
pulled out in 2011,
Mr. Chairman,
praising that war. And yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in. So let's look at the situation. I think the American people understand this.
On October 7th,
here we have Iraq.
The day
we pulled out the rise of the ISIS caliphate,
which
was obviously a more
entity
from Al-Qaeda.
It was armed
Look
with
at all
more
of
than
the bases
50,000
we had to deal with when we had bases in the Gulf, we had bases in Kuwait, we had bases in Turkey, in Jordan, Israel, allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds.
A year later,
we didn't let ISIS take over the government in Baghdad and the army and all of the functions. We had all of these assets to work with to go clean up that mess. How many soldiers and lives did we lose from cleaning up that mistaken withdrawal?
major military
But let's transition over to Afghanistan. What do we see? Do we have General McKenzie? Do we have a single base in Afghanistan now?
23 out of 24.
We have a base in any country neighboring Afghanistan.
We do not.
Do we have any local allies approaching the capabilities of the Kurds?
We do not.
No, and we have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak. With our weapons. With our damn equipment. Our allies are being slaughtered. Every morning we wake up to beheading videos, to executions, to people being hunted down with our own database. But when and if
Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas greatly diminished,
how many soldiers are we going to lose? Because we have no allies on the ground. We have no bases. And now we're going to get to really the crux of the issue, which is over the horizon counterterrorism.
that we enable
those drones
have to fly
all the way around Iran.
Hamas
all the way
steals
up
the
Pakistan and lose 70 to 80%
and then they hike the
of
price
their fuel
before they even
get
anywhere near a target. And
then
we just saw from the failed attack,
money that they extort from their own people.
botched attack,
that you have to have
multi-intelligence
confirming
with
that
drone
operating. Called it in.
And that's how they stay in power.
And I know that drone
operator
appreciated somebody on the ground
and we're working to bring it to an end.
Don't pull that trigger.
So I appreciate your candor
saying
how difficult this is going to be. But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction that we can do over nothing. What we're doing over here with neighboring base access, with allies on the ground, and with ocean access. That is a fiction that I think you all need to own, and we need to be honest with the American people.
Just imagine. For those who say, well, Hamas has to stay,
I am just livid at the fact of the future Americans that are going to have to go back to clean up this mess, watching this war movement that represented a slaughter experience that we all experienced after Iraq.
It's ridiculous.
The President continues to say, well, we can do what we do in Somalia, we can do what we do in Syria. Mr. Secretary, you just briefed about a strike in Syria. We have a lot more capability there. One more question. Do we have any evidence, intelligence or otherwise, of Pakistani troops on the ground? Intelligence officers, air support, or any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or command and control, assisting the Taliban. I prefer to answer the question. I'll take that as a yes. And
other partners.
Mr. Chairman, that's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
Chair recognizes Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the witnesses coming in. I got to tell you, Mr. Chairman,
let them
the
go.
more I listen to this hearing, the more infuriated
those alive today,
and I know the Gold Star families sitting here have to feel the same way. I know every veteran watching today has to feel the same way. It's not about us. It's not about us. It's about them. And I think what upsets them most, General Milley and G, are some of the statements from the President during this evacuation, including an interview that the President gave on national television during the withdrawal, August 18th, saying the generals never advised me to 2,500 and the only air-based Bagram air base in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran, and a platform to stay after counterterrorism.
Victory. General
Milley, is that an accurate statement that the generals never advised him to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist organization?
Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today.
My assessment.
You testified today. You both testified repeatedly that you advised the National Command Authority we should leave. A stay behind, including the base. That's right.
Except bin Laden.
Did President Trump leave that stay behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban meet the conditions?
Viciously over the last 20 years, in the last year, completely unprovoked.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise
on October 7th,
Biden
Hezbollah
to pull everybody out. You advised him to stay.
Which forced more
So
than
that's an
6,000
inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list here. Let's go back to July of 2021.
becoming refugees
President
in
Biden, there's a likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly
So I want you
unlikely.
to think about this.
Does that comport with your knowledge at the time? In fact, you just a few weeks later said probably surrounded in 30 to 60 days.
My assessment at the time was
how long would the American government tolerate this?
A high likelihood
a day? A week?
And
a month?
NSF.
I doubt they tolerated
would
even
collapse.
for a single day.
But I thought it was going to be.
Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year.
We're talking
within months. To say enough is enough.
The next one, there's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy.
We won't rest
an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. Not at all comparable with Saigon. This picture proves that to be the case.
able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre.
July 8th, 2021. Next one, Americans should understand
we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st.
And if you're an American, there's American citizens left. We're going to stay to get them all out.
Right up to
Is that your understanding of operational planning at the time? To stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by August 31st?
Into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles.
But perhaps the most egregious. We believe about 100, 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan with some intention to leave. You both testified today, you just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know the number. In fact, is that accurate?
In apartment
it was very difficult
and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon.
Yet the State Department revised that number to nearly 1,000 Americans left behind. Look, in July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave contractors and some little bit of support. General McKenzie, you testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021 that you put up recommendations, including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting all. You were so concerned in July 2021, you put those recommendations forward. That's what you testified today. And in fact, also the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable. 23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Is that shared with you as the Chairman? Was that shared with you as the Commander?
I've never seen it.
I didn't see it at the time, and I haven't seen it since. I would like to see that.
I think the American people would like to see that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th?
All civilized societies.
The day before Kabul fell. Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, the State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons. He was in the Hamptons on vacation. Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with this. The State Department, to use a military term, had its head up its rear. It wasn't planning. It, in fact, thought we could just have an embassy and the good Taliban terrorists would take care of the bad Taliban terrorists.
The peace.
I mean, that's essentially what happened. And because of that, we didn't get our people out, we didn't get our citizens out, we didn't have force posture, we didn't have basing. We failed, and their loved ones are dead because of it.
The Middle East.
I apologize to you, to my Gold Star family. Your government failed you.
Artificial intelligence.
There is a difference, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility and accountability. A lot of people have taken responsibility. No one has been held accountable, and they deserve better. Your government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman.
While Israel is committed to
you all would like to say publicly on the record.
Iran and its terror proxies are committed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace.
I've talked these families.
Such a peace would be the foundation
and I thank you for
an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel's current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing through peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel,
They deserve accountability,
Mr.
Chairman. Thank you,
gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary, in exchange with Mr. Mills, just testified under oath that you never owned a private jet. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record article here from February 15th, 2023, that the John Kerry family private jet was sold shortly after accusations of climate hypocrisy. Mr. Secretary, do you stand by that testimony that I owned or I personally, your family?
Personally, yes, my wife owned a plane.
You flew on that plane.
Now I have a question.
Not in a number of years, I have flown.
This article is not inaccurate. Family owned a plane. You flew on a plane.
Will your nation stand with Israel?
My wife.
Here's the issue. This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices as we transition for the common good, and your family and/or yourself are flying around on private jets, smacks of hypocrisy. It actually hurts your cause.
Yes, we're defending
I'll
ourselves.
move on. I want to
afford me the right at least to accept straight here. I do not fly on a private jet. I do not fly. I fly commercially.
A lot of it.
Having all of the private facilities taken this
very hall, as I've just heard.
I have flown five times in the last 2.5 years. Mill Air, which you also fly on. And some of you travel five times. Otherwise, all of my trips are commercial.
Have you flown on a private jet in a personal or official capacity since you've taken this
Israel is
position?
absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starting
I think you need to take the broader point of how this appears to the American, as we're asking to take that.
We're not asking Americans not to fly. You're trying to create.
No, by example, Terry. That's what we're at.
Which is why I fly commercially.
In that vein, is your office or the State Department keep a record of your official travel?
Minimize civilian casualties.
Does that include the individuals you're scheduled to meet with?
And no army has done what Israel is doing.
Can you provide those records to Congress? Will you provide those records to Congress?
Who I've met with?
Your official travel, taxpayer funded while in this. Thank you. I appreciate that commitment. Switching topics here to some of the other diplomacy you've conducted in the 2018 interview. You admitted to speaking with Iranian foreign minister Zarif, quote, three or four times from the start of the previous administration. How many times did you speak with the foreign minister, the Iranian foreign minister Zarif,
some progressives
during the last administration?
According to the U.S. Director
and I'll enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, three or four times. Let's take that at face value. Did you communicate with him using Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, any other?
I don't know how I communicated with him. I met him formally in the course of international, specifically UNGA, New York. I saw him in Munich security conference.
According to leaked audio provided by the New York Times, Zarif said you told him Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria at least 200 times and surprised you would reveal sensitive information.
There is definitely
that was leaked audio. Now under oath, do you stand by your previous denial that ever happened?
I absolutely said that. On the day that report came out, we made it crystal clear in the release that we put out that never took place. It was at a time when there was public discussion of those attacks. There was public circulation. I don't know what he was confusing or what he did, but I can tell you I never had that conversation. And I can tell you that in 5 years, one of the largest prosecutors offices in America, 2 years as lieutenant governor. in 28 years in the Senate, as a member of the Intelligence Committee,
This is why I only have 7 seconds left. This is why I'm raising that issue.
This is the man
Would you find it appropriate if a former Trump administration official traveled around and talked to the same officials you are and said, you don't have to abide by these agreements. Hold fast till 2024, a new regime or a new administration may be coming in,
and he's still waging
and therefore undermine current administration's diplomacy. Would you find that appropriate?
I'm not going to speak that. I have to tell you, I never.
Shadow diplomacy undermines American goals.
Shadow diplomacy, depending on what's involved. Shadow diplomacy saved us from a war.
40 years
If you
ago,
look at 1963 with the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was behind the scenes.
I would posture that your shadow diplomacy now has exploding as they race towards full enrichment, 20% to 60%, on the verge of having a nuclear arms race in the Middle East.
And the reason that has happened is
Donald Trump and other administrations.
But for the
reason
Palestinians,
that happened, my friend,
because
is
Donald
because
Trump
pulled out of that agreement.
There's
No way they could have had a nuclear weapon
under the
agreement that existed. And even in Israel,
there's an automatic majority
believe that agreement
willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything.
President Trump pulled out.
Flat Earth.
Chair now recognizes
Mr.
Mr.
Thank
Schneider.
you, Mr. Waltz.
Any outlandish allegations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here's where I think we're really talking
In the
past
last
each other.
decade,
This war is not done.
it's not
over. It's not
passed
over.
against Israel.
This is a war against Islamic extremism. It's a war against an ideology. And just as decades, not 20 years, not 30 years, many more, to defeat the idea of communism, the idea of fascism. It's going to take decades to defeat the idea of Islamic extremism. General McKenzie, you testified yesterday. Al-Qaeda is still at war with us.
Extra
Stand by that statement.
for the Jewish state.
D.N.I. Haynes, the director of National Intelligence, briefed the Congress that Al-Qaeda fully intends to attack the West again, if given the chance. The head of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden's former deputy, has pledged allegiance to the head of the Taliban. Except now they have an entire state to work with, an army, an air force, functioning international airport. And I think if things continue on the path they are, possibly billions in international currency. So, Mr. Chairman, we're not done with this war. I would have thought we would learn the lesson from Iraq. I would have thought, Mr. Secretary, you would learn the lesson from Iraq, where we pulled out in 2011. Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement praising that pullout, ending that war, and yet we found ourselves 3 years later with soldiers going back in. So let's look at the situation. I think the American people
given the anti-Semitism at the UN.
Here we have Iraq.
We pulled out.
Led the rise of the ISIS caliphate, which was obviously a entity from Al-Qaeda. Look at all of the bases we had to deal with when we went. We had bases in the Gulf. We had bases in Kuwait. We had bases in Turkey, in Jordan, of course in Israel. Allied bases in Cyprus. We had allies on the ground in the Kurds. We didn't let ISIS take over Baghdad and the army and all of the things. We had all of these assets to work with to go clean up that mess. How many soldiers and lives did we lose from cleaning up that mistaken withdrawal, Mr. Chairman? But let's transition over to Afghanistan. What do we see? Do we have General McKenzie? We have a single base in Afghanistan now. We have a base in country neighboring Afghanistan.
We do not.
Do we have any local allies approaching the capability of the Kurds?
We do not.
No, we have the Northern Alliance. The Panjshir has been taken. Frankly, they're being slaughtered right now as we speak. With our weapons. With our damn equipment. Our allies are being slaughtered. Every morning we wake up to beheading videos, to executions, to people being hunted down on a database. But when, if you have to present options,
no one raised a finger in our
how many soldiers
we now have a state
because we have no allies on the ground. We have no bases in that. We're going to get to the crux of the issue, which is over the horizon counterterrorism.
Those drones have to fly all the way around Iran, all the way to Pakistan, and lose 70 to 80% of their fuel before they even get anywhere near a target. And we just saw from the failed attack, the botched attack, that you have to have multi-intelligence confirming what that drone operator is seeing. I've called it in. And I know that drone operator, somebody on the ground saying, no, that's a civilian, don't pull that trigger. So I appreciate your candor saying how difficult this is going to be. But the President of the United States is selling this country a fiction that we can do over here.
We will never.
What we're doing over here.
We will never need
neighboring
base
access, with allies on the ground, and with ocean access. That is a fiction that I think you all need to own, and we need to be honest with the American people.
To the people of Israel, and to the soldiers of
I am just livid at the fact of future Americans that are going to have to go back to clean up this mess. We are watching this war movement represent an experience that we all experienced after
the
president continues to say, well, we can do what we do in Somalia. We can do what we do in Syria. Mr. Secretary, you just briefed about a strike in Syria. We have a lot more capability. One more question. Do we have any evidence, intelligence or otherwise,
ladies and gentlemen,
intelligence officers, air support, or any troops on the ground assisting the Taliban or command and control, assisting the Taliban offensive? I'll take that as a yes. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Waltz, your time has expired.
That's not going to go to a civil war. It's going to go to a regional war.
Chair recognizes Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the witnesses coming in. I got to tell you, Mr. Chairman, the more I listen to this hearing, the more infuriated I get. And I know the Gold Star family sitting here have to feel the same way. I know every veteran watching today has to feel the same way. It's not about us. It's not about us. It's about them. I think what upsets them most, General Milley, are some of the statements,
the lies and slander
from the president during this evacuation, including an interview that the president gave on national television during the withdrawal, August 18th, saying the generals never advised me 2500 and the only air-based Bagram air base in the world sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran, and
to speak for my country,
counterterrorism.
to speak for the
General Milley, is that an accurate statement that the generals never advised him to stay behind the lid on half the world's terrorist organizations?
Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace.
I will tell you.
Israel has made peace and will make peace again.
You testified today. You both testified repeatedly that you advised the national command authority we should leave to stay behind, including the victims. That's right. Did President Trump leave that stay behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban meet conditions?
Our common civilization and return all of us.
Did you then, and you stated today you didn't advise Biden
I spoke here last
to pull everybody out. You advised him to stay. So that's an inaccurate statement. Let's go down the list here. Let's go back to July of 2021. President Biden, there's a likelihood
as we were about
there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country. Is highly unlikely. Does that comport with your knowledge at the time? In fact, you just a few weeks later said Kabul be surrounded in 30 days.
The curse of Iran's unremitting aggression or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed that
would collapse.
The blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. The normalization deal between Saudi Arabia
we're talking within months.
Seemed closer than ever.
The next one, there's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy.
Thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists from Gaza.
An embassy of the
United
States from Afghanistan. Not at all comparable with Saigon.
And they committed unimaginable
atrocities.
Not to be the case. They savagely murdered 1,200 people.
Joe Biden.
They raped
July
and
8,
mutilated women.
2021. Next one. Americans should understand. We're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American, there's American citizens left. We're going to stay to get them all out.
The Nazi Holocaust.
Was that your understanding of the operational timing at the time? Stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by August 31st?
Into the dungeons of Gaza.
Plan to get out.
Israel has brought home 154 of these
hostages. Perhaps the most egregious. We believe about 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan with some intention to leave. You both testified today. You just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know
in fact,
is that accurate?
I ask you to stand
it was
up.
very difficult to know the number.
Very difficult, and I don't think the numbers are accurate.
Yet the State Department's revised that number since to nearly 1,000 Americans left behind. Look, in July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of air support. Joe McKenzie, you've testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021 that you put up recommendations including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protect you. You were so concerned in July 2021, you put those recommendations forward. That's what you've testified to. And in fact, also the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable. 23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the Chairman of Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with
his father were dead. He's still languishing in an underground terrorist hell.
I think the American people would like to see that. Here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th?
This holy mission is accomplished.
The day before Kabul fell. Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns, State Department wasn't planning fast enough. We weren't getting our people out. According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons. He was in the Hamptons on vacation. Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with this. The State Department used a military term, had its head up its rockets. It was planning. In fact, thought we could just have an embassy, and
2 weeks later,
the good Taliban terrorists will take care of the bad Taliban
drones and missiles at Israel.
I mean, that's essentially
250 such attacks.
What happened. And because of that, we didn't get our citizens out. We didn't have force posture. We didn't have
dozens of times over
we failed. And their loved ones are dead because of it.
Palestinian terrorists in Judea
I apologize to you, to my Gold Star family. Your government failed you.
And last April,
there is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both taking responsibility and accountability. A lot of people have taken responsibility. No one has been held accountable, and they deserve better. Your government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything you all would like to say publicly on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They have a right to respond.
There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach.
And I thank you for that.
And that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this family and for the world outside this hall. We are winning.
There are other Gold Stars in this room right now. Jane Horn's in this room. I've been working with her for years. There's many others.
They know who I am. I will work with them forever.
They deserve accountability,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, General.
Thank you,
Mr. Secretary, in exchange with Mr. Mills, just testified under
blessing and the curse would not be invoked here. This is the map I presented here last week. It's the map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Fiber optic cable. This will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this. It's a map. Look at this. It's a map. It's an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed on the Mediterranean. Iran's ballistic arm to shut down international waterways. Cuts off trade, destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On one hand, a bright blessing, future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles and nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran. Blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external repression. So that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now. Nations of the world support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body, in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to stand back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our action delayed this war by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've delayed it. We haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize it. For the sake must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is simple. Which of these 2 maps that I just will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our partners, the rest of the world, or will it be the curse in which Iran is brought to carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace. For nearly a year, brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, day of that invasion, that terror army numbered 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground. A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more than half of these terrorists, destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal, and eliminated the key segments of their terror counter. Major military operations. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now to complete our victory, we are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are taking out senior terrorist commanders and destroying the remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, the terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable ad agents and infidels. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices, they feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they export from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices, and that's how they stay in power. This too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end. And the reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, we are attacking again and again and again, and we are about to. Hamas has got to go. Those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be tomorrow. Post-war Gaza, imagine in a post-war situation in World War II, imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable. It's ridiculous. It didn't happen then. It's not going to happen now. This is why Israel rejects any Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then can we ensure that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting. We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go. All of them. Those alive today must be returned alive, and the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today, and others in Israel, deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember. This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down his arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total and it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years. In the last year, completely unprovoked. A day after Hamas Hezbollah began attacks against Israel. 60,000 Israelis in our borders leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that? A day? A week? A month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day. Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say, enough is enough. We won't rest until our citizens can return safely to their homes. We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our border. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly left terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities, and they fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fired these rockets in this not the military side. Not the military. They do that too. But they fired those rockets and missiles after they placed them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not going to you. We're going with Hezbollah, which is identical. As long as Hezbollah continues to have Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to spread and return our citizens to their home safely. And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which are built to be long-standing. Senior military commanders not only shed everything, but American fresh blood as well. Then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of the human race, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving an historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And having seen the blessing millions of Israelis have already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, through the Gulf Countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint venture. Peace. I say to you, what blessing such a peace with Saudi Arabia. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our two countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our two countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. I'm sure Israel is committed to achieving such a peace. Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation of a broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel, Turkey, Arab partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and responsibilities and bring enormous benefits to the Western world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people. As a Prime Minister, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we as the world Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. Right peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war. And now I have a question. And I pose that question. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own people and supports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending you against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about it. But unfortunately, there is. A lot of people in many countries, and in this very hall, as I've just heard, good is portrayed as evil, and evil is portrayed as good. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide, when we defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us. We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity! People bring in 700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of deliberately targeting. We don't want to see a single person, a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use civilians as human shields. And no army minimize civilian casualties. About fire, we send text messages, we send people by the millions not serving civilians get our arms ready. There's no effort. See yet another problem. Tehran and in Gaza, who shut down protests, murder women who were not covering their hair, and had gays in public streets, South Sudan. According to the U.S. Center for Intelligence, Iran responds to many of the protesters against the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon reigned in our eternal capital Jerusalem 3,000 years ago. He said something that is familiar. He said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, artificial intelligence, some would argue that's but one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations. Take it from me. I first spoke of this book as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I spoke against the proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later, I find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. This is the man who claims he wants peace, yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions to terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans. It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he's still waging unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, not in our name, and maybe not in our name. Standing in this podium, I told the sponsors of that outrageous gentlemen, check your today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who shamefully support that check your fanaticism. Out of one and only true state, stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected contemporary design for the Palestinians. This House of Doctors, his own board, they know that in this form of anti-Semitic violence, there's an automatic majority Flat Earth Society. Any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last decade, there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this fall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined. Actually, more than twice as many. Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. Condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more than 100 extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy, what a double standard, what a joke. So the UN's hostility. Always been about it, about Israel's very existence. And I say to you, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing except a farce. Now, given the anti-Semitism of the UN, it should surprise no one prosecutor of the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated forces, is considering issuing arrest warrant and Israel's defense minister, democratically elected leaders of the democratic state of Israel. The ICC prosecutor's Russian judgment, his refusal to treat Israel as an independent force the way other democracies do, is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism. Ladies and gentlemen, the real war crimes are not Israel. They're in Iran, they're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. Those of you who stand with Israel, those of you who stand with against good, with the terrorism, those after generation in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense. We now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter. In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempests and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet's phrase, Israel will not go gently into that future. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright. To the people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. תזכו ויצאו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. עם ישראל חי, the people of Israel live, now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't intend to come here. My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after lies and slanders leveled at our country by many of the speakers, I decided to come here and set the record straight. I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth. And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Yet we face savage enemies who seek our annihilation, and we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. When I spoke here last year, I said we face the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago. As we were about to enter the promised land, Moses told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. And that is the choice we face today. The curse of Iran's aggression or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed that speech, the blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. A normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel seemed closer than ever. But then came the curse of October 7th. thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists in Gaza burst into pickups on motorcycles, and they committed unimaginable atrocities. They savagely murdered women. They raped and mutilated women. They beheaded men. They burned babies alive. They burned entire families. Nazi Holocaust. Hamas kidnapped 151 dozens of different persons, dragging them into the dungeons of Gaza. Israel has brought home 154 of these hostages, including 117 alive. I want to assure you, we will not rest until the remaining hostages are brought home to them. And some of their family members are here with us today. I ask you to stand up. With us is Eli Stevie, whose son Idan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime. A music festival. And these murderous monsters took him. Bobby Smirno, whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the jungle, the terror temples of Gaza. A corpse held hostage. Al-Atrash, his brother Muhammad, a brave Arab-Israeli soldier, was murdered. His body too was taken to Gaza. And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, his brother Yossi was murdered. Praise for his older brother, who is still held hostage in Gaza. With us too is Yizar Lifsky from Kibbutz Nir Oz. The kibbutz was wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his brother and but his father, Oded, is still languishing in an underground terrorist hell of Hamas. I again promise you, we will return your loved ones home. We will not spare that effort until this mission is accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, the curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza, but it didn't end. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, and our children. 2 weeks later, we brought back troops in Yemen. The first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday, aimed at Tehran. Iran Shia militias in Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Syria and Syria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. Last year, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel on its own territory, firing 300 drones, missiles, and ballistic missiles. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning. blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's delicted arc has shut down international waterways, cuts off trade, millions, destroys nations from within, inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand, a bright, pleasant future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a first glimpse, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to extend its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terrorism on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles and nuclear warheads and threatens the entire world. The world has appeased Iran. It turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external repression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now. Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Sovereign governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body of the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades,